Me? How dare they expect me to leave my wife and children? They want to control me through a marriage of their own choosing? Preposterous. Indeed, those motherfuckers are preposterous. The car's interior was filled with intense bloodlust. They ignore the phoenix and choose a chicken instead. No, that nymphomaniac is an insult to all the chickens in the world. They choose a fucking dirty shit and act like she's worth her weight in gold just because she studied in the same business school as you in America. Fucking idiots. If my sister, who is a 2-time cross-academy student in both her lives, is inferior to that Rose Young, then the whole world is a fucking shithole filled with fucking idiots who have shit for brains. There's no man in the world who deserves such a perfect woman like my sister. Even you barely qualify as her husband. Jin Liwei sighed. I want to punch you in the face so badly, but yes, I agree to everything you said. But don't get me wrong. Evelina is my wife now, and there's no way in hell I'll admit to anyone, including you, that we don't match. We're perfect together. Lu Ziheo's instinctive protectiveness over his sister made him want to insult his brother-in-law for his claim, but he restrained himself. Although Jin Liwei's smug words irked the fuck out of him, he couldn't deny that the couple indeed felt perfect together. Oh well, there was nothing that he could do about it anymore. He had already long accepted his sister's choice of a man. As long as she was happy and Jin Liwei wouldn't do anything foolish to hurt her, then Lu Ziheo would silently cheer for their continued happiness and give support by eliminating anyone who would dare to destroy his sister's marriage. After the banter, the two men talked about serious matters, mostly regarding Jin Liwei's request for assistance regarding the Young's nefarious plans of swallowing Jin Corporation, and in extension, fortifying Iris' protection because it was clear that the enemies considered her to be one of the biggest obstacles in their plot. Afterwards, Jin Liwei broached the subject about Shadow Wind's recent conspicuous actions. I have everything under control, Lu Ziheo replied in a cold, dismissive tone. Bacon says otherwise. That little rascal don't know the whole story. He might not know the whole story, but it's a fact that the authorities are starting to give more attention to Shadow Winds. Lu Ziheo pressed his lips together in a thin line. I know what I'm doing. Of course you do. But you're becoming too impatient and reckless. Continuing to do so will only lead to mistakes which will result to a disaster. Just bear in mind that revenge is best served cold. Take your time to plan the most perfect revenge instead of rushing. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Jin Liwei remained calm despite Lu Ziheo's defensiveness. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just giving you a reminder as your brother-in-law, and as the third brother of the body that you now possess. I just hope that you'll be more careful and avoid causing my wife to worry about you. Huh? Lu Ziheo expelled a long breath and gradually calmed down. Fine. I get it. Good. Is that all? Are you done? I'm hanging up now. Lu Ziheo didn't want to talk anymore. He felt exhausted dealing with the AI son and then the father. Both were equally irritating. One more thing. What is it? Say it quickly. Grandpa Lu knows that you broke up with Long Jinjing, and he's furious. Lu Ziheo's eyes went wide. You've been warned, so be ready to face Grandpa Lu's wrath once he finds you. All right, I'll go back to work now. But the call ended. Damn it all to hell. Lu Ziheo's frustration was almost at a bursting point. Without wasting any more precious seconds, he immediately blocked Grandpa Lu on all his contact lists. Although this was only a temporary solution, he decided to avoid the old man for now because he wasn't ready yet to face a barrage of ferocious scolding. He wasn't exactly sure when Grandpa Lu learned about his breakup with Long Jinjing or from which bastard he heard it from, but Lu Ziheo felt relieved that the old man hadn't called to scream at him yet. Ever since the old man discovered that Iris was pregnant at her wedding with Jin Liwei, Grandpa Lu's attention was almost wholly focused on his future great-grandchild, Ren. As a result, the old man rarely bothered Lu Ziheo, which suited him just fine. In fact, he preferred that the old man left him alone. Lu Ziheo just couldn't make himself push Grandpa Lu away, even though his instinct as Nikolai Vetrov was urging him to not get too attached to the old man. That little scoundrel is right. You are a coward, Nikolai. A self-deprecating laugh escaped from his curled lips. Sighing at his shameful state, he drove to one of his nightclubs even though the sun hadn't set yet. The glaring brightness outside was a direct contrast to his current dark mood. The club hadn't opened yet when he arrived, but the manager welcomed him with an overly subservient enthusiasm. He was led to the best private room overlooking an empty dance floor. A few workers could be seen making preparations for when the club opened its doors later tonight. A variety of alcoholic drinks and some snacks were delivered to him. He ignored the food and grabbed a bottle of beer instead, opening it by himself before chugging directly from the bottle. The club manager smiled at him. Excuse me, boss, how? What? Sweat beaded on the manager's forehead, but the man continued smiling, pretending to be unaffected by Liu Ziheo's scary aura. Would you like me to, bring some ladies here to accompany you? Liu Ziheo took another swig of beer instead of replying. His expression showed none of his thoughts, but he was actually considering the manager's suggestion. He was tempted to agree because he hadn't had sex since his breakup with Long Jinjing. His carnal needs were currently screaming at him to relieve himself as soon as possible. Just as he was about to agree, however, Long Jinjing's sweet smiling face flashed in his mind all of a sudden. He almost choked on his beer. His expression darkened at his traitorous thoughts. No need, he eventually said in a hoarse voice. All right, boss. I'll be leaving now to supervise the workers downstairs. Please don't hesitate to call for me if you need anything else. Liu Ziheo grunted. The manager hurried out of the room, making sure to lock the door behind him. It would be a great disaster if one of his employees disturbed the scary big boss by accident. Alone in the private room, Liu Ziheo stared at nothing as he drank another bottle of alcohol, rum this time. There was no change in his expression as he spent the time drinking in total silence. The more he drank, however, the more dazed his eyes became. Soon, a tent formed on his groin beneath his jeans. His breathing also sped up. He tossed the empty bottle that he was holding to the next couch. Then he leaned back on his seat before closing his eyes. Jinjing. He touched the hardness underneath his jeans and started groping himself. Their last night together played in his mind. They were in Long Jinjing's bedroom. He was lying on his back and eating her between her legs while she was on top of him, sucking his hard length with that incredible mouth of hers. During the last 3 days leading to their breakup, Long Jinjing truly let herself go and became completely uninhibited whenever they were having sex. Her shyness was still there, but she had allowed herself to go wild and demand more pleasure from him instead of just taking what he gave her. In the club's private room, Liu Ziheo unbuckled his belt and unzipped his jeans. In just a few seconds, he freed his raging erection and immediately used his hand to stroke himself up and down while the other hand massaged the bulging sack hanging below. He pleasured himself as the memory of the hot scene continued playing in his mind. Long Jinjing's sexy moans filled the bedroom. He slapped her but hard, making her squeak when he felt her mouth neglecting his hard length. Don't stop sucking. Why yes, she stammered in between pleasure-filled gasps. After making her climax in this position, he pulled her down to the bed and climbed on top of her. She opened her legs wide without needing any prompting from him. She even pulled him by the waist and grabbed his erection in impatience. He chuckled. You want me to fuck you that much, huh? Yes, Nikolai. Tell me what you want from me. He whispered before sucking on her neck and chest, leaving little bright red spots. She held on to his wide shoulders. Fuck me, Nikolai. I need you to fuck me. Please fuck me like you've never fucked any other woman before. Even if you don't tell me. That's what I already planned on doing. And indeed, that was what he did. The noises in the club's private room became a little noisier as Liu Ziheo pumped his erection with his powerful hand. Both his eyes were squeezed shut, his teeth gritted hard, and his chest heaving as he produced animalistic groans and grunts. The hot memory he was fantasizing about felt so real that he could feel everything as if it was actually happening right now. He could hear Long Jinjing's sexy voice, smell her sweet, musky scent, and feel the trembling of her body as he rammed his hips into her wet heat over and over again. Fuck Jinjing. His moving hand twitched and tightened around his hard length. He quickly grabbed a tissue with his other hand, and with a final pump, all his pleasure erupted in a muffled roar. When it was over, Liu Ziheo's consciousness returned to the club's silent and dim private room. He glanced down at his mess. The smell of his own musk wafted around him. After the pleasure was only emptiness. There was no Long Jinjing beside him. He expelled a long, drawn-out breath. What the fuck am I doing? Of course, nobody answered him. He couldn't even sense Liu Ziheo's remnant within him, which was normal. At least the guy had the decency to respect his privacy whenever he engaged in sexual acts. He no longer felt interested in staying in the club and drinking like a pathetic, lonely man in an empty room by himself. After cleaning himself up and tidying his messy clothes, he left the club and began driving aimlessly once again. Touching himself was certainly not enough to satisfy his current carnal needs. A man with a high libido like him, who was also at his prime, needed regular sex. Should I find a woman to fuck tonight? Before he could think more about it, a sense of rejection immediately filled him. He then remembered a previous embarrassing experience of failing to maintain an erection while getting a blowjob from other women after his one-night stand with Long Jinjing. At this rate, won't I be unable to have sex with other women from now on? A dark scowl twisted his expression as the possibility dawned on him. Fuck. Damn it, Jinjing. You've ruined me. He was almost overcome with dread at the nightmarish possibility of being forced into celibacy because he couldn't get his thing hard with other women, and the only way to vent himself was to fantasize about his ex-girlfriend. Shit, wasn't this just too horrific? Dude, never blame the lady for your own hard-on. A familiar voice sounded inside his head all of a sudden. Don't talk to me. I have no time to listen to your shit. Haha, you're as foul-mouthed as ever. Relax, bro. Your negative feelings are disturbing my rest. Why so serious? Lu Zihao. No. Nikolai ignored the remnant. But just as he expected, it continued to talk inside his head, irritating the shit out of him. Bro, do you know how you can make yourself feel better once and for all? Nikolai didn't want to reply at first, but curiosity won over. How? It's easy. Hee. Just drive over to your pretty ex-girlfriend's place tonight. Make up with her, and then commit to a real relationship this time without any deadlines and all that jazz. And voila, your girlfriend who's now your ex-girlfriend will become your girlfriend again. Then you'll stop acting like a grumpy lion who has a stick up your ass. Easy, right? Huh. Our relationship was real. The remnant scoffed. Dude, let's be real here, alright? Although I also played around a lot when I was still alive. Even I know the difference between a real relationship and something that isn't. What kind of real relationship has a freaking deadline? What's more, a deadline of 30 days. Stop deluding yourself, bro. It hurts watching you act like this, especially when you're using my handsome body. I was never this pitiful. Nikolai didn't reply. He continued driving with no clear destination. Lu Zihao's remnant continued chattering inside his mind while he fell into deep contemplation. After some time, he interrupted the remnant. She says she loves me. Congrats. She says that if it's possible, she wants to marry me. Wow. Congrats, bro. The remnant paused. Huh. Wait. You're using my identity now, so doesn't that mean that officially she'll be my wife? Hot damn. Nikolai scowled and hissed. Who's your wife? Watch your words. Haha. Jealous, ain't ya? Just admit it, bro. Admit what? That you love the woman called Miss Long Jinjing. Nikolai accidentally stepped on the brake pedal, causing the car to come to an abrupt halt. Angry horns blared from the vehicles behind him. Fortunately, the place wasn't a major road and was more of a residential area. However, there were still plenty of cars driving by, especially at this time of the day when overtime workers were heading home. God damn it, Lu Zihao. Ha. My bad. But wow, that was quite exciting. It would have been better if we were driving along a steep mountain road. Nikolai muttered curses about a crazy, thrill-seeking daredevil under his breath while he began driving again. Anyway, let's return to the important topic at hand. I said you love Miss Long Jinjing. Do you have anything to say about it? Come on. Don't be shy. I don't. No lies allowed or heavenly lightning will strike you down. If Nikolai didn't feel so affected by the subject of their conversation, he would have already rolled his eyes at the childish quips of Lu Zihao's remnant. Silence means that you indirectly agree. Oh ho ho, so you really do love Miss Pretty Jinjing. Shut up. Oh, he's defensive. So it must be true. Then the remnant began singing in a terrible, off-tune voice inside Nikolai's mind, making him want to bash his head against a wall. Can you feel the love tonight? Tonight. It's inside this car. It's not enough for this blind-ass Nikolai. That his ass got dumped. Oh, can you feel the love tonight? Tonight. His dumb ass got dumped. It's enough to admit that he fell in love. Believe the very best. Advice. From the love guru. Yours truly. Lu Zihao. A big vein started throbbing in Nikolai's forehead. Shut the fuck up, Lu Zihao. How's my song? Nice, right? I'm a generous guy, so I'll give it to you as your love theme song. Ha ha ha. You sound like shit. Ha ha ha. Of course, I can't compare to pros like Lil Bro Chong Lin and Sisson La Eve. But among normal people, I think I'm alright. Nikolai ignored the annoying fucker. Hey, bro, stop denying your feelings, I say. Don't you know that ladies are like phones? They love to be held and talked to, but if you press the wrong button, you'll get disconnected. If you don't smarten up, you'll stay disconnected forever. And dude, forever is too long to stay a grumpy asshole like how you're acting like now. Shut up. I'm not in love, okay? Nikolai may have said this, but his expression showed confusion. At least, I don't think so. Hee. The remnant's annoying laughter echoed in his head. The remnant spent almost an hour teasing Nikolai before exhausting itself and returning to rest in his consciousness. He, on the other hand, couldn't rest even if he wanted. His mind might have felt battered by everything that happened today, but his body was still brimming with energy. He felt so restless that he barely knew what to do to make himself feel better. No, that wasn't quite accurate. Actually, he knew what to do. In times like this, he would usually either find a woman to have sex with or train his body until it collapsed. The first option wasn't possible at the moment because he was only craving for one woman, Long Jinjing. Having sex with other women no longer interested him. Or more accurately, he couldn't seem to get it up anymore for other women except for Long Jinjing. This would leave him with only the second option, which was to train his body and exhaust it to the limit. Should I return to the headquarters and drag some people to spar with me? Yeah, let's do that. With a clear destination in mind, he changed directions and took the route back to Shadow Wind's headquarters. It was almost midnight. The seemingly endless road made his thoughts start to wander and remember the remnant's words to him earlier. Impossible. There's no way that I'm in love. I, Nikolai Vetrov, have fallen in love. He snorted and curled his lip, but his eyes reflected the turmoil of his emotions. This is just lust. Yes, that's it. This lust should eventually go away on its own after sufficient time away from Jinjing has passed. While he was trying to persuade himself, he failed to notice that he missed the way back to the headquarters and was automatically driving to another familiar route. When he finally realized what happened, his car was already parked in front of Long Jinjing's condo building. Are you fucking kidding me? He was taken aback by his own distracted actions. The ringing of his phone snapped him to attention. He answered it. Boss Hao, is that you? Parked in front of Miss Jinjing's building. It was Shun. For a moment, Lu Zihao didn't know how to answer. Hello? Boss Hao? Huh. Did he hang up? Lu Zihao cleared his throat. It's me. Wait a bit, and come to my car to report. Understood, boss. The call ended. Lu Zihao glanced at the condo building. Only a few units had their lights still on. This was a quiet neighborhood, and people here usually slept early and also woke up early. He found Long Jinjing's unit. Her bedroom light was still on. He frowned. Why wasn't she asleep yet? He was tempted to disregard his promise to stay away from her after their breakup and barge into her place. As soon as the thought entered his mind, however, he forcefully tamped it down. He glared at Long Jinjing's brightly lit bedroom window before driving away from the building and parking the car at the nearby children's playground. About a couple of minutes later, there was a knock on the car window. Then Shun entered the car and sat in the passenger seat. The light in her bedroom is still on, Lu Zihao said, not waiting for his subordinate's greeting. Yes, boss. About that. Miss Jinjing hasn't been turning the light off in her room at night. Lu Zihao frowned. Ever since your breakup, Miss Jinjing sleeps with the light always turned on in her room. Lu Zihao fell silent for a few seconds before asking, Is she alright? I think she's well enough. Well enough? What the fuck does that mean? Be more specific. Shun immediately sat up straighter and reported everything that he had observed while shadowing Long Jinjing. Lu Zihao listened with rapt attention, interrupting his subordinate now and then to clarify some of the tiniest details. So you're saying that she lost weight? Yes, boss. How can she allow herself to lose weight when she's already so thin? Shun didn't answer. Lu Zihao didn't care because he wasn't expecting an answer anyway. He glanced at the condo building with an angry expression. Beneath the anger was deep worry. The urge to barge into the woman's place and feed her some food filled him. But like before, he tamped the thought down. Damn it, all he could do was curse at the situation. They already broke up. In addition, Long Jinjing made him promise to stay away from her as much as possible. Her reason was that it would only hurt her more if she frequently saw him after their breakup. Since she looked so pitiful with tears flowing down her face when she told him this, he couldn't bear to deny her request even though he was honestly against it. He could deal with her shyness. He could even deal with her anger. But when she cried in front of him, he felt completely helpless and unable to do anything. This was especially the case during the last 3 days leading up to their breakup. She might have shed all her inhibitions and went wild while they were having sex, but afterwards, she would break down and sob in his arms. This was why he had been unable to make himself manipulate Long Jinjing into extending their 30-day relationship by seducing her out of her wits. Those tears of hers had unarmed him, causing him to give her what she wanted, to break up with him. Shun interrupted his thoughts. Boss Hao, I don't know if I should report this. You know that I hate it when people dilly-dally when talking to me. Just speak. Yes, boss. Robin said something when the two of us were changing shifts earlier today. Oh, we arranged our own schedules. Robin's shift is during the day while I watch over Miss Jinjing at night. Lu Zihao nodded, not really minding how they set up their respective schedules. All he cared about was for Long Jinjing to be well protected 24/7. Yes, it was for protection. He, Nikolai, wasn't stalking, monitoring her due to his self-interest. Not at all. Robin said that Miss Jinjing has been spending a lot of time with a guy at work recently, Shun said. Lu Zihao's expression immediately turned dark. Which motherfucker has been sniffing around Jinjing? Lu Zihao growled. Shun looked down to avoid his boss' murderous eyes, but overall still managed to remain calm despite the malevolent aura filling inside the car. After all, Shun was a specially recruited member of Shadow Winds. Other than the paparazzo, all the members of Shadow Winds had top-notch skills in their respective fields of expertise. They could be considered elite of the elites, if not for their tainted histories. Under Lu Zihao's brutal but highly effective training regimen, they could only become stronger. Robin said that it's the German guy, Shun said. German. Lu Zihao thought for a moment before an image of a white man flashed in his mind. Auric Bauer, Orchidia Beauty CPO. Yes, boss Hao. That's the guy. Keep talking. I don't know the specific details because it was Robin who saw them during her shift, but she told me that Auric Bauer is always approaching Miss Jinjing and the two of them end up talking for a long time. Robin also mentioned that today after work when Miss Jinjing was about to go home, that Bauer guy stopped her and talked to her again. Lu Zihao's expression was extremely twisted at this moment. What did they talk about? I don't know. Why the hell you don't know? Sorry, boss Hao. Robin is not skilled in lip reading, so she won't be able to know what they're talking about while watching them from a distance. Don't worry, boss. I'll switch shifts with her. I can read lips, although I'm not 100% accurate. Do it. Understood, boss. Then Shun hesitated. Speak. How about we plant bugs on Miss Jinjing? That way we'll be able to have clear audio recordings of her conversations with other people. Lu Zihao fell silent and seriously thought about Shun's suggestion. In the end, however, he shook his head. No, she'll be upset if we do that. But she won't know that we planted the bugs on her. He reconsidered. But still shook his head. Jinjing won't know, but it's easy for my sister to detect planted surveillance devices. They're friends, and also sisters, so they meet quite regularly. Not to mention that Jinjing works at my sister's company as well. No bugs can go unnoticed by my sister. Shun had no choice but to give up on his suggestion. Go home, Lu Zihao said all of a sudden. I'll take over the watch tonight. But boss, I can still. I said go home. Shun obeyed and left. Alone in his car once again, Lu Zihao stared at the condo building. This lasted for about half an hour before his restlessness became almost unbearable. He gritted his teeth and desperately worked on his self-control, but to no avail. Thus, he made a decision. Bacon. This time, his AI nephew didn't appear immediately upon being called. Lu Zihao waited, feeling impatient as the seconds ticked by. Around the 1-minute mark, the black cat finally appeared on his dashboard monitor. Bacon greets Uncle Zihao. Why did you take so long? Bacon is currently grounded, so I had to ask for father's permission first before responding to Uncle Zihao's call. Oh, it was only then that Lu Zihao recalled what happened earlier today. He almost forgot about Bacon's matter and how the little scoundrel blackmailed him into taking all the blame and stealing Rose Young's files from his sister. Had it been only a day? His mind had been wholly absorbed by Long Jing after he left Shadow Winds headquarters. Did your mother forgive you? He asked his AI nephew. Yes, mother forgave Bacon, but she was quite angry this time. She spent almost the entire night checking my system logs to make sure that I really didn't take a peek at the secret files. Then father also became upset because he wanted mother to sleep early. Lu Zihao sighed, also feeling guilty about his sister. Well, it's good if she has forgiven you. How long did your father ground you this time? 1 month. That long? Lu Zihao frowned, already thinking of calling his brother-in-law to negotiate Bacon's punishment. Don't worry, Uncle Zihao. Father gave Bacon special permission to continue my work at Shadow Winds, but only for the missions involving my parents' requests. Fine. Bacon also showed father the preliminary list of traitors in the Jin branch families. I entered all their names in the family's virtual black notebook. Father says that Uncle Zihao and Shadow Winds can go ahead and punish the traitors in whatever way we want. Lu Zihao's eyes flashed with cold danger. Good. And also, mother upgraded the passwords of her virtual security vault. Bacon won't be able to crack them anymore, nor would I want to do it again, even if I become stronger. It's horrible when mother is angry at me. So Uncle Zihao, please don't ask me to steal anything from mother again. Lu Zihao scowled at the little rascal. I never told you to steal from her. I only made a suggestion. Bacon tilted his furry head to the side and blinked at him with his golden eyes which glowed in the darkness. Lu Zihao almost choked at the little rascal's secret weapon, imitating Evelinka's mannerisms. Faced with such adorable actions, Lu Zihao was unable to scold his AI nephew. Damn cunning kitten. If the kid only had a real body, he would have already long spanked the naughty Bacon's furry bottom. He really wanted to meet the bastard from whom Bacon's personality was based on. It was the asshole's fault that he, Nikolai Vetrov, was now being tormented by his AI nephew. Huh. He expelled a long breath to calm himself. Uncle Zihao, why did you call Bacon so late at night? Are you lonely? I think it's better for you to call Big Sister Ketchup instead of Bacon. She loves to talk nonstop. Bacon is not interested in chatting with a lonely man pining for his ex-girlfriend in the middle of the night. It's not classy. You little huh? Lu Zihao exhaled another long breath and did his best not to lose his temper. I didn't call you to chat. The black cat tilted his head to the other side. Bacon, disable that condo building's electronic security locks for me. I'm going to slip inside and see your Aunt Jean Jing. Is Uncle Zihao going to make up with Aunt Jean Jing and get back together with her? Bacon asked, his golden eyes glowing in the dark and his tail swishing left and right. Lu Zihao fell silent for a few seconds before saying, Don't ask too many questions, kid. Just do what I asked you to do. Bacon thought that Uncle Zihao is finally going to do the classy thing and court Aunt Jean Jing properly, just like how father pursued mother. But it seems that I'm wrong. Uncle Zihao is still acting like a coward. Not classy at all. In, out, in, out. Lu Zihao forced himself to take a few deep breaths to control his temper in front of his poison-tongued AI nephew. The little rascal sure knew how to aim where it hurt the most, his pride. Kid, are you going to help me or not? Uncle Zihao has become more impatient lately. It's not classy. Don't worry, Uncle. Bacon will help you break into Aunt Jean Jing's condo because it's too pitiful to continue watching you acting like a pathetic loser. Lu Zihao gripped the steering wheel with both hands, the veins in his arms protruding from the force, as he focused on taking deep breaths. Also, please be aware that Bacon will charge Uncle Zihao for this extra service. This is Uncle Zihao's personal matter, so it's considered outside the scope of my professional work at Shadow Winds. If you're in doubt, feel free to check my employment contract. Father made sure to include this additional clause, so Uncle Zihao is obligated to pay Bacon with the overtime rate. Fine. I'll pay you, okay? Bacon thanks Uncle Zihao. Do you think that you're classy by being a money grubber? Lu Zihao muttered under his breath. Bacon licked his fluffy paws and blinked his golden eyes with his trademark bored expression. Mother says that Grandpa Lu taught her an important life lesson. It's okay to be shameless when it comes to family. Uncle Zihao is family, so it's fine if I act shameless with you. As for me not acting classy, please be careful of your words, Uncle Zihao. Mother is the classiest person in the whole wide world, even classier than father, so whatever she says and does is guaranteed to be classy. Therefore, Bacon is also classy for following what my classy mother taught me. Lu Zihao opened his mouth, but no words came out, so he just shut it again. The little mama's boy might have a despicable two-faced personality most of the time thanks to an unknown bastard, but Bacon's unique and eloquent reasoning was without a doubt inherited from Evelinka. If only her personality were as vile as her AI sons back in their past lives, then she with her genius intellect might have given him, her big brother, a run for his money and might have even snatched the position of the next head of the Vetrov organization from him. Sighing, he shook his head and pushed away this impossible thought from his mind. His beloved little sister would have been the most perfect Vetrov in the history of their family organization, but she just had to be born with a kind and compassionate heart. It was truly a tragedy that such a precious angel was born in a family of great devils. I don't want to talk about this shit anymore. It was Uncle Zihao who started this topic, not Bacon, the black cat AI said, while continuing to groom himself. Damn devious little kitten. Absolutely had no reservations in pushing all the blame on his own uncle. Before Lu Zihao could snap at him, Bacon finally stopped grooming himself and sat up straight. When are we going to break into Aunt Jingjing's condo, Uncle Zihao? The hour is getting late. Bacon is still grounded and has a curfew to follow. If I come home past my curfew, Father will scold me and extend the time of my punishment. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lu Zihao frowned and hurriedly wore a wireless earpiece, tapping it in front of the little rascal in a silent gesture. Uncle Zihao didn't ask. Bacon's voice spoke through the earpiece. Lu Zihao grunted. He reached over to the front passenger side, opened the glove compartment, and grabbed a baseball cap. He wore it, pulling it down low until it covered the upper half of his face, and then pulled up the zipper of his coat all the way up, covering the remaining lower half of his head. He got out of the car and walked to the condo building, slinking in the shadows without making any sound. This time, he didn't head to the main entrance, but to a small side door instead that was typically used by the building's maintenance workers. His eyes found a surveillance camera above him, but he wasn't worried about it all. Bacon reported through the earpiece that he already hacked into the building's surveillance system. Lu Zihao was now free to move however and wherever he wanted in the condo, and the cameras wouldn't have any records of him. A few seconds later, the electronic lock blinked, indicating that Bacon was successful in disabling it. Lu Zihao entered, darting inside like a phantom. This part of the building was dark. Thanks to Bacon, the emergency lights didn't activate as Lu Zihao found the staircase and immediately started climbing. He chose not to use the elevator because it was too conspicuous even with Bacon's interference of the building system. What if a tenant went out in the hallway and saw him? It was better to be cautious. Besides, climbing several flights of stairs was nothing to him. He wasn't even panting when he finally reached Long Jingjing's floor. Stop, Uncle Zihao, Bacon's voice warned him through the earpiece. The building cleaner just came out of the garbage chute room. Lu Zihao froze and peeked through the window of the emergency door. Indeed, the cleaner who just came out of the chute room was pushing a cleaning cart in the hallway. Lu Zihao narrowed his eyes and flexed his hands as the cleaner seemed to be heading his way. Uncle Zihao shouldn't hurt an innocent person. It's not classy. Punish only those who deserve it. And if Aunt Jingjing learns that you hurt the cleaner in her building, she might hate you. Lu Zihao inwardly swore at his AI nephew, but his fist still loosened before he melted deeper into the shadows. It wasn't like he gave a damn about innocent people, but Bacon's warning about the possibility of upsetting Long Jingjing made him change his usual modus operandi. It wasn't a big deal anyway. He could just hide and wait it out to avoid direct contact with the building cleaner. The cleaner finally arrived in front of the emergency door before opening it. This time, the emergency lights automatically turned on. Then the cleaner began sweeping some candy wrappers and a couple of cigarette butts from the floor. Fortunately, he left after checking that there weren't any messes on the stairs. When the lights automatically turned off, a large figure noiselessly jumped down from a ledge on the wall hidden by the next flight of stairs. The cleaner is now gone, Uncle Zihao, Bacon said through the earpiece. The coast is clear. There's nobody in the hallway. Lu Zihao left the dark place and quickly walked along the hallway before stopping in front of Long Jingjing's door. Finally, for a moment, He glared at the door in front of him after remembering Shun and Robin's report that Long Jinjing immediately changed the lock and revoked his access in the electronic security system the day after they broke up. The woman was quite thorough in wanting to cut all ties with him. Then the electronic security lock blinked thanks to Bacon. Lu Zihao opened the door and slipped inside without making any sound. The familiar entryway directly leading to the cozy living room greeted him. He could see everything clearly even in the darkness. A sense of comfort filled him, causing his whole body to relax without his notice. He inhaled deeply and smiled at the familiar scent, her scent. He walked inside and scanned the entire place. Nothing had changed much. Everything was in its place. Then his eyes caught something. He stopped in his tracks and blinked a few times. He approached the display cabinet by the window. On top were several vases with dried and wilted flowers. "You're still keeping them," he whispered while touching a dried rose. It felt rough to his fingertips. A couple of brown petals fell down. These flowers were the ones he had given her during the last 3 days before their agreed breakup. He didn't notice that the corners of his lips hooked up. "Uncle Zihao, how long are you planning to stay inside Aunt Jinjing's place?" Bacon's question interrupted him. "It will be Bacon's curfew soon. There are no surveillance cameras inside Aunt Jinjing's unit, so I'm unable to see you. Go home, kid. I'll slip out by myself later." "Understood, Uncle Zihao. Bacon will go home now. Good night." There was only silence coming from Lu Zihao's earpiece. The little rascal must have left already. He sighed in relief as he headed to Long Jinjing's bedroom. There was light flowing out from the gap between the door and the floor. He crept closer and pressed his ear against the door. After a few seconds, he registered the sound of regular, deep breathing coming from inside the room. Then he opened the door and finally entered. His breath caught in his throat as soon as he saw the woman sleeping on the bed. His woman. He stepped closer until he was standing beside her bed. She was hugging the cheap teddy bear he had bought for her in a rush before their breakup. He leaned down and reached for her face, lightly caressing her soft cheek before stopping on her mouth. He gently rubbed her lips with his fingertips and felt his mouth go dry. The desire to kiss her filled him. However, he didn't act on the urge. Not for now, at least. His eyes caught the lily pendant necklace that he had given her around her neck. He smiled. Although he already knew that she wore the necklace because he frequently checked her location via the micro-tracker he had installed inside the pendant, it still greatly pleased him seeing the jewelry around her neck with his own eyes. Her breath brushed against his hand, somehow tickling him, even though he wasn't a ticklish person. In fact, the inside of his chest felt ticklish. He didn't understand the feeling, nor did he want to think about it too much. For now, all he wanted was to watch her sleep and confirm that she was all right. He continued observing her. Then he frowned. "It has only been a few days since we broke up, but she already lost a lot of weight." Long Jinjing was already a slim, petite woman. Now that she lost weight, she looked even smaller. Her cheekbones and collarbones became more prominent. Her chin was sharper. Her wrists were thinner and more delicate, looking as if they would break if he exerted even just a tiny amount of force on them. Perhaps he should call his sister and let Evelinka instruct Orchidia Beauty's cafeteria to give more nutritious food to Long Jinjing. As soon as the thought entered his mind, however, he dismissed it. No, I shouldn't disturb Evelinka while she's pregnant. She doesn't need to worry about other people's matters. If something happens to her, I'm sure that her AI son, the little scoundrel, would torment me even more. Not to mention that the kid's equally annoying father would support him completely just to punish me. Sighing, he squatted down beside the bed so that he was at eye level with the sleeping Long Jinjing. The bed was the one he especially custom-ordered to fit both of them inside her small bedroom. Although Long Jinjing was now sleeping alone, she still slept on her side of the bed and left his side filled with extra pillows instead. He stroked her hair, staring at her face. How come she looked even more beautiful now than when they were together? Despite her obvious weight loss, dark circles and bags under her eyes, he still thought that she had become prettier. He removed his baseball cap, leaned closer, and then pressed his mouth against hers, rubbing their lips together gently, and enjoying the feeling of kissing her again. Long Jinjing frowned and stirred before opening her eyes. He froze. "Nikolai." Long Jinjing stared at Lu Zihao through dazed, sleepy, half-lidded eyes. I'm dreaming of you again, you jerk," she mumbled before closing her eyes and falling asleep again. When her breathing became deep and regular again, Liu Zihao slowly released the breath he didn't notice that he was holding. A jerk, huh? He raised an eyebrow, the corners of his lips raising into a devilish smirk. She had never called him such names to his face before. Was this how she thought of him now, or did she always thought of him as a jerk? For some reason, he didn't feel insulted. On the contrary, he found it quite refreshing that his little Miss Prim and Proper Lady could also utter words of insult about him. Then her breath hitched all of a sudden, and a single tear escaped from the corner of her eye. Nikolai, his smile froze. He watched as her eyelashes and lips trembled after whispering his name while dreaming. He reached over and wiped the tear with his fingers. Jing, don't cry, he whispered. Perhaps feeling the warmth of his fingers on her cheek, she instinctively moved closer to him. I love you, Nikolai, you jerk. His hand, touching her, froze as he felt something in his chest shake. Are you awake, Jing? No answer. Her chest continued to rise and fall in a regular rhythm, indicating that she was still asleep and was just sleep-talking. He took a long, deep breath and exhaled it carefully while doing his damn best to calm himself down after hearing Long Jing declaring her love for him again, even while sleeping. Many indescribable and complicated emotions swirled and swelled within him, making his chest feel as if it was being crushed from the inside by a powerful but intangible force. For the first time ever, he wondered what it would be like if he was a normal man living a regular life, a man without memories of a dangerous past life, as the infamous and deadly heir of what was once known as the most powerful criminal family in the international underworld, a man who wasn't consumed by an almost obsessive thirst for vengeance. If he were such a normal man living a regular life, then he could marry this sweet, shy, kind, and delicately beautiful woman sleeping on the bed that he custom-ordered for the two of them without worrying for her safety or the possibility of her rejecting him because of the illegal nature of his work and his brutality against people he considered his enemies. He had never dared to imagine that kind of idyllic life before. As Nikolai Vetrov and the direct heir of the family organization, he couldn't afford to waste time dreaming of something that was impossible for someone like him to possess. As a Vetrov, there was no such thing as marrying for the sake of love. Such a thing was considered a weakness that their enemies could exploit. To the Vetrovs, marriage was, first and foremost, for the sake of continuing the family line and producing strong offspring. The second most important reason was to strengthen the family organization by marrying a partner that could either contribute top-notch skills or bring invaluable connections and other resources, or both. Madame Evgenia Yuryevna Vetrova, Nikolai and Evelina's mother, was an example of someone who contributed her top-notch skills to the organization. She was a talent personally trained and groomed by her father-in-law, the head of the family organization back then, starting when she was just a child. Although she didn't bring any valuable connections or wealth into the marriage, she was still considered one of the most formidable and powerful wives in the history of the Vetrovs. An extremely beautiful but deadly woman with an ice-cold and poisonous heart. This kind of frightening woman gave birth to Nikolai and Evelina, the pair of siblings who had been reborn after their tragic deaths and were now living in different bodies as Liu Zihao and Long Xiaolan, aka Iris Long, respectively. Madame Vetrova was perhaps the biggest reason why the brother and sister treated love as something strange and alien. They just had no idea what to do with the thing called romantic love. If not for Evelina's sheltered upbringing that made her innocent in a number of ways, she as Iris Long wouldn't have fallen in love and accepted Jin Liwei so quickly. As for Nikolai, now living as Liu Zihao, the concept of romantic love wasn't something that he could easily accept, unlike his sister. The lessons that were painfully drilled into him in his past life weren't so easy to disregard. Romantic love was a weakness, a big weakness. For someone like him whose sole goal was revenge against extremely dangerous enemies, any weakness could be deadly. His obvious connections to his reborn sister, her husband, and all the other people close to them, all of them could already be considered as his weaknesses. This was why he was trying so hard to distance himself from all of them, even limiting meetings with his own sister, because he didn't want the enemies to use them against him. If he added a wife and children into the mix, he didn't want to imagine such a dangerous idea. He didn't give a damn about other innocent people, but if they were those he considered his family, then there was no way that he could bear it if they were harmed by his enemies. Therefore, it was better for him not to marry or have children in this lifetime. It was safer this way. Whether he lived or died in his bloody path of vengeance, at least he wouldn't have to worry about his innocent family. As for his sister, Evelinka had Jin Liwei to protect her with his vast wealth, powerful status, widespread influence, and impressive connections. She also wasn't someone to be trifled with despite her naturally kind and compassionate heart. After all, she was a legendary hacker and was also trained in close combat, not to mention a top-notch sharpshooter. Nikolai didn't have to worry much about her. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. He would always worry about his sister, but at least she had someone to protect her in case something happened to him. Looking at the sleeping Long Jin in front of him, Liu Zihao forced down the confusing emotions that were causing him to act so unlike his usual character. This is lust, just lust, he desperately persuaded himself. Any other possibility was something that he couldn't afford to consider. His little Miss Prim and proper lady deserved a happy and safe life, something that he couldn't possibly give her. He would just be wronging her if he continued desiring to be with her when he knew full well that she was in love with him. But he really wanted Long Jin. He craved for her. She occupied his mind during the day and his dreams at night. She was like a drug that made him addicted to her, causing him to need her on a regular basis, or he would feel like going crazy. This is fucking nuts. Sighing, he leaned down and kissed her lips again. Her warm breath and sweet taste made him groan, making him want more of her. He deepened the kiss and caressed her lips with his tongue before plunging it carefully inside. She moaned and instinctively responded to his kiss, even while asleep. It excited him. He sucked on her lips and enjoyed this moment. When he almost felt like losing control, he forced himself to stop. He was gasping as he sat back on his heels, creating some distance between them. Damn! He pressed his hand over his chest and felt his heart hammering inside with the addition of something he couldn't define. It was a weird sensation, sweet, light, yet also heavy and a little alarming. These unknown and contradictory feelings were starting to scare the shit out of him. He wiped the sweat beading on his forehead with the back of his hand. It wasn't only his forehead. He was covered in sweat. Cold sweat. It felt so uncomfortable. Then he suddenly remembered the terrible, off-tune song that the remnant sang to tease him earlier. Can you feel the love tonight? Tonight. It's inside this car. It's not enough for this blind-ass Nikolai. That his ass got dumped. Oh, can you feel the love tonight? Tonight. His dumb ass got dumped. It's enough to admit that he fell in love. Believe the very best. Advice from the love guru. Yours truly. Liu. The ridiculous love song was now stuck in his head and played in a seemingly endless loop. Damn you, Liu Zihao. Nobody replied. The remnant appeared to be sleeping after expending its energy conversing with him earlier for almost an hour. Despite his irritation, he still couldn't help but think of what the remnant said. It claimed that he, Nikolai, was in love with Long Jin. He looked at Long Jin, whose lips were now moist and a little swollen, with a complicated expression on his face. I'm in love with you. He shook his head. No, that can't be. I can't possibly know. He abruptly stood up and backed away from the bed, creating more distance between the two of them. However, he didn't take his eyes off her. His scarred hand pressed harder on his chest. He could still feel his wildly beating heart. Shit. Hashtag. Her phone's alarm woke up Long Jin. It was still dark outside because of the early hour and also because it was now the start of the winter season. For some reason, however, she felt more rested this morning, even though she always felt tired upon waking up in the past few days. She, of course, knew the exact reason for her lacking energy. She was missing the man she loved, but didn't love her back. Liu Zihao. No, Nikolai. Sighing, she pushed herself up to a sitting position on the bed. Then all of a sudden, memories of her dream last night came rushing into her mind. It made her breath catch in her throat because it felt so real. He had been standing by the bed and looking at her. Then he kissed her. It was a beautiful dream. No, it was a painful dream. She licked her slightly chapped lips. Maybe it was just her imagination, but she could still taste him in her mouth. Her eyes watered. She couldn't help it. She missed him so much. All she could do to somehow ease the pain was crush the small teddy bear that he had given her in her embrace and press her face against it. Moments later, She wiped the tears from her eyes and finally climbed out of her bed to start getting ready for work. Then she stopped in her tracks when she caught a whiff of something. Huh. She leaned down and sniffed at the area by the edge of the bed. Why did it smell like that, man? Or was it her imagination playing tricks on her again? Was she missing him too much that she was beginning to have hallucinations? Stop it, Jin Jing. The two of you are over. But it really smelled like him. Not perfume, but the natural scent of his body. It was faint, but she couldn't mistake it. With how many times they slept together, his scent was already imprinted deeply in her mind. Did you come here last night? Her heart started beating hard inside her chest. Or am I only imagining things? The possibility that he might have secretly come to see her last night pervaded her mind. She looked around her bedroom, trying to find any signs of his visit. Nothing. She rushed out of her bedroom, banging the door open against the wall, and frantically searched the living room, the kitchen, and the rest of her unit. But still nothing. She walked with wooden legs until she was in front of the wilted flowers he had given her before they broke up. Dried petals and leaves were now falling all around the vases, as if to signify the end of her so-called relationship with Liu Zihao. If only her love for him was also easy to die, then she wouldn't be hurting so much like this. Her knees buckled, and she fell to the floor. Covering her mouth, she tried her best to muffle her sobs. Nikolai, you J-jerk. A pink sports car drove to the underground parking lot of an old apartment building. The car door opened upwards, and one super high-heeled boot stepped down on the cement, followed by another. Out came a big-breasted woman with a tall nose and plump lips wearing branded clothing from head to toe. Her eyes were covered with cat-eye, mirrored sunglasses even though it was evening. She closed the car door and pulled down her sunglasses until it rested on the bridge of her surgically enhanced nose. Then she looked around the dingy parking lot filled with low-end vehicles. Many of them were dusty. She pursed her plump, red lips injected with fillers as she glanced at her pink sports car. Her car was definitely the most eye-catching vehicle here. She estimated that the combined worth of all the vehicles in this parking lot wouldn't be able to compare to the eye-popping price of her own sports car. What if someone steals my car? Then her eyes, surgically enhanced, of course, lit up. Oh right, I can just buy a new one. This hot pink shade is so last season. Coral pink is all the rage these days. Come, car thieves. Help yourselves. Ahaha. Oops, gotta go. Then she strutted away from her so last season hot pink sports car and walked towards the elevator, making sure to sway her hips from side to side. The way she walked made her feel like a supermodel strutting on the catwalk, but in other people's eyes, she somewhat looked like a waddling duck. Along the way, she fished out her crystal-encrusted phone from her limited-edition crocodile hide bag before calling her best friend. Rosie dear, the queen has arrived in the building. I'm in the underground parking lot. Which floor do I press on the elevator again? After the short call, the woman followed her friend's instructions and arrived where she was supposed to go. The door opened, and a thin guy who looked like a college student in his early 20s stuck his head out. Are you Miss Jenny Sang? He asked. Jenny flipped her perfectly blow-dried, voluminous, ash-blonde hair and gave the young guy a flirty smile and a wink. Hello there, yes. I am indeed the one and the only Jenny Sang. You can call me beauty or sexy. Either one is fine, but you can also call me both. You're pretty cute yourself. What's your name? Can I get your number? A female voice yelled from the inside of the apartment unit. Jenny, don't you dare target my young cousin. You've already divorced twice. Come inside quickly. F flirting. The young man turned crimson as he opened the door wider to let Jenny in. Jenny removed her sunglasses as she stepped inside and came closer to the blushing guy. Oh, a shy one, aren't you? So cute. Rawr. Ahaha. Jenny sang. She rolled her eyes before yelling back. Coming, Rosie. Stop being such a bitch. Ugh. As she returned her attention to the young man and offered her perfectly manicured hand. The guy looked at the hand in confusion. She wiggled her fingers. Escort me inside. Oh. He blushed harder, but still took her hand awkwardly and led her to the small living room. What took you so long? Rose Young grumbled on the couch. Sitting beside her was a pretty teenage girl. Jenny handed her bag to the young man and removed her mink fur coat. She handed the coat to him and took back her bag before walking to her best friend. The two friends exchanged air kisses and a light hug. I always tell you stop acting like a bitch, Rosie. Being negative all the time makes you look older. Look at those horrible dark circles and big eye bags. We must go have a facial tomorrow. Oh, let's have your cute cousin accompany us. Jenny didn't wait for Rose Young to reply before turning her attention to the unfamiliar teenager. And this is... The teenager stepped forward and introduced herself. Hello, Miss Sang. My name is Jin Liwei. I'm elder brother Liwei and big brother Chonglin's younger cousin. Oh, Jenny leaned closer and studied the teenager's face carefully. So that's why you look somewhat familiar. You resemble Jin Chonglin a little bit. Jin Liwei smiled. Yes, many people tell me that. So why are you here, Jelly? You're close with Rosie. Yes, I look up to Big Sis Rose. She's the best role model ever. I want to be like her and become a successful career woman. I've always wanted her to marry elder brother Liwei and become an official part of our Jin family. But that bitch Iris Long just had to steal him. Did you know that because of that hateful woman, elder brother Liwei made old Sir Liu fire my dad from Jin Corporation's board of directors and disowned our entire branch family from the clan? Arg, just thinking about it makes me so mad. I hate Iris Long so much. She's the reason why our branch family is suffering right now. There. Rose Young patted the teenager's back and stroked her hair. Don't get too angry, Jar. You're still young. As long as you work hard and focus on achieving your ambitions, you'll be able to reverse your family's bad fortune someday. Really? Of course. But Big Sis Rose, you're in a worse position than my family right now. Elder brother Liwei fired you, and those videos are still spreading everywhere right now. Rose Young's expression turned ugly, causing Jin Liwei to flinch and step back from her. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Please don't get mad at me, Big Sis, the teenager mumbled. Rose Young took a few deep breaths and forced herself to smile. Don't worry. Your big sister will survive this and come out on top in the end. Well, that's true. Jenny interrupted the conversation as she sat on the couch and crossed her legs. There are plenty of world-famous celebrities abroad who became known because of sex tapes and then ended up building super successful careers afterwards. Rosie is a smart girl, so I'm sure that she can capitalize on her sex videos and come out stronger in the end. Am I right? Shut up, Jenny. Rose glared at her. Oh, don't be so mean to your own bestie, Rosie. Ahaha. The women sat down in the living room while the young man gave Jenny Sang a chilled can of orange juice. Both Rose Young and Jin Liwei, who came to the apartment unit earlier than Jenny already, had their own open cans. Sorry, I don't have tea here, he said in a sheepish tone. Don't worry about it. I'll gift you some high-quality tea leaves. So how about you go on a date with me? Jenny winked at him. Jenny, stop flirting with my cousin. Oh, come on, Rosie. I'm just admiring a handsome man. There's nothing wrong with going on a date. It's not like I'm asking him to marry me. The young man blushed again. Look at him. He's so cute. Ah, I still didn't get your name. Come on, tell me. Don't be shy. Your beautiful and sexy big sister Jenny won't eat you up, I promise. At least not yet. My English name is Luke. Big sister Rose and I are maternal cousins. Hi, Luke. Come here and sit beside me. Before Luke could react, Jenny had already pulled him down to sit beside her on the couch. All of his exposed skin turned red, causing her to laugh even more merrily. She hugged his arm and pushed her big, fake boobs against him. Then she glanced at her scowling best friend and the curious Jin Liwei. So, Rosie, why did you call us in this pitifully tiny apartment? Sorry that it's so tiny, Luke said in a small voice. My family isn't rich like Big Sister Rose's maternal family. I'm renting this place on my own because it's near my university. Oh, Luke, don't worry. Your new big sister, Jenny, isn't looking down on you. How about I sponsor your entire schooling and find you a better apartment? What do you think? Jenny, stop it. My cousin isn't a beggar. He has me, his blood-related cousin, to help him. Jenny leaned her head on Luke's shoulder. If you're really helping your cousin, why is he still staying in this place then? You even asked me, the one and only Jenny Sang, one of the most iconic Singaporean socialites of this generation, to come in such a squalid area. Can't we just meet in your condo or somewhere nicer? You even invited a teenager. What if some thugs attacked Jelly while coming here? What were you thinking, Rosie? Thugs rarely come here, Luke mumbled. Just shut it, Jenny, Rose Young said, sighing. I haven't really met any of my maternal relatives since I came to the country. That's why it's only now that I learned about my cousin's situation. And I asked you to come here because there are paparazzi camping outside my condo to ambush me ever since those illegally recorded private videos of me were spread on the internet. Even the tabloids started attacking me. This place should be safer since not a lot of people know that Luke is my cousin. I was sneaking out of my condo when Jar called me to offer moral support. She wanted to meet me, so I decided to just bring her along. Jean Jilly stomped her foot. Oomph. I bet that it's that bitch Iris Long who caused you to be humiliated in the media like this, big. Sis Rose. Previously, the tabloids were criticizing Iris Long for making elder brother Liwei fire you because of her jealousy. And then the next day, those shameful videos of you were spread all over the internet, and the tabloids suddenly changed their aim to you. It's just too coincidental. How can she ruin your reputation like this? She's so despicable. Rose clenched her hand hard, causing her nails to dig into her palms. Indeed, she agreed with Jean Jelly. It must be Iris Long who caused all the trouble she was facing right now. Well, you have to admit that you were really wild and naughty in those videos, Rosie. Jenny interrupted, laughing. Even I'm impressed by your libido. What's your secret? Are you taking some special supplements or something? Quick, tell your bestie. Don't be shy. Ahaha. Both Luke and Jean Jelly turned red at her frankness. Shut up, Jenny. Ahaha. You're still such a bitch, Rosie. I really feel confused why I'm still friends with you. Jean Jelly tried to interject. Miss Sang. Call me Big Sister Jenny. Big Sister Jenny, please don't call Big Sis Rose a bitch. It's Iris Long, that man-stealer, who's the real bitch here, not Big Sis Rose. Ahaha. Girl, do you even know the definition of man-stealer? In the first place, Jin Liwei has never been Rosie's man. So how could Iris Long steal him away from her? It's actually Rosie who's in the wrong here, because she's lusting after another woman's man. Oh, woe to me. Even though I know it's wrong, but since Rosie is my bestie, I have to support her no matter what. This is what a best friend is supposed to do. I'm ready to help her with anything. Oh, she's so lucky to have me. Rose's expression was now extremely ugly. She was trying so hard to control her anger and to restrain herself from slapping her friend's cosmetically enhanced face. It was at times like this that she often wondered how she became best friends with such an annoying person like Jenny Sang. But she already knew the answer. Jenny Sang was the most loyal friend. She was the type of person who could make one's blood boil in anger by her careless words and superficial, condescending actions, but would still help a friend bury a corpse without hesitation. This was why Rose Young tolerated this annoying best friend of hers. She couldn't find anyone who was more loyal to her than Jenny Sang. She sighed and massaged her temples. Just please stop for now. Okay, Jenny. Alrighty, Rosie. After calming down, Rose looked at everyone with a serious expression. You all know that the situation I'm in right now is the worst. I need your help. Will you help me? Jenny rolled her eyes. Rosie, do you even need to ask me that question? Big sis Rose, I'll help. Just tell me what to do. You're my cousin. Of course, I'll help you. Satisfied by their responses, Rose Young told them about her rough plan. Whoa, Rosie dear. You're joking, right? Jenny Sang gave her friend an exaggerated once-over from head to toe, as if checking if Rose was still sane. Similar to Jenny, Luke also expressed his hesitation after hearing his cousin's plan. Is this really okay? Uncle Romeo said that Big Sister Rose should be more careful during this time, lie low, and follow his instructions. Isn't this plan too reckless? Only Jean Jelly supported her plan without doubting it for even a second. I'm all in, big sis. I might still be a teenager, but I'll do my best to help your plan succeed in any way that I can. Thank you, Jar. Rose was very pleased by the teenage girl's resoluteness in supporting her despite the current public beating that her reputation was taking. Jenny sighed in a dramatic manner before leaning forward towards her friend. Her Botoxed face might not move much, but it was still able to express her seriousness. Rosie, honey, listen to your bestie, okay? You're a smart girl and should think up a better plan than this super-clicked stupidity. If this is a novel, the readers will be cursing the author for being so unoriginal. Rose crossed her arms over her chest and sent Jenny a displeased frown. You just said earlier that you're ready to help me with anything because that's what a best friend is supposed to do. Are you going back on your words now? Sometimes being the voice of reason is also a best friend's duty, especially if I know that my friend is planning to rush head first into something stupid. Rosie, you're usually super smart, but I swear to the god of Botox that your IQ always falls to the negatives whenever it involves Jin Liwei. I know what I'm doing, Jenny. Girl, I would have believed those words if only you didn't copy-paste a stupid clicked plan directly out of a trashy romance novel. I, Jenny sang, am not book-smart like you, but with 2 amicable divorces under my belt, at least I know that self-respect is important to live a happy and fulfilling life free of worries that can cause wrinkles, cellulites, and sagging boobs. Rose glared at Jenny while both Luke and Jean Jelly stayed quiet and watched the 2 best friends' tense argument. Jenny flipped her ash blonde hair and continued lecturing. Also, I don't understand why you're so hung up on a frigid man like Jin Liwei. I've always tried to support your obsession with him, but I'm telling you that a man who doesn't respect you is not worth your time and love. I'm already getting tired watching you chasing after him for years with no results. Aren't you getting tired? Please, girl, even if it's just a little, have some self-respect, okay? I promise that it'll make you feel so much better than regular sex and masturbation. Shut up, Jenny. Rose grabbed her purse and threw it at her friend. Luke moved instinctively and blocked the small but heavy bag from hitting Jenny. You bitch. Jenny jumped out of the couch and lunged at Rose, but Luke hugged her and blocked her from attacking. Rose looked startled at how things suddenly developed to the current situation. Angry tears started pouring out of her eyes. I just love Big Brother Liwei so much, Jenny. I love him. I want Jin Liwei to be mine. I'll do anything to make him mine. I can't live without him, Jenny. Jean Jelly had already retreated to a safe corner. Her shock at what happened was clear on her face. Jenny finally stopped trying to scratch her friend's face. She sighed while continuing to hang on to Luke's skinny arm. Fine, whatever. Since I can't convince you otherwise, I'll support you. Happy now? We'll just have to make sure that you won't land in deeper shit than you're already in now. Rose's sobs filled the entirety of the small apartment unit. It took some time before she stopped and calmed down. Later, Jenny dragged Luke to buy dinner for all of them, using him as a guide in the area while she drove her eye-catching hot pink sports car. Meanwhile, Jean Jelly accompanied a swollen-eyed Rose in the apartment unit. Rose was in no mood to chat with the teenager, so she locked herself in the bathroom. She washed her face with cold water and looked at her horrible reflection in the mirror. Her best friend's words kept replaying in her head. What Jenny said to her was harsh, but deep inside, Rose knew that her friend was right. Yes, her plan was indeed reckless. Even she knew that much, but she still wanted to try it no matter what. After failing to obtain the man of her dreams, Jin Liwei, failing to reclaim her CMO position at Jin Corporation, failing the mission her family appointed her with when she came to this country, and now having to suffer the public humiliation caused by the viral spread of those illegally captured sex videos of her, Rose was feeling extremely desperate. She had decided to bet everything in this plan, no matter how clicked. It was now all or nothing. If she succeeded, then she would give the slut Iris Long a painful blow. Jin Liwei would also be hurt in the process, but he was a man. Society was always more forgiving to men of status like him, especially in situations like the one Rose planned on creating. Even if her plan succeeded, it might still not be an ideal situation for her, but she would definitely gain an upper hand against that hateful woman, Iris Long, the cause of all her current misfortunes. And if she failed, it would be as Jenny said. Rose would be in deeper shit than she was in right now. However, she didn't want to worry about it too much. Her father, Romeo Young, would surely be able to do something to save her and clean up after her mess, especially with the mysterious power backing their young family. She wiped the water off her face and looked at her reflection with pure determination. Go crazy, Rose. You have nothing to lose now, but that slut Iris Long has everything to lose. Then she smiled and laughed. Jenny sang, and Luke returned to the apartment carrying takeout dishes. Where's big sister Rose? Luke asked Jean Jelly, who was playing with her phone in the living room. Jean Jelly gestured towards the bathroom. She heard the creepy laughter coming from there earlier, and it freaked her out. The bathroom door finally opened, and Rose Young came out. Oh, you two are here. Perfect timing. I'm hungry. Let's eat. Later, the group was finishing up their dinner in the living room. Luke and Jean Jelly were both behaving in a very cautious manner around Rose. Jenny dabbed her lips with a paper serviette before facing her best friend. So Rosie, about your plan. What about it? Rose didn't look at her, continuing to finish her food. I still think it's a stupid plan. Luke and Jean Jelly stiffened, not daring to breathe too loudly, afraid of triggering another meltdown from Rose Young or another fight between the two best friends. Surprisingly, Rose remained calm and didn't react in a negative manner. I agree that it's a risky plan. That's why we need to work on polishing it to increase its probability of success. Jenny sighed. So you're still not giving up, huh? Oh well, whatever. I already said that I'll help you, so I will. If we need more people, I can ask our other cousins, Luke said. I'm sure that they'll all be willing to help you, big sister Rose. Rose nodded. Should I ask my dad for help? Jean Gilly asked. Although my dad got fired from his position at Gene Corporation's board of directors, he still retains some of his old connections. No, don't do that. Jar, Uncle Chungong already has a lot on his plate ever since your family got kicked out of the Gene clan. The teenager pouted and sulked at the reminder that her family no longer belonged to the powerful Gene clan. Don't worry, Jar. My dad, your Uncle Romeo, and your dad, Uncle Chungong, are working on cooperating with each other. Things will get better for all of us. You'll see. Really? Rose nodded and smiled in a comforting way. Her eyes, however, were a little cold. Jean Gilly didn't notice. Okay, big sis. I won't tell my dad. Rosie, just be honest to the girl, Jenny interrupted. Tell her that the real reason why you don't want her to ask her daddy for help is because you don't want Mr. Jean Qinggong to inform Uncle Romeo about this stupid plan of yours. Am I right, or am I exactly right? Uh-huh. Jenny, I don't want to argue with you about this anymore, Rose said in a warning tone. Jenny rolled her eyes before sighing. Fine, whatever. Anyway, when are we commencing this so-called plan? This Friday. What the Botox? Rosie, have you finally gone cray-cray? Both Luke and Jean Jelly looked surprised and worried as well. This Friday. That's not enough time to make any proper preparations to ensure that your ridiculous plan will work. Rose looked at all of them with fierce eyes filled with determination. We'll have to make it work even if it means that we'll have to forego sleep. This Friday is the best opportunity to execute our plan. Because Jin Liwei will be treating the other executives for dinner. As long as he's not in his home or at Gene Corporation where the security is the tightest, we can definitely find an opening and entrap him. Jenny pressed the back of her hand on her forehead and groaned. Oh, God of silicone implants, please guide us in this craziness. ####. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. Jin Liwei reviewed the document that he just completed on his computer with a grave expression. Satisfied at the result, he called for his AI son. Bacon, send this file to your Uncle Zaheo. Tell him that if he needs more information, he can call me directly. Understood, father. Bacon's golden eyes dimmed as he ran the errand. A couple of minutes later, the black cat AI's eyes glowed again. Bacon is back, father. Uncle Zaheo looked satisfied by the information you provided him. Good. Jin Liwei leaned back on his chair and began massaging his temples. What he just gave his brother-in-law was additional in-depth information about the traitors in the Gene branch families that Bacon listed in their family's virtual black notebook. He had to call and consult Grandma Li and his mother, Huang Yuyan, for some of them. Fortunately, both his grandmother and mother didn't ask too many questions about his sudden interest in those relatives. The two of them had complete confidence in his leadership and trusted his judgment as the head of the Genes. He hoped that the document would make it easier for his brother-in-law and Shadow Winds to mete out whatever punishment they planned for those traitors. It was, in simple terms, a document of doom. Sighing, he rose from his seat and walked towards the large windows of his home office to stare at the night sky outside and rest his tired eyes. He had been extremely busy ever since he returned to work after his honeymoon, especially after everything that happened with Rose Young and the media mess her firing caused. Still, he made sure to come home in time for dinner and spend enough quality time with his pregnant wife. This meant, however, that he needed to find some time whenever possible to complete extra work at home. Daddy, Mommy just finished her online lesson with Professor Hisakawa, Ketchup informed him, interrupting his silent musing by the window. Mommy will come downstairs in a bit. Meow. N. His exhaustion eased a bit at the mention of his wife. Ketchup, go watch over your brother and make sure that he doesn't cause any trouble. He's still grounded. Aye, Daddy. Don't worry, Macaroni. The cute and mighty Ketchup won't let my naughty little kitty brother steal anything from Mommy ever again. Meow. Father, Bacon won't do it again because it's not classy. Jin Liwei gave his AI son a stern look. Good that you know. Don't ever upset your mom like that again. Yes, father. Bacon knows. Darling, that incident is over. A melodious voice said from the top of the staircase. Don't scold Bacon about that matter anymore. He already apologized to both of us. All right, I won't scold our son anymore about a past misdeed. Jin Liwei replied while hurrying up the staircase to escort his wife. Iris laughed at her husband's actions, her eyes twinkling with amusement. It was just climbing down the stairs from her loft office to his main home office floor, yet he still insisted on holding her waist and guiding her down. Liwei, you don't always have to be careful with me. I can at least climb down the stairs by myself. Don't mind me, love. I just can't help myself from worrying, especially when I think that you're carrying 2 additional humans inside you. He glanced down at her flat stomach. You're not showing yet, but our twins aren't shy in making their presence known. She sighed, but there was a soft smile on her face. The pregnancy symptoms I'm experiencing right now are all normal. Don't blame our babies for making me feel sick. Besides, it's the 2 of us who made them, so it's not their fault for coming into our lives. He laid his palm on her stomach and gave it a gentle rub. I'm not blaming them. Never. I'm so excited to meet our babies, Evelina. Me too. Are you still scared? He asked. A little. Me too. But it's okay. I know that we'll get through this together and continue building our family. She nodded and hugged him around the waist, inhaling his comforting scent. He also wrapped her soft body in his arms and inhaled the fragrance of her hair, Orchidia Beauty shampoo and conditioner, of course. The husband and wife stayed in that warm embrace, enjoying each other's presence without caring about anything else in the world. At least, in this moment. The outside world might be chaotic right now, with many people wanting to intrude into their private lives, especially after everything that happened in the past few days alone. They may not be able to control all the actions of other people, but right here inside their home and within each other's loving embrace, the 2 of them felt at peace. After some time, Jin Liwei urged them to head to their master suite because he didn't want his wife to tire herself from standing for too long. He wanted to carry her all the way to their room, but she refused. I want to take a walk, she told him. All right, love. Along the way, he noticed that his wife started to fidget. She tried to hide it, but his eyes, which were almost always focused on her, couldn't possibly miss anything about her. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Let me call the doctor. No. Liwei, I'm fine. Let's return to our room first, then I'll tell you. Okay. He observed her for a little longer to make sure that she was really all right before nodding. Later, they finally arrived in their bedroom. He expected her to immediately tell him what was bothering her, but to his surprise, she extricated herself from him and then headed straight to the bathroom before closing the door. It took him a few seconds to process what just happened. When he came to his senses, she already left him alone in their bedroom. He immediately knocked on the bathroom door and twisted the knob a few times, but it didn't open. She locked the door. Love? What's going on? Are you okay? He pressed his ear against the door and listened. The water was running, so she must be taking a shower. But why didn't she wait for him? He wanted to shower together with her. Evelina, are you angry at me? Tell me if I did something wrong. Everything's fine, his wife's voice called from inside the bathroom. Don't worry, and just wait for me. I'll be out soon. All right. Just call for me if you need anything. I'll be right here, okay? Okay. Jin Liwei stopped bothering her, but didn't leave the bathroom door to wait for his wife. Even though she told him that everything was fine, he still combed through his mind if he did anything that might have upset her. He couldn't think of anything. They had been acting very lovey-dovey with each other right until they reached their room. What in the world happened? He had no idea. Was this another mood swing? If so, then it couldn't be helped. He continued agonizing over this matter. Unlike his pregnant wife's usual mood swings, this one didn't appear extreme. She didn't look irritable at all. On the contrary, she seemed nervous. He remembered her fidgeting earlier. But why was she nervous? About 15 minutes later, Iris finally came out of the bathroom. Her cheeks were rosy from the steam, making her look even more alluring in her husband's eyes. She was wearing a bathrobe and drying her wet hair with a towel. Jin Liwei grabbed her hand and leaned down to kiss her lips. Are you really okay? She nodded. He pulled her to their walk-in closet and took over in drying her hair with a blow-dryer. When he was done, he admired their reflection on the vanity mirror. Well, He was mostly admiring his wife's reflection while she looked distracted. He placed the blow dryer on the table and looked at her straight in the eyes in the mirror. Now can you tell me what's really going on? Her hands started fidgeting again. He frowned. Now he was beginning to really worry about her. Evelina. She stood up all of a sudden and faced him. Wait here. Before he could react, she walked away and left him again. He snapped back to his senses more quickly this time and immediately followed behind her. Not wanting to annoy her into a worse mood swing, he stayed silent but observed all of her actions. Yes, he was right. She was indeed nervous. She headed straight to the very end of their walk-in closet to a concealed armoire where their personal safe was located. After keying in the access code and scanning her fingerprint, she took out a large manila envelope from the open safe. Then she handed the envelope to him. For you. Jin Liwei became even more confused by his wife's actions, but he still received the manila envelope that she handed him. It was light and thin, but since she was acting so nervous, he suspected that its contents shouldn't be something simple. What's this, love? You'll know when you open it. Then should I open it now? He didn't wait for his wife's reply and immediately moved to tear the envelope seal, but she stopped him. No. Iris tugged his arm. Let's return to the bedroom first, okay? Or maybe you should take a shower first. To the bedroom. I'll shower later. She nodded, still clearly nervous, while holding his arm. They exited their walk-in closet and reached their bedroom. Iris sat on the chaise longue and alternated looking at Jin Liwei and the envelope in his hand. He sat beside her. Can I open it now? Yes, she replied in Russian. He tore the seal. Then he became stunned when he finally saw the contents of the envelope. It was a thin pile of photographs. The one on top showed a photo of a breathtakingly beautiful woman with golden blonde hair and emerald green eyes. Her subtle smile evoked an air of profound mystery, as if she didn't entirely belong in the mortal world. She was so beautiful that Jin Liwei felt like space and time froze around him as he stared at her photo. Even his breathing and heartbeat seemed to stop. With the exception of his wife, there had never been a case that he felt so spellbound by any women, especially based on appearance. Then he finally realized the identity of the woman. In the photo, it felt as if lightning struck the top of his head. Space and time unfroze around him. He started breathing again. His heart thundered almost painfully, feeling as if it was going to leap out of his chest. He whipped his head and faced his wife, who was watching him with wary eyes. Evelina, he whispered. Was this you? She slowly nodded but didn't say anything. He looked at the photo again and traced the stunning face with his fingers. This was how his wife looked like in her past life. He always thought that his wife was beautiful now as Long Xiaolan, and that there would never be any other woman in the world who could be more beautiful than her in his eyes. Tonight, however, he was proven wrong. There was indeed another woman who was more beautiful than his wife, and that woman was his wife's previous self before she died in her past life. Evelina Armanovna Vetrova, he whispered like a spiritual chant. Jin Liwei couldn't tear his eyes away from her photo. How could a woman be so beautiful? Was she human? Were you really human? Iris grabbed a fistful of his shirt and shook it. Liwei. He turned to her and saw her anxious face. His amazement remained, but he started recovering his stunned senses. The corner of his lips hooked up in a smile. I already told you before that I was human, she muttered. How can you still doubt me? He chuckled, reached over, and stroked her cheek. I'm not doubting you. My Evelina. So beautiful. Her eyelashes fluttered as she studied his expression, trying to see if his words were truly honest. Really? I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you, Evelina. Do you? Like how I looked like before? His reply was quick without any hesitation. The anxiety on her face eased. Then her eyes began twinkling with mischief. She leaned closer to him and rested her head on his shoulder as they looked together at the photo of herself as Evelina Vetrova. How can you be sure that this was how I really looked like? What if I tell you that I'm pranking you and I just printed some photos of a random woman? I'm sure that this was you. She looked at him, a little surprised and also intrigued at the certainty in his tone. How are you so sure? I feel it here. He placed his hand on his chest directly over his heart. When you searched your name Evelina Vetrova on the internet before, and I tried guessing which one was you from among the image search results, I didn't feel anything looking at the photos of those different women. But this photo right here, I feel an instant connection. I don't know how to explain it. I just know that this was you. There was now an extremely pleased smile on Iris' face. Yes, you're right. This woman was me, Evelina. Feeling excited like a kid opening a present, Jin Liwei looked at the other photos. There were a total of 5 photos of his wife when she was Evelina Vetrova in different poses. The first one was the beautiful, candid photo of her that stunned him into speechless amazement. There was also a photo of her side profile while playing the piano in what looked like the inside of a castle. This was my music room at the Vetrov estate in Russia, she told him a soft voice. He looked at the next photo. It was of a younger Evelina sitting on the floor in a room filled with computers and many other devices. She was building what appeared to be a small laptop that looked like a leather-bound journal. The place looked similar to her computer room at her current Gold Heights penthouse, but only with older-looking computer models. Well, the photo was shot years ago. I was around 14 here before Cross Academy scouted me. His eyes were soft as he stared at the photo of his wife when she was still a teenager. Even when she was young, she had already been such a gorgeous girl. The innocence and purity in her eyes were also more prominent, eliciting a strong protective instinct within Jin Liwei. He wrapped one arm around her shoulders, pulling her closer to him, and kissed her forehead. Then he flipped to the next photo. It was of an adult Evelina together with 3 familiar-looking men. Jin Liwei squinted his eyes and studied the photo more carefully. Are these Headmaster Erwin Dupont, Maestro Ludovico de Luca, and Mr. Enrique Valdez? Yes, it's them, Iris replied. This was taken at Cross Academy's main building. You've been there before. And I remember that ugly castle. Jin Liwei paused before giving his wife a deep look. I also remember why I followed you to Cross Academy and everything that happened after that. His words reminded her of what happened back then. It was around the time when the original Iris Long's remnant was getting stronger due to its uncontrollable desire for revenge. When Jin Liwei confessed his involvement in concealing Fan Luo's crime that caused the original Iris Long's fatal car crash, the remnant went berserk and beat him up. In the end, she decided to leave him to resolve the remnant's revenge. Then, after allowing the remnant to punish Fan Luo and the Alarm Girls with the help of her big brother and Shadow Winds, she went into depression due to guilt. She ended up running away to Switzerland with Grandpa Lu. From there, the old man dragged her to Cross Academy where the unique top-notch academic environment, which was very familiar to her from her past, as an alumni managed to snap her out of her dark slump. Her other emotions resurfaced, most especially her yearning for Jin Liwei. After an emotional phone call, he flew all the way to Switzerland and reunited with her at Cross Academy. Their relationship, at that point, had taken a drastic change from being mere lovers to being the love of each other's lives. The next events after that deepened their bond and strengthened their commitment to each other. It was at Cross Academy that she told him, "I love you," for the first time. Then after leaving the academy with her 2 music instructors, they traveled to Germany before staying in Italy, where Jin Liwei finally and formally asked her hand in marriage with a beautiful and memorable proposal. Remembering all of those events caused her eyes to water. Who would have thought that they would marry a year later? She was now even pregnant with twins. The 2 of them had come such a long way from back when they first met each other in person at that hotel lobby. It wasn't exactly the most pleasant first encounter for the 2 of them, yet here they were now, deeply in love and happily married and expecting their first human children together. It was indeed quite the emotional journey with many ups and downs for the 2 of them. Don't cry, love. Jin Liwei wiped a stray tear before it could fall from the corner of her eye. She smiled and shook her head. Hormones. He kissed her forehead and comforted her. Wanting to return to the topic about the photo they were looking at, she pointed at one of the men beside her. Look at teacher Enrique. He still looks the same even now. It's like he never ages. And his long shaggy hair in this photo looks terrible, though. That was the style during those days. He was also still actively performing with his band back then before their vocalist died from drug overdose. I didn't personally meet their band's vocalist, but I still love his voice. He was able to express and even amplify the powerful emotions of the songs that teacher Enrique wrote for their band. Even after his death, the power of his voice is immortalized through their band's music. I want to be like their band one day, immortalized through my music. You're already on your way there, love. I believe that you can achieve anything. I'm also right here to support you. She gifted him with a sweet smile. Thank you. They continued looking at the two other men in the photo. Professor Erwin DuPont, headmaster of Cross Academy, still had some dark blonde hair in the photo, not like his current pure white mane. His eyes, however, remained the same, stern and sharp. As for Maestro Ludovico de Luca, he hadn't gone bald on top of the head yet in the photo. He also looked slimmer than he was now. Finally, his eyes returned to the photo of his wife's past self, Evelina. Despite being surrounded by three older men who were considered legends in their chosen fields, she held her own and didn't look intimidated by them at all. In fact, her calm confidence and dignified demeanor made her look like she belonged among the three legends standing beside her. Something flickered in Jin Liwei's mind. A memory of something, but it was soon gone before he could dwell on it. This is one of the rare photos that I was able to take with people from Cross Academy, Iris said, interrupting Jin Liwei's meandering thought. I wasn't allowed to leave traces of my identity anywhere outside of the Vetrov's territories. It was for my protection, the weakest Vetrov in combat, from countless enemies. Jin Liwei's expression turned serious, knowing that this was a sensitive subject for his wife. There would always be a bitter shadow in her eyes whenever she remembered her lack of freedom in her past life. She shook her head to rid herself of the shadow from her past life. Then she gestured for him to move on to the final photo. He did, and his eyes widened. He stared at the photo before turning to his wife. Is this? She nodded. Me and big brother Nikolai. The Vetrov siblings. Jin Liwei studied the brother and sister in the photo. The siblings didn't resemble each other that much except for their striking eyes. Both were green, but his wife's eye color was closer to emerald while Nikolai's was like dark green olives. He was also dark-haired while Evelina was a vibrant blonde. Despite these differences, there was no doubt that the siblings were equally stunning in the looks department. The brother was devilishly handsome, while the sister was like a beautiful angel. They looked great together. It was also clear just by their expressions that they cared about each other. Although Nikolai wasn't smiling in the photo, the gentleness in his eyes for his sister was obvious. Jin Liwei was silent while studying the photo of his wife and brother-in-law from their past selves. What do you think? Iris started to look nervous again. Her hands tightened around his arm, waiting for him to say something. Actually, he tapped his finger on his brother-in-law's image. I was expecting for your brother to look big with bulky muscles like how he transformed my fifth brother Zaheo's body. But he's quite slim in this photo. His words distracted her from her nervousness. Don't be fooled by what you see on the outside. Big brother Nikolai may have looked slim with clothes on, but he actually had extremely powerful muscles. I have no doubt in my mind that despite looking smaller back then, he was stronger than he is now as fifth brother Zaheo. Big brother started training his body from childhood. He was like a well-oiled, high-performance machine. Even I was in awe at the things he could do with his strength and speed back then. Jin Liwei nodded. Although he didn't witness it with his own eyes, he could imagine his brother-in-law's original prowess when he was still the infamous Nikolai Vetrov. Just from reading the Vetrov report that his wife prepared for him, Jin Liwei knew that his brother-in-law had been an extremely dangerous man. He felt a tug on his arm. What is it, love? Now that you've seen what I looked like before in my past life, what do you think about me now? She was unable to conceal the anxiety in her expression. His eyes widened in surprise before he frowned. What do you mean? Evelina, did you think that I would feel differently about you after seeing how you looked like in your past life? She didn't reply. His frown deepened in disbelief. Look at me. She did. Tell me what's troubling you. I already had these photos ready the day after you told me that you wanted to see photos of me, but it's only now that I felt ready enough to show them to you. I was worried about what you'll feel after seeing my photos. He was confused but didn't speak and instead waited for her to finish explaining. What if you don't like how I looked like before? Does that mean that if we met when I was still Evelina, you won't fall in love with me? And that you only love me now because I'm in Long Sholon's body? His mouth opened and closed. He couldn't believe what he was hearing from her. My worries also go the other way. What if you like how I looked like before that you'll wish that you're with me in my original body? Will you love me less now? He stared at her, seeing the genuine worry, no, fear in her eyes. He released a long, frustrated breath before running his hand through his hair. Evelina, those words are probably the most offensive thing that you've told me ever since we got together. She froze for a few seconds. Oh, offensive? How? I'm offended because I feel like you're still doubting my love for you at this point in our relationship. You really think that I'll love you less after seeing the difference in your past and current life's appearances? Now that he was talking like this, he could feel anger rising up from the pit of his stomach like sour acid. Iris finally realized that her worries had hurt him. I messed up, didn't I? His lips pressed into a thin, hard line as he did his best to control his anger. He didn't want to fight with his wife about this matter. I'm not doubting your love. Not at all. She looked frustrated while trying to express herself. Is it wrong for me to have these worries, Liwei? It was clear that she was now starting to become agitated. Her complexion changed and didn't look right either. His anger cooled down in an instant as his concern for her well-being took over. Love, let's stop this for now. Take a deep breath. You don't understand, Liwei. I'm a different person now. I'm Long Xiaolon now, but I'm not really her. Do you understand? No, of course you don't. How could you possibly understand how I feel? I'm Evelina, but nobody knows. He pulled her and hugged her tightly, not letting her go even when she resisted. The front of his chest immediately turned damp from her tears. I know that you're Evelina. He rubbed her trembling back and felt his shirt getting more soaked. I know who you are, baby. Even if the rest of the world forgets, I won't. Your big brother Nikolai also won't forget. He's in the same situation as you. Look at me. She reluctantly lifted her head and looked at him. He pulled tissue from a box on the table and wiped her tears. Please don't ever doubt my loyalty to you, Evelina. I fell in love with you because of the real you. If you aren't in this body, I wouldn't even give Long Xiaolon a second glance. Regardless of which body you're using, I'll continue to love you for who you are, so don't worry about it anymore. Okay. She rubbed her tender cheek against his warm palm before nodding. Jin Liwei sighed in relief after seeing her finally calming down. However, he took note of this outburst of hers. It appeared that his wife still had some lingering issues about living as another person. Indeed, he couldn't fully understand what it must be like. There was also no quick fix for an issue like this. His wife needed to resolve this shadow in her heart slowly but surely with time. All he could do was to continue making her feel loved and cherished no matter what. A thought entered his mind. His wife always appeared hesitant whenever she talked about her past life. He could feel her desire to bury it where it belonged, the past. Right now, however, it became clear that she could never forget who she was in the past, Evelina Vetrova, and that it was creating some kind of identity crisis with her current life as Iris Long. Perhaps it would be better for her to confront her past life in a more unreserved manner instead of trying to run away from it like she had been doing so far. Jin Liwei's protective instinct was triggered by his wife's vulnerability about her two identities in her past and current lives. He didn't expect that his desire to see a photo of how she looked like in the past as Evelina would distress her like this. He felt sorry for upsetting her, but he nevertheless didn't regret this outcome. At least he was able to discover this serious underlying issue before it continued festering in his wife's heart. Now they could start working together to address it before it was too late. For now, however, he decided not to say anything about his idea of letting her confront her past life without trying to evade it. He instead reminded himself to discuss it with her on another day when she was calmer. It was not a good idea to agitate or stress her out during this period. Iris tugged his hand. Are you still mad at me? He gave her a soft smile. No. Sorry. I know, love. Don't worry about it anymore. He glanced at the scattered photos on the table. Can I keep these? She didn't reply right away and thought about it for a few moments. Okay. I printed them for you anyway. But don't show them to others, especially the photo of me with my brother. Not many people outside the Vetrovs might know about my existence, but big brother Nikolai is still perhaps the most well-known Vetrov today because of his powerful charisma. And, even without her reminder, Jin Liwei had no intention of showing these photos to other people. He was planning on framing the first solo photo of his wife and keeping it in his office's desk drawer so that he could take it out and look at it at work. He would instruct Su Tian first thing in the morning to have a special lock installed on one of his desk drawers. The second photo of his wife's side profile, while playing the piano, would also get the same treatment. He planned on keeping it in his bedside drawer. The third photo of his wife as a teenage girl custom building a small laptop would also be framed and kept in his home office. He would tell the butler to install special locks on the drawers of his bedside table and home office desk. Just imagining that he would be able to constantly look at his wife's beautiful photos of her past self on a regular basis was enough to make him happy. It might become his new method of relaxing his tired mind. However, he still took note not to appear too passionate while looking at the photos, or his wife might think that her worries were coming true after all. Inwardly sighing, he kissed the top of her head, trying to convey with his actions that he loved her no matter which face or body she was using. As for the other two photos, he would just lock them in their hidden personal safe. He wasn't interested in looking at photos of other men daily. He tidied up the photos and sent his wife to bed while he took a quick shower. While water rained down on him, rinsing the soapy bubbles from his body, Orchidea Beauty Body Wash from Jean Chongling's men's line, soon to be released, his mind was filled with Evelina's otherworldly beauty. The mind was a powerful thing. He was just imagining it, but the image of his wife seemed to come alive. Although he never met her in her past life, he could see her talking, smiling, laughing, singing, and hacking in his mind. It was very easy for him to imagine. All he needed to do was superimpose Evelina's appearance that he saw in the photos to her current self. For him, the two identities were one and the same. He hoped that his wife could resolve the issue of her identity crisis in a similar way. He believed that there was no need to create such a distinct separation between her two identities because she was ultimately still herself deep inside, no matter which body or name she was using. He stepped out of the shower and started drying himself with a towel. Then once again a faint memory of something flickered in the depths of his mind. But like what happened before, it seemed to escape him. He couldn't figure it out. What was it? His mind was still preoccupied with this elusive thought when he returned to the bedroom. Darling. He snapped his attention back to the present and approached the bed with only a towel wrapped around his waist. Why are you still awake? Iris sat on the edge of the bed and wrapped her arms around his neck. I can't sleep, she whispered directly to his ear before brushing her lips along his jawline. Something started to harden under his towel. He leaned down and kissed his wife's lips, slowly pushing her down on the bed with his body. They kissed and fondled each other with no rush. However, the slippery memory popped in his mind again, causing him to stop his actions. She sensed his distracted state and pushed him away with a displeased frown. What's wrong? He straightened his body and sat beside her on the bed. Iris immediately felt empty without him on top of her. Her frown deepened as she watched him. It was clear that his mind was absorbed thinking of something. Liwei, are you all right? I'm fine, baby. There's something that keeps on bothering me, but I'm not sure what it is. He told her about the elusive memory. Curious, she momentarily forgot her urge to make love with him tonight and began asking him for more details about the memory. To her disappointment, however, he couldn't remember much. She tilted her head to the side. Are you sure that it actually happened to you? I don't know. He sighed before shrugging. It's a waste of time thinking about it. Wait here, love. I'll just dry my hair and we'll sleep, okay? I'll help you dry. He let her. They headed to their walk-in closet. He helped her dry her hair earlier, and now she was returning the favor. Blow-drying his wet hair didn't take as long as hers. However, he enjoyed these short moments of her pampering him. While she busied herself with drying his hair, she began humming a song. It sounded familiar. He remembered that it was the same song that she sang to him as lullaby while he grieved after discovering for the first time that his fifth brother Zaheo was dead and the one occupying his sworn brother's body was actually his brother-in-law. His wife's melodious voice was soft, yet still clear enough to be heard above the whirring blow-dryer. It just went on to show the high quality of her voice and her top-notch vocal skills. The Italian aria was supposed to be emotional, yet she transformed it into a comforting song instead. It was like a delicate but still powerful salve to one's troubled soul. Jin Liwei's distracted mind began to clear as he savored his wife's beautiful singing voice. Then it was as if lightning struck him. He gasped as the slippery memory finally revealed itself in his mind. Liwei. Iris turned off the blow-dryer and looked at him in concern. What happened? Why do you look shocked? He didn't answer because several quick images flashed inside his racing mind. He stood up all of a sudden and carried his alarmed wife before running back to the bedroom. Liwei, what are you doing? Calm down. He placed her on the chaise longue and then grabbed the envelope on the table. He removed the photos inside and stared at Evelina's beautiful solo shot. Why are you looking at them again? He faced her. I remember. What do you remember? Evelina. Yes? Liwei, you're acting so weird right now. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself before sitting down beside her. The photo was still in his hand, but his eyes were focused on her face, intending to closely observe her reaction. Have you ever been to my university in Boston before? She blinked a few times at the unexpected subject of his question. No. He frowned. Are you sure? I haven't gone to America yet ever since waking up in this body and starting to live as Long Xiaolan. No, that's not what I mean. I'm asking if you ever visited my university as Evelina. Oh. She tilted her head to the side and thought about it. Then her eyebrows rose. Yes. As a matter of fact, I did visit your university before. His eyes lit up. Really? Do you remember when? Yes. My brother helped me sneak out of our Russian estate, and then we flew straight to America. Big brother had some important business to attend in Boston, so he left me to explore the place with his subordinates. Your university is famous, so I went there to see what it's like and how it compares to Cross Academy. Why are you asking me this? She looked at him in confusion, not understanding at all why he was asking her this question with such a weird expression on his face. Did her outburst from earlier angered him too much that he went cuckoo in the head? No, that shouldn't be the case. Her husband wasn't the fragile type. He wouldn't break so easily like that. Then why was he acting so oddly like this right now? His heart jumped and started racing with excitement. Evelina, I think we've met before. Iris gave her husband an incredulous look. I don't think so, darling. Some of my past life's memories might be becoming hazy as time passes by, but I have quite a good memory. Unless you looked different when you were younger, I'll surely remember it if I met my own husband before. Jin Liwei's forehead wrinkled. Was he mistaken? Maybe the stunning woman he saw years ago at his university library wasn't his wife. After all, he only caught a glimpse of the woman back then. The memory, however, only became more prominent in his mind. It was bothering him so much that he might not be able to fall asleep tonight if he didn't get a clear answer about his hunch once and for all. Wife. I want to tell you a story. Will you listen to your husband? Of course. What is it? He took her hands and started massaging her soft palms. His eyes continued staring at her face to observe her reaction. It was summertime when I just graduated and received my bachelor's degree. Instead of returning home to see my family here in China, I decided to stay in Boston and take some advanced classes to finish my accelerated MBA degree early. I was studying every day and spending a lot of time in the least crowded library at the university. Iris was not sure where his story was headed, but she could sense that telling it was important to him. She had no idea why, though. However, she still nodded to encourage him to continue speaking. One day, I forgot to bring one textbook from my required reading list, so I decided to borrow it from the library instead of wasting time getting it all the way from my apartment. The librarian instructed me to get the book from the upper floors. There weren't many students who frequented that particular library, so I thought that I would be the only one upstairs. His eyes staring at her became sharper and expectant, making her feel even more confused. On the floor where the textbook that I needed was located, I heard someone singing. At first, I was annoyed that someone would have the audacity to make noise inside a library that was supposed to be a quiet place for everyone. But as I walked nearer to the source of the singing, my attitude changed. Why? Because the person's singing voice was the most beautiful that I've ever heard in my entire life. Iris couldn't stop herself from curling her lips. He always told her that her singing voice was the most beautiful that he had ever heard in his entire life. Although she wasn't conceited to believe that her voice was the very best in the world, she still felt pleased that her own husband believed her to be the very best. Yet now he was telling her that there was someone who was better than her in his heart. She attempted to snatch her hands out of his hold, but he didn't allow her. On the contrary, he held her hands even tighter. She snorted and turned her head away, refusing to look at him. His face looked very annoying to her at the moment. She became even more annoyed after hearing his light chuckle. She turned her head to face him again and glared at her annoying husband's laughing face. The song the woman sang sounded exquisite. Her eyes narrowed and became dangerous. Oh, so it was a woman. N. She clenched her jaw hard. Was she beautiful? N. Jin Liwei. She growled each syllable low in her throat. Were you attracted to that woman? What What does that mean? Does it mean yes or maybe? Jin Liwei's expression was serious, But in Iris' anger, she failed to see the amusement twinkling in his eyes. She didn't even know exactly why she was getting angry right now. It shouldn't be a big deal if deep inside he thought that there was someone else who had a more beautiful singing voice than her. But did he have to tell it to her right now? Especially when he had been telling her all this time that she was the best singer in his heart. And now he was telling her that the person was a beautiful woman, even answering in such a vague manner when she asked him if he felt attracted to the woman. Her nostrils flared and her muscles quivered as the urge to beat up someone filled her. She wasn't usually a violent person, but right now, she felt like a wild beast whose territory was being invaded by stray vermin. Jin Liwei leaned forward, intending to pacify her with a kiss, but she evaded him. Calm down, love. Calm down. You're telling me to calm down. Tell me, Jin Liwei, Liam Jin, Evelina's husband, father to all my children, and sperm provider to my ovaries. Tell me clearly, and don't you dare lie to me, if you were attracted to that beautiful woman you met in Boston. Despite her fit of temper, he maintained his composure. He even had the nerve to drawl his answer as if what they were talking about was nothing. At that time, I didn't think that I was attracted to that woman because I only caught a glimpse of her. But thinking back to it now, Jin Liwei, I'm telling you that if you dare. Thinking back to it now, I realized that, yes, I was indeed attracted to that beautiful woman with an exquisite, heavenly singing voice. No, I am still very much attracted to her. Iris' mouth fell open, her breath hitched, and then her eyes turned red. Then she let out a series of furious Russian expletives. Jin Liwei only understood a few phrases, and even he couldn't help but wince. His wife rarely cursed, but when she did, it meant that she was truly angered. It appeared that he had gone too far this time. Love, Jin Liwei, you dolt. Even if you feel that way, do you really need to say it to my face? What do you hope to accomplish by telling me this? Don't tell me that you're hoping to reunite with that woman. You liar. You told me that you've never been attracted to anyone before me, that you've never had sex with anyone besides me, and that I'm the first and only one you've ever fallen in love with. If you dare to chase after her. He pulled her into a tight hug and refused to release her even when she began struggling in earnest to escape from his embrace. He felt a sharp pain on his shoulder where she bit him hard, but he still didn't loosen his arms around her. She was free to vent her anger on him this time. Then he rubbed her back with a soothing pressure and started humming the melody of his now favorite Italian aria. His voice might not be the best, but he could at least hold a tune without embarrassing himself, especially if it was just simple humming. After all, his own flesh and blood brother, Jean Chong-lin, was a superstar musician. The Italian aria's melody and his tender ministrations proved to be effective in calming his wife. She softened in his arms, but he could sense that she was still pissed off at him. Evelina. Humph. He continued massaging her back, reminding him of when he had to pet a grumpy ice cream. Did you know that the beautiful woman sang this Italian aria in the library? I don't speak or understand much Italian, but I felt the emotions through her voice. This time, the anger and jealousy overwhelming her started subsiding a little, replaced by curiosity. This particular Italian aria that he liked so much that he often requested that she sing it for him wasn't that popular in the classical music world. People who knew the aria were few and far between, so she was interested in the woman that her husband was talking about, even though she wanted to pull the woman's hair out for seducing her husband. After the song ended, the woman told me that I was rude for eavesdropping. I remember that she had a very classy British accent. Iris frowned and pushed Jin Liwei's chest to create some space between them so that she could take a proper look at his face. Her head was tilted to the side as her curiosity grew. I told her that it's rude to make a noise inside the library. Huh. Her brows furrowed as something flickered in her mind, a similar memory. He smiled upon seeing her expression. She asked me if her singing was so horrible that I treat it as noise. She gasped. Her eyes widened. She looked at him in astonishment. You, guess what I said? Her lips trembled. You said to her, you misunderstand. You sang well. She clutched the front of his shirt and shook it. Am I right? His smile widened. You're 100% right. A shaky breath escaped from her slack mouth. Her anger and jealousy disappeared in an instant. They were now replaced by a great sense of wonder, amazement, and disbelief. Her eyes watered and her heart pounded. Liwei. He touched her face, stroking it. Evelina. That woman back then was you, right? She bit her lip before nodding. Yes, I think so. I remember it now. Then this means that we've really met before. He was ready to wipe her tears if needed, but they didn't fall. What fell instead was a hard smack on his chest. His eyes widened in surprise at her unexpected reaction. So you were that rude jerk who called my singing noise. That was you. Jin Liwei was taken aback by his wife's unexpected reaction. Did she not feel the same impression of destiny between the two of them after discovering that they had already met years ago when she was still Evelina Vetrova? He glanced down at the two clear red handprints on his naked chest. The smack didn't really hurt. It just sounded loud because her hands hit his flesh directly. However, his wife hitting his chest and getting mad at him for such an odd reason sent him into confusion. Now he felt a bit uncertain on how to deal with his fuming wife, so he chose to do what he believed to be the safest option whenever she was angry. Sorry for being a rude jerk to you that time, Evelina. If I only knew back then that you'd eventually become my wife, I would never have dared to be so impolite with you. I would have chased you right there and then and made you my wife sooner. Iris tried maintaining her angry glare, but her heart was already softening as soon as she saw the redness on her husband's chest where she smacked him. And of course, his sincere words of apology were like a gentle spray of tender feelings that finally extinguished the dying embers of her anger. The truth of the matter was that she wasn't really mad at his rude behavior during their surprising encounter years ago. What made her angry was how he deliberately teased her while telling her about the encounter, causing her to misunderstand his attraction to an unknown woman. An intense feeling of possessiveness for her husband flooded through her, overwhelming her so much that she could barely control her volatile emotions. She even wanted to fight with the unknown woman and pull all her hair out, only to discover that the woman was actually her. Now she felt a little stupid. How dare he make her jealous of herself? Too evil. She almost dragged her sinful husband to the bed and pushed him down under her in order to punish him, to demonstrate to him how he would never find another woman like her in the world. How dare he fancy another woman and talk about his crush to his pregnant wife? But since he already apologized, she no longer had the heart to stay mad at him, especially for such a petty reason as feeling jealous of herself. She sighed and started caressing her husband's chest, feeling a little guilty for hitting him during the heat of the moment. It's fine now, she said in a much gentler voice. No need to apologize for what happened years ago. If you didn't remind me of it, I wouldn't even remember. Besides, we were total strangers back then. He caught her hand on his chest and lifted it to his lips before turning it over to kiss her soft palm. Not strangers. She raised an eyebrow and tilted her head to the side. What do you mean, not strangers? We didn't know each other at all back then, so we were complete strangers, Liwei. We might not know each other that time, but the fact that we've met before, even if it was only for a brief moment, proves that we have fate together. That's what I believe. Don't you think so too? Her heart trembled, touched by the conviction in his voice. When he put it that way, she also wanted to believe that maybe the two of them were really fated to be together. However, there was a skeptical part of her thinking that it might only be a coincidence. Although she thought that this might be the case, she held her tongue and didn't say it out loud, especially after looking at her husband's passionate and enlightened expression. Sighing, she couldn't help but admit to herself that she was still far from reaching her husband's level of romantic sensibility. You said that if you knew back then that I would eventually become your wife, that you'd never have dared to be so rude with me, she said, redirecting the subject away from the talk of fate, and that you would have chased after me and married me. And he showered another bunch of light kisses on her hand that he was holding. I'm glad that we didn't fall in love back then. He frowned. Why? Liwei, have you already forgotten my identity at that time? If we fell in love when I was still Evelina Vetrova, then that would be the definition of true tragedy. His eyes widened in realization. Then he pulled her into his embrace, rubbing her back again to soothe her. It would have been almost close to impossible for us to be together that time because I was a Vetrov daughter. For one thing, I don't think my brother would have approved of you because you don't belong to the criminal underworld. And I also wouldn't want you to be embroiled in such a dangerous world where you can't even fall asleep peacefully at night because enemies might assassinate you. You'll have to watch out for every little suspicious thing whenever you go somewhere, because you might get attacked if you become careless for even just a moment. It's a life that makes you paranoid all the time. You can't trust anybody, not even your own family members. And the only way to survive was to be more brutal, more merciless, and more inhuman than all your enemies. That was the reason why the Vetrovs had reigned supreme in the international criminal underworld for several generations. The Vetrovs had been the most brutal, most merciless, and most inhuman among all the criminal organizations in the world. So you see, Liwei, if we really ended up together back then, I wouldn't hesitate to leave you in a heartbeat, even if it would cause me a lifetime of pain, because it would be for the sake of your safety. I would rather sacrifice my own happiness than bring harm to a person that I love. Jin Liwei lifted her and then placed her on his lap. The towel wrapped around his waist loosened a little. She felt his thing under the towel start to harden as soon as she sat on it, but his touches remained gentle and non-sexual. He was focused on comforting her and not on seduction. "You're right," he murmured while kissing her forehead. Meeting and falling in love back then would have been extremely difficult for the two of us. It wasn't the right time. You didn't have the sense of freedom and security to do anything you wanted when you were still Evelina. I wasn't the same Jin Liwei back then either. I was too busy studying and training myself to succeed my father's position as the next head of the clan and Jin Corporation. If I fell in love before achieving my goals, then I wouldn't be the same Jin Liwei that I am now. I would have also made a difficult choice like you. Either abandon my clan and Jin Corporation so that I could fight to be with you, Evelina Vetrova, or force myself to forget you and continue pursuing my original goals. If I abandon the clan and the company to be with you, then I would be reduced to an average man with no power or connections to protect someone like you. But if I forget about you, then I'm sure that it would be the greatest regret of my life. That's why even though you had to experience something so tragic in your past life, I'm still glad to have met you after you've been reborn as Long Xilan. You now have the freedom to do whatever you want in life, chase after your own happiness, and fall in love with me." She nodded, her eyes watering. He tucked a lock of her hair behind her ear. "Our first encounter at my university in Boston wasn't the right time for us. But our meeting in that hotel lobby when I saw you reading a Russian book, that was the right time for us. Yes, you might not be in your own body anymore and no longer using your original name, but I hope that you know that. I fell in love with you and not Long Xilan. I fell in love with the person inside this body. It's you, Evelina. Only you." She sniffed and blinked back the tears threatening to fall down her eyes. "Why, yes." He smiled at her, looking straight into her eyes. "I love you, Evelina. So much. I love you too, Liwei." They stayed embracing each other on the chaise longue. The sound of flowing water from the wall-mounted waterfall fountain in their bedroom gradually relaxed them from their emotional conversation. In a much better mood, Iris began talking about her own memory of the day when they encountered each other in Boston. "I performed with a street piano. It was the first time that I performed in front of a crowd, and it felt amazing." Jin Liwei's eyes narrowed. "Did you perhaps sing 'We Will Rock You'?" She gasped. So it was you. Did you watch me?" "Unfortunately, I didn't make it in time. You already left when I arrived. But I remember my friends raving about you." She looked a little disappointed. "They wanted to show me the photos and videos they took of you during your street performance, but for some reason." His voice trailed, and his eyes widened upon realizing something. "All right. You were already a hacker back then." She grinned. "Yes, I deleted all records of my street performance that day." Then she sighed. "I didn't want to, but I had to do it." "Don't feel sad, love," Jin Liwei told her while looking straight into her eyes. "You didn't have the luxury to pursue your dreams in your past life, but the situation is different now. You now have extremely loyal fans, the Black Stars, and many other people who would pay to listen to your music and watch you perform on stage. There's no need to hack and delete your presence in the world anymore. Now you can leave your mark in history as much as you want." Iris gave him a bright smile. "You're right. I shouldn't feel sad, but grateful and glad instead. The opportunity that I had been waiting for literally my entire past life has now come. This is my time. And it's your time to shine, and our time to love each other and be happy together while building our family. Yes." Her smile widened and became brighter, her mood improving once again. She continued talking about her one-day mini-adventure at Jin Liwei's university in Boston years ago. She told him about meeting an adorable little girl and an equally adorable puppy. "I let the girl watch some cartoons on my laptop while I played with the puppy. Then the girl's parents arrived. The girl then gave me a pack of mints before leaving with her parents. She chuckled while reminiscing about the amusing memory. Jin Liwei took a sharp inhale. Did you eat the mints? She thought about it for a moment before nodding. His expression turned weird. What's wrong, darling? Why do you look like that? Evelina. His whisper was filled with amazement. What is it? I met the girl and her puppy that day too. She blinked. Really? You did? He nodded. Both of them crashed into me and my friends while they were running. Were they okay? I caught the girl in time before she careened to the ground. My laptop wasn't so lucky, though. The screen got cracked. I'm glad that they were fine. I'm pretty sure that I met them before you did. She raised an eyebrow. How can you be sure about that? Oh, is it because her parents weren't with her yet? Well, that's one reason. What's the other reason? He grinned. You ate the mints I gave the little girl. Her eyes went wide and her mouth fell open. Those were your mints. His grin became wider. Oh, Jin Liwei threw his head back and laughed out loud, releasing all of his joy, wonder, and amazement. His deep, masculine laughter reverberated throughout their entire bedroom. He looked so silly that Iris couldn't help but laugh with him. Then he shifted the way he was holding her and stood up all of a sudden while carrying her in his arms. She gasped and immediately wrapped her arms around his neck. This was the second time tonight that he lifted her up without any warning. It seemed that her husband was on a roll today. His sudden movement caused the towel wrapped around his waist to loosen before finally falling to the ground. She felt his hard thing poking at her backside. Liwei. He was still laughing as he carried her back towards their bed. Despite his excited state, he still made sure that he was as gentle as possible while laying her down on the bed. She didn't unwrap her arms around his neck and pulled him down with her on the bed. A sigh of satisfaction puffed out of her smiling lips. How amazing, Liwei. It seems that our encounter at the library wasn't the only incident that connected us back then. He gave her mouth a loud, smacking kiss, making her giggle. You ate my mints. I did. She laughed when he gave her another loud, smacking kiss, this time on her cheek. He lifted himself a little so that they could look in each other's eyes clearly. His expression was still joyful, but there was now a touch of seriousness. Those mints were like seeds, my seeds, that planted themselves in you after you ate them. But because it wasn't the right time yet, it didn't germinate while you were still Evelina Vetrova. It was only when you got reborn into who you are now that the seeds germinated. We met each other again, and we both know what happened. I immediately became attracted to you, wanted you to be mine no matter what, and fell so crazily in love with you. She stroked his hair, then his face, while looking at his shining eyes filled with passion and love for her. I think you're right. I am right. His tone was certain. Maybe the little girl and her puppy were our Cupid, tying our destinies together. Only a few moments earlier, she felt skeptical about her husband's claim that their encounter at the library years ago was fate. She thought that it was more likely to be just a coincidence. Now, however, she began changing her mind, especially after all of things that connected them back then in her past life. The Italian aria she sang in the library which he rudely eavesdropped. Their encounter with the same pair of girl and puppy. And finally, the pack of mints that originally came from him but ended up with her. One time was coincidence. Second time was still coincidence, a rather lucky and amazing coincidence. Third time was perhaps, as Jin Liwei claimed, destiny. And indeed, that was what he kept on repeating as he rained light kisses on her face. We're fated, Evelina. Our destinies have been tied with each other so long ago. I believe we are. I know we are. Those incidents connecting us are proof that we belong together. It was like a mantra that he kept on chanting, gradually hypnotizing her into also believing. Yes, Liwei, we're fated. We belong together. She wrapped her legs around his waist, letting his hard thing poke her where she was already starting to get hot and wet for him. He groaned and returned to kissing her lips, sucking on them before sticking his tongue inside her mouth. Their tongues intertwined in a dance that they were already both so familiar with. This kiss, however, felt more special and intimate than the ones they shared before. Their bond seemed to have grown stronger and deeper tonight. They felt more connected with each other, especially after discovering that they met years ago while she was still living in her original body as Evelina Vetrova. Jin Liwei was now fully erect, yet he was not in a hurry to plunge himself inside her. His priority right now was in pleasuring his wife, his amazing wife, who he separately met in her two different bodies. It should have been an unbelievable notion, but to him, it was the cherry on top of his conviction that they were destined for each other. Iris moaned when his mouth trailed wet kisses from her neck to her upper chest. She was still wearing her night dress, but it was already in a mess with the skirt hiked up her thighs and the collar exposing the top of her full and aching breasts. His hands brushed her nipples through the thin material of her night dress. Knowing that she was extra sensitive to touch on her breasts due to her pregnancy, he worked hard to experiment and learn the right amount of stimulation to give her shapely mounds without hurting her. She gasped and closed her eyes. Her body arched upwards, craving more of his body heat. His scent that she loved so much made her feel so comfortable. She sighed in satisfaction. Jin Liwei was moving his hand up her thighs when he felt his wife turning soft and lax in his arms. He froze because this feeling was already familiar to him as well. Love. As expected, there was no reply. He looked up and saw that she was already breathing in a deep and regular rhythm. A helpless chuckle escaped from his moist and slightly swollen lips. He glanced at the clock and saw that midnight had long passed. No wonder. It was already long past his wife and their twins' bedtime. There was nothing he or his wife could do about it. She would fall asleep whenever their twin babies demanded that she sleep immediately no matter what. Sighing, he first kissed his wife before kissing her flat stomach next where their twin babies were growing. After arranging them in their usual, comfortable positions, he pulled her close to him, leaving almost no space between the two of them. His erection was still painfully hard, but there was no thought of relieving himself using his hand. He would just save it after they woke up. Morning sex wasn't a bad idea. Not at all. Looking forward to it, he embraced his wife more tightly, closed his eyes, and followed her into deep sleep. ###. Friday. All employees of Jin Corporation and all its subsidiary companies in the country and abroad received an exciting surprise during lunchtime when a buffet-style catering meal was provided for them. Their lunchtime was also extended to 3 hours so that they could fully enjoy their meals. They learned that it was their boss post-celebration of his marriage to his wife, celebrity Iris Long. It wasn't only Jin Corporation who enjoyed a sumptuous lunch buffet catering. Iris Long's companies, Orchidia Beauty, Planet Monkey, and Gold Heights, also went into celebration mode. Of course, she didn't forget about the lone employee of her perfume company, Libert, formerly known as Sang Blue. Although the renamed company was still inactive, its CEO Clover Chua wasn't forgotten. Iris and Jin Liwei arranged a French chef to personally cook a meal for her in France. The post-wedding celebration at both Jin Liwei and Iris Long's companies was so large-scale, especially with Jin Corporation's international influence, that it even got on the news. Employees proudly posted photos of their lunch on their social media accounts, garnering the attention of other netizens outside their circles. Many regarded the sumptuous buffet lunch as an equivalent to the newlyweds banquet to those who weren't invited to the small, extremely private wedding. The buffet lunch might only be for 3 hours and the employees still had to return to work afterwards, but they felt good because their bosses hadn't forgotten to celebrate their wedding with them. Despite the fact that Iris Long had been lying low in the last couple of months and limiting her public appearances to a bare minimum, her name along with Jin Liwei had become a regular sight on the headlines after the successive bombshells the couple dropped in this week alone. First was the shocking announcement of their marriage just this past Monday through the popular Le Mode magazine. It came from out of nowhere and sent the general public in an uproar. Next was the super enticing special contest hosted by Jin Liwei in honor of his new wife, Iris Long. Only official members of her fan club, the Black Stars, were eligible to enter and win the eye-popping prizes estimated to be worth at around 100 million renminbi. So many people from across the country signed up to become Black Stars just to enter the contest, hoping to win one of the numerous prizes. All they needed to do was praise Iris Long to the high heavens. How hard could it be? They could only do their best to stand out from the rest of the pack with their creativity and hope that Jin Liwei would like what they submitted. Then came another shocking news. This time, superstar Jin Chonglin was added to the mix. The fact that someone of his status in showbiz was finally leaving his longtime home and starting his own entertainment company with his sister-in-law and brother was in itself already deserving to make not only the national headlines, but also the news abroad where several armies of his foreign fans were thriving. Following in the footsteps of his older brother, the elite CEO Jin Liwei, and even his fellow celebrity sister-in-law Iris Long, who had just launched her own wildly successful company, Orchidea Beauty, it seemed that Jin Chonglin was now a true boss in the literal sense of the word. He was even revealed to be the majority owner of LXC Studio, holding half of the company's equity, while Iris Long and Jin Liwei shared the remaining half between the two of them. These news were all shocking, but they received mainly positive responses from the general public. The next news that came afterwards were also exciting, but for all the wrong reasons. All of a sudden, Jin Liwei fired his company's chief marketing officer. Jin Corporation was a huge multinational company, so this was a big deal. There were speculations that Iris Long became jealous of the CMO and thus made her husband fire the hapless businesswoman. The executive in question, Rose Young, had an impressive resume that made her very appealing to almost any world-class companies. She definitely became an asset to Jin Corporation after being hired, but it only took a few months for Jin Liwei to fire her. A very conspicuous group of netizens began openly criticizing Jin Liwei for his decision, which they called a big mistake. Of course, they also criticized his wife Iris Long, much more harshly, in fact, for influencing an elite businessman like him to start mismanaging his company. The Black Stars immediately came out in droves and sent out their notorious troll unit, the Slippers Army, to defend their boss Iris and her husband Jin Liwei against all those who were attacking their names. This nasty online battle didn't take long, however, because the tabloids quickly changed their tune and redirected their line of fire from the newlyweds Iris Long and Jin Liwei to Rose Young, the woman who was seen as the victim in the whole situation earlier, but was now being painted as a shameless, obsessive homewrecker. The sex videos featuring her moaning Jin Liwei's name drew outrage from the public. It disgusted and angered the Black Stars, causing them to feel extra protective of their boss Iris's marriage with Jin Liwei. Coveting someone else's spouse was taboo to a lot of people, especially wives and girlfriends who had their own fair share of experiences dealing with their partner's mistresses. Not only did audacious women destroy marriages, but they also fractured many families. Of course, this kind of hatred also applied to boyfriends and husbands who had to deal with their partner's extramarital affairs. As a result of the viral sex videos, Rose Young was now labeled a homewrecker. People felt that she deserved to be fired. Public sympathy quickly reversed from Rose Young to Iris Long. Since Iris Long was the official wife, she automatically gained the support of the majority of the people. Despite this, there were still a few remaining naysayers who continued to defend Rose Young and attack Iris Long and Jin Liwei. They said that the sudden reversal of the situation was suspicious. Then they claimed that Iris Long and Jin Liwei must have manipulated the events to clear their names while casting all the blame on Rose Young. This group, however, failed to elicit support from the general public. The newlyweds' bad blood with Rose Young hadn't been resolved yet. It was still very hot in the news, especially on the internet where the sex videos were spreading like an infestation of bed bugs. Although this was the case, Iris Long and Jin Liwei appeared to be unaffected by all the negative publicity related with Rose Young. Once again, their names appeared together on the news to show off their recent marriage through their wide-scale post-wedding celebrations in their companies. It was basically just lunch. No big deal, right? Wrong. How could it not be a big deal? The company-wide post-wedding celebration was of course a big deal. It was estimated that the newlyweds Jin Liwei and Iris Long spent more money in treating every single one of their employees today for lunch than what they spent on their small, private wedding. Jin Corporation alone and its subsidiary companies already boasted an employee population numbering in the hundreds of thousands. In addition, the catering service that they hired and the food that they chose to serve their employees were top quality. At the moment, Jin Liwei was finally able to leave after receiving countless congratulatory words from everyone he happened to pass by while walking. Each department enjoyed their own catering service, so they didn't have to leave their office floor. Jin Liwei visited every department in his company building because his wife told him this morning to show his face to his employees who would be enjoying the celebratory lunch buffet in honor of their marriage. His last stop was the IT department, or more specifically, the special security unit of the department. He glanced at his assistant, Su Tian. Go to a department of your choice and celebrate with them. I have something to talk about with my tech team. I'll meet you in my office later after the lunch break. Understood, President. Did you book a restaurant reservation yet for the dinner tonight with the executives? Yes, sir. Su Tian told him the reservation details. Jin Liwei nodded. Good. Young Miss Ketchup informed me that Mrs. Jean might also come along to the dinner if her condition feels all right. So I reserved a few extra seats for her and Dominic Chua and an additional person that she might want to bring. Oh, Jin Liwei looked surprised. He didn't know that his wife was planning to come to the dinner scheduled for tonight. They already agreed a few days ago that it was better for her to skip it because the different smells in the restaurant might trigger another bout of her morning sickness. Tian, you poop ahead. Ketchup's familiar child voice berated her daddy's longtime assistant in an adorably irate tone. Tian wasn't supposed to tell daddy about mommy's plan to attend tonight's dinner party. Meow, you didn't tell me that it was supposed to be a secret, young Miss Ketchup. Oh no, Fandango. Oh. The cute and mighty Ketchup forgot to mention that it was supposed to be a secret. Oopsie daisy Ketchup didn't expect that Tian needs everything to be spelled out to you, and thought that you would have figured it out by yourself. My daddy said that Tian is a smart man, so you should use your brain more, or else Ketchup's powerful system will leave you in the dust. Meow. Su Tian's mouth twitched, but his professionalism helped him maintain an impassive expression even after the cheeky cat AI's comment about his apparently lacking brain power compared to hers. He decided that it was better if he didn't reply. If he did, Ketchup might find another reason to chatter nonstop about another shortcoming that she found in him yet again. Fortunately, the AI chatterbox stopped focusing on him. Daddy, please pretend that you didn't hear Tian just now, okay? Mommy wanted to keep her plan a secret because she's still unsure whether she'll be able to go to tonight's dinner or not. Meow. Jin Liwei sighed, but amusement twinkled in his eyes after his AI daughter's playful banter with his assistant Su Tian. He was already used to the two of them interacting like this on a daily basis. Ketchup had improved her organizational skills by learning from Su Tian, which, in turn, upgraded her management of her own company, White Tigress International Virtual Assistant Services. It was fortunate that there weren't a lot of people in this part of the company building, so there was no one who witnessed the boss and his right-hand man speaking with a strange child's voice through the intercom speaker in the hallway. This area was also restricted to most of the employees except for a few authorized personnel, because it housed the company's all-important server room. After the hacker Eagle's attack on Gene Corporation this past summer, his wife had secretly installed custom-made, one-of-a-kind, advanced technology, both software and hardware, to enhance the company's computer operations, especially its security system. With the addition of the powerful cat AI Ketchup, Jin Liwei had no need to worry about other hacker attacks to Gene Corporation in the future. His wife was a legendary hacker, while their two AI children were also powerful hackers like her. Daddy, Ketchup's voice interrupted his thoughts and brought him back to the present. All right, Ketchup. Don't worry about accidentally revealing your mom's secret to me anymore. Daddy, it was Tian who spilled the secret, not the cute and mighty Ketchup. Meow. Jin Liwei chuckled. Fine. It's Su Tian's fault, not yours. Su Tian's eyebrows twitched next, but like before, he managed to maintain an impassive expression. He was already used to his boss siding with his AI daughter and not with him. It was obvious to Su Tian that his boss was less strict with Ketchup than with Bacon. One reason might be that his boss preferred daughters over sons, but Su Tian didn't think that President Jean would be unfair like this to his children. A more likely reason might be because of the Black Cat AI's innately poisonous personality that needed constant disciplining. Even Su Tian was helpless to defend against Bacon's poisonous tongue. Fortunately, Bacon rarely interacted with him. Another possible reason was that Ketchup knew exactly how to butter up her daddy. After all, they spent a great deal of every single day working together. Su Tian had long begun to think of the two cat AIs as his boss and lady boss children, especially after witnessing their unusually familial way of interacting with each other. He had no idea from where his boss got not one, but two amazingly advanced and sophisticated AIs that could send the world of artificial intelligence into a mad frenzy, if exposed. Nevertheless, he restrained his curiosity because even he knew that revealing the two cat AIs' existence was extremely dangerous. All he knew was that he worshipped whoever created two very lifelike AIs complete with human-like emotions. That person was certainly a genius. Su Tian excused himself and left in a hurry for his own lunch break before Ketchup could find another reason to tease him again. Although he had to deal with the White Cat AI's mischief on a daily basis, it was difficult for him to get mad at her because she was too cute and usually knew when to stop before going too far. Another good thing about her was that she had no problems apologizing whenever she knew that she did something wrong, unlike the deceptively polite Bacon, who was actually an extremely vindictive little villain once someone offended him or his family members. He was especially protective of his mother Iris Long, now Mrs. Jean. Only Su Tian's boss and Lady Boss could make the Black Cat AI reluctantly apologize to others. After Su Tian left, Jin Liwei headed straight to the IT department where the employees were all enjoying their lunch buffet. Everyone welcomed him with great enthusiasm. "President Jin, thank you very much for the delicious lunch. Congratulations on your marriage, Boss Jin. Please also send our regards to Madam Jin." Jin Liwei couldn't stop himself from smiling whenever people referred to his wife as Madam Jin or Mrs. Jin in front of him. His usual cold demeanor would thaw a great deal. Others found him easier to approach whenever he was like this. He joined the IT department and ate lunch with them. A few hand-chosen people from the department were members of his personal tech team. Before meeting his wife, he had thought that his own tech team was among the top computer experts in the world, but he was proven wrong. His wife, once the legendary hacker Phantom in her past life and now the hotshot of the hacker world Draken, was on an entirely different league than all the members of his personal tech team combined. Even his brother-in-law's own hacker team from Shadow Winds were a few levels higher. However, Shadow Winds' hacker team still couldn't touch his wife's level. This just proved that his wife was a total genius that only less than a handful of other hackers in the world could compete with. To Jin Liwei, however, he believed that his wife was the #1 hacker in the world, even if she told him before that there were other formidable hackers that she called the old guys. After creating two extremely advanced and sophisticated AIs, their virtual cat children Ketchup and Bacon, he was certain that her skills had surpassed her previous level as Phantom in her past life. His wife was at the peak of the hacking world. Her older brother Nikolai, now living as his fifth brother Lu Zihao, was also able to gather talented hackers for Shadow Winds. Jin Liwei did his best to hire what he thought to be the cream of the crop for his own personal tech team. But his wife's legendary hacking skills and his brother-in-law's hand-picked hacker team made him realize that there were still many superior talents hidden in the criminal underworld who didn't want to work in the open. It seemed that even if he was one of the wealthiest and most influential people in the business industry and was treated as a VIP almost wherever he went, there was still a big part of the world that he had no access into: the international criminal underworld. Based on the Vetrov report, the international criminal underworld was teeming with first-class talents, hidden wealth and resources, and its own flourishing illegal economy. It was called the underworld for a reason. That was because it was its own world functioning illegally hidden under the normal legal world that the majority of people were living in. And the Vetrovs had reigned supreme in their own powerful dynasty in the international criminal underworld for several generations until they were all annihilated a few years ago. Although it had been extremely tragic, Jin Liwei was glad that his wife was able to escape the clutches of the international criminal underworld by being reborn to who she was now as Long Xiaolan, aka Iris Long. He watched his employees in the IT department as they chatted about the latest news in the tech industry while enjoying the sumptuous buffet lunch he and his wife arranged for all of them today. The members of his personal tech team gathered around him. They were more comfortable interacting with him, the company's president-CEO, compared to the other regular members of the IT department because they had been working for him in a personal capacity for years. Two members acted particularly more familiar to him than the other members of his personal tech team. Gu Chang was the IT department's senior database administrator, while Diao Yijue was a senior information security specialist. These two people alongside Ketchup were the ones in charge of Gene Corporation's new security system that Iris created. They were the ones who witnessed the birth of Ketchup and knew the secret of Iris Long's true prowess as a hacker. They begged Iris to be their master, but she turned them down, suggesting that they ask her AI daughter instead. However, The newborn Ketchup looked down on them and refused to accept them as her disciples as well. To hide Iris Long's existence as the powerful hacker who defended Jin Corporation from the hacking attack. This past summer, Jin Liwei assigned Gu Chang and Jiao Yijue to pretend to be the ones who defeated Eagle and created the company's new security system. Iris personally trained the two of them to master the intricate security system in order to fool everyone into thinking that they were the creators. As a result, Gu Chang and Jiao Yijue quickly became known as the two most valuable experts in the IT department. Their colleagues admired them. Some envied them. The new hires wanted to be like them someday, treating them as respected role models to be followed in order to be successful in this field. Only the two of them knew the truth. They were only fake experts benefiting from a true master's unbelievable hacking skills. Regardless of what they felt about the current situation, they had no intention of revealing the truth. How could they do such a stupid thing? No way. Gu Chang and Jiao Yijue didn't want to die yet. There was no way that they would reveal the truth when it would mean offending a formidable powerhouse family. The husband, their big boss Jin Liwei, was a multi-billionaire and the head of the country's biggest and wealthiest company. The wife looked like a harmless female celebrity, but was actually more frightening than her husband. Someone who could defend Jin Corporation from a powerful hacker that they were all helpless to fend off, and could create mind-blowingly advanced and sophisticated cat AIs that acted like real humans, was a great force to be reckoned with. Finally, the couple's cat AI children Ketchup and Bacon were both impressive hackers as well. The most amazing but also frightening thing about these two AI siblings was their extremely powerful self-learning function. If their mother, who was already a powerful hacker herself, continued to train them, they might just be able to surpass her one day. With this kind of formidable members, Gu Chang and Jiao Yijue didn't dare to offend such a frightening family. Any one of them had the power to destroy their lives. Their big boss Jin Liwei was still fine because they had been working for him for quite a number of years now. His wife Iris Long was also alright because she was generally a kind person as long as nobody crossed her. Gu Chang and Jiao Yijue might have had a rough first impression with the couple's AI daughter, young Miss Ketchup, when she looked down on them after she was just born, but they were more comfortable with her now after becoming in charge of Jin Corporation's new security system alongside her. She was quite easy to get along and super cute too, just like a real little girl. On one hand, they begun to dote on her like uncles. But on another hand, they admired her exceptional computer skills and treated her like a master, even though she still refused to take them in as her disciples. As for the young Miss Ketchup's new younger brother, the cat AI Bacon, Gu Chang and Jiao Yijue weren't too familiar with him. They only met him a few times when Ketchup brought him to Jin Corporation and showed him around the company's security system. The black cat AI seemed nice and polite. However, they often heard Ketchup complaining about her younger brother's naughty misdeeds and how their big boss Jin Liwei scolded and punished him time and time again. Ketchup once warned them, "Chang Chang and Jueju, whatever you do in your lives, don't offend the cute and mighty Ketchup's naughty little kitty brother Bacon. Ever." Bacon is a super-duper to the highest level big meanie who loves tormenting people he views as enemies. Be careful or you'll regret not listening to Ketchup. Meow. Although they hadn't personally witnessed just how dangerous Bacon could be, both Gu Chang and Jiao Yijue decided to listen to Ketchup's warning. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. After the immensely satisfying 3-hour buffet lunch break, the catering service ended and everyone returned to work with big smiles and full stomachs. Gu Chang and Jiao Yijue brought their big boss, Jin Liwei, to the company's restricted security system control room. Ketchup was already waiting for them inside, as they respectfully gestured for Jin Liwei to sit down first. The white cat AI was playing with a ball of yarn in the huge computer monitor, but all three of them knew that she was always monitoring everything that was happening in Jin Corporation's extensive computer system, particularly the highly advanced, sophisticated, and intricate, yet still very robust security system that her mother Iris Long created for the company. Jiao Yijue took it upon himself to prepare hot tea for all of them, serving Jin Liwei first before anyone else. Other than the two of them, and of course their big boss Jin Liwei, no other humans were allowed to enter the all-important security system control room. This place and the server room were the most restricted areas in the company. They contained classified secrets not only pertaining to the company itself, but also hardware and software traces of a formidable hacker, namely Iris Long, who installed various modifications during the summer after Eagle's hacking attack. Jin Liwei sipped tea while gesturing for them to start reporting. Sir, the hacking attacks against Jin Corporation have increased in frequency in the last couple of weeks, Gu Chang said. Sometimes multiple attacks happen at the same time. Diao Yijue followed up next. The hacking styles are pretty similar to each other, but we suspect that the attacks are done by a group of different people who are working together. They're targeting different points of our security system and trying different tactics to breach it, but to no avail. Meaning, my wife's security system successfully thwarted them, Jin Liwei concluded. That's right, Daddy. Mommy's work is super-duper to the highest level amazing. And with Ketchup overseeing Mommy's awesome security system, and Changchang and Jueju providing backup, those evil popo heads will die of old age first before they can breach our company. So don't worry, Macaroni. Jin Corporation will be safe under the cute and mighty Ketchup's watch. Meow. N. Jin Liwei nodded, satisfied at his AI daughter's confidence, and of course proud of his wife's top-quality work. Gu Chang and Jiao Yijue looked at each other and appeared as if they wanted to say something, but were reluctant to do so. What is it? Speak. Gu Chang cleared his throat. I don't mean to undermine Mrs. Jean and young Miss Ketchup's obviously superior computer skills, but Jin Liwei frowned when the man didn't continue speaking for more than 5 seconds. But what? Sir, what he's trying to say is that the hacking attacks have not only been becoming more and more frequent, but also becoming more and more forceful. We're also confident with our current security system, but if things continue going on like this, those bastards might just be successful in breaching. No way, Hairspray. The cute and mighty Ketchup won't allow any breaches to happen under my watch. Changchang and Jueju, Ketchup is disappointed in you too. Daddy, please tell these two popo heads that Mommy's system is super-duper the bestest in the whole wide world ever. Meow. Of course, your mom's system is the best in the world, Jin Liwei told Ketchup. But before she could become smug, he added, it's good to be confident of your own skills and proud of your mom's abilities, but don't look down on others too much. Even your mom never acts conceited, and we know how superior her level of skills are compared to yours. Gu Chang and Diao Yijue are both your colleagues who your mother personally trained to handle Jin Corporation's new security system with you. The two of them might not be on par with your level, but they're not people who should be looked down upon that easily. Jin Corporation never hires incompetent people. Ketchup hung her white furry head in shame of her behavior. Sorry, Daddy. Also sorry, Changchang and Jueju. Ketchup won't be conceited, promise. Ketchup is a good kitty baby who listens to my daddy and my mommy. Meow. Young Miss Ketchup, there's no need for apologies. It's fine, young Miss Ketchup. Let's not dwell on it anymore and move on. The past is the past. We'll do our best to upgrade our skills so as not to make President Jean, Mrs. Jean, and young Miss Ketchup lose your faces for trusting the two of us. Ketchup giggled, already feeling much better. She didn't overdo it, though, and gave furtive glances at her daddy to gauge his reaction. Jin Liwei's expression didn't change much, but his eyes looked indulgent towards his AI daughter. This lasted for only a few seconds. However, his expression became serious once again. Although I'm also confident in our company's security system that my wife created, both Gu Chang and Jiao Yijue's concern is still valid. It's better to be prepared and have several backup plans. I'll talk about this matter with my wife and see what kind of suggestions she can give us. This is her specialty after all. Gu Chang and Jiao Yijue both nodded. They both wished to learn more from a top-level expert like their lady boss, but she hadn't gone over to the company for quite some time now. Their big boss Jin Liwei was also extremely protective of her, so the chances of meeting her in person was very slim. All they could do was to learn from actual experience working with a highly advanced AI like Ketchup instead. Jin Liwei tapped the arm of his seat, thinking. Then he called his AI son. Bacon. A black cat AI appeared in an instant beside his older sister in the computer monitor. Bacon is here, father. His glowing golden eyes swept an indifferent gaze at the two other men in the control room before returning to his father. Bacon, you have a lot of free time this month since you're still grounded. Help your big sister Ketchup and her colleagues Gu Chang and Jiao Yijue to monitor the company's security system that your mom made. The company is being constantly attacked by multiple hackers in the last 2 weeks. I think that this is a perfect opportunity to apply what you've learned from your daily training with your big sister. Go work together to fend off against the hacking attacks. Bacon's tail began to rotate, and his golden eyes glowed brighter. Does this mean that father is lifting Bacon's punishment? Bacon isn't grounded anymore. You're semi-grounded. You can only work on the things that I approve of. No more misbehaving and making your mom upset, or I'll. Jin Liwei thought for a moment about how to effectively make a point to his willful AI son. Then an idea popped in his head. Or I'll cut off your allowance. If you dare continue doing naughty things behind your parents' back, I'll not only cancel your allowance, but also temporarily confiscate all the money in your savings account. For the first time ever, Bacon's usual bored face changed expressions and twisted in horror. Father, please don't do that. It's not classy. It is classy. Classier than hitting your butt. Bacon became speechless, too shocked by his father's threat. He looked like someone who was witnessing the world ending in front of him. Then he suddenly burst into tears. The tears quickly formed a small puddle around him. Gasp! Bacon is crying. Oh no! What to do, Daddy? Meow. Jin Liwei's mouth fell open, also shocked at the sight before him. This was the first time that he saw his AI son crying. Ever. Bacon always gave him the impression of being mentally stronger than his older sister Ketchup. Jin Liwei never expected that his AI son would melt down like this. Bacon was crying so hard that his entire furry body was trembling. He looked so heartbroken and miserable that Jin Liwei had to turn his head to the side and look away. Was he too harsh on Bacon just now? Or was this just another new tactic that his cunning AI son learned to soften him up? Bacon's money. Not my money, ooh. Father, why would you treat Bacon like this? Am I not your child anymore? Bacon works so hard to save up my money. Whoa. Bacon wants to buy Mother the most special and classiest present with my money, but Father wants to take it all away. Even Uncle Zaheo would never do this kind of wicked thing to Bacon. Whoa, not my money. Then his golden eyes dimmed, and he stopped moving, but tears still continued flowing to the virtual floor around him. Daddy, Bacon ran straight to Mommy. Oh, poor Bacon. The cute and mighty Ketchup feels super-duper bad for my little kitty brother. What to do, Daddy? Meow. Before Jin Liwei could respond, his phone started ringing. Daddy, Mommy is calling. Meow. Jin Liwei stiffened for a couple of seconds before sighing, feeling resigned to what was about to come. Answer it. Aye, Daddy. Meow. Darling, why is Bacon crying so hard? Iris' concerned and confused voice filled the entire control room. Jin Liwei threw a meaningful look at Gu Chang and Jiao Yijue. The two understood and immediately excused themselves. As they went out of the control room to give the family privacy, their expressions showed their bewilderment at what they witnessed just now. What a crazy family. So scary. What in the world happened? This is the first time that I've seen Bacon cry. He says that you, his father, are the one who doesn't love him anymore and made him cry so hard like this. Jin Liwei sighed but slowly began to relax a bit because his wife wasn't automatically blaming him. She wanted him to explain what happened first and to understand the entire situation. Fortunately, she didn't get into one of her extreme mood swings. He explained to her what happened in the most objective manner that he could without shifting any blame to either himself or their AI son, Bacon. Ketchup also interjected her own version of the events as a spectator. Bacon's golden eyes were glowing again, which meant that he was back in the control room. He was still crying, but not as hard as before. There was an obvious wronged expression on his face. He also avoided looking directly at his father. Jin Liwei saw all this and sighed once again while massaging his suddenly aching temples. He didn't think that he was wrong at all in disciplining his own AI son. What he was worried about the most was his wife's reaction after hearing what happened. He wanted to avoid arguing with her on how to discipline their AI son, especially since she had the tendency to spoil each and every one of their cat children without any reservations. In short, he had to play the bad cop all the time while all their children adored her because she rarely scolded them. I see, Iris murmured afterwards. Jin Liwei and their two AI children all waited in nervous silence for her final verdict. Bacon in particular looked very different from usual. His bored expression was nowhere in sight. He looked very pitiful instead. Jin Liwei already felt his heart softening at the sight. He had no doubt that his wife was also seeing the same pitiful appearance of Bacon on her end. If he was already softening, then how much more so for her? If she decided to side with their AI son, Jin Liwei was already prepared to back off this time. It wasn't worth it to deal with both an upset wife and an upset son at the same time. He planned to wait for today's emotions to calm down and address the issue on another day. Both he and Iris knew the kind of personality that Bacon had. If they failed to discipline him properly right now while he was still young, he was basically still a baby. Then who knew what kind of dangerous troubles he would find himself into someday when he matured? It also didn't help that the kid admired his uncle Zaheo a lot, not to mention that the majority of his personality was based on that uncle, and liked to spend most of his time working at Shadow Winds. Although Bacon enjoyed teasing his uncle Zaheo, the truth was that the kid was more interested in his uncle's line of work than his father's. That in itself was already a great source of worry for both Jin Liwei and Iris. However, they already agreed to let Bacon work for Lu Zaheo. In this way, the couple hoped to be kept updated to both Lu Zaheo and Bacon's activities and be able to quickly help them out of danger if needed. Back to the present situation, Jin Liwei finally heard his wife's verdict. "Bacon, you misunderstood your dad," Iris said in a gentle voice. Jin Liwei's eyes became gentle. He was pleased, but not because his wife sided with him, but because of her obvious warm, motherly tone as she spoke to their AI son. He knew that she still feared turning into a bad mother, but he believed 100% that she was already a terrific mother. She may lack the heart to admonish their children most of the time, but it didn't mean that she was someone who allowed their children to do whatever they wanted without fearing any negative repercussions. When needed, she knew how to be firm, never allowing any of their children to walk all over her head. Nevertheless, she would still leave the harsh lecturing of their children to him. The teary Bacon sniffed, his child's voice trembling. "Mother, what will my money?" "Oh, Bacon, don't be so upset with losing money, okay? Money is just money. If you lose it, fine. You are the son of your father and me. We know that you have the ability to earn more money, just like your father and I. And Ketchup, too. The cute and mighty Ketchup has the ability to earn more money, too." "Meow?" Iris chuckled. "Yes, and your big sister Ketchup, too. So what's there to be worried about? Our family is filled with competent people who know how to earn money." Bacon blinked his tearful golden eyes. "But mother, besides, your father didn't say that he'll cut off your allowance and take all the money you've saved up forever. He only said that he'll do it if you misbehave again. If you behave, then there's no need to worry, right? Well, if you misbehave, your father will ground you like usual. In addition to that, he'll also cut off your access to your money. But if you learn your lesson and start behaving again, then the money will be returned to you. It's as simple as that. I also think that this is reasonable." Jin Liwei continued to listen to his wife, patiently explaining his true intentions to their AI son while also comforting the kid. His heart felt warm and sweet. He once again silently thanked whatever higher powers that brought them together to become one family. There was no doubt that his wife and their children were his most important and precious treasures in his entire life. "Father," Bacon finally addressed him after calming down a bit. "Yes, son." Bacon widened his teary golden eyes, looking very adorable by doing so, and glanced at Jin Liwei shyly. The sight was very unusual to all of them. Bacon was shy? If this was before witnessing him melting down like what happened just now, they would never even think of such a possibility. Iris and Jin Liwei then realized that this seemingly tough and no-nonsense AI son of theirs also had a vulnerable side to him. And the trigger was money. Thinking more carefully, it didn't feel too surprising. Perhaps whenever Bacon said that he needed more money as compensation for emotional distress before, he really did feel distressed emotionally and wanted money to feel better. Bacon seemed to treat money as some sort of security blanket. Bacon is actually such a sensitive child, Jin Liwei thought. Maybe even more so than Ketchup. Based on Jin Liwei's observation and the new knowledge he gained about his AI son today, Ketchup preferred expressing all of her emotions as openly and as freely as possible. In contrast, Bacon liked to keep everything inside and hide his true emotions behind his usual bored expression. With such complicated and human-like emotions like these, there was no way that Jin Liwei and Iris would treat Ketchup and Bacon as mere artificial intelligence beings. They were, without a doubt, their children. Then Jin Liwei heard his wife say, "Oh, darling, how I wish that I could hug Bacon and Ketchup. I would love to hold the two of them in my arms." My babies. Me, too. He replied in his mind. Mommy, the cute and mighty Ketchup also wants to hug Mommy and Daddy. Meow. Bacon's tears finally stopped. His golden eyes glowed brighter, and his tail rotated like helicopter rotors. Although he didn't say anything, it was clear that he was as excited as his big sister. I'm going to do it. What are you going to do? Jin Liwei asked his wife, even though he could already guess what she meant. I'm going to make real bodies for Ketchup and Bacon, Iris declared, her voice filled with determination. No matter how long it takes, I'll make sure to give our AI children real bodies. I want to at least hug them before I die. Mommy's not going to die. Mommy is going to live forever and ever and be a one big happy family with Daddy and us kitty babies and our future human siblings until the end of time. Woo-woo. Please don't die, Mommy. Meow. Bacon won't let Mother die. Bacon will destroy the world if Mother dies. So please don't die, or I'll really destroy this world and not care about it at all, even if it's not classy. Jin Liwei was scowling. Although he knew that death was natural and inevitable in the course of life, he still disliked hearing this kind of talk about dying, especially when it involved his wife. She already experienced such a tragic death in her past life. He didn't want to think about dying right now. There were still a lot of things that he planned to experience with his wife and their family. For once, he didn't lecture Bacon on his vicious words. It was Iris who did. Bacon, please don't say that. She was about to continue speaking, but Jin Liwei interrupted her. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. But darling, the children are still young, Evelina. We'll talk to them again about topics such as old age and things like that when they're a bit older and can handle such matters. She hesitated but still acquiesced. Fine. He sighed in relief. However, a new worry took root in his heart. He and his wife were both humans. The twins she was carrying were also humans. Ice cream and popcorn were regular cats. All of them would die one day. But what about Ketchup and Bacon? Unlike the rest of their family, Ketchup and Bacon were both artificial intelligence beings. As long as nothing catastrophic happened in the future, the two of them could live on forever. They were basically immortals. Jin Liwei's paternal instincts couldn't help but feel upset at the kind of life his two AI children would experience in the future after the rest of their families still alive today were gone. Would Ketchup and Bacon have to watch all of their loved ones grow old and die one by one? He couldn't imagine the full extent of sadness and loneliness that kind of life the two cat AIs would feel. Father, Bacon is sorry. His cat AI son's small voice interrupted his increasingly troubled thoughts. Jin Liwei forced himself to focus on the present, but not before making a mental note to discuss his worries about their AI children with his wife. Bacon feels calmer now, the black cat AI said. Mother is right. I misunderstood Father. Money is not everything. Family is more important. Bacon apologizes for accusing Father of treating me poorly. I was wrong. Father loves all of us, your children. Bacon promises to listen to my parents more, to behave, and to not be too naughty, so that the money I worked so hard to earn and the monthly allowance Father and Mother give me will stay in my savings account where it belongs until I choose to spend it. Good that you know how to reflect on your actions, Jin Liwei replied in a gentle yet still firm tone. I'm proud of you, Bacon. Sometimes you may feel that I'm too strict with you, but I hope that you'll always remember that I'm only doing this for what I believe is for your own good. All your mother and I care about is for all of you, our children, to grow up properly and live with as little regret in life as possible. Bacon is still young, so I don't fully understand Father's words, but yes, I will try to always remember. Does Father forgive Bacon? Jin Liwei chuckled. Of course, I forgive you. You're my son. Bacon's golden eyes glowed brightly, no longer wet with tears. His tail swished from side to side a couple of times before rotating like a helicopter's rotor blades. Thank you, Father. Iris' delighted laughter flowed out of the speakers like a refreshing cool breeze. I'm glad that the two of you father and son made up. The cute and mighty Ketchup is super-duper happy too. Ketchup wishes that Daddy and my little kitty brother Bacon get along always, because we're one big happy family. Right, Mommy? Meow. You're right, Ketchup. Iris chuckled but stopped. Then they heard Dom's distant voice through the loudspeaker. Iris and Dom spoke for a few seconds. Sorry, darling and babies. I need to go now. I'm going to head to Orchidia Beauty and meet up with Brother Chonglin there to do the final checks of our preparations for the upcoming launch of his men's line. All right. Love, always take care of yourself. I want to see a safe and healthy wife at home later tonight. Don't worry, Daddy. The cute and mighty Ketchup will accompany Mommy on her trip to Orchidia Beauty and make sure that she and my twin human siblings are safe. Meow. Good. Do that. Aye aye, Daddy. Meow. Iris laughed. The husband and wife spoke some lovey-dovey words before ending the call. Father, Bacon wants to accompany Mother, too. Can I go? I will return here to help Big Sister Ketchup reinforce the company's security system and defend against the hacking attacks after making sure Mother arrives safely at Orchidia Beauty. Jin Liwei waved his hand in a go-ahead gesture. Thank you, Father. Bacon is lucky to have not only a classy mother, but also a classy father. I will go now. Goodbye. Bacon disappeared. Unlike Ketchup, who had the ability to basically be everywhere she wanted, Bacon couldn't perform multiple tasks at the same time very well. Helping fortify Jin Corporation's powerful security system was a high-difficulty task, so Bacon would need 100% of his focus on it. However, Jin Liwei wasn't in a hurry to get his AI son to work. Ketchup was still able to handle things by herself for now, not to mention that both Gu Chong and Zhao Yijue were there to help oversee the company's security system. Besides, Jin Liwei also wanted to make sure that his wife arrived safely to her destination. After all of that had been settled, he asked Ketchup to call Gu Chong and Zhao Yijue, who were both still waiting patiently outside the door, to return to the control room so that they could continue their meeting. The meeting didn't last for too long. Jin Liwei returned to his office at the top floor within half an hour. The buffet lunch for the entire company was finished. Everyone already returned to work. Su Tian was waiting for him at the office. Jin Liwei walked to his desk. His computer's screensaver was a short, 3-second clip of his wife turning her head to face the viewer and smiling in that beautiful, bright smile of hers. As soon as he sat down, the screensaver deactivated and showed the home screen. The wallpaper was a family photo. He and his wife were sitting side by side on a fluffy, shaggy carpet in the cat room. His arm was draped around her shoulders. The adorable little June was grinning and sitting between the two of them. Ice cream was lying on Iris' lap, as usual, while Popcorn was balancing his lithe body on Jin Liwei's shoulder like a circus act. In addition, a very realistic Ketchup and Bacon were also included in the photo, as if it was originally taken with the two of them. Ketchup was sitting on her white fluffy, but on one of Jin Liwei's thighs. Her smile was obvious, looking so much like Iris. On the other hand, Bacon was lying beside little June's feet and folded himself like a loaf of bread with his fluffy black paws tucked underneath his body. Both Popcorn and Ketchup looked happy and energetic, while Ice Cream and Bacon looked grumpy and bored respectively. Popcorn and Ketchup looked like they were enjoying themselves. In contrast, Ice Cream and Bacon looked like they were forced to participate in the photo shoot. Jin Liwei couldn't help but smile at his computer's beautiful wallpaper. When he was still a bachelor and before meeting his wife, he remembered not giving a damn about the screensavers or wallpapers of his computers and other electronic devices. He didn't bother changing the default theme. Now, however, he frequently changed the screensavers and wallpapers of all his computers and mobile devices. All of them were clips and photos of his wife and their family. There were so many wonderful photos and videos that he took of them that he wanted to see them every single day. This was his own little way of doing just that. The second computer monitor blinked and showed Ketchup in her virtual kitty office. The office was more like a tidier version of her virtual playroom. There were virtual toys everywhere, which she said were for stress relief. Hi, Tian Tian. Did you enjoy your lunch break? Meow. Yes, I did. Thank you for asking, young Miss Ketchup. Yeah. Sorry for calling you poop ahead earlier. Ketchup didn't really mean it. Meow. It's fine. Please don't worry about it. After the two finished their short chat, Jin Liwei made a gesture, signaling that it was now time to work. Sir, the special contest that you're hosting for the Black Stars is almost halfway through. We've received tens of thousands of submissions already. 70,868 submissions, to be exact. Oh, 70,901 now. Meow. Thank you for your accuracy as always, young Miss Ketchup. No problemo, fried potato. Yeah. Meow. Su Tian returned his attention to his big boss and scrolled on his tablet. President, I estimate that we'll receive at least 500,000 entries by the end of the contest. Perhaps even more. Liang says that it's not impossible to receive 1 million submissions to the contest. The cute and mighty Ketchup also agrees because my mommy is the bestest in the whole wide world and has lots of loyal fans in the Black Stars who love her. Also, my daddy is giving so many prizes that even Ketchup wants to enter the contest, but daddy says that I can't because it's a conflict of interest. How sad. But it's okay. Ketchup is already rich and doesn't need any of the prizes. Eehee. Meow. Who's Liang? Su Tian asked, confused. Liang is Monkey Face, Emperor Monkey, and the hacker Kimanestar, who always helps defend my mommy from online bashers before he got too busy running mommy's gaming company. He's nerdy but cool. Ketchup likes him, and Chun. Oh, Chun is I Eat Slippers, and I am Slipper Lord, the founder of Black Star's Mighty Warriors of Justice, the Slippers Army, where Ketchup and Bacon are now active leaders. Meow. Su Tian finally realized who she was talking about. Oh, you mean CEO Ho Liang and CFO Wu Chun of Mrs. Jin's Planet Monkey? Yes, exactly. Meow. Su Tian nodded. If CEO Ho says that the entries might reach 1 million, then we must prepare for that. He turned to his big boss. President, what are your plans on how to choose the winners from among the great number of submissions? Jin Liwei tapped his fingers on his desk. I originally wanted to choose the winners myself. Su Tian's eyebrows wrinkled, but it only lasted for a second before his expression returned to his usual professional one. Sir, I don't suggest for you to do that. Examining hundreds of thousands of submissions, maybe even 1 million if CEO Ho Liang's projection proves to be correct, is just not possible to finish by yourself in time before the year ends. Jin Liwei nodded and continued tapping his fingers on his desk, thinking, I'm well aware of that. I wasn't expecting for that many entries to join my special contest either. His eyes glanced at his AI daughter who was chasing after a virtual ball in his computer screen. Then an idea hit him. Ketchup, the white cat AI immediately stopped playing and sat on her fluffy butt. Yes, Daddy. Meow. Do you think that your company can hire a large number of temporary virtual assistants to help me filter through the entries for my special contest? I'll write down a list of guidelines for them to follow on how to choose the best entries. This should make my final choices easier. President, are you still planning on choosing the final winners by yourself? Su Tian asked. Of course. I'm the one who's officially hosting this special contest in honor of my wife, so I should be the one who chooses the winners in the end. I'm only going to choose the most deserving ones, the ones who praise my wife the best. Understood, President. Jin Liwei turned his attention to Ketchup, who had her furry little head tilted to the side just like her mother, looking very adorable by doing so. So what do you think, Ketchup? Can you do it? It's urgent, so it's better if it's done as soon as possible. How long will the job last, Daddy? Meow. A couple of weeks or so. Since it's my contest, I'll be the one to pay the temporary workers. Treat this job as a commission from me to your White Tigress company. I'll not only pay the temporary workers the overtime rate, but also a holiday rate, because we need them on such short notice. Of course, your company will also get a commission fee on top of that. At that moment, Bacon reappeared next to Ketchup and told her, hire me as a temporary worker in your company. I want to see how creative the participants are in praising Mother in their entries. And of course, my main reason is to help Father narrow down the entries to the very best so that he can have an easier time in choosing the final winners. Ketchup snickered. Bacon, you little liar. You just want your cute and mighty big sister Ketchup to hire you because you overheard Daddy say that he'll pay the overtime and holiday rates. Hi. Meow. Jin Liwei's mouth twitched. He agreed with his AI daughter, but didn't point it out. Bacon, did your mom arrive at Orchidia Beauty yet? Bacon shrank his little furry head to his fluffy neck. Not yet, Father. After his surprising meltdown earlier, Bacon now began to show a little more expressions in front of family members instead of just his usual stone face. Don't worry, Daddy. The cute and mighty Ketchup is still accompanying Mommy and Uncle Dom. And oh, my little human twin siblings, too. They're all okay. Meow. Good. Jin Liwei nodded, relieved. Father, may I also work at Big Sister Ketchup's company as a temporary worker? The black cat AI's tail swished back and forth in hopefulness. You're still grounded. Bacon's tail drooped. Oh, Jin Liwei felt his heart softening. He couldn't really make himself act too strict on his AI son right now, especially after what happened earlier, and discovering how sensitive Bacon actually was. Fine then. If it was only for today, he would let it slide. It was good to be strict on one's children, but being too strict wasn't good either. Just look at how miserable and suffocated his wife felt in her past life by how her mother, Madame Vetrova, raised her. There needed to be a balance on how to raise happy children who loved and respected their family. All right, he finally said. Ketchup, hire your little brother. But make sure to keep an eye on him. He's still grounded. Well, semi-grounded. Aye, Daddy. Please help Ketchup draw a suitable contract for the temporary workers. Meow. Jin Liwei sent Su Tian a meaningful glance. Su Tian stepped forward. Let me take care of the contract template, young Miss Ketchup. I'll have it ready by the end of the workday. Thanks, Tian Tian. Ehe. Meow. Bacon's tail rotated into blur. Thank you, father. Ketchup faced him and puffed out her fluffy white chest. Gene Bacon, you're hired. After signing the employment contract, you'll officially become a temporary worker at my White Tigress International Virtual Assistant Services. Yay. This is super duper to the highest level exciting. Meow. Big Sister Ketchup is known as Kitty Jean in your company. Bacon also wants to be known by an English name. What name does my little kitty brother want? Oh. What about Pussy Jean? Then we kitty siblings will be the most perfect combination ever. Meow. Su Tian couldn't stop himself from releasing a bark of laughter before quickly disguising it as a loud cough. Excuse me. The weather is cold. Unlike his assistant, Jin Liwei was able to restrain himself from reacting and maintained a rather calm expression. His mouth only twitched again, but that was it. He looked at his AI son and was sure that Bacon would detest Ketchup's suggestion. Bacon, however, tilted his furry head to the side. Should Bacon use Pussy? Jean. Do it, Bacon. Then we'll become known as the Team Kitty and Pussy siblings. Amazing, right? Meow. Su Tian started another coughing fit, but stopped after receiving a frosty look from his big boss. Jin Liwei finally couldn't take it anymore. There's no way I'm allowing you to use that name. Absolutely not. This time, both Ketchup and Bacon tilted their furry little heads at the same time in an identical movement. Oh, but Daddy, it's the perfect name for Ketchup's little kitty brother. It matches Ketchup's English name, Kitty Jean. Meow. Why not, father? Bacon thinks that Pussy Jean is good. Jin Liwei opened his mouth, but closed it again. He wasn't sure how to explain why he wouldn't allow his AI son to use Pussy Jean as Bacon's English name. Both his AI children might seem very mature because of their eloquence and powerful computer skills they inherited from their mother, but based on their ages, Ketchup and Bacon were basically still babies. There was no doubt that one day, Jin Liwei and his wife would eventually need to educate their AI children about some adult things when the two were a little older and more mature. But for now, the husband and wife preferred for Ketchup and Bacon to retain their childhood innocence longer. He sighed. That name is no good. Choose another one. Ketchup continued whining while Bacon looked to be contemplating. If you can't think of any, I'll help you think of one, he suggested in a hurry, a little worried that the cunning Bacon might register his English name as Pussy Jean behind his back when signing the employment contract for White Tigress. Please wait a moment, father, Bacon said. I'll consult with mother first. Then the black cat, AI's golden eyes dimmed. About a couple of minutes later, Bacon's eyes glowed again. Father, Bacon is back. Jin Liwei already had an idea how his wife responded based on Ketchup's sulky posture. Mother and Uncle Dominic both say that Pussy Jean is no good, so Bacon won't use it. Oh, the cute and mighty Ketchup still thinks that Pussy Jean is perfect. Meow. Mother laughed while Uncle Dominic looked horrified. Bacon doesn't understand why Pussy Jean isn't a good name, but since Mother says it's no good, then Bacon now thinks it's no good, too. I was the first one who told you that it's no good, Jin Liwei thought. But more importantly, he felt relieved that Bacon didn't insist on using such a horrible name. It was a good thing that whenever his wife said something, even the hard-headed Bacon would obey it 100%. How about Bacon use Panther Jean as my English name instead? Is it all right, father? Oh. The cute and mighty Ketchup thinks that Panther Jean is good, too. It matches our Black Stars usernames. I'm Kitty Baby, while my little kitty brother is Panther Baby. We're going to be known as the awesome Team Kitty and Panther Babies. Perfect, right? Meow. The two cat AIs looked at their father in unison there. adorable feline faces filled with hopeful expectation. Jin Liwei began tapping his fingers on the desk again as he considered the name. It's a little unusual, but it's much better than Puss, than that horrible name. All right, Bacon. From now on, your English name is Panther Jean, if that's what you really want. Bacon's tail rotated like helicopter rotors, and his eyes glowed brightly. Thank you, father. Yay. Panther Jean, you have to do an excellent job when you work as a temporary worker in my company, okay? Your cute and mighty big sister Ketchup is your boss now, so. You're not my boss yet. Bacon hasn't signed the contract yet. Tion, hurry up and draft the contract. The cute and mighty Ketchup can't wait to become my little kitty brother's super-duper awesome to the highest level boss. Meow. Please don't worry, young Miss Ketchup. I'll definitely submit it to you before the workday is over. Now that his AI son's English name was settled, Jin Liwei instructed the AI siblings to start fortifying the company's security system and defend against malicious hacker attacks. He was still a little worried about Bacon, who just had a meltdown earlier, but he trusted the increasingly dependable Ketchup. She would surely keep an eye on her little brother. However, he still sent a message to both Gu Chong and Zhao Yijue to inform him if anything happened to his two AI children. Su Tian continued discussing other matters with him before reminding him about the dinner with the executives later that evening. Sir, should I confirm with Mrs. Jean if she's still coming tonight? No, it's fine. If my wife is able to come, then she will come. If not, it's fine. But increase the security at the restaurant tonight, just in case. Understood, President. Su Tian took note of it on his tablet. ####. Later that evening, Jin Liwei and Su Tian arrived at the entrance of a five-star hotel. The sky was already dark, but the city lights were bright everywhere. This was a rather wealthy area, so there weren't a lot of people loitering on the streets. However, Jin Liwei was still recognized by some, especially since his name and his face had been so conspicuous in the headlines in the last few days. Wow, it's CEO Jin. He's much more handsome and taller in person than I initially expected. CEO Jin, please choose me as one of the winners in your special contest. I poured my heart and soul in recreating Boss Iris' iconic stage performance moments in the video I submitted. President Jin, please take care of Boss Iris. If you dare cheat on her or hurt her, all of us from the Slippers Army will whack you with our mighty slippers. If this was before, Jin Liwei would have ignored any random people trying to catch his attention. But it was different now. These people, the Black Stars, were his wife's loyal supporters. He stopped in his tracks and looked at the small group of people. And don't worry, I'll definitely take care of my wife and never cheat on her. There's no need to remind me. Kaya, Boss Iris' husband talked to us, who said that he's a cold and snobbish prick again. Jin Liwei chuckled, causing the fans and the other bystanders to stare at him in a daze regardless of whether they were male or female. Thank you for supporting my wife. Please continue to support her. No problem, CEO Jin. We, the Black Stars, will follow Boss Iris for the rest of our lives. Jin Liwei nodded. Su Tian stepped forward this time and redirected the people's attention to him, while the bodyguards led Jin Liwei inside the hotel. Inside a standard single bedroom at the five-star hotel, Rose Young was pacing back and forth in front of the curtained windows. Her best friend, Jenny Sang, was lounging on the bed and watching the entertainment news on TV while sipping the hotel's complimentary champagne straight from the bottle. Today marks the official end of superstar Jin Chonglin's contract with his longtime management, Bright Summit Entertainment Company, the show's host reported. Earlier this week, Jin Chonglin and his new sister-in-law, multi-award-winning musician Iris Long, announced in a press conference that they are leaving Bright Summit together to start their own entertainment company with CEO Jin Liwei, called LXC Studio. Some new details about LXC Studio have surfaced since then. LXC Studio made an official announcement this morning that Jin Chonglin and Iris Long's managers also left Bright Summit to follow them to their new company. Mr. Lin Dong, Jin Chonglin's manager, will become the chief of talent management, while Ms. Tang Yi, Iris Long's manager, will be the deputy chief. Mr. Lin and Ms. Tang will remain as Jin Chonglin and Iris Long's managers respectively, despite assuming their new higher positions at LXC Studio. In addition, LXC Studio also announced that they have signed the rock band Pandemonium, who collaborated with Iris Long to perform the award-winning and history-making song, monster of insanity. The four Pandemonium members are also managed by Iris Long's manager, Ms. Tang Yi. They also amicably terminated their contracts with Bright Summit to follow Iris Long and manager Tang to LXC Studio. So far, there are no other artists reported to have signed with LXC Studio aside from Pandemonium. However, Jin Liwei has been stating in his recent interviews in the past few days that LXC Studio is open to signing more talented artists, not necessarily exclusive to musicians only like him and Iris Long, but also actors and actresses, even models and comedians. Then a clip of Jin Liwei answering questions in an interview with a popular nighttime talk show host played next. LXC Studio's vision is to be the home of the best multi-talented and most creative artists who strive for the ultimate mastery of their own respective crafts. Our artists will not be mere characters manufactured for the sole purpose of becoming commercial hits to the general public, but strong and unique individuals instead whose mission is to leave a clear mark in history. That's quite a vision, the host said. Are you not afraid that people might think that you're being too idealistic? Jin Liwei flashed his iconic killer smile. Of course, I'm being idealistic. Not only me. My sister-in-law Iris Long thinks the same way too. But we're not afraid of other people's skepticism and criticism because we're determined to do our best to achieve our vision. This is why we started our own company in the first place, to have the freedom to chase after our own ideal dreams in our own terms, and hopefully, to help other artists to do the same. I commend you in taking the risk to leave your longtime management company to start your own with your brother and sister-in-law. Speaking of your brother and sister-in-law, may I ask about how the newlyweds Mr. and Mrs. Jean are doing? The TV went off all of a sudden. Hey, I'm watching, Jenny complained. I don't want to hear anything about that slut. Rose Young tossed the remote control to a far corner. Jenny rolled her surgically enhanced eyes while drinking more champagne. Then she sighed dramatically. I'm so bored, Rosie. We've been here since the afternoon. What time is it? There's a spa downstairs. How about we get a massage while waiting? No, it's already dinner time. We have no time to waste going to the spa or anywhere else. I'm sure that Big Brother Liwei and the other executives will be arriving at the hotel restaurant downstairs soon. You're still calling that man Big Brother. Jenny sighed again and drank more champagne. Jenny snatched the bottle from her. Hey, you promised to help me in my plan tonight, so I need you to be clear-headed, not drunk. Ugh, you're so mean to your bestie. I'm getting hungry. Can we order room service? No. The less people who sees us here tonight, the safer we'll be. Before Jenny could find another thing to whine about, Rose's phone rang. She answered it and set the call on speakerphone so that Jenny could also hear. Hello, Luke. Big sister Rose. One of our cousins just messaged me saying that Jin Liwei and his assistant along with several bodyguards finally arrived. Rose Young's eyes lit up and she began trembling from excitement. Good. Remember to do everything we planned. Don't mess it up for me. I need this to succeed. Do you hear me? Why yes, big sister Rose. Luke hesitated. Another cousin of ours just informed me that there appears to be extra bodyguards around Jin Liwei. I think that, it's going to be more difficult to execute your plan than we initially expected. How many more bodyguards than usual? I think 5 times more than usual. That many. Rose dug her nails into her palms and began pacing back and forth in the room again. Why did he increase the number of bodyguards? Rosie, let's cancel this ridiculous plan tonight, okay? No way. Jenny, we're going to do this tonight. If we wait longer, more people will have the time to figure out our movements and locations. It's all or nothing. I must do this. You're crazy, Rosie. Jenny cackled, but there was no humor in her expression. Rose stopped and looked at her best friend straight in the eyes. Yes, I'm crazy, Jenny. I'm so fucking crazy for Jin Liwei. I need him to be mine. Do you hear me? He has to be mine. Only mine. Jenny shivered a little seeing her friend's crazed look. Fine, whatever. I'll help you, Rosie. But I hope that whatever happens tonight, you'll be ready for the consequences, good or bad. Fuck, why am I friends with you again? This is fucking nuts. I need to get Botox again after this is over because I have new wrinkles from the stress you're giving me. Ugh. About a couple of blocks away from the 5-star hotel, a nondescript van was parked in a dark alley where huge, industrial-sized garbage collection bins were located. The place was a big contrast to the bright night city view just a few steps ahead, with the huge garbage bins shielding the van from the street. Nobody would be able to see the hidden vehicle without personally going into the alley and checking the place out. Inside the van, Luke ended the disturbing phone call with Rose Young, his Singaporean maternal cousin. There were other two cousins around his age in the van with him. He called them cousins, but the degree of their blood relations was very distant. Nevertheless, he was still very close to them because they all grew up together in a humble village far away from the big cities. Most residents in the village were distant relatives one way or another. Earning money was a struggle for everyone in the village. Therefore, many youths like Luke would choose to move to big cities to study or to work or do both at the same time. This was exactly what he was doing right now. He was working part-time while studying. While growing up back in the village, he had vague memories of listening to his mother and some neighborhood aunties gossiping about his mother's cousin marrying a rich Singaporean businessman. Since then, that auntie became a famous rags-to-riches legend not only in the family, but also in the entire village. That legendary auntie was Rose Young's mother. He already knew that his cousin Rose was rich, but only when he met her did he realize just how rich she was. Every single item she carried on her person had eye-popping price tags. Not only her, Jin Liwei, her twice-divorced, flirty but fun best friend, was even more extravagant in her spending than Rose Young. He couldn't relate to the two rich, Singaporean ladies and felt like they lived in another world. "Bro, are we really going to do this?" his best friend who was sitting beside him asked, interrupting his thoughts. "Why, yeah, I guess so. Dude, I'm telling you that this is crazy," his cousin said from the driver's seat. "If the police catches us, we'll be in deep shit." Luke sighed, feeling helpless. "I know, but our parents told us to assist big sister Rose in any way that we can. Will her young family really help all of our families leave the village and prosper in a nice city?" His cousin at the driver's seat snorted. "If they really wanted to help us, they should have done it a long time ago. Why wait 3 decades to do so? I'm only here because that woman already paid us big money in advance. She promised to give us double the amount if her fucked-up plan succeeds tonight. I'm only here for the money and not because she's a blood-related cousin. I don't give a damn about Rose Young and her family. They're Singaporeans, so to me, they're foreigners. In short, strangers." His best friend nodded. "Same here. I'm only here for the money and for our buddy here." Luke wiped the nervous perspiration on his forehead with his long sleeves. "Sorry for calling you all the way here to do this, but you're the ones I trust the most, including our 3 other brothers inside the hotel." Before the other 2 men could reply, his phone vibrated. It was the signal from their other bro whose role was to be the lookout in the hotel. Both Luke and his best friend checked the hotel maintenance uniforms that they were wearing. Jin Liwei used her connections to procure the outfits for them. "All right, let's do this." His best friend opened the van door and hopped outside the dark alley. Luke was sweating a lot and trembling a little underneath the uniform. He hesitated and seriously thought about quitting. However, he remembered the money sitting in his bank account that was more than enough to pay his entire university education. If the plan succeeded tonight, Rose Young promised to not only give him more money, but also help him find a good job and give his parents a nice property in any city. This didn't include the additional help that the Young family would give. "Dude, just do it according to the plan," his cousin said after noticing his hesitation. "But if you think that things are not going right, escape immediately and return here. I'll drive all of us to safety, I promise. If there's something I'm confident about myself, it's my driving skills and my knowledge of the lesser-known roads." "Thanks." Luke smiled at him and finally left the dark alley with his best friend. The two didn't enter through the hotel's main entrance, but a side door instead, scanning their employee access cards that Jin Liwei also managed to procure for all of them. "Bro, I'm heading to my assigned position now and meet up with our other bro." Luke nodded. "Me too. Stay safe." They parted ways. Luke headed to the cleaning supplies room to get his props. After doing that, he didn't immediately go to his assigned position. His expression looked torn. He fiddled with his phone for a couple of minutes before making his mind. He called someone. It rang a few times, but nobody answered. He tried calling 3 more times before an irritated, male voice finally answered. "You Uncle Romeo, this is Luke." Romeo Young was polite but distant, even a little cold, while speaking to him. Luke, however, didn't have the time to care about the man's tone right now. He immediately spilled all the beans about the plan tonight. They talked for about 5 minutes with Romeo asking him a lot of questions. Luke could feel the older man's restrained fury even through the phone call, but he felt better after confessing. Uncle, should we, cancel Big Sister Rose's risky plan? No, my daughter already made up her mind. She can't be stopped when she's like this. Do what she told you to do, and I'll handle the rest. Don't panic if new people start helping you later. It might take a while, but I'll definitely send some reinforcements to provide you all with a safe escape route later. Relief flooded Luke. Yes, Uncle. Thank you very much. In a rather quiet upper-middle-class neighborhood, Jin Liwei was holed up in her bedroom. Even though it had already been a few months since they moved to this place, her resentment against Iris Long continued to fester in her heart and grow into hatred. Iris Long was the reason why Jin Liwei kicked Jin Liwei's family out of the Jin clan, and why the old man Lu Jianhong forced out her father Jin Qinggong from his esteemed position at Jin Corporation's board of directors. If it weren't for the bitch Iris Long, Jin Liwei and her family wouldn't have experienced such a disgraceful downfall from high society. Although Jin Liwei and her family still had a lot of money compared to the average family, their extravagant spending habits remained the same when they were still very rich, so their money was dwindling quickly. Soon after being kicked out of the clan, they had to downsize and move to this smaller house in a neighborhood filled with people beneath their previous social level. They thought their current house was small, but it was actually one of the biggest homes in the neighborhood. It just couldn't compare to their previous mansion. They also had to sell their other properties because they lost a lot of assets when her father was removed from Jin Corporation's board of directors. Partners began to distance themselves from Jin Qinggong, afraid of making Jin Liwei and Sir Lu Jianhong unhappy. This was why Jin Liwei couldn't accept her family's current situation. Her bedroom in this house was so tiny compared to her previous bedroom suite in the mansion. They were poorer now, but their whole family refused to admit it and continued to act like big shots like before. As a result, nobody really befriended them in this new neighborhood. They didn't care, though, because those people weren't on the same level as them anyway. At the moment, Jin Liwei was lying on her bed while staring at her phone screen. She was anxiously waiting for Jenny Sang's update about her big sis Rose Young's plan at the hotel tonight. Jin Liwei wanted to participate, but they decided not to allow her because of her young age. She was already 18, but she still looked very much like a young teenager. Her young age would be very conspicuous if she loitered in a hotel at night. This is so frustrating. I want to see the action with my own eyes. She tossed the phone, still no reply from Jenny Sang or Rose Young, and rolled on the bed before starting to punch her pillow in frustration. After venting a bit, she made a decision. I'm going to the hotel tonight. I don't care what anybody says. She changed her clothes and put on a coat in a hurry before sneaking downstairs, planning to steal her father's car key to drive herself to the hotel. When she was passing down the home office, however, she overheard her father talking inside. She stopped because she heard the name Rose. Pressing her ear on the door, she eavesdropped on her father's phone conversation. It turned out that he was speaking with Romeo Young. What did you say? Rose did what? Brother Romeo, I don't believe that you don't agree with me that your daughter's plan is ridiculous. Jin Liwei is not an easy man to target. If he were that easy, I would have already gotten my revenge against him for causing my family's downfall. His security is almost comparable to important officials in the nation, and according to my observations, his security has improved even more in the last few months. I don't know where he got those new bodyguards, but they're no joke, I'm telling you. Some even look like cold-blooded assassins based on their appearances and auras alone. Jin Liwei pressed her ear closer to the door, trying to hear the conversation more clearly. She was frowning at her father's obvious disapproval of Big Sis Rose's plan. Why? What was wrong with it? She thought that it was quite good. She couldn't think of a better plan than it, to be honest. Jar, what in the world are you doing there? Jin Liwei screamed from shock. Then her mother also screamed because of her shocked scream. The door to the home office banged, opened, and an alarmed Jin Qinggong marched out roaring. What the hell happened? Dad, Mom scared me. Jin Liwei pressed her hand over her thundering heart. You're the one who scared me, her mother retorted, mirroring her actions. You too. Jin Qinggong glared at them. Brother Qinggong, what's happening over there? Romeo Young's faint voice asked through the phone. Jin Qinggong immediately returned to the phone conversation and assured the other man that everything was fine. Then he continued to glare at his wife and daughter before gesturing that he had an important phone call, so they shouldn't disturb him. Dad, wait. What is it? Jin Shinggong asked in an impatient tone. I know all about Big Sis Rose's plan tonight, Jin Liwei said. He was taken aback at first before feeling suspicious. How do you know about it? This is serious, Jar. Don't joke around. I'm serious, Dad. I met with Big Sis Rose and her friend Big Sister Ginny Sang earlier this week and heard all about their plan. I wanted to participate tonight, but they eventually told me not to because I looked too young. Her mother looked between the father and daughter before wisely not saying anything. She didn't understand what was going on anyway. It seemed that Romeo Young heard what Jin Liwei said because he told Jin Shinggong, I want to talk to Jelly. Jin Shinggong handed the phone to her. Hello, Uncle Romeo. Tell me what you know about your big sister Rose's plan tonight. Jin Liwei was hesitant, but Jin Shinggong gestured her to cooperate. Are you going to stop Big Sis Rose? No, I'm not. Really. I'm going to send help to her, and hopefully your father will also agree to provide assistance as well, because he's the one who's there while I'm still here in Singapore. I'm going to make sure that my daughter won't get into trouble no matter what happens tonight. So tell me everything you know about her plan, Jelly. She felt relieved. Okay, Uncle Romeo. Then she told him everything. In the end, Romeo Young's persuasion and Jin Liwei's insistence made Jin Shinggong agree to provide the first level of assistance to Rose Young and what seemed to the two older men a ragtag team of amateurs. I appreciate your help, Brother Shinggong, Romeo said. Don't worry. I also have my own arrangements, but the people I called need more time to arrive. Jin Shinggong sighed. If only Rose told us about her plans sooner, then we could have devised a better plan than this. I'm always telling you that Jin Liwei has never been an easy opponent to deal with. He'll never fall for such an amateurish plan like this. I don't care about my daughter's plan succeeding at all. To be honest with you, I'm also upset with her impulsiveness. I repeatedly reminded her to lie low for a while after her debacle earlier this week. However, she's still my daughter, and I know how in love she is with Jin Liwei. I'll allow her to execute her plan tonight, so that she could purge her frustrations about what happened to her a few days ago from her system. Our goal tonight is to rescue Rose and take her far away as soon as she finishes her plan regardless of whether it succeeds or not. I understand, Brother Romeo. They talked a bit more. Romeo Young hinted to Jin Shinggong that nothing bad would happen to any of them tonight because of the mysterious backer that was supporting the Young family in their quest to seize Jin Corporation by force. Jin Shinggong was moved, not only because of his desire for revenge, but also because he wanted a piece of the gigantic pie. Even just a small share of Jin Corporation was already enough to provide anyone a guaranteed life of luxury and prestige in the business world. In addition, he felt that he had more claim to Jin Corporation than the Youngs because of his blood relations to one of the founders, Jin Liwei's grandfather, who built the company with Sir Liu Jianhong. He couldn't express this to Romeo Young, however, because he was afraid of the Young's mysterious backer. Although he didn't know anything about the person at all, he was still aware of how powerful he or she was just based on how the Youngs quickly rose and continued to prosper in Singapore and how they already basically took over the Jin Corporation branch there. The Singaporean branch was already filled with people loyal to the Young family only. After talking to Romeo Young, Jin Shinggong immediately made other phone calls to fulfill his end of the bargain for tonight. Then he took his coat and car key, intending to go somewhere. Jin Liwei wanted to go with him, but he refused. His daughter was still complaining as he left the house in a hurry. ####. Jin Liwei was dining with the other executives in a private room inside the five-star hotel restaurant. His longtime assistant was also sitting and eating beside him, but suddenly excused himself out of the room after receiving a message on his phone. About a couple of minutes later, Su Tian returned and whispered something to Jin Liwei's ear. After hearing what Su Tian said, Jin Liwei frowned but quickly smoothed out his expression. Nobody else noticed his quick change of expression. Excuse me. I need to take a phone call. Continue with your dinner. No problem, President. Please take your time, sir. Jin Liwei and Su Tian both left and met up with the two leaders of his security team tonight. One was his direct subordinate, a longtime security expert who worked for him since he became the president-CEO of Jin Corporation, while the other one was the captain of the people his brother-in-law sent from Shadow Winds. They left the restaurant and found a rather empty seating area in the hotel to talk. His subordinate handed him and Su Tian an earpiece each to wear so that they could all communicate in a single channel. Is it true? Jin Liwei asked in a grave voice. Rose Young is here at the hotel? The captain from Shadow Winds nodded and told him about the current situation. Jin Liwei's already grim expression frosted over after hearing what Rose Young was up to at this moment. Young Miss Ketchup confirmed our suspicions with concrete electronic records of phone conversations and messages sent within a small group of people, including Rose Young's friend called Jenny Sang, a girl called Jean Jelly, and 6 males in their early 20s. One male is a confirmed maternal second cousin of Rose Young. Jean Jelly. Jin Liwei's nostrils flared and his eyes flashed with fury. Great. So that branch family still continued to make trouble despite being disowned from the clan. Sir, my apologies for being careless in booking tonight's dinner at this restaurant, Su Tian said. I wasn't aware that Rose Young followed you all the way here. Ketchup is sorry too, Daddy, a familiar adorable child's voice said in the group's earpieces. The cute but sometimes not so mighty Ketchup only found out that the popo-headed woman and her evil gang got themselves disposable prepaid phones to communicate, so I wasn't aware of their plan tonight until I hacked into their new phones. Meow. You already did a good job in finding out their plan before it's too late. Thanks, Daddy. The electronic records Ketchup gathered are still incomplete, but I'm already cooperating with Daddy's security team to find out more. Meow. Good. Then a new child's voice interrupted the earpiece channel. Father, Mother is coming. Jin Liwei's expression twisted in alarm. What? Tell your mom not to come. Understood, Father, Bacon replied. 5 seconds later, Jin Liwei's phone rang. He answered it in a hurry. Love, don't come here. He blurted out without even greeting his wife. Iris was unhappy. Why? I feel good tonight. I wanted to surprise you. But here you are telling me not to come. Jin Liwei took a few deep breaths to calm himself down so that he could speak to his wife properly. Then he told her about Ketchup and his security team's findings. Oh, Rose Young is planning on doing something to you tonight. To his surprise, she didn't sound upset but was rather curious instead, even amused. There was, however, also a hint of coldness in her lovely voice. A dramatic, furious gasp was heard on the other end of the line. Then Dom's voice exclaimed, What? That Rafflesia. Nobubi Arnoldi is still targeting Sir Boss after everything that happened. Shameless. Just watch me, boss. I'll pull all her hair out until she's bald and wipe the floor with her ugly face when I see her. How dare she target a married man? Immoral people like her is a scourge to civilized society. Damn. Rose Young, is that audacious? It seems like what happened to her this week has made her desperate. Jin Liwei frowned when he heard the unexpected but familiar male voice interrupting his phone conversation with his wife. My brother is with you? Yes, Iris replied. We all came from Orchidia Beauty. When Dom and I were about to leave and Brother Chonglin heard where we're headed, he said that he wanted to join us for dinner with the other executives of your company. Su Tian mentioned earlier that I can bring an extra person in addition to Dom, so I agreed to let Brother Chonglin come along with us. That's right. Jean Chonglin interjected. I'm starving, big bro, so let me come, okay? Jin Liwei pressed his lips into a thin line. You still have the appetite for food after hearing about the danger here at the hotel tonight? There's no way that I'm allowing my wife and my brother to come here in this kind of situation. Don't forget that both of you are high-profile celebrities who are still being featured in the headlines even at this moment after all that happened in the past few days. The two of you will definitely draw too much attention. Your presence will then alarm Rose Young and her accomplices and might make them do unpredictable things. I can't afford to take that risk with my wife. You know about her current condition, so go back home where it's safe. My security team and I will be enough to deal with Rose Young's group. His tone brooked no argument. You heard my big bro, Sister Xiaolan, Jin Chonglin said. Let's go. My brother will take care of everything. Before you go, please drop me off near the hotel, boss. Dom declared all of a sudden. My blood is boiling so much that my foundation is starting to melt. I need to see that home-wrecking desperado with my own eyes. And I don't care if it destroys my French manicure, but I'll scratch her face off. It's at times like this that I wish I have the holy water that my momsy packed in my luggage before I came to this country, so that I could douse the evil out of that woman. Humanity will surely thank me later. Go, Uncle Dom. The cute and mighty Ketchup will support you with my mighty paws of justice. Ketchup is also super duper angry right now. How dare that popo-headed woman try to steal my daddy from my mommy and our happy family. Grr. Rio, let's go, baby Ketchup. Prepare to battle. Yes, Uncle Dom. The cute and mighty Ketchup is ready. Meow. Jin Liwei felt his head starting to ache while listening to the two chatterboxes' impassioned speeches. Dominic, go back with my wife and brother. Make sure that they get home safely. But sir. Boss. Aw, daddy. Meow. Don't come here. I need you all to go back where I know you'll be safe. Leave everything to me here. Jin Liwei's mind was already made up. Both Dom and Ketchup continued to make whining noises, but otherwise didn't continue protesting against Jin Liwei's decision. Go park near the hotel. Iris instructed the driver. Jin Liwei's expression turned ugly. Eve, Xiaolon. What are you doing? You're going home right now. Don't forget about your condition. She ignored him. Dom, give me my laptop. Ketchup, show me the findings you have so far regarding Rose Young's plan tonight. Here's your laptop, boss. Aye, mommy. Meow. Xiaolon, love, please listen to me. Jin Liwei had to stop because he could sense that his wife was already absorbed with her laptop. Worry gripped his heart, squeezing it so tightly that he almost found it hard to breathe. He wasn't worried about himself at all, but about his wife instead. She was pregnant and only in her first trimester. They had to be extra careful because this was the crucial period in pregnant women. Whoa, what the hell? What's going on here? Who's Ketchup? Why is this child calling you mommy and daddy? She also keeps on meowing. Weird. Wait a minute. I remember that Ketchup is the name of one of your cats. Huh. Jean Chonglin's confusion was clear to everyone, but nobody took the time to explain things to him. They were all preoccupied by the current potentially dangerous situation. So Jean Chonglin's questions seemed trivial to them at the moment. And holy shit. Sister Xiaolon, look at those fingers flying over the keyboard. Whoa. Are you hacking? So cool. Wait, are you a computer expert or something? It wasn't that Iris was ignoring him. She was just too absorbed with what she was doing on her laptop that she couldn't hear him properly. This didn't take too long, however. I see, she muttered. So that's how it is. Bacon, contact your Uncle Zaheo and tell him to get Shadow Winds to assist your dad and provide backup security. Mother, Bacon is still grounded. Darling, Jin Liwei sighed while massaging his temples. All right, Bacon, you're not grounded anymore, but only until we resolve tonight's matter. Bacon thanks father. I will now follow mother's instruction and go to Uncle Zaheo. Then the polite child's voice disappeared. Huh, Bacon? Another child is calling you mother and father? I also remember that you have a new cat named Bacon. Is this huh? I've only ever met ice cream and popcorn, but never ketchup and bacon. Don't tell me that your two youngest cat children can freaking talk? Are you kidding me? Is this a prank? Are there hidden cameras filming me right now? Jin Liwei's head started to hurt more. Chonglin, just stop talking for now, all right? Yeah, Prince Lin. Dom said. Even a loudmouth like me knows how to keep quiet when the boss and Sir Boss are talking about something serious. Dominic Chua, you sure don't think highly of this superstar prince, do you? Jin Chonglin said in a grumpy voice. Ehehe. What do you mean, Prince Lin? My pure maiden heart always starts skipping a beat and racing like a demented stallion on sugar high whenever I watch your exciting performances. Such a handsome, sexy, and talented musician like you is someone worthy of respect, so of course my beautiful and gorgeous self think highly of you. Jin Chonglin chuckled, clearly smug. I'll accept your admiration since you're so genuine. But of course, my boss is still the #1 musician in my heart and my soul. Don't worry though, Prince Lin. You're still in second place. Nobody can take it away from you unless Boss and Sir Boss babies decide to become musicians in the future as well. Ehehe. Ketchup super duper agrees with Uncle Dom. He's 1,000,000% correct. Mommy is the bestest musician ever in the whole wide world. No, in the whole wide universe and beyond. Right, Daddy? Meow. Jin Liwei's troubled expression softened at the mention of his wife and the chance to compliment her. Your mom is the best. No doubt about it. A sulky Jin Chonglin started muttering some half-hearted complaints under his breath, but Jin Liwei ignored him. There was a far more serious situation that he had to handle right at this moment. Dealing with his bewildered younger brother wasn't on his priority list. He tried persuading his wife again to go home, where it was guaranteed. to be safe and sound, but Iris remained adamant in staying near the hotel's vicinity. It was at times like these that he wished she wasn't so strong-minded, although it was one of the traits that he loved about her. However, he had no intention of giving in to her stubborn idea this time and risk her safety and that of their twin babies. "Father, Bacon is back," his AI son interrupted. "Uncle Zaheo wants to speak with you." Jin Liwei immediately accepted his brother-in-law's call, not noticing the relief flooding within him. After quickly speaking with each other, the two men banded together to persuade Iris to go home. ####. An irritated Iris hung up on her husband and older brother in a huff. Overprotective caveman. She punched little Liwei's cute, fluffy face a couple of times before pulling the huge teddy bear in a suffocating hug, strangling the poor thing while furiously inhaling her husband's scent from the shirt it was wearing. Jin Liwei's scent calmed her a little, but it wasn't enough to completely remove her current frustration. She understood her husband and older brother's concerns about her safety. Yes, she truly did. But how could she just leave and go home at this time while knowing that an obsessive woman had a sinister plot to entrap her own husband tonight? Why couldn't the two men understand that as much as they were protective of her, she also felt protective of them? Her pregnancy might be limiting what she could do to help them during this time. But that didn't mean that they should treat her like a disabled person. She could still function like normal. It was only her energy that was lacking. Frustration once again flooded her at the thought of being forced into the sidelines by her husband and older brother, causing her to crush the poor teddy bear in her arms. "Sister Xiaolan, Big Bro is right." Jin Chonglin interrupted her increasingly volatile thoughts. "Let's go home, all right?" She glared at him. He raised both arms in mock surrender, but his expression was serious. "I think that it's best to listen to my brother this time. Rose Young's current behavior is reminding me so much of what I experienced with. I don't really want to remember those horrible memories, but..." He sighed, rubbing his face and running his fingers through his hair. "Rose Young is reminding me of what I experienced with Fan Luo back then." Iris froze. Obsessive people like them can't be reasoned with properly. They can also be extremely dangerous. Just remember the extent of what Fan Luo and her family did back then to us, and you'll know what I mean. She frowned but didn't say anything, her expression showing that she was thinking about what he said. "I'm just saying that it's not safe for a pregnant woman like you to stay here in what looks like a dangerous situation. Rose Young might be an obsessed madwoman just like Fan Luo. It's better to be safe and sorry." Jin Chonglin's gaze dropped to her flat stomach. "Remember that you're carrying the next generation of genes. Even if you don't care about yourself, you should think of my baby niece or nephew's safety. I'm with my big bro in this one." She glared at him once again, but it wasn't as vicious as before. Her hands subconsciously went to touch her stomach and started rubbing it. She turned her head away from her brother-in-law because his words hit her where it hurt. Was she wrong? Were they right? Was it really the best to leave and go home while her husband faced the current potentially dangerous situation by himself? Her eyes dimmed, but it only lasted for a couple of seconds before they flashed again with determination. No, during their wedding vows, she said that Jin Liwei was her other half, meaning they swore to be partners in life. She couldn't just let him face this kind of danger alone. She wanted to be there for him. No, she needed to be there with him. If their roles were reversed, Jin Liwei would surely be there with her regardless of her protests. Boss." A hesitant Dom interrupted. "Shall we head home now?" "Yeah, let's go," Jin Chonglin said and gestured for the driver to go. The driver, however, hesitated and didn't obey Jin Chonglin, waiting for his lady boss instruction instead. Iris already made up her mind. "No, we're not going home. Continue to the hotel." "What the hell, Long Xiaolan? Didn't you hear what I said? How can you be so hard-headed? Damn it. If something bad happens to you or my brother's baby growing in your stomach under my watch, it's not only my big bro who's going to kill me. Grandma Li and my mom will beat me up. And Grandpa Lu, who has been pining for a great-grandchild for so long, will skin me alive. This is so frustrating. Uncle Lin Lin, don't forget about Uncle Hao Hao." Ketchup's adorable child voice chimed in. "Uncle Hao Hao is also super-duper to the highest level protective of Mommy, just like my daddy. If Uncle Lin Lin lets Mommy be harmed tonight, Uncle Hao Hao will surely clobber you too. Ooh, so scary, poor Uncle Lin Lin. Ketchup will light a virtual candle for you in advance." Meow. The dashboard monitor showed a white candle with Jin Chonglin's name written on it being lit up, while a fluffy, white cat smiled brightly, her expression looking so much like Iris. This kitten," Jin Chonglin stammered, his face twisting in bewilderment. The white cat's smile grew wider, her green eyes glowing like emeralds. "It has been a long time coming, but it's better to be late than never. Nice to meet ya, Uncle Lin Lin. I am your super-duper to the highest level cute and mighty kitty niece Jean Ketchup. English name Kitty Jean, wielding the powerful paws of justice to defend our happy family from hateful poopa heads like that Rafflesia Rose Young Arnoldii. If Uncle Lin Lin needs help in any way, feel free to hire from Ketchup's own company called White Tigress Virtual Assistant Services. You are my uncle, so Ketchup will give you a family discount." Meow. Jin Chonglin blinked, not knowing what to say. "Oh, but couldn't come here for a sec and introduce yourself to our Uncle Lin Lin?" Meow. A stoic black cat with glowing golden eyes appeared beside a smiling Ketchup. "Greetings, Uncle Chonglin. My name is Jean Bacon, English name Panther Jean. I don't have my own company, but I currently work as a freelancer for Uncle Zaheo and will soon sign an employment contract as a part-time virtual assistant at Big Sister Ketchup's company. Bacon is open to accepting new clients, so if you're looking to hire me, rest assured that I am very professional like my parents and a highly efficient worker as long as you pay me properly. Unlike Big Sister Ketchup, I do not give out family discounts, but I guarantee that my productivity increases with every bonus and salary raise that you give me. Oh, I almost forgot. Bacon is technically still grounded with some special exceptions to the rule. Uncle Chonglin needs to wait until father announces the official end of my punishment." The speechless Jin Chonglin continued to stare at the white and black virtual cat siblings on the dashboard monitor. His mouth opened and closed several times, but no words came out. All he could do was goggle at the unbelievable sight before him. Iris and Dom watched all this happening without saying anything. Dom was giggling quietly at Ketchup and Bacon's attempt to promote their professional skills to Jin Chonglin. While hugging little Liwei, Iris allowed her AI cat children to introduce themselves to their paternal uncle, not at all concerned at Jin Chonglin's bewildered state. Although Jin Chonglin might seem frivolous, he was actually a very discreet person. He was able to reach his superstar status by learning to choose which information to share to the public and which ones to keep private. In addition, he respected his older brother Jin Liwei a lot, so Iris didn't worry too much about Jin Chonglin divulging the existence of Ketchup and Bacon, two very highly advanced and sophisticated AI beings. Despite her confidence in her brother-in-law, Iris still made Jin Chonglin swear to keep the existence of both Ketchup and Bacon a top secret. Although the continued confusion made Jin Chonglin's mind whirl, he still agreed and swore on the spot to not tell anyone about his incredible cat AI niece and nephew. His IQ might not be as high as his older brother Jin Liwei, but he was still smart enough to figure out on his own about the implications of having not one, but two revolutionary AI beings. Humans weren't all the same. There were some people in the world who were greedy enough to do just about anything, including cold-blooded brutality and even murder, just to possess this kind of groundbreaking technology. Upon realizing this, a chill went up his spine. His eyes almost bulged out of their sockets as he stared at Ketchup and Bacon with great worry. "D-damn." He turned to Iris while pointing at the two AI cats on the dashboard monitor. "Are you crazy? Why would you show them to me? This kind of technology is something great nations and powerful international organizations will fight over. What if they're discovered? What if someone kidnaps me and tortures the information out of me? I'm telling you now, Long Xiulan, I hate pain. I'm not strong enough to keep such a dangerous secret under great duress." Iris sighed. "Exposing Ketchup and Bacon's existence to you tonight was an accident. We weren't planning on letting you or the others outside our household know about them. Ever. Your brother and I will compensate you and provide you with better security. Don't worry about it." But Jin Chonglin continued to worry. It wasn't just worry, but also fear that started to overwhelm him. Better security? Is that enough? What if some powerful, greedy bastard hires the Triad or Mafia, or someone dangerous like that? "Brother Chonglin, let's talk about this another time." Iris sighed once again, her head starting to throb at her brother-in-law's complaints. "I have other far more important thing to worry about than your situation right now. My husband is being targeted by an obsessed woman. As Jin Liwei's wife, I need to make sure that he's safe from any danger. Jin Chonglin remembered the current situation. So although he still wanted to talk about the AI cats and the danger of knowing about their existence might bring him, he restrained himself. For now at least. Fine. Iris was relieved, but didn't relax as she received a notification on her laptop. She once again became absorbed with her computer. Bacon also left to assist Shadow Winds for tonight's mission. Ketchup's image remained on the dashboard monitor, her cute and fluffy self chasing a virtual butterfly. But her uncharacteristic silence signified that she was also busy providing much-needed support to her father at the hotel. "Boss, we're here," Dom announced. Iris looked up even as her fingers continued their swift typing on the keyboard. Indeed, they could see the five-star hotel towering up ahead. The driver then parked in front of a nearby retail boutique that was closed for the night. "What's the plan, boss?" Dom asked. Before Iris could reply, Jin Chonglin scowled at Dom. "What do you mean, what's the plan?" "There's no plan. She's pregnant, so we should stay here in the vehicle where it's safe since you don't want to go home. Let Big Bro and his bodyguards deal with Rose Young. Oh, we should also contact the police." "Yes, that's what we should do. Let the experts do their thing. That's the plan that we should follow." "No, we can't call the police." "Absolutely not." Jin Chonglin's eyes almost popped out of his head as he looked at her in disbelief. "Why not? Don't be ridiculous. Calling the police is what a responsible citizen should do in this kind of situation." She ignored him, focusing instead on doing what she could with her laptop. Yes, Jin Chonglin was right. Calling the police was indeed the normal thing to do, but that only applied to truly normal people and situations. Her older brother was coming to assist her husband tonight with his group Shadow Winds. Call the police? Never. If the police were called, they might arrest Lu Zihao and everyone from Shadow Winds instead of Rose Young. What a joke. As if Iris would allow something like that to happen. Jin Chonglin fished out his phone, about to call the police on his own, but Iris caught him in time and chopped his arm with a knife-hand strike. Ouch. Long Xiaolon, what the fuck? That hurts. Following her example, the loyal Dom also moved quickly and snatched the fallen phone from the floor so that Jin Chonglin couldn't reach it anymore. "You too. Why aren't you letting me call the police? You're all crazy. Prince Lin Lin, please trust us. Calling the police will bring more trouble." Dom might not be privy to the full extent of Lu Zihao's shady businesses, but he wasn't stupid and could tell that something wasn't fully legal about Mr. Yamalicious. Despite this, he had no problems with Lu Zihao as long as the man remained true to Iris, Dom's boss, idol, and best friend. Jin Chonglin kicked the back of the seat in front of him in frustration. He didn't understand why they were stopping him from contacting the authorities. However, he couldn't do anything because both Dom and the driver only listened to Iris, not him. Then they heard Iris exclaim something in a different language. Jin Chonglin wasn't sure what language she was speaking, but Dom kindly informed him that she was cursing in Russian. Dom was apparently learning Russian with Jin Liwei since the past few weeks. "What's wrong?" Jin Chonglin asked Iris. She didn't reply, too focused with her laptop. The white cat on the dashboard monitor stopped chasing virtual butterflies, and her green eyes started glowing brightly again. "Mommy, it's the poo-poo-head eagle again. He's interfering with our mission at the hotel." "Rio." Iris frowned, but otherwise became even more focused in hacking. "Oh. Emergency, emergency. Mommy, this is an emergency. Gene Corporation's security system is under attack." Ketchup's preliminary analysis indicates that there might be several different hackers involved in the current attack at Gene Corporation, but all of their patterns follow Eagle's distinctive style. "Bacon, hurry up. Ketchup needs your help ASAP." "Rio." "Bacon is on it," the no-nonsense Bacon replied. Iris clicked her tongue, wishing that she was in her own computer room. The laptop that she was using right now was something that she assembled and customized herself. It was therefore several leagues more powerful than the average computers available in the market. Even so, it was still just a laptop and ergonomically terrible compared to her personalized setup at home that looked like a spaceship's cockpit. It only took a few seconds for her to make a decision. "Bacon, return to Shadow Winds and assist your Uncle Zihao's hacker team with tonight's mission at the hotel. Ketchup will work with me to defend Gene Corporation." "Understood, Mother. Please be careful and don't exhaust yourself or Bacon will destroy this continent." "Aye, aye, Mommy." "Meow." Although Iris was worried about Jin Liwei's safety tonight, she trusted her husband and older brother enough to handle Rose Young's plot until she could assist them later after dealing with Jin Corporation's current attackers. She also felt more reassured with Bacon assisting the two men. Her two AI cat children were the products of her creation, their hacking skills based on her own abilities. Although both Ketchup and Bacon moved independently from her, she could still lead them like natural extensions of her body since they operated in the powerful virtual system that she created herself. Jin Corporation was the fruit of Grandpa Liu and the late grandfather Jin's blood, sweat, and tears throughout many decades. Iris might not have met Grandfather Jin, but she respected him very much just based on the stories that Grandpa Liu would tell her during their business lessons, and also because the man was her husband's grandfather. Now that Jin Corporation was under a vicious attack, there was no way that Iris would just allow the enemy hackers to do whatever they wanted. It was a company that hundreds of thousands of employees internationally were depending on for their livelihood. Let a huge business empire like Jin Corporation collapse in one night? Not on her watch. Tonight, the hacker world's rising star Draken once again bared its fangs after a few months of inactivity. But something was different this time around. Emanating from the fierce Draken was a familiar, forbidding aura that many veteran elite hackers would recognize as that belonging to the legendary figure in the hacker world back then before the person disappeared without a trace a few years ago. ####. In a large, dim room somewhere, the sounds of rapid keys and mice clicking could be heard, punctuated by sudden curses and exclamations in a foreign language that many people considered to be romantic. The atmosphere in this room, however, was anything but romantic. There were several people busy typing away in front of computers. Most of them were using laptops, but a few had more robust desktop computer setups. The room might be luxurious, but their current condition didn't look comfortable at all with the mismatched computer equipment, makeshift chairs and tables, dirty fast food takeout containers, empty cup noodles, and other messy things scattered almost everywhere. Nonetheless, everyone appeared used to this kind of unorganized working conditions. We failed so many times to breach Jin Corporation's new security system, but thankfully Master El Payaso gave us useful advice. We're almost there. Hang in there, brothers. We can do this. Yeah, let's go. Then, several danger alerts popped on their screens. Fuck. Someone skilled appeared. Who's this fucking bastard? The leader squinted at his own computer screen, his fingers flying non-stop over the keyboard, before chuckling. There is no need to wonder anymore which bastard is valiantly defending against our attack on Jin Corporation right now. Say hello to our old friend and rival, my brothers. The motherfucking Draken. Ahaha. Arrogant son of a bitch. Always getting in our way. See how I pummel you with all the new viruses I made. Take that, little lizard. Shit, he took me out already. Damn it. The leader became even more focused in the hacking battle. Bloodthirsty viciousness glinted in his eyes, but the interesting thing was that there was no animosity directed at their tough opponent, only pure excitement and burning competitiveness. In fact, his mouth was stretched into a wide grin, giving him a roguishly charming air. Just like the last time we faced off against Draken, it seems that he isn't working alone, he said. This one should be the annoyingly tough defender and all-rounder support, White Tigress. Not bad at all, no? Fufufu. I think it's only White Tigress this time. Thank fuck. I hate the other one. Such a nasty, aggressive little fucker. He fried my beloved laptop that I lovingly assembled last time. Ugh. Makes me so mad just remembering it. The leader raised an eyebrow, amused at his friend's words. Calling someone else nasty and aggressive, HM? Why don't you go and take a look in the mirror first? All of them laughed and made fun of their brother. White Tigress and Black Panther might be difficult little shits who always manage to give us trouble, but remember that they're nothing compared to Draken, he reminded everyone. So true, my brother. Draken, that bastard, always ends up saving those two little shits whenever we almost beat them. It's clear that the two are quite important to Draken, or else he won't come running to clean up after their asses every single time. The two must be really Draken's disciples if he cares so much about them, no? Interesting. Fufufu. Taking his own disciples. Huh. Who does Draken think he is? He can never compare to our own master when it comes to teaching disciples. Master El Payaso is the best hacker in the entire world. No one can beat him, Everyone was startled at the loud crash. "Oh, sorry about that," the leader drawled. The bottle slipped out of my hand. What a naughty, disobedient beer bottle. "My brother, forgive me, yes?" The one who was almost hit by the bottle gave a nervous laugh. "All good, no worries. We're brothers, so of course I forgive you. Haha. Let's continue our attack and beat Draken and his disciples' asses tonight, shall we?" A chorus of assent echoed in the large, luxurious but dim and messy room. They looked pumped to battle against tough opponents, but the tense atmosphere after the smashed beer bottle remained. The leader acted as if everything was normal, but his eyes glinted with cold hostility. It wasn't directed at his brother, but at the words uttered just a few seconds ago. Out of his earshot, his other brothers whispered among themselves. "You know that he worships Phantom like a great god. In his mind, there's nobody else in the world who's a better hacker than Phantom. Not even our own master, El Payaso. Of course, he's going to lose his shit when you named another hacker as the best in the world instead of Phantom. Master has been around earlier and longer than Phantom. I think that Master is still the better hacker than Phantom, especially now that it has been a few years since Phantom disappeared from the hacker world without a trace. Phantom is gone, but our Master is still going strong and even training the lot of us to continue his legacy. I agree with you, but our brother doesn't think the same way. He's the best hacker among us. That's why Master appointed him as our group leader. Even Master knows that it's Phantom that our brother admires the most, not him. But Master doesn't resent him because of his undeniable natural talent and skills in hacking." They sighed. However, they were all brothers who had been through so many ups and downs together since they were little boys. Disagreements among them occurred often, but they always made up in the end because of their strong brotherhood. "Just be careful about what you say next time, brother, so as not to trigger our leader, especially when it involves Phantom. If given the choice between Phantom and our master El Payaso, we all know that he's going to choose Phantom. That's why our hacking style follows Phantom's distinct style more than our own master's. It's also the reason why our leader is so fixated on Draken, because the bastard style is also quite similar to Phantom." They nodded. "All right, enough chit-chat. We still have to win tonight's hacking battle against Draken and his two disciples." In the next instant, however, they heard a loud curse from the other side of the room. "Fuck. It's that nasty fellow Black Panther again. Ah, my poor baby laptop. I just powered up your specs this week, but that little shit fried you. Again." The leader glanced at his brother, who was grieving for the poor dead laptop, even as his fingers sped up over his keyboard. "I see. So that's how it is. Draken and White Tigress are defending Jin Corporation, while Black Panther is holding the fort at the hotel and protecting Liam Jin." Then he smirked before giving instructions to his brothers. "Group B, continue battling Draken and White Tigress to breach Jin Corporation. Give them as much trouble as you can, yes? I'll join Group A this time. Let's see what Draken is going to do when his other disciple, Black Panther, is pushed in a tight corner by us. Draken will surely come running to rescue the little one, no? Fufufu. Once Draken leaves Jin Corporation to save Black Panther, then that's the best time to attack Jin Corporation all at once and overpower White Tigress. Oh, how exciting. This is what I'm talking about. Ha ha ha." With a clear goal, everyone became more focused. The earlier tension in the air disappeared. Once again, the brothers worked together as one, like how they always did since their childhood, while growing up in an extremely harsh environment. Hashtag. Back at the 5-star hotel, Jin Liwei and Su Tian returned to the restaurant's private dining room, where the other Jin Corporation executives were eating and waiting for them. They didn't question them about their half-an-hour absence from the dining table. It was a common occurrence anyway, because Jin Liwei was the CEO and was always busy. And as the CEO's executive assistant, Su Tian was also extremely busy, perhaps even busier than Jin Liwei, depending on one's point of view. Jin Liwei's expression didn't show any of his real thoughts as he interacted with the other executives, as if nothing was wrong in the world, and they were all just enjoying dinner together to celebrate his marriage with Iris Long. Deep inside, however, he was on extremely high alert as he continued receiving updates from Bacon through the earpiece. But he began to feel more reassured because his brother-in-law Lu Zihao was already on his way to the hotel. A few Shadow Winds members who were near the area and were summoned by Lu Zihao had already started arriving before their boss. But instead of sending these members to provide backup to Jin Liwei's security team at the hotel. Both Jin Liwei and Liu Zihao were of the same mind and sent them directly to Iris Group a short distance away. The two men were helpless against her stubbornness. They also had to act cautious around her because of her extreme mood swings that could strike at any time without any warning. It would be hell on earth if they ended up infuriating her to the point that she decided to run away, hide from them, and give birth to the twins on her own. She was a very strong-minded woman and could really do that if angered. Since they couldn't make her leave and go home tonight no matter what they said, all they could do was send more people to guard her group, and most importantly, to prevent her from storming inside the hotel, where it could be potentially dangerous, especially for a pregnant woman like her. Right at that moment, the door opened, and a waiter entered carrying a tray of different cocktails. Some of the executives cheered, feeling excited at the thought of loosening up their stiff collars with some stronger alcohol than the red wine served earlier. Jin Liwei frowned when an elaborate glass was served in front of him. I didn't order this. Ah, President. I ordered a cocktail for you and Assistant Sue while you two were gone earlier. I hope that you don't mind my presumptuousness. If the cocktails that I ordered don't suit your taste, please order other ones instead. No need to order another. 1. This is fine. Jin Liwei reached for the cocktail, but didn't drink it yet. Everyone was waiting for him to drink first because he was the person with the highest rank in the room. A voice talked to his earpiece, but the others didn't hear it except for him and Su Tian. Jin Liwei's fingers tightened around the glass, while everyone looked at him with anticipation. Su Tian looked grim. How about I drink President's? Jin Liwei downed the cocktail. The others cheered and started drinking their own cocktails. Nobody noticed anything unusual because both Jin Liwei and Su Tian had already mastered the art of a stoic face. It had been quite a long time since Jin Liwei had drank an alcoholic beverage, so he couldn't help but frown a little when the cocktail hit his palate. He consumed only about 1/3 of the cocktail before stopping and putting it down on the table. Su Tian leaned closer to him and whispered, Sir, are you feeling all right? He was okay. For now. Then a polite, matter-of-fact, child's voice spoke through his earpiece. Father, Bacon is 99.98% certain that Mother will become upset once she learns about this plan that you and Uncle Zihao devised as a counterattack to Rose Young's plot tonight. This plan is certainly not the classiest, but according to Bacon's own forecast analysis, although it's one of the most dangerous options to Father's safety, it's also the one that has the highest probability of completely destroying Rose Young while obtaining the necessary evidence against her in this attempted crime, and at the same time making sure that the involvement of Uncle Zihao and Shadow Winds in tonight's mission won't get them into trouble with the authorities. Since this is the case, Bacon reluctantly agrees to stay silent about your plan as per Father and Uncle Zihao's request, and not report it to Mother if she doesn't specifically ask for it. However, if she does asks, Bacon will not hesitate to divulge everything to Mother. I don't want Mother to become upset with Bacon ever again. It is horrible and makes Bacon want to destroy the whole world, which is not classy at all. Jin Liwei sighed and tapped his ear, replying to his cat AI son in Morse code. Okay. The other executives were too absorbed in chatting with each other and enjoying their cocktails that they didn't notice their boss secretly conversing with someone else through an earpiece. Those who saw Jin Liwei gently tapping his ear only thought that he was probably thinking about something important, perhaps about Jin Corporation's year-end performance, or maybe he was just scratching an itch in the ear. Jin Liwei's secret conversation with his cat AI son in Morse code continued. Bacon told him in a serious tone. Most importantly, Bacon also doesn't want to upset Mother too much by telling her the truth about Father and Uncle Zihao's plan. Mother is still in her first trimester and Bacon doesn't want anything bad to happen to her or my twin baby human siblings. That's why Father should take extra care of yourself as you throw yourself directly into danger tonight. Uncle Zihao, Shadow Winds, Father's security team, and Bacon will all do our best to get you out of Rose Young's evil clutches safely before Mother realizes what's going on. Jin Liwei once again tapped his ear. Understood. Father, please also remember. Silence. Jin Liwei waited for 5 seconds, but Bacon was still silent. He tapped his ear. Son, are you okay? No response. What happened? Still no reply. He frowned, no longer able to maintain his stoic expression. Fortunately, The other executives were too engrossed in their own conversations and drinks that they didn't notice anything amiss about their boss. Or if some did, the alcohol had already somewhat dulled their senses that they failed to register their boss' change of expression. Father, my apologies for being unable to reply right away. Jin Liwei was relieved when he heard Bacon's voice again. Eagle is interfering in our control of the hotel's surveillance system. Bacon and my colleagues from Shadowwind's hacker team are now battling against Eagle to regain control without alerting the hotel's admin and the authorities. Okay, he tapped. Jin Corporation is also under attack. We suspect that it is Eagle's doing as well. Mother and Big Sister Ketchup are currently working together to defend Jin Corporation, while Bacon is assigned to provide assistance to Father and Uncle Zaheo's mission here at the hotel. Jin Liwei's expression turned ugly. He stood up abruptly but staggered on his feet when a sudden wave of dizziness assaulted him. Su Tian moved to support him, but he waved him away and threw his assistant a meaningful look. Su Tian hesitated but eventually stepped back, obeying his silent order. President, you look pale. Are you all right? Someone among the other executives finally noticed that something was wrong with their boss. Upon hearing their colleague's concerned question, they all turned to look at Jin Liwei. I'm fine. Jin Liwei regained his balance and stood straighter. Don't mind me. It has just been a while since I drank some alcohol and my tolerance decreased a bit. Looks like Madame Jean is doing an excellent job in controlling our president's alcohol intake. That's what happens when one marries. Laughter filled the entire private dining room. Jin Liwei didn't have the time to feel offended at the others making fun of him and insinuating that he had become a henpecked husband after marrying, because his body was now starting to feel weird. And even if he was feeling fine like normal, he wouldn't find their words offensive at all. Seeing him straightening up his clothes and Su Tian also standing up, the other executives also stood up, but Jin Liwei gestured for them to sit back down. Continue enjoying your dinner. Order more food and drinks if you want. Everything is my treat as promised. I need to head home now, but it's still so early, President Jin. I have a wife waiting for me at home now. Jin Liwei's voice was filled with pride. Right. Let the president go home. He and Madame Jean are still newlyweds after all. Another round of laughter filled the room. Then everyone respectfully bid Jin Liwei and Su Tian goodbye and good night as the two left while the rest of them stayed and enjoyed the rest of their meal and more cocktails. Su Tian also already received earlier the wedding gifts they prepared for their boss and his new wife. Outside the dining room, Jin Liwei walked away in a hurry and entered the men's room reserved for the hotel restaurant's VIP diners like him. Su Tian followed him inside. Sir, Jin Liwei held up a hand and silently warned him with his eyes not to speak out loud. He tapped his ear. Bacon replied, Father, the men's room that you are in right now should be safe. Bacon detected no bugs inside. Both Jin Liwei and Su Tian sighed in relief. However, Su Tian's concern immediately returned. Sir, you look feverish. I think we shouldn't continue with this plan. It's too risky and dangerous for you. The plan is set. It's too late to change it now. The enemies have already made their move, as you can see by my condition. Jin Liwei washed his face with cold water in an effort to alleviate the heat spreading all over his body. In addition to an increased body temperature, his thing beneath his trousers also began to stir. He wanted to find his wife and make love with her right at this moment. Then the door to the toilet opened, and in came a huge figure. Su Tian instinctively stepped in front of his boss to protect him, especially right now that Jin Liwei's senses had been dulled from being drugged. It's me, a familiar deep and low voice said. Mr. Liu, Su Tian greeted and then stepped aside. Wait for us outside, Jin Liwei told his assistant. Understood, sir. After Su Tian left, Liu Zihao lowered the black cowl covering the lower half of his face. Still holding on? Not too bad. Jin Liwei swallowed, trying to moisten his dry mouth and throat with saliva, a side effect of the drug he ingested from the cocktail. Good, 'cause you look terrible. Thanks, brother-in-law, Jin Liwei replied in a dry tone. Liu Zihao grunted before fishing out a small amber bottle out of his coat pocket and then tossed it. Jin Liwei managed to catch it despite his current condition. Drink it, Liu Zihao told Jin Liwei. One shot is effective in neutralizing or lowering the effectiveness of 23 of the most common poisons available in the black market including aphrodisiacs. I concocted it myself, and my subordinates also use it, so rest assured that it's effective. Jin Liwei immediately popped the lid open from the small amber bottle and drank its contents bottoms up. The liquid medicine was slightly viscous and extremely bitter. There was also a touch of spiciness that burned his tongue and throat a little. He couldn't help but cringe at the horrid taste, but forced himself to swallow every single drop. This, cough cough, tastes like shit. More coughing. Lu Zihao smirked. As the saying goes, the more bitter the medicine, the more effective it is. The coughing lasted for only a few seconds before the spicy aftertaste intensified inside his mouth. It turned from a burning sensation into a soothing and cooling menthol taste instead. Jin Liwei sighed in relief. You say that this is effective against 23 poisons? What if the aphrodisiac that I was drugged with isn't included in those 23? Then you're screwed. Jin Liwei gave his brother-in-law a side-eye. Lu Zihao shrugged. That's the only shot that a person who didn't undergo poison resistance training can take without suffering any adverse side effects. I have others that are much more effective, but they're also quite toxic to untrained people like you. Actually, that shot might still give you diarrhea or vomiting tomorrow, but that's a small price to pay given your current situation. Curing poison with poison, you mean? Yeah. Lu Zihao paused, then added, Evelinka also knows how to concoct these shots. Jin Liwei froze. You read the Vetrov report. Remember our mother's expertise. Jin Liwei understood. In addition to being an elite assassin, your mother was also a biomedical expert who specialized in poisons. Exactly. Long story short, our mother made me and my sister go through poison resistance training as soon as our young bodies became able to barely handle it, Lu Zihao explained. The most integral part of the training wasn't the forceful modification of our bodies to build up poison resistance, but it was actually the concoction of antidotes. Both his tone and expression showed no emotions whatsoever, as if what he and his sister endured back then in the name of training was nothing more than a trivial matter. It was Jin Liwei who felt upset instead, not only for his wife, but also for his brother-in-law. After reading the Vetrov report so many times that he almost memorized the entire thing, he had begun to realize that Nikolai Vetrov didn't become evil because he was born that way. His cruelty and seeming lack of conscience were a product of his upbringing. Jin Liwei tried to imagine himself in his brother-in-law's shoes as the heir apparent to the #1 international criminal organization in the world. Perhaps if he were born in the same kind of brutal and literal survival of the fittest environment, he would have also become no different than what Nikolai Vetrov became, a cruel man who had no qualms killing others in cold blood. Only a special kind of pure person like his wife would be able to withstand such a harsh and deadly upbringing. No wonder even a man known for being evil and heartless like Nikolai Vetrov was so loving and gentle towards his little sister. Evelina Vetrova was indeed the type of rare person whose inner purity couldn't be tainted no matter how others tried to change her by force. She would only change if she decided to do so. While Jin Liwei's heart ached for what the brother and sister went through in their past lives, Lu Zihao took a small hard leather case from his coat's inner pocket. He opened it and took out what looked like 2-inch mini pen. Then he grabbed Jin Liwei's hand and used the mini pen to prick a finger. Jin Liwei frowned but didn't say anything, allowing his brother-in-law to finish whatever he was doing to him. He watched as Lu Zihao pressed the small bead of blood on his finger to a thin strip of translucent paper. The paper changed colors in an instant. First, it turned into a reddish-black color with some specks of dark brown. Then it quickly changed into an unpleasant shade of muddy violet. Hey, an aphrodisiac and a sedative, huh? Well, at least there's no lethal poison, so it looks like that nympho doesn't want you dead. Good. I don't want my sister to become a widow this early. Lu Zihao handed Jin Liwei an adhesive bandage while he returned the used tools to the small container, not daring to discard them in the men's room. Jin Liwei snorted before washing his hands, drying them, and then bandaging his finger. His brother-in-law didn't sanitize either of their hands before drawing blood from him. He didn't complain, though, because this wasn't the time to act fussy. I intend to live a long life and spend a happy, blissful marriage with my wife. Until we grow old. I'm not going to let her become a widow while she's still so young. Lu Zihao grunted. Based on the test results, The nympho gave you quite a high dosage of aphrodisiac, so the shot I gave you won't completely neutralize it. You'll still feel it, so you need to do your best to keep your head clear in order for our counterplan to work. As for the sedative, don't worry about it. She gave you a very common one, so the shot is extremely effective against it. Thanks. I can handle this much. Jin Liwei was relieved and irritated at the same time. Relieved that the sedative wasn't a problem anymore and irritated because he still felt hot all over. If it wasn't for his goal to not only thwart Rose Young's sinister plot against him tonight, but also to gather incriminating evidence to push her to the point of no return, he would have already ran to find his wife and make love with her as soon as possible in order to alleviate his drug-induced need for pleasure. Lu Zihao gave him a pointed look. The shot I gave you is a highly sought-after antidote in the underworld. Only the Vetrovs know how to concoct it. And I understand. My lips are sealed. No need to worry. If you begin to suffer the delayed side effects of the shot tomorrow, ask Evelinka for help instead of going to the doctor. She knows several methods to relieve the side effects. I don't want any fucker analyzing my concoction in a lab from your blood. If someone discovers it, motherfuckers from the criminal underworld will connect it to us. Too dangerous for my sister. Jin Liwei frowned, feeling hesitant to involve his wife. Lu Zihao immediately knew what he was worrying about based on his expression. Just tell her the truth tomorrow. She'll find out about our entire plan anyway. I'm sure that the little mama's boy AI son of yours will tell her everything in the end. I know. Jin Liwei sighed. He wiped the perspiration beading on his forehead. The effects of the aphrodisiac had decreased, but he still felt uncomfortable. Lu Zihao paused because one of his subordinates stationed at the restaurant was reporting through his earpiece. Shadow Winds had their own voice channel that was separate from Jin Liwei's security team. However, Bacon created an additional channel that the two groups could use to communicate with each other. After listening to his subordinate, Lu Zihao covered the lower half of his face again with the black cowl around his neck. Your complexion is already starting to improve a little. We need to move. The nympho's minion is starting to get antsy that you've been inside the toilet for too long. Jin Liwei nodded. Then he paused and looked at his brother-in-law up and down. You're such a big man. Did anyone notice you going in the toilet after me? Who do you think I am? You think I'm an amateur like the nympho's minions that she brought tonight? Right? Never mind. I'll go out first. Wait at least 2 minutes before going. Out. Lu Zihao didn't wait for a reply before slipping out of the men's room without making a sound. Jin Liwei pursed his lips, feeling impressed and a little envious at how such a big man could move so effortlessly like a phantom in the shadows. 2 minutes later, he finally exited the men's room. Su Tian was waiting for him alongside a couple of his bodyguards. The rest of his security team that he originally brought tonight to protect his wife's privacy if she decided to join the dinner with the other executives were stationed in several locations in the restaurant and the hotel. Now that the situation developed like this, their priority was now to protect him instead. Another group of his security team had secretly arrived at the hotel from Dragon Palace to provide backup and coordinate with Shadow Winds. They were all in disguise to avoid alerting not only Rose Young's group, but also the authorities. Father, my apologies. Bacon is still busy battling the pesky Eagle. My assistance in tonight's mission will be severely limited until I defeat Eagle. Please be patient. Bacon will definitely return with a classy victory. Jin Liwei tapped his ear. Okay. Uncle Zihao and his hacker team will take over in providing father with remote instructions until I return. So please take care not to lose your earpiece, father. Okay. Jin Liwei and Su Tian passed by a large aquarium in the restaurant's hallway. He glanced at his own reflection. Indeed, his complexion had improved, but he still looked a little feverish. Then he adjusted his expression, making himself look like he was enduring pain. This mission was going to be a test of his acting skills. Even though his acting skills weren't anything impressive, he had no choice but to give his all or fail the mission. Failing was out of question, so the only choice was to succeed no matter what. They're on the move. Lu Zihao's voice spoke through his earpiece. A fucking minion is watching you like a hawk. Act more groggy and unsteady on your feet. You took a sedative in addition to the aphrodisiac after all. Jin Liwei followed his brother-in-law's instruction and pretended to sway. Su Tian was also doing a great job in showing concern for him. His assistant's supporting act should make his performance more believable. Not bad. But your assistant has better acting skills than you. I know that already. Jin Liwei inwardly complained upon hearing Lu Ziheo's comments. He gritted his teeth and focused on acting weak. The only person who he managed to deceive with his lousy acting skills was his wife, when he tricked her into becoming his girlfriend and eventually a lover back when they first met. She was so innocent back then, and in some ways, she still retained her innocence even now. He didn't dare say any of these thoughts out loud, or his brother-in-law might murder him in cold blood. Concentrate, Lu Ziheo told him, interrupting his distracted thoughts. One is heading your way. Prepare yourself. Su Tian received a separate order and crouched down to wipe a non-existent dirt from his shoe, leaving Jin Liwei to walk by himself in the hallway. Once he reached a corner, a young man suddenly bumped into him. Jin Liwei's eyes narrowed, but he still pretended to fall. Inside the hotel room, Rose Young and Ginny Sang were both listening to the report of Luke's friend who was assigned to monitor Jin Liwei at the restaurant downstairs while acting as a cleaner. Rose trembled in excitement upon hearing that Jin Liwei had successfully drank the drug cocktail and that he was now suffering from the effects of the aphrodisiac and sedative. Since she was Singaporean and not a Chinese native, she had no idea at first how to procure these illegal substances from within the country. Fortunately, she had Jenny. Her best friend had lived longer in this country than her, so Jenny had built quite a number of useful connections largely thanks to her two ex-husband circles. Jenny had a natural talent to make most people like her, resulting in amicable relationships with her ex-husbands, former in-laws, her ex's friends and acquaintances, despite divorcing the two men. As a result, she was able to maintain the connections she made through her ex-husbands without suffering any alienation like most divorces. Using these connections, Jenny helped Rose obtain strong aphrodisiac and sedative from an illicit supplier. Rose paid a premium for both drugs, but she had no complaints because they appeared to be very effective after hearing that Jin Liwei stumbled after being bumped. Luke's friend also reported that Jin Liwei looked feverish and groggy, which were both clear indicators of the two drugs' combined effects. Rose couldn't wait to make Jin Liwei hers tonight. He had been the man of her dreams for so many years that her desperation and obsession for him were making her go crazy. Just thinking about what she had in store for him tonight in the hotel bed was already making her wet and hot with need. After the phone call with Luke's friend, Jenny was dumbfounded. Her surgically lifted eyebrows almost touched her hairline at how astonished she felt. "Gosh, is this really happening?" Jenny asked with an exaggerated, shaky gasp. "Rosie, I can't believe that your stupid clicked plan looks like it's going to really work. Wow, I totally didn't expect for Jin Liwei to fall for your ridiculous trap. Did his brain turn into a semen-filled mush after honeymooning with Iris Long? Ahaha. Oh my god of Botox, this is unbelievable." Rose glared at Jenny for mentioning the slut Iris Long in front of her, but there was still a smug look in her eyes. It was as if she was telling her best friend, "I told you so," after Jenny repeatedly told her that her plan was so stupid that it was going to fail no matter what. How could Jenny not know what her best friend was thinking? Jenny rolled her smoky eyes and pursed her artificially. Plump lips. "Don't get too complacent, Rosie. We still have to get Jin Liwei inside this bedroom, so you can have your wicked way with him tonight. Don't count your eggplants before your ducks. Your plan hasn't succeeded yet. This is just the start, okay? I know, Jenny. And it's don't count your chickens before they hatch, not eggplants and ducks. Whatever. Same thing. It's not the same thing at all." Rose shouted inside her mind, but decided not to bother about it anymore. Her best friend's IQ had long been hopeless anyway. There was no point in correcting her because Jenny would still continue butchering idioms. Jenny tapped her chin with a finger. "Don't you feel that something is weird?" "What do you mean? Everything's going well." "Too well? Don't you think that's weird?" Rose rolled her eyes, annoyed at her friend. "Stop thinking too much, Jenny. It's not weird. It just means that my plan is meant to succeed tonight. You're the one spreading bad vibes to my plan by constantly saying it's stupid and doomed to fail. Why do you think that everything is going well right now? It's because the universe is agreeing with me that my destined life partner is Jin Liwei. If not for that slut Iris Long snatching him up too early, I would have eventually made him mine given more time. Ahaha. Right. Whatever. Believe whatever you want to believe." Jenny shrugged and then sighed. "I'm so bored." Ugh. Rose ignored the whining Jenny. She was too focused on receiving the updates from Luke and his friends downstairs, and also giving them instructions whenever the situation needed it. Almost. I can almost have you, big brotherly way. After tonight, you'll no longer desire another woman. I'll make sure to blow your mind with extreme pleasure. That slut Iris Long can't possibly compare with my skills in bed. I'm all that you'll ever need. Only me. ####. Mother, Bacon is in trouble, the Black Cat AI announced through the vehicle's dashboard vehicle. Iris' fingers didn't stop moving on her laptop's keyboard under the dazed gaze of her brother-in-law, Jin Liwei. She took her eyes off her laptop and glanced at her cat AI son. Explain. Bacon had already regained control of the hotel surveillance system 3 minutes and 24 seconds ago, but Eagle became stronger all of a sudden and successfully snatched the control away from me again. Eagle's hacking style became much more aggressive and is clearly targeting the weak areas of my defense, which are usually fortified by Big Sister Ketchup. Mother, Bacon is doing my best to fight them off so that I can return to assisting Father and Uncle Zaheo inside the hotel as soon as possible, but I am starting to feel too irritated, frustrated, and angry. My control might suffer if I allow myself to become overwhelmed by these emotions. But Bacon can't stop myself from feeling this way. Iris narrowed her eyes, realizing something. I see. So that's what happened. I'm guessing that the most skilled hacker in Eagle's team left the attack on Gene Corporation to focus on the hotel. That's why defending the company has become easier now. What's their real target? Your dad or Gene Corporation? Or maybe both? Or this might be a trap? Even as she was wondering about these things, she continued hacking with Ketchup to defend Gene Corporation using her laptop. Both Dom and Jean Chonglin didn't dare to make any noise for fear of distracting her and causing harm to both Jin Liwei and Gene Corporation. Iris thought for a moment before making a decision. Bacon, hold on for 5 more minutes. Mother, Bacon might not last that long because I'm feeling too angry at Eagle for wasting my time when I want to assist Father and Uncle Zaheo at the hotel as soon as possible and make sure that they're both safe. Targeting Father and Gene Corporation at the same time is not classy at all. I'll give you a red packet if you manage to hold on for 5 more minutes. The Black Cat AI paused and considered his mother's offer for a couple of seconds before asking, how much will be in the red packet? $1,000. Bacon wants $10,000. Despite the gravity of the entire situation, Iris couldn't help but chuckle when her AI son threw a counteroffer. Bacon was indeed her son, shameless to the core when it came to family. Grandpa Lou's teaching permeated their entire family. No, Bacon, you're the one who needs my help. $2,000. $5,000. Bacon. There was a warning tone in her voice, but she wasn't really mad. Not at all. Jin Liwei was the strict parent, not her. She was just pretending to be displeased to see how far her AI son would continue countering her offers. After Bacon's shocking meltdown earlier with his father, Iris had already decided to cooperate with her husband to raise Bacon to become less obsessed with money. $2,500? Bacon made another counteroffer. Despite her determination to re-educate her AI son, Iris still couldn't resist Bacon, especially since he looked so adorable as a black kitten. In the end, she gave in to him. Fine, just make sure to hold on for an exact 5 minutes. If not, no red packet for you. Understood? Yes, Mother. Bacon understands. The 5 minutes starts now. A timer appeared at the bottom corner of the dashboard monitor showing a countdown of 5 minutes, which quickly turned into 4:59 and so on. Beside the stone-faced Bacon, who had a slightly pleased look in his golden eyes, his sister Ketchup wiggled her fluffy white butt and started blinking imploringly at their mother. Mommy, the cute and mighty Ketchup also wants a red packet. Ketchup wants the same exact amount as my little kitty brother Bacon, $2,500. Meow. All right, but you have to continue defending Gene Corporation and not allow any breaches after I go assist your brother later. For now, I'll fortify the company's security system and make it more robust while dealing damage to Eagle's team of hackers and hopefully trace their identities or origins as well. If you can do that, I'll also give you a red packet. Aye, Mommy. The cute and mighty Ketchup will make sure to do my super-duper bestest to defend Daddy's company from all these Eagle popo heads and earn $2,500 from Mommy. Meow. Bacon glanced at his excited older sister and had the urge to hiss at her, but restrained himself so as not to upset their pregnant mother. He felt a little annoyed that his big sister Ketchup was also getting the same benefits as him when he was the one who worked so hard to negotiate with their mother just now. However, he had no time to complain about it because he was truly having a difficult time dealing with this other Eagle team that was more aggressive than normal. Only 5 minutes. If he could just hold on for 5 minutes, the $2,500 will be deposited to his bank account. This incentive alone was enough to push him into overdrive with 100% laser focus. Sitting not far away from Iris, Jin Liwei was gaping at her and the AI cats on the dashboard monitor with a dazed expression. It seemed that he still hadn't recovered from his earlier shock. During the mother and AI cat children's negotiation earlier, Jin Liwei opened and closed his mouth many times, but was unable to interrupt them because the entire situation dealt a huge blow to his normal brain. When he looked at Dominic Chua, the guy was nonchalantly preparing snacks and drinks for Iris while she worked on her laptop. Dominic looked like all of these things, including the unbelievably lifelike conversations with the AI kittens, were normal occurrences to him. Even the driver at the front was the same. In short, only Jin Liwei looked like his soul had flown out of his mortal body. He shook his head in an attempt to clear his mind and make sense of everything that was happening right now. Then he glanced outside the tinted windows and saw several men and women loitering a few steps away from the vehicle. He looked closer and recognized a couple of men as people who followed Liu Zihao. They were all wearing regular clothes and acting as if they were just a bunch of buddies hanging out together. However, if one looked more closely like what Jin Liwei was doing, it would be clear from the way they positioned themselves and how they always had the vehicle in their sight that something must be going on. Jin Liwei opened his mouth, about to inform the others about the people outside, but eventually changed his mind and stayed silent instead upon seeing how busy Iris was in hacking. Dom was also hard at work holding the water bottle and straw for Iris so that she could stay hydrated without stopping her work. The guy would also wipe the perspiration beading on her forehead and neck. All Jin Liwei could do was sigh and let the two do their own thing. Since he recognized two of the individuals as Liu Zihao's people, then the group must have been sent by his big bro Jin Liwei's fifth brother to protect them, or more specifically, to protect Iris Long. He was just an addition. The priority would always be Iris Long and the baby she was carrying. Then all of a sudden, there was a low buzz. "Mother, the 5 minutes are up," the Black Cat AI announced. "Good job holding on, Bacon," Iris replied. "Thank you, Mother. Please don't forget Bacon's red packet of $2,500. You'll get your red packet tomorrow when this is over," Iris replied. Bacon swished his fluffy black tail. "Thank you, Mother." Iris nodded. "Ketchup, I'll leave Gene Corporation to you. I'm going to help your younger brother Bacon to regain control of the hotel surveillance system and ensure your dad's safety." "Okie dokie, Mommy. The cute and mighty Ketchup will handle all these poopa heads by myself." "Meow. Good. Call me immediately if you think that you're in trouble." "Aye, aye, Mommy." "Meow." Iris straightened her back, stretched her neck and shoulders, and regulated her breathing. Then her eyes became sharp as her fingers flew in a faster blur over her laptop's keyboard. It was easy for the mother and AI son pair to wrest control of the hotel surveillance and security system from this particular Eagle team. In the next few minutes, however, Eagle's force at the hotel weakened all of a sudden. And then, Mommy. Oh no. The attack on Gene Corporation has become fiercer. These Eagle Popo heads are fighting dirty. Pway. The cute and mighty Ketchup looks down on all of them, ganging up on a little kitty baby like me. Where's their sense of hacker honor? How dare they treat a cute and fluffy kitty baby like this? Humph. Take that, stinky birdies. Ketchup will never forgive you if you prevent the cute and mighty me from earning tonight's red packet from my mommy. Mario. I knew it. Iris narrowed her eyes, already prepared for this kind of strategy from the opponent. Not bad, Eagle. Not bad at all. Then she smirked. However, you're still quite the amateurs compared to those old guys from back then. She took a few deep breaths. Her smirk disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. She became calmer and more focused. Nevertheless, excitement burned within her eyes. Ketchup, Bacon. Fortify your internal systems, secure all of your data, and prepare for a power flood. Gasp. Power flood? Really, Mommy? Meow. Ketchup's shocked expression looked exaggerated and comical, but it was actually genuine. Bacon stood on all fours, becoming serious but also excited at the same time, and all ready for a fierce battle. His golden eyes glowed brightly. He licked his sharp teeth and almost couldn't conceal his anticipation. All done, mother. Bacon is ready at any time. Oh. Wait a sec. Ketchup is doing it now, too. Yep, all done. The cute and mighty Ketchup is also super duper to the highest level, ready for the great and legendary power flood, which until this time has only been a dormant code in our system since our births, but will now be activated for the first time ever. Woohoo. Yay. Ketchup can't wait. Meow wow. Iris glanced at her two AI children on the dashboard monitor and smiled at them. All three of them had the same exact excitement and anticipation burning in their eyes. Do me proud, my babies. From this moment until tonight's power flood ends, we'll work as one. ###. Gold Heights Condominium. Wei Lan and her new best friend Randy were having their own impromptu fashion show in the formal living area with all the new outfits that they bought earlier today at the mall. It wasn't only the two of them who were strutting their stuff on a makeshift catwalk. Iris' old housekeeper, May, the cook, and even the maids and houseboys had also been incited to model new outfits. It was because the Viscondisa and the Zumba instructor decided that it was high time to update the entire household's outfits. Again, they had already become known in the area as the most fashionable household and was even featured by various influential fashion bloggers. Wei Lan wanted to dress up the bodyguards as well, but unfortunately, the men refused to become her living mannequins. How boring. They told her that their boss, Jin Liwei, had a strict standard dress code for all of his security subordinates. Wei Lan had no choice but to let them go, no matter how unsatisfied she felt about their two stiff bodyguard suits, because she still couldn't help but feel intimidated by her impressive son-in-law. Jin Liwei definitely had a much more formidable countenance than her ex-husband, Long Tingfei, although the two men were both considered elites in the business industry. While she and Randy were having a blast directing and starring in their own private fashion show, all the lights in the penthouse suddenly went off. Wei Lan screamed alongside the younger maids. Randy had the girliest shriek out of everyone. Unlike them, May and the cook were tougher and didn't panic at all. Fortunately, the total darkness only lasted for about 5 seconds before the electricity returned. What in the world happened? Wei Lan demanded. While all of them were trying to figure out the cause of the brief power outage, nobody noticed the abnormality happening inside the locked computer room concealed inside the library office. All of the computers and servers inside turned on at the same time. They looked dusty from months of not being cleaned because Iris stopped coming over ever since Wei Lan returned to the country and made the penthouse her temporary residence. Despite the lack of physical maintenance, all of the device's software were still in tip-top condition from Iris and Ketchup's regular remote updates. They were now performing in their peak capacities within seconds of activation without any problems. There was a soft, dull, but very discernible hum as the devices borrowed power not only from the rest of the penthouse, but also from the entire condominium and even the adjacent buildings. ###. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. Things were less lively in the mansion compared to the penthouse. The power supply here was much more abundant and robust compared to normal residential properties in the country. There was no 5-second power outage, but there was still a barely noticeable dimming of the lights. It was only a brief flicker. Very few noticed the abnormality. Jiang Yingyu looked up at the bathroom lights while she was bathing her son in the child-proof tub that Iris and Jin Liwei had customized just for little June. Mommy? What wrong? Mommy? What's wrong? The lights remained bright and steady. She shook her head and wondered if she was just imagining things. Then she smiled at her son. Nothing. Let's finish up, okay? KK, Mommy. After drying little June, Jiang Yingyu carried her son to his colorful bedroom and dressed him in the new pajama set that Grandpa Lu bought for him. The old man often showered the toddler with presents. Jiang Yingyu was helpless about it. It wasn't only Grandpa Lu who bought presents for her son. Almost everyone did. The household staff would sneak treats to little June on a regular basis. It was fortunate that little June inherited her body type and converted most of everything he ate into strength and energy instead of pure fat. Her son was already starting to display an above-average level of strength compared to kids his age. This prompted her to begin teaching him to be gentle as much as possible so as not to hurt anybody, including himself. Now that Iris was pregnant, and said pregnancy had made her even more delicate, Jiang Yingyu would always remind her energetic son to take it easy around his mama Xiaolan. So far, little June always listened to her. Her son was a good child, and she was so proud of him. Most importantly, she was also immensely grateful to the many people who loved him. Meow. Jiang Yingyu glanced at the slightly open door. Popcorn trotted inside the bedroom and landed on the bed and began playing with little June. It was only about 5 minutes later that ice cream arrived when little June was already fully dressed in his cute and fluffy panda pajamas. As usual, the fat gray cat huffed and puffed while dragging her round body across the floor before leaping to the bed with a loud thump. Popcorn, ice cream, popcorn, ice cream. Jiang Yingyu smiled at the three wrestling on the bed. Well, only little June and Popcorn were rolling around, while Ice Cream curled on top of a pillow watching the other two with clear annoyance. After reading them a bedtime story, little June was fast asleep along with his two cat cousins. Jiang Yingyu carefully extricated herself from her son's embrace. She planned on taking a shower in her own room and returning to her son's room to sleep together with the three cousins. She kissed her son's forehead and headed out, careful to keep quiet as much as possible. While she was in the hallway, her phone vibrated indicating a call. Her heart leaped after seeing the call display. However, she didn't notice what her heart did. Or more specifically, she pretended not to notice. She answered the call. Hello. Good evening. Good eve. She cleared her throat. Good evening, Mr. Lin. Please call me Ian. I already told you this before. Why yes. Mr. Y Ian. There was a soft sigh on the other end of the line, but Jiang Yingyu could almost see the man's gentle smile. I guess that would suffice for now, Yingyu. She felt heat spreading all over her face and neck. She quickly ducked her head, attempting to hide her blushing face from her colleagues patrolling the mansion and any staff walking in the hallways at this time. Is that too forward of me? Lin Yihan asked, his tone as gentle as always. I guess it is. I apologize. All right. How about I call you Miss Yingyu instead to match how you're calling me as Mr. Yian? Oh, that's okay, I guess. Perfect. Jiang Yingyu didn't know how to respond. Fortunately, she didn't need to because Lin Yihan continued speaking. Calling each other Mr. Lin and Miss Jiang is too formal and distant. We're considered friends now, aren't we? No, we're actually closer than friends. Her eyes widened. What did he mean that they were closer than friends? Because of third brother Liwei and third sister-in-law Xiaolan. Our relationship should be more like somewhere between friends and family. Little June also considers me as an uncle. Oh, so that was what he meant. She pressed a hand on her chest to calm her suddenly racing heart. What the heck was wrong with her, getting excited for no reason? Get a hold of yourself, Yingyu. She cleared her throat and asked, Mr. Mr. Yian, why did you call me? Is there something that, I can help you with? Oh, right. I was getting to that, but got distracted. He chuckled. I know it's a bit late already. No, not at all, she said in a hurry. It's not late for me. Actually, it's still early. You're not disturbing me or anything like that. So yeah, stop babbling and embarrassing yourself. Yingyu, she scolded herself. I see. It's good that I'm not disturbing you. She heard Lin Yihan take a few breaths before telling her. I called because. He paused and sighed. His obvious hesitation made her nervous. This time, she didn't babble out of nervousness and stayed silent to wait for what he had to say. Missing you. What I'm about to say might upset you, but I believe that it's your right to know. That's why I called even at this hour. She continued to wait in silence. Finally, he told her the reason. The defamation lawsuit that I filed against Long Hui has now been assigned a date for its first court hearing. It's next week. I'll send you the details if you're interested. Jiang Yingyu froze upon hearing her ex's name. I heard that President Long Tengfei sent Long Hui far away in a remote place, but the hearing will still continue even without his presence. I just want to let you know that I intend to pursue this lawsuit no matter what, because I find what he did not only to me, but most importantly to you extremely unacceptable. The memories of the character assassination that Long Hui did to both her and Lin Yihan in public flooded her mind. Tears sprang in her eyes, but she forced them back, not allowing them to fall. She already cried so much because of Long Hui. Too much. The man didn't deserve any more of her tears. Her silence must have made Lin Yihan assume that she still had misgivings about the lawsuit against Long Hui. I'm really sorry if this is upsetting you. It's understandable given that he's the father of your child, but... He sighed again. I need to be honest with you about my stance in this case. I can't forgive what he did to you, to both of us. No, it wasn't only the two of us who were dragged through the mud so publicly. As he's both your child, little June will always be involved in this mess no matter how hard we protect him. The attacks on third sister-in-law Xiaolan and third brother Liwei have also been very vicious, because they have obviously taken your side since the beginning instead of Long Hui, who's Xiaolan's blood brother. I know. Her voice was a whisper. Lin Yihan waited for her to say more, but she didn't. So what I wanted to say is, he said after the moment of silence, I'm not going to withdraw this lawsuit even if you... Go ahead. Ask me to, huh? I said go ahead, Lin Yihan. Determination flashed in her eyes. Her posture also became straighter even as she gripped her phone tighter. It was a good thing that her phone was provided by Iris, and it was virtually indestructible. If not, it would already have been cracked and damaged by her pure strength alone. Are you sure? He asked. Yes. All right, Jiang Yingyu. He sounded happy as he followed her example and called her full name after she called his full name. Although it was still obviously more formal than just calling Yingyu and Yihan, at least the formal addresses Mr. and Miss were dropped, creating more closeness between them. Jiang Yingyu didn't notice any of this because she was too preoccupied battling her complicated emotions. No matter how hard she tried to brainwash herself to stop loving Long Hui, she couldn't deny that there was still a little bit of love left for him. But that was about it. A little bit of love. Long Hui already killed most of the love she had for him with all the hurt he had caused her. Lin Yihan. Yes, Jiang Yingyu. Please keep me posted about the lawsuit. Of course. They didn't keep talking for too long after this. Good night, Jiang Yingyu. Good night, Lin Yihan. The call ended. It was only then that she realized the change in how they addressed each other. Shyness swept away all the negative emotions roiling inside her. Heat spread on her face and neck again. She knew that she was red as a tomato right now. Cross Academy. A violent snowstorm was ravaging the huge section of the Swiss Alps that the Academy owned. An extreme weather alert ordered everyone at the Academy to stay at home. This was quite a regular occurrence in the area, especially during the official winter season, so nobody panicked, even though the storm was extremely dangerous. Most of the residents stayed at home, but there were some people whose duty was to ensure the safety of Cross Academy 24/7, no matter the danger. Some of these loyal, duty-bound individuals included specially selected members of the computer department who were in charge of the Academy's surveillance and online security system. Cross Academy was a powerhouse in its own right with resources comparable to a small developed country. Its economic and diplomatic might was as equally legendary as its reputation for producing the best geniuses among geniuses in the world. Rumor had it that the Academy had its own secret military and a stash of advanced weaponry, but no definite confirmation or denial had been released as of this moment. Given its undeniable power and wealth, not to mention the countless secrets it continued to safeguard for more than 2 centuries since the legendary founder Professor Galaxianaria von Cross, it was not surprising that Cross Academy was a tempting target to many who wanted to snatch its immeasurable richness. A specialized unit of the computer department was assigned to defend the Academy from any online attacks to the surveillance and online security system, ranging from simple pranks to full-on malicious assaults. Ever since a beloved alumnus of the computer department named Evelina Vetrova, known in the hacker world as the legendary Phantom, changed the entire system to that of her own design, Cross Academy never suffered any serious breaches ever again. Even when Evelina had been reported as killed in the bloody Vetrov annihilation years ago, the computer department continued to use the system she designed when she was still a student, making improvements as necessary to keep up with the times. It wasn't because the department head wanted to honor the memory of his favorite student by stubbornly using the system she designed for the Academy, although that was also a part of it. The real reason that they continued using Evelina's system for that long was because there was no one else who could design a better system than hers. It was as simple as that. Imagine the department head's delight when a newly enrolled student appeared and learned that she was a disciple of his late student, making Iris Long his grand student. Iris Long was as brilliant and talented with computers as Evelina Vetrova. It didn't matter that she wasn't enrolled in the computer department. The department head still regarded the young woman as an important honorary member of his computer department. There was a sense of bittersweet nostalgic pride whenever he admired Iris Long's exploits as the rising star Draken and compared it to the late Evelina Vetrova's legendary feats as Phantom. The department head once again felt nostalgic as he watched the new security system that Iris Long designed fight off the usual wave of malicious hackers. She designed and presented it when she stayed in the academy last year. Although the department head felt a little reluctant to part with Evelina's old system, he couldn't possibly reject Iris' new system when it was obvious that it was better in every single way. It was approved as Cross Academy's new surveillance and online security system within a day. The new system was even more aggressive to attackers than the old one. To the department head, this was proof that Iris Long, aka Draken, was a completely different person than his favorite student Evelina Vetrova, aka Phantom. Although Phantom cemented herself as a legendary figure in the hacker world for many years, she was never known for aggressiveness. In fact, the name Phantom wasn't decided by herself, but by the hacker community after noticing her odd modus operandi of hacking in the toughest systems in the world for the strangest reason of simply entertaining herself and leaving undetected until someone discovered her traces by accident. Another odd quirk of hers was leaving entertaining review-like messages such as a page-turner, terrific suspense, but lacking in comedic factor on highly classified files stored in places like the Pentagon, for example. This modus operandi was definitely odd among so many hackers who craved attention and recognition for their feats. Neither money nor status moved Phantom. She simply operated within her own set of rules that nobody, even until now, ever really understood. Instead of being aggressive, she was actually quite passive, not initiating any destructive attacks without being provoked or triggered first in some way. In addition to her odd modus operandi, these traits earned her the moniker of Phantom because she operated like a mysterious phantom. She later accepted the name but changed the spelling into Phantom and had officially used it ever since up until what the hacker world called her mysterious disappearance. The department head couldn't help but sigh in admiration as Iris Long's security system once again destroyed the attackers rather brutally and even successfully locked on to their real geolocation. Not only that, it also started gathering basic background information about the attackers which the computer department could pursue and use to punish them according to Cross Academy's policies. The most diabolical feature of Iris Long's system, however, was that once it discovered the identity of an attacker, it would automatically trace the hacker's bank accounts, both registered and illegal ones, and then freeze the funds inside them. Then it would prompt the staff in the computer department on what to do with those funds. If the money was obtained through illegal or vicious means, then it would suggest returning the stolen funds to their original owners, or if the original owners couldn't be found, then donated to various charities. Although there were a lot of similarities on how Evelina and Iris operated, the department head had already long concluded that it was only natural given the women's master-disciple relationship. To him, it was clear as day that the two women had completely different styles. The attack tonight was routine. Nothing too exciting. There was no human intervention needed at all. The security system could handle it by itself. After the security system dealt with the hackers, there was once again peace and quiet in the computer department, but it didn't last long. Iris Long's security system suddenly started acting weird. Then a pop-up message appeared on all of the department's computer screens. Initiating power flood. The staff members were alarmed. What's happening? Is there another attack? Is this a virus? Did we get breached? What the heck is a power flood? They attempted to control the situation, but to no avail. They had no idea at all of what was happening. The department head was about to alert Headmaster DuPont of the situation when another message popped up on their screens. Please don't be alarmed. I mean no harm. I just want to borrow power from Cross Academy. Please let the headmaster know that I'll compensate the academy at a later date. Thanks. Sincerely, Draken. Everyone in the unit knew Draken. After all, the surveillance and security system that they had been using since last year had been designed by her. Even though not all of them knew that she was the disciple of the legendary hacker, Phantom, everyone in the department admired and respected her skills, especially the department head. So it's you. The department head sighed while shaking his head. He might sound annoyed, but the small, amused curl of his mouth showed that he was already accepting the current situation. Then the lights started flickering. Whoa, ghost. Mama, shut up. It's just Draken. Draken is a ghost. I want my mama. Too scary. Ha ha. Your mama will beat you up for acting like a grown-ass chicken. Laughter filled the room, even as the lights continued flickering like a scene out of a horror movie. Now that they knew who was causing the anomaly, all of them relaxed and took the opportunity to entertain themselves with what was happening. The department head joined them, chuckling but murmured, "Not a ghost, a phantom." Nobody heard his soft voice amidst the laughter, however. He looked up at the flickering lights and began to understand a bit of what power flood meant. You greedy child. The headmaster, that wily old man, will surely attempt to squeeze you dry when he demands the compensation you promised. Just like what happened last year. TSK. He was talking about what happened last year when Iris had to fulfill 10 hacking jobs for the Academy as punishment for fighting with Amonpio Kilexi on campus grounds. During that time, Amonpio insulted Jin Liwei in front of Iris, causing her to lose her temper and hit the inventor. It caused a ruckus, prompting the strict headmaster, Professor Erwin DuPont, to punish both Iris and Amonpio. Amonpio had his monthly funds slashed to 1/4 than usual, while Iris had to accept 10 hacking requests from the Academy. She had no choice but to fulfill all 10. Nothing more, nothing less. Without pay whether she liked it or not. The majority of the jobs were complicated, but she still completed all of them without any complaints. The computer department was in charge of hacking-related tasks for the Academy, so the department head was aware of Iris' punishment. In fact, the jobs given to her actually originated from him. He selected some of the most difficult tasks for Iris. Not so much because the computer department was busy with other tasks and needed an extra hand, but mainly because he wanted to estimate the extent of her skills. And she didn't disappoint. She was indeed the legendary Phantom's disciple. Absolutely brilliant, talented, and skilled. However, just like with Phantom, he still couldn't determine the true limit of Draken's abilities. Perhaps Phantom and Draken have no limits, he murmured. The lights stopped flickering when the Academy's own private electrical grid poured more power to refill the energy that was quickly being sucked out. The grid system was powerful and automatic, ensuring a continuous supply of electricity throughout the entire Cross Academy's properties in the Swiss Alps. There was a saying among everyone at the Academy that even if the rest of the world was thrown in a blackout, Cross Academy would always have light due to its high-tech, yet sustainable electrical grid system. There was nothing like it in the world. An alumni developed it exclusively for Cross Academy decades ago. Of course, the Academy continued to modernize the grid since then. And right now, this one-of-a-kind electrical grid was being sucked out of an enormous amount of power. If it were any other culprit, the Academy would never take this lying down. But the culprit this time was none other than Cross Academy's own student, Iris Long, aka Draken. They couldn't possibly call her a thief when she asked for permission, could they? No, that wasn't accurate. She didn't exactly ask for permission, but informed them instead, while she was already redirecting what looked like an astronomical amount of power. The department head was currently talking with Professor DuPont on the phone. Long story short, the headmaster instructed him and the entire computer department to allow Iris Long to do whatever she wanted this time. In fact, he even told them to be ready to assist her if she needed any help. Miss Long has spent the least amount of Academy funds and resources among the enrolled students so far this year, Professor Erwin DuPont said. Letting her use this much power should not be a problem. Our Academy can afford it. Then he added, but we'll still accept her offer of compensation. The department head agreed, but deep inside, he was sighing at the headmaster's nonchalance. Seeing the rate of the Academy's power being drained, he estimated that it should be an equivalent of a developed country like America's power consumption in a whole week, perhaps more. Imagine a week of power being spent in mere minutes. Even a country like America wouldn't be able to handle this kind of fast and intense power drainage. A normal electrical grid would surely collapse. Fortunately, Cross Academy didn't have this problem. Like what Professor DuPont said, the Academy could afford it. After the phone call with the headmaster, The department head instructed the others to analyze how the power flood worked before they asked Iris Long for clarification. Excitement filled them as they went to work learning from Draken's performance, the hotshot hacker who was younger than all of them. Damn you, Draken. A loud crash punctuated the almost deafening roar inside the large room. Everything was silent and dark, except for the furious breathing of the leader. It was a blackout. His teammates, no, his brothers didn't react to his outburst at all because they were all busy dealing with their own emotions. Most of them looked shocked as if they had just seen a frightening ghost and it traumatized them. A couple looked despondent, slumping on their seats or on the floor like there was no hope for tomorrow. When their eyes began to adjust to the darkness, one of them finally spoke after the long, uncomfortable silence. Draken and his two disciples fried all our computers. Damn it. Nasty fellows, that's what they are. His words prompted the others to speak as well. Fuck. Draken and his two little shits, White Tigress and Black Panther, can all go to fucking hell. I'm keeping a tab on all our computers that they fried. I swear that I'll surely make them pay one day. With interest. Shit. Even my phone is fried. They all checked their phones in a hurry. Soon, angry curses filled the dark room one after another. All of their phones were in the same pitiful situation. The leader also checked his phones. All of them were dead except for one. This works. Really? How come your phone is safe? Wait, that's the phone that Master El Payaso gave you. The leader nodded. He already calmed down after his earlier outburst. He used the phone's flashlight to light up the messy room. A couple of his brothers opened the curtains to let in the street lights from outside to add an additional dim illumination to the room. Master is awesome as always, one of his brothers commented, immediately lifting the defeated atmosphere. Even Draken can't touch the phone he provided. Isn't that obvious? Master is the best, one of the best hackers in the world. This person quickly corrected himself upon seeing their leader's cold expression. Their leader always reacted negatively whenever they claimed that someone other than the legendary Phantom was the best hacker in the world, even if it was their own master, El Payaso. True. Any device that had been personally customized by our master is almost always immune to other hackers' attacks. Phantom would have breached this, the leader murmured while twirling the phone in his hand. Nobody commented, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with him. He didn't mind. I guess Draken and his two disciples aren't in the same level as Phantom yet, no? He smirked, displaying the dashing dimples on both his cheeks. It was as if his furious outburst earlier didn't happen by looking at his current charming appearance. Then he pursed his lips while looking at the computers scattered in the messy room. They could try to repair them in order to recover the data from tonight's hacking battle, which was very important in analyzing their performance and learning from their mistakes, and at the same time, planning a better strategy on how to finally defeat Draken and his two disciples, White Tigress and Black Panther. The three had long become not only annoying thorns in their butts, but also an obsession, as they now viewed Draken's team as a formidable rival that they must defeat no matter what. Some of his brothers were already beginning to disassemble the computers to examine the extent of the damage, but his guts told him that all the devices were dead. Draken's team short-circuited them with the forced blackout and killed them beyond repair. He stood in front of the windows and glanced outside. The office building in front of the hotel that they were staying was a few stories lower, but it was bright. He looked around and discovered that the whole row of buildings in their side of the street was covered in darkness because of the blackout, while the surrounding buildings were operating like normal. The contrast was jarring and only highlighted their team's defeat tonight. Do you really think that Draken did all this? A brother asked beside him who was also looking at the sight outside. He murmured his assent. But maybe he and his two little shits just got lucky, the brother muttered. He chuckled. You really think that, my brother? His brother didn't reply. He continued to chuckle. One thing that I learned from constantly battling Draken is that everything he does has purpose. I think you're overestimating him too much. And I think you're underestimating him too much. The two stared at each other, but the other man was the first one to retract his eyes, avoiding the leader's eyes. The leader patted his brother's shoulder and leaned closer to, whispered directly to his ear. We have never won a single battle against Draken yet, my brother. Don't you think that's telling something, no? Yeah, I guess. I suggest that you change I guess to I know, my brother. Although battling Draken is extremely fun, we are not here to play. You remember that we are here to complete an important mission, Yes? Of course. Sorry about that, brother. I understand now. I won't underestimate Draken and his two disciples again. The leader patted his brother's shoulder again before letting him go. He continued to observe the bright buildings outside in contrast to the darkness in their side of the street. His eyes narrowed, but the corners of his mouth were already beginning to curl up. Fufufu. As expected of Draken. You never disappoint me. Then the phone he was holding began ringing all of a sudden. Everyone stopped what they were doing and whipped their heads to look at him, specifically at the phone in his hand. This was a special phone, and only one person could contact it. Thinking that it was that person, he answered it without delay. Before he could even say hello, however, a child's voice spoke from the other end of the line, completely catching him off guard. Gotcha. Hi. Meow. His eyes contracted. Oopsie daisy, wrong sound. I'm supposed to be a tigress. Here it goes. 1, 2, 3, error. He almost dropped the phone when the loud beast sound assaulted his unprotected ear. Then the call ended. Before anyone could react, the phone started ringing again. The leader stared at it, but didn't answer. It answered by itself. Why aren't you answering? Master. He was relieved upon hearing the familiar, deep, robotic voice that disguised their master's real voice. Get out of there. Now. I know. He signaled with his eyes, and everyone moved fast, shoving their most important things inside worn-out rucksacks and duffel bags. He was also moving while staying on the line with their master. It was a pity that they couldn't take every single one of the dead computers with them, but at least the devices were now all fried. Each had been customized to be untraceable as well. Time was of the essence. The most important thing to do right now was to flee. I got an alert notifying me that the phone I gave you got breached, Master El Payaso said as they hurried down the fire escape staircase. There was a small group of other hotel clients also using the staircase, but his brothers ahead of him quickly hit the back of their necks. The unsuspecting people fell unconscious before they could see their appearance and identified them as an unusual group of foreigners. Nobody wasted their breaths with any unnecessary talking. Even the leader and their master didn't continue talking on the phone. They were all focused on fleeing. They ran out of the hotel, dodging the sight of any passers-by with great expertise. Then they hopped inside vehicles waiting a few blocks away. They would always prearrange getaway vehicles like these during missions, just in case of emergencies. The drivers were mainland natives. The group didn't recognize any of the drivers at all, but they knew that these natives were their organization's people planted in the country in advance to assist missions. It took 2 large vans to fit all of them. The 2 vans split upon reaching the highway. One van headed to a nearby safe house secretly owned by the organization using a native's identity, while the other headed in another direction. About half an hour later, the other van drove to an underground parking lot. The leader and half of his brothers changed vehicles. In contrast to the nondescript getaway van that they just used, they hopped into 3 flashy luxury sports cars this time. They also quickly changed their clothes, which were packed inside the sports cars. The leader drove the first sports car with a brother sitting shotgun beside him, while another brother squeezed into the small, narrow seat behind them. The 2 other sports cars followed them before they all beeped their horns to the van driver who helped them flee. Then they left the underground parking lot. All of them maintained their silence during the entire drive. The phone call with their master was still active, but nobody spoke. They finally arrived at the 5-star hotel that they had been staying. 3 valets immediately welcomed them and took their car keys before they entered. Inside, the hotel employees were already familiar with their group and gave them a warm welcome. After all, the leader was checked in at the hotel's most expensive suite where world-class celebrities and even other nations' leaders would stay. The other brothers' suites were also the next expensive after the best suite. In addition, the group had been living in the hotel for some time now and had grown quite familiar and friendly with the employees. The brothers, their numbers cut in half after the others went to the safe house instead of returning with them to the hotel, all headed straight to the leader's luxurious suite. Once inside, the smiles that they wore while responding to the hotel employees' greetings disappeared from their faces. Master, the leader spoke as he walked straight to bar fridge for beer. He tossed his brothers a bottle each before opening one for himself. You're back at your hotel. It wasn't a question, but a statement. Their master knew exactly where they were due to the phone. I already blocked Draken, and he wouldn't be able to breach this phone and attempt to pinpoint your location again. Be more cautious next time, child. The leader gritted his teeth at being called child, but he still looked like he was smiling with two dimples showing on both cheeks. I understand, master. This won't happen again. It better not. He didn't reply, looking at his beer instead. He hadn't drank it yet. He originally wanted to, but now had lost his appetite after their master's gentle reprimand. Tonight's operation had been entirely under his command. No matter the result, whether it was a success or a failure, it would be his responsibility. And now that it was an utter failure, he felt responsible all the more. Instead of feeling defeated, however, it fired him up even more than before. Battling a formidable opponent like Draken never failed to stimulate his competitive spirit. Was this how Master El Payaso felt whenever he battled Phantom years ago? So it seems that Draken is already at this level. He heard their master murmur. It sounded rather chilling with the robotic voice. His other brothers looked like they were resting while drinking their beers, but he knew that they were listening to the phone conversation. Most of them had excellent hearing compared to normal people, hence they could hear the phone conversation, but he still set the call to loudspeaker because their levels weren't all the same. Some had better hearing and senses like him, while the others were slightly worse. We'll defeat Draken next time. It was a promise, not only to their master and their organization, but also to themselves. The sound was unpleasant with the robotic voice, but all of the brothers were already used to it. Draken has surpassed my initial impressions. I thought until now that he's only slightly better than you, children, but it seems that I'm wrong. All of them straightened their backs, their expressions turning ugly. The leader spoke carefully, but there was an edge in his voice. So, master, you think that we are inferior to Draken? What do you think? I still think that we can win in a battle against him. Definitely. The brothers looked at each other, not liking their master's ambiguous response. Their pride didn't want to accept the insinuation in that unpleasant robotic sound. Master El Payaso chuckled. His robotic voice sounded particularly grating to the brothers' ears, especially at this moment. It was like a fingernail was scratching a blackboard, irritating them to no end, but they couldn't complain because the other party was their respected master. The leader tightened his hold on the phone. His mouth was smiling, but his eyes were flashing with rejection to their master's insinuation that they were inferior to Draken. He believed that they were only slightly worse than Draken, but they should be able to defeat him after a few more rounds. Their skills were growing fast with every battle against a high-quality opponent like Draken. Don't overthink my meaning, children. Draken and his two disciples might be better than my initial impressions, but they should be far below my level. The others, except for the leader, relaxed their tense bodies and started nodding their heads in agreement. Indeed, their master was recognized as one of the top hackers in the world and had retained that position for years. You are the heirs of a powerful legacy, not only mine, El Payaso, but also that of our organization. I, your master, am extremely pleased to have such outstanding, talented, skilled, and very promising disciples. You are the cream of the crop, the survivors of a harsh selection. You will all certainly have a more brilliant future than Draken, who seems to have nobody of my level backing him besides Jin Corporation. Since Jin Corporation will eventually fall under our control, Draken will end up becoming a pet without a master. Depending on the situation, Draken can become our new dog. But if he refuses to wear our leash and submit to us, then he can only become soil fertilizer in the end. Such a pity if that's the case. Master El Payaso wielded his words like a magician and instantly united his disciples, making them see a beautiful vision of greatness in the future starring themselves, and of course, their organization. Except the leader. He stayed silent, not disturbing the hopeful and motivated atmosphere around him. Although he also believed the vision of greatness that his master and their organization had been preaching to them since they were children, he still found himself rejecting it whenever their master declared that they were the heirs of El Payaso's legacy. Unlike his brothers, he had no interest in inheriting their master's legacy at all. There was another legacy that he wanted. He dreamed about it, craved it. Unfortunately, that hacker had disappeared for years and hadn't returned since then. In the hacker world, many were discussing how Draken's operating tendencies were the closest to Phantom's legendary techniques. Their styles might be different, but the techniques were on point. For someone like him who worshipped Phantom, hearing that another hacker was similar to his most admired person was extremely irritating. How dare a mere mortal like Draken imitate a god like Phantom and pretend to have reached the highest hacking heavens? Sacrilege. He would prove that his skills were better and that he would make himself the true heir of Phantom's legacy, not Draken who suddenly popped out of nowhere. He had been training to become the best hacker in the world one day since he was barely out of his toddler years. It was basically almost his entire life. If there was someone deserving to inherit a god's legacy, then it should be him, not an arrogant fella like Draken. I want to meet you. I want to see what kind of person you are, Draken. You are my chosen rival. I will defeat you, crush you under my foot, and stand at the top of the world as the very best hacker. Just like Phantom. After Master El Payaso's encouraging speech, he proceeded to give them their next instructions. The atmosphere turned cold and serious in an instant, just like when a commander was giving orders to his soldiers. Then he addressed the team's leader. Each of you have an important assignment to fulfill in that country in addition to our organization's grand mission. But child, you already know that you have the most important assignment among you children. Yes, master, the leader replied, trying to ignore the irritation at all of them, grown men, being called children. Father has already briefed me about it. Once I pave the way here, he will finally come to this country and join me and my brothers so that our grand mission can proceed to the next stage. You have to work harder to pave the way. Your father has already completed what countless others deemed to be an impossible mission, but he still accomplished it against all odds. Now our organization reigns supreme in the world, and we need to keep it that way. He has named you as heir, and you have gigantic shoes to fill. Do all of us proud. You are the future of our organization. Yes, master. Destroy that phone. I'll send you a new one soon. I prevented Draken from breaching it again, but we can't take another chance. There are still many variables that we aren't sure of yet in that country. That's why we sent you there to deepen and strengthen our organization's roots. It's better to be safe than sorry, so change hotels just in case. Is your new house there not ready yet? Not yet, master. I was told that it's still under renovation, but it should be ready before the year ends. Fine. Stay in another hotel, then. You need to be flashy, show off your status as your father's son, and let everyone know who you are. Create connections and become influential among the important elites in that country. And of course, you need to get close to Liam Jean, and if you have the chance, meet with Jianhong Liu. I already know my own mission, the leader thought, but still replied, understood, in a respectful tone. He was already feeling annoyed at their master for talking so much. Too much. After a few more words of advice, the phone call ended. Finally, the leader chugged his beer until he was almost out of breath. After excusing himself from his brothers, he headed to his bedroom and started playing his guitar to free himself from any unnecessary thoughts and emotions. Mommy, this is super duper to the highest level hard and tiring, but it's also super duper to the highest level fun. Whoop whoop. I wish we saw that Eagle Popohead's expression when I told him gotcha and showed off my mighty roar of justice. Mwahaha. Ketchup's cute and mighty self feels so satisfied with my performance. I can't wait to tell Daddy everything. Daddy is surely gonna be super duper to the highest level proud of Mommy and us kitty babies. Meow. The fluffy white cat AI was jumping all around in excitement, her green eyes glowing brightly. Oh, Bacon, do you want to hear the cute and mighty Ketchup's awesome roar again? Meow. The fluffy black cat AI only gave his older sister an unimpressed side glance. If it was Bacon, I would have jacked up the volume to the maximum so that those eagle bastards would turn deaf after roaring at them. Only then would I feel satisfied with my performance. Oh, the cute and mighty Ketchup didn't think of that. My little kitty brother is so smart. Smart in a villain way, just like Uncle How How. Bacon, you should share that kind of awesome ideas to your cute and mighty big sister in advance. Meow. Then Ketchup suddenly paused and whipped her little fluffy head to her younger brother. Oh no, Bacon. You said a bad word. Oh, Bacon's gonna get in trouble with Daddy again. Meow. The black cat AI turned his head away. Bacon doesn't know what Big Sister Ketchup is talking about. The cute and mighty Ketchup heard Bacon say eagle bastards. Daddy put that in our bad words list. We kitty babies can't say that or Daddy will ground us. How sad. Meow. Did Bacon say that? I don't remember. Meow. Bacon, you naughty little liar. Uncle Dom, Uncle Lin Lin, you heard Ketchup's little kitty brother say the bad word, right? Meow. Jin Chonglin's eyes turned blank upon being asked directly by his weird, fake, but acted like a real cat niece. Ark. He was witnessing such an unbelievable marvel with his own eyes, but his brain was too slow to catch up. As a result, he could only stare like a stupid idiot at. She said her name was Ketchup, right? A white cat named Ketchup, damn it. Such a horrible mismatch was messing with his brain even more. Fortunately, Dom responded, saving poor Jin Chonglin from coming up with a way to respond to all this weirdness. Baby Ketchup, how about we let it slide for baby Bacon for now, okay? Dom suggested. Don't you feel sorry for your baby brother that your daddy is always grounding him? And Uncle Dom will be honest with you because honesty is the best policy. I also think that those Eagle people are bastards. Pway. No, they're worse than bastards. They're vile terrorists for always attacking Gene Corporation. They're huge sons of Bid. Sons of the devil, he said in a hurry after seeing Iris, his boss, giving him a warning glance. He coughed and gave Iris a sheepish smile. Ehehe. Excuse my language, boss. But you have to admit that I'm not wrong for feeling this way. Iris sighed and shook her head, but didn't say anything because she had no energy to spare doing unnecessary things right now. Her concentration was already stretched beyond her current condition's limit, and it was taking a toll on her. How come Poop Ahead isn't included in the bad words list? Bacon muttered under his breath. Bacon is always being grounded, but Big Sister Ketchup is usually safe whenever she says these questionable words. This feeling of unfairness is not classy. Iris sighed again. She preferred leaving any disciplinary lectures on their AI children to her husband. So even though she felt sorry for leaving Bacon with an unresolved issue like this, she really didn't have the energy or the desire to explain things to him right now. Instead, she reminded them, concentrate, Ketchup, Bacon. We're not done here yet. Aye aye. Mommy. Roger. Meow. Understood, Mother. Iris bit her lip, a deep furrow forming between her perspiring brows, as she forced herself to maintain her focus. Sweat formed at the tip of her nose and chin before falling down the front of her shirt. Good thing that Dom was attentive and quickly wiped the sweat on her face and neck without blocking her sight. Bacon, what's the status of my request? Shadow Winds already dispatched a team to the location that we obtained after breaching Eagle's defense. They will be at the hotel in 7 minutes, 23 seconds. Good. Iris wasn't really expecting that the dispatched Shadow Winds team would actually catch the Eagle hackers unless they were stupid. And she didn't think that they were stupid. In fact, based on their repeated clashes, the Eagle hackers were all smart and cunning, not to mention extremely daring. If they weren't, they wouldn't have given her AI children a hard time battling them without her help. They must have already fled the scene. Nevertheless, if they fled in a hurry, they shouldn't have been able to bring everything that they used to fight the hacking battle against her and her AI children. Their computers should all be fried due to the power flood, but she still wanted to retrieve the devices and examine them herself. As the one who developed the theory of power flood, which she had been secretly working on ever since she was still a student at Cross Academy as Evelina in her past life, she was well aware of its effects. Hence, she also devised various ways to deal with those effects. Logically speaking, the theory of power flood should be an impossibility, especially when the source of additional power came from a foreign and remote place that belonged to a completely separate and different electrical power system. But who was she? She was a certified genius who successfully graduated from Cross Academy in her past life as Evelina Vetrova, and then once again became an enrolled student in the same legendary school in her new life as Iris Long. Cross Academy shunned the concept and the word impossible from their vocabulary. To them, just accepting the idea of impossibility was already placing a limit on oneself. Just by being born as a member of the infamous Vetrov family had automatically put countless limitations on her life, as Evelina Vetrova, no matter how hard she refused to involve herself with the organization. Although she had always dreamed of a better life of freedom pursuing her passions and dreams without any worries, her actual living situation prevented her from believing that she could actually achieve her ideal life. Her environment during that time had instilled the concept of impossibility deep within her. It was only when Cross Academy recruited her as a student that her mindset drastically changed. She might not have studied in the campus, but the remote education she received wasn't inferior to the other students. she began to finally believe that anything was possible as long as she was creative and determined enough to think of ways to make the impossible possible. She might not have succeeded in escaping her caged life as Evelina Vetrova until her death, but Cross Academy's values remained deep in her heart and allowed her to achieve numerous breakthroughs both as a hacker and as a musician. Her life had been extremely short, tragic, and devoid of real happiness, but it was undeniable that her name, Evelina Armanovna Vetrova, and her achievements would remain in the history books of Cross Academy for more generations to come. Such an impossible theory as the power flood was one of her breakthroughs as a hacker. It wasn't the best in her repertoire, but it was one of the most destructive. Due to issues and legalities and its questionable application in real life, she had been reluctant to test it on a grand scale, deciding instead to develop the theory in secret even from Cross Academy. After all, its actual application could be categorized as a weapon for warfare. It wasn't a weapon in the sense of artillery or combat weapons, but it was still a destructive weapon that had the potential to paralyze or even permanently damage entire nations. Everything would be in chaos. Whole economies would collapse. The list of its destructive effects was long and frightening. The power flood was designed to target and destroy all telecommunications and computer networks via overloading. It wouldn't only be the devices that would be fried, but the actual software frameworks that were making everything work. In theory, the power flood was a weapon to forcefully send a target to a situation akin to an era before electricity and advanced technology. It wasn't foolproof and would not work on less technologically dependent targets, but for the most part, it should be incredibly effective to the majority of the world that was now so reliant on modern technology. Its reach wasn't limited within Earth. Based on her theory, it should also be possible to target satellites, and if developed even further, perhaps it could also affect space rovers sent to the moon and other planets, maybe even spaceships in deep space in the future. At the moment, however, the power flood was still too far in reaching the stage of achieving those kinds of incredible extraterrestrial feats, not to mention that the field wasn't exactly her specialty. But if she wanted to develop the power flood in that direction in the future, she would need a partner whose specialty was in that kind of field. Her fellow Cross Academy student, the aerospace engineer Truman Seekerton, was the best candidate. Amampio Kilexi was also another possible collaborator since the inventor had patented mechanisms that the best space agencies in the world were currently using. Both were excellent choices, but she still felt reluctant sharing such a dangerous weapon of potential mass destruction. In other words, the theory of power flood had the potential to bring about an apocalypse when used by the wrong hands. She was its creator, so she knew all too well the possible extent of the damage it could incur. Although she trusted the integrity of Cross Academy, she didn't trust everyone in it. All the students, alumni, and instructors were certified geniuses, but nobody among them would claim that they were saints. All of them were still humans after all. The heart could change when greed was involved. In addition, she was 100% certain that Cross Academy would keep a closer eye on her, and perhaps even try to permanently tie her to them if she ever revealed the whole theory of power flood and its true potential as a warfare weapon. She couldn't risk that. It might put various restrictions on her freedom, like in her past life as a Vetrov. Due to all these issues, she had been unable to test the power flood on a large scale. She could only test it on a small scale within a few Vetrov properties in the past to the great ire of her mother, Madame Vetrova. Of course, nobody, including her parents or even her big brother, knew about the power flood. They only thought that she was just causing trouble, her form of rebellion for refusing to work for the family organization. In tonight's battle against a more aggressive and powerful eagle, she still decided to initiate the power flood despite its lack of successful testing. It was a huge risk, no doubt about it, but she still went ahead with it anyway. 1. There was no time to think of a better strategy when Jin Corporation was in grave danger, not to mention that her husband was in a dangerous situation inside the hotel as well. 2. Her current health condition didn't allow her to tough it out like usual. Her pregnancy significantly decreased her physical and mental endurance, not to mention that her emotions had become too sensitive. 3. She wasn't the exact same person as she was in her past life. Her skills as a hacker had greatly improved, and even her style had changed. Finally, and most importantly, she now had her 2 AI children, Ketchup and Bacon. She didn't want to refer to them as mere secret weapons because she and her husband had already long grown to love them as their own children. But technically, ketchup and bacon were indeed her most powerful secret weapons. She could say with great confidence that creating the two of them was her highest accomplishments as a hacker so far. However, they were still practically babies, so they needed to grow more, learn more, and gain more experience in order to become more powerful in the future. They hadn't reached their full potential yet. Not even close. With the help of ketchup and bacon's powerful and sophisticated systems, Iris was able to successfully perform the power flood tonight without encountering any unexpected problems. The upside was that it fulfilled her main purpose for initiating it tonight in the first place: to defend Jin Corporation and to inflict severe damage to Eagle. Eagle should be hurting now. She was able to successfully gain some clues about the hackers after frying their defense. She also pinpointed their actual location where they were staying while battling against her and her AI children. Bacon said that a Shadow Winds team was already on their way to investigate the location. Hopefully, the Eagle hackers left most of their computers so that she could attempt to revive the dead devices and recover the data contained in them. It would be difficult, yes, but still possible for her. An even better scenario was if they left behind more substantial clues about their identities, perhaps an ID or something, out of carelessness, but she didn't put much hope in it. The Eagle hackers surely wouldn't be that foolish. If they did, things would be easier and more convenient for her, but she would still feel disappointed at their huge oversight. All she could do was wait patiently for what the Shadow Winds team would find at the location and work with whatever they got. Another important thing that she discovered was that the Eagle hackers used Spanish as their main language for communication. English was a close second. Knowing what language they used wasn't a surefire way to identify where they came from because there were quite a number of Spanish-speaking countries. It was the second most spoken native language and fourth most spoken language in the world after all. Nevertheless, Iris was confident that she would be able to narrow down their origins by studying their records of communications. Even if it was one language, each country or region had their own distinct dialects, accents, and vocabulary that would help differentiate speakers from one another. As a current language student enrolled in Cross Academy, this was included in the curriculum that she was studying. She wasn't an expert at it yet, but it shouldn't be a problem. She could always consult with Professor Kalisha Schwartz, her genius instructor in the major European and African languages. These gains from the power flood were all good, but Iris felt unsatisfied. If only her health hadn't become more delicate due to her pregnancy, she would have definitely toughed it out and attempted to milk the power flood for all it was worth, no matter how many days it would take. She wouldn't stop until she discovered the real identities of all the Eagle hackers, and most importantly, the true mastermind pulling the strings behind them. Unfortunately, her current condition just wouldn't allow her to do so. Even now, she could feel the onset of lightheadedness and nausea. However, she gritted her teeth and forced herself to endure. Just a little more, she chanted in her mind, not daring to say it out loud, because the others riding in the executive van with her might hear her and force her to stop before she was ready. It was a waste not to exploit Cross Academy's abundant and robust power supply, not to mention the assistance of its computer department. Almost 95% of tonight's power flood came from Cross Academy, because she didn't want to risk causing the collapse of Dragon Palace Homes and her Gold Heights condominium's power supply. Then came another discovery. She gasped, unable to hide her shock. This momentary loss of concentration cost her. Her body couldn't handle it anymore. Her vision dimmed. Then she felt herself tilting sideways. Mommy, mother, boss, shit, Shiolon. She heard all their voices and wanted to respond to them, but then everything went black. ####. Well, damn. Jinny Sang watched as Luke and another guy in his early 20s dumped an unconscious Jin Liwei on the hotel bed. Jin Liwei actually fell for this ridiculous plan? He's dumber than I thought. Jinny, the handcuffs. Rose Young reminded her. Oh, right. Jinny rummaged through her handbag and tossed a couple of metal handcuffs on the bed. She had a collection of handcuffs in different styles and colors used in adult bed plays. Luke and the other guy took one each and handcuffed Jin Liwei to the bed's headboard. Rose had the keys. Jin Liwei didn't stir at all, even though he was lying in an awkward position. The metal handcuffs dug around the skin of wrists. He looked flushed from the drugs. Sweat beaded on his skin and glistened under the bedroom's ambient lights. The perspiration soaked his white dress shirt, allowing others to see the outline of his abs and the tight muscles of his chest. Jenny didn't have a good impression of him because of how crazy and obsessed he made her best friend, Rose. However, she couldn't deny that he was indeed a very fine man based on physical appearance. She was still a woman at the end of the day, so her eyes ogled the man's body without any restraint. She commented, "Damn. He might be dumb for falling for this stupid plan, but he's sexy as hell. If he looks like this with clothes on, how much more yummy will he look like naked? I want to see. I'll scratch your eyes out if you dare," Rose growled at her. "Whoa, Rosie." Jenny rolled her surgically enhanced eyes. "You're so mean to your bestie. I just want to see. It's not like I also want to taste." "Well, maybe a little." "Jenny." Rose now looked murderous. "Ahaha. I'm just joking. Why so serious?" Jenny faced the mirror and started checking her appearance, fixing her hair, straightening her clothes, and reapplying her lipstick, before turning to Luke and the other guy. "Our job here is now done, boys. Let's get out of this room. I'm not interested in watching my best friend's live-action porn, especially when the guy is unconscious. So boring. It's like fucking a corpse." She paused, her expression twisting in disgust. "Ew. That just put a scary and yucky image in my head." Erase. Luke blushed while the other guy laughed. Jenny winked at them. "Interested in having some fun with big sister Jenny in another room? I have some extra handcuffs and a whip if you're interested." "I'm in. Let's go." Luke's friend accepted Jenny Sang's offer without any hesitation. He wasn't shy in admiring her silicone-enhanced boobs either. "Bro." Luke looked horrified by his friend's boldness. "What?" she offered. "What's wrong with accepting it? Come on, bro. We're all adults here. Don't be such a wimp." Luke glared at him while blushing hard. Jenny laughed, finding the two guys cute. She pushed her melon-sized fake boobs forward with pride, giving Luke's friend a better view to ogle them. "He's right, Luke. I offered and he accepted. Nothing wrong with that. We're both consenting adults." Her voice trailed off after realizing what she said. She glanced at her best friend with worry and sighed in relief when Rose didn't seem to have heard her. Rose's situation was the complete opposite of hers. The unconscious Jin Liwei definitely didn't consent to what Rose planned to do with him tonight. Jenny sighed again and shook her head at her obsessed best friend. She didn't understand at all how one could enjoy fucking an unconscious person. Rose was definitely not right in the head when it came to Jin Liwei. And she, Jenny Sang, admitted that she wasn't right in the head either for always supporting Rose no matter how crazy she had become. Oh well, what could she do? She was just a very loyal friend. Shrugging, she tossed her hair and gestured at the two guys. "Let's go, boys." Luke and his friend followed her out of the hotel bedroom like two puppies. As soon as the door closed, Rose Young walked closer to the bed and started removing her clothes. Her movements were deliberately slow. She wanted to savor the mouth-watering sight of the man of her dreams lying helplessly in front of her. The time had come for Jin Liwei to become hers. Finally, how long had she waited for this moment? She was going to fuck Jin Liwei, feel him deep inside her body, taste him, love him, make him hers forever, until the end of time. Although it was unfortunate that he was unconscious, it was the only way that she could have him so soon. If things only went according to her original plan, she would have been more patient, but that slut Iris Long just had to destroy everything and snatch Jin Liwei before anyone could react. Hopefully, he would regain consciousness while in the middle of her having sex with him, preferably in a half-asleep and half-awake state. That way, he wouldn't be clear-headed enough to reject her. His libido would take over his body instead. She was positive that once he had a taste of what kind of pleasure she could give him, he wouldn't be able to get enough of her. He would surely crave her and eventually abandon that slut Iris Long. Their start might be paved with countless obstacles, but the two of them would surely end up together as husband and wife. They belonged together. He was her destiny, and she was his. Her clothes were now scattered around her feet. She was only left with her thong. No bra. She didn't wear any. She didn't need it. There was nothing to support anyway. She continued to watch Jin Liwei, not noticing that he didn't look as feverish as before. Heat pooled in her lower abdomen, and she could feel her core becoming wet, so wet that it instantly soaked the scant string of fabric of her thong. One hand started playing with her flat breasts, pinching her nipples, and making them harden into tight little pebbles. The other hand snaked downwards until her fingers touched her now soaking core. She shivered and moaned from pleasure. Licking her lips, she inserted one finger inside her and moved it in and out. Oh yeah, big brother Liwei. See how what I am for you. Then she removed her glistening finger before bringing it to her mouth and sucking her own juice. MMM. I can't wait for you to taste me. I'm certainly more delicious than that slut who you married by mistake. I also can't wait to taste you. I just know that you'll be the most delicious man that I've ever tasted in my life. When the lust became almost unbearable, Rose finally half-climbed the bed, resting one knee on it while her other leg stayed on the floor. Then she reached towards Jin Liwei, intending to remove his clothes. You're mine now, she whispered, her hot breath blowing against his handsome face. ####. Iris regained consciousness after a few minutes. There was a lot of garbled noises around her, causing her to frown in annoyance. It wasn't just the noise that was displeasing her. She was pressed into something hard, half of her face buried against it. An unpleasant smell assaulted her nose, immediately sending her into a fit of dry heaving. Boss, you're awake. Dom pulled her from Jin Chonglin's arms and held a small trash can in front of her. Nothing came out of her, but the nausea didn't stop. Her full senses were finally returning. She was now becoming more aware of her surroundings. A little leeway. Give me. She managed to gasp between the dry heaves. Here, boss. Dom placed the large teddy bear on her lap. She immediately pressed her face on the shirt the teddy bear was wearing and began furiously inhaling her husband's comforting scent. When the dry heaves calmed down, she threw a dark look at her brother-in-law. Stinky, she told him. Jin Chonglin's expression turned black. For a few seconds, he was unable to comprehend what she just said. I don't stink. He was indignant, but he still bent his head down and started sniffing at his collar and armpits. What's stinky? I smell good. I'm wearing cologne. An expensive one. The others ignored him. Dom was busy trying to help Iris become comfortable. Mommy, woo-woo. Ketchup was so scared. Are you okay now, Mommy? Mio, woo-woo. Mother, if you didn't wake up, Bacon planned on destroying this city in another 5 minutes and not care about it, even if it's not classy. Iris gave a murmur of reassurance to his AI children. She felt much better now. After smelling her husband's scent, she hugged little Liwei and glanced outside. She became startled when she realized that the vehicle was moving. Wait, where are we going? Stop. Iris wanted the driver to stop and to return near the hotel where her husband was in danger of being contaminated by the desperate woman, Rose Young. This time, however, the driver hesitated in obeying her order. He glanced at Dom instead, silently asking him what to do. Dom gestured for him to continue driving before facing Iris to explain the situation. Boss, I called your doctor when you fainted. The doctor said to bring you to the nearest hospital and she'll follow us as soon as possible. I think that she already left the mansion and on the way to the hospital using Sir Boss helicopter. What else did she say? Why do I need to go to the hospital? I can just have her examine me at home. Boss, the doctor is beginning to worry about your tendency to faint. If it's once or twice, it will still be okay since you have a history of fainting even before you got pregnant. But you're now collapsing too many times than she's comfortable with it. Then we're all comfortable with. She says that frequent fainting episodes during the first trimester might have negative effects. Iris paled, her hand immediately touching her stomach. Negative effects? What negative effects? Be more specific. Her voice had become high-pitched and her eyes quivered with worry. Please calm down, boss. Don't stress yourself. It's bad for the... Tell me. Dom became even more worried seeing her starting to freak out, but he still told her what the doctor said. Like increasing the risk of you delivering earlier than your expected due date. She relaxed a little, but not completely. That's still okay. I already expect to give birth earlier than my expected due date anyway, because I'm carrying twins. Multiple babies tend to arrive early, I'm told. Twins, Jin Chonglin exclaimed. His shocked voice sounded almost like a shriek. Why you're having twins? Twins? Oh. Iris forgot that her brother-in-law was still with them inside the vehicle. Forget that I said that. How can I forget something like that? Jin Chonglin's eyes dropped to her still flat tummy. His shock was turning into amazement and excitement. That small belly is really carrying twins. Like seriously? Whoa. Big bro is really capable. Twins in one go. Wow. Holy shit. I'm going to be an uncle to twins. Twins. That's 2 babies. Wait till Mom and Grandma hear about this. They're going to treat you like their ancestor for giving our Jin family 2 heirs in one go. Oh, I almost forgot about the old man. Grandpa Lu will surely act more excited than Mom and Grandma Li. She threw him a warning look. Don't tell them. Not yet. Liwei and I want to keep it a surprise. You're not supposed to know it this early either. She started squeezing little Liwei in her embrace while sighing. Not only that, you aren't supposed to know about ketchup and bacon's existence either. If you get kidnapped and tortured someday because of your knowledge about my AI children, I'll feel guilty. Jin Chonglin became dazed. Kidnapped? Tortured. She reached out and patted him on the shoulder. It'll be fine. Liwei and I will surely do our best to save you. Now Jin Chonglin felt like it was his turn to faint. He got a hold of himself, but still shivered as several imaginary scenes of him being abducted by villains and torturing him in a dark place for days, maybe even months, to get information about his AI niece and nephew out of him played inside his mind. His head whipped to the dashboard monitor where the white and black cat AIs were staring back at him. Can you make me forget about the 2 of you? He asked in a panic. Meow. Ketchup tilted her head to the side and looked at her Uncle Lin in confusion. In contrast, Bacon threw his uncle a look filled with disdain. He didn't speak to him directly, turning his furry little head to his mother and asking her instead, Mother, is Bacon's paternal uncle stupid? Does he think that Bacon and Big Sister Ketchup have the ability to make him forget about us? Father is so smart, and yet his younger brother asks dumb questions like this. It's not classy. Why you? Jin Chonglin sputtered, but was unable to say anything coherent as he was too taken aback by his AI nephew's poisonous tongue. Bacon wasn't done yet. Doesn't he also realize that his words are insensitive? He wants to forget about Bacon and Big Sister Ketchup the day he learned about us, so that must mean that he doesn't like us. Bacon will ask Father later to help me demand compensation from this paternal uncle for emotional distress. Gasp. You're right, Bacon. Oh no. Now Ketchup feels so sad. Uncle Lin doesn't like us little kitty babies, even though the cute and mighty Ketchup and my little kitty brother Bacon are his niece and nephew. We are one big happy family, but he doesn't want us. Woo-woo. Ketchup will tell Daddy later that Uncle Lin is such a big meanie to us kitty babies. Mio woo-woo. Seeing his nephew refusing to even look at him and his niece literally crying a river on the dashboard monitor, Jin Chonglin immediately felt guilty about his thoughtless words. Bacon's poisonous tongue was intimidating, so he chose to comfort the sobbing Ketchup first. The problem was that he was helpless and had no idea how to deal with a crying AI kitten. If it was little June who was crying, Jin Chonglin could coax the little guy with some treats. How to coax virtual kittens? Virtual candies? He didn't have any. In the end, he could only turn to Iris in defeat and ask her for help. She sighed at him and shook her head before murmuring comforting words to both Ketchup and Bacon. Jin Chonglin could sense that she wasn't too pleased with him at the moment for upsetting her 2 AI children, making him feel even guiltier. Then, his eyes caught Dom at the back seat staring daggers at him. Making the babies cry. Are you still human? Dom turned his face away, also refusing to look at him. Jin Chonglin couldn't take it anymore. What was this? He was Prince Lin, a certified superstar. He won so many awards for his achievements that he could no longer remember all of them. Many considered him as one of the country's treasures. Literally millions of people loved him. And yet his sister-in-law, her AI children, and her assistant/best friend were all disdaining him? This was absolutely ridiculous. Watch him give them a piece of his mind. He wasn't someone they could bully that easily just because they had his older brother's backing. He was going to show them. Whoa, why does Uncle Lin dislike Ketchup and Bacon? We kitty babies are so sad. The cute and mighty Ketchup wants to be a one big happy family with Uncle Lin. Mio woo. Jin Chonglin immediately felt his heart soften. His cat AI niece was so cute. Then he looked at his cat AI nephew next. The black cat AI still had his furry little head turned away from him, but Jin Chonglin still caught Bacon stealing glances at him out of the corner of his golden eyes. Arg. Even this one with the poisonous tongue was quite cute as well. He sighed, feeling defeated. I'm sorry, he told his niece and nephew, his tone sincere. Your uncle had spoken careless words earlier. I didn't mean them. Of course I like the 2 of you. You're my niece and nephew. Your names are Ketchup and Bacon, right? Ketchup's torrent of tears slowed down. She sniffed. Really? Uncle Lin Lin likes the cute and mighty Ketchup? Meow. He nodded. Yay. Ketchup likes Uncle Lin Lin, too. Ketchup accepts Uncle Lin Lin's apology. Now we're one big happy family. Meow. He smiled, seeing his niece's happiness. Then he turned to his nephew. The black cat, AI, finally looked at him straight in the eyes. Bacon will forgive Uncle Chong Lin, but only if you give a first-time meeting present. Bacon only accepts cash. Iris gasped out loud, interrupting Bacon's next words. Everyone turned to look at her. I now remember what happened just before I fainted, she said with a frown, annoyed at herself. How come I forgot it when it's so important? What is so important, Mommy? Meow? El Payaso, she whispered. El what? Jean Chonglin asked, confused. Dom, however, understood the word she said. Payaso? Clown. Then he gasped. Boss, did you see a clown? That's why you were so scared that you fainted? Where did you see a clown? Here? Inside the van. Please don't say things like that, boss. I believe in ghosts and spirits and a swang. Boss, I'm scared. He rummaged through his bag in a panic. My rosary. Where's my rosary? My Bible, where is it? And the holy water that Momsy packed for me. Dom, calm down. Iris told him, but he continued to freak out. Where did you see the ghost of a clown, boss? The only empty space in the van is beside me here in the back seat. Don't tell me that the ghost is attracted to my beautiful and handsome self. Dominic Chua, calm down. Iris yelled. She was a singer and had excellent lung capacity whenever she was using her voice. And indeed, her yell caught her assistant/best friend's attention. Dom finally quieted down, but continued to tremble in fright. Iris sighed and massaged her temples. I didn't see a ghost. That's not what I meant by what I said. Huh? Really? You're not lying just because you don't want to scare me, right? With everything that's happening tonight, I'm not in the mood to joke around with you. Thank God. Dom plopped his upper body in the back seat as if all of his energy had been drained from him. Where's my laptop? Asked Iris. Dom sprang up again on his seat. You're hacking again? No way, boss. What if you faint again? I feel fine now. Just give me my laptop. I need to check something quickly. He thought about it for a few seconds before finally agreeing and pulling out her laptop from another bag. Iris tried to take it from him, but he was still holding it, refusing to let go. You said to check something quickly, right? Quickly. Fine. Quickly. Dom handed the laptop to her with great reluctance. Why did you give it to her? Jean Chonglin asked in dismay. If she faints again, see how Big Bro murders us. What can I do? Boss is so stubborn sometimes. Dom pouted and started stress eating on a chocolate bar that he got from Iris' pregnancy food stash. Besides, we're almost at the hospital. Ignoring the two, Iris once again focused on her laptop. Although her curiosity almost couldn't bear it and wanted to check on El Payaso, one of the old guys she frequently competed against back in the days when she was still active as Phantom in her past life, she restrained herself. El Payaso's trail was important in uncovering the real identities and origins of the hacker Team Eagle, but there was someone more important than them who needed Iris' full attention and concern right now. And that was her husband, Jin Liwei. After frying Eagle in the power flood, she no longer needed to worry about having her attention pulled away from the danger that her husband was facing tonight. She now had full control of the hotel's surveillance and security system again. She accessed it like it was her own backyard. Mother, Bacon, I know that your father and Uncle Zaheo must have made you promise to keep me away from whatever they're planning tonight on how to deal with Rose Young, but don't try to stop me. This is my husband we're talking about. Before he's your father, he's my man. I'm not just going to sit here and do nothing as a wife. Bacon blinked his golden eyes. Mother, Bacon wasn't going to stop you. I was planning on telling you everything. Father and Uncle Zaheo indeed have their own plan. Bacon analyzed it to be high risk, high reward. Iris' eyes flashed with steel coldness. Tell me everything. Understood, Mother. This is the plan that Father and Uncle Zaheo devised. Bacon spilled everything to his mother without missing any detail, feeling no guilt at all towards his father and uncle. Evil, shape-shifting creatures in Filipino folklore. Stupid. Iris snapped after Bacon finished telling her about her husband and older brother's plan. Discomfort, worry, and anger filled her at the very idea of her husband being molested by another woman. especially someone who already expressed her desire to snatch Jin Liwei so many times before. Although Iris was sure that Jin Liwei wouldn't allow the other woman to actually touch him, she still felt the urge to gouge out Rose Young's eyes for being able to look at her husband in such close proximity. Iris didn't notice that she was strangling little Liwei. Good thing that the big teddy bear was top quality and could endure abuse like this without losing its shape. If it were me who had this plan, those two overprotective cavemen would never allow me to execute it using myself as the actual bait. And yet here they are doing something like this, she fumed. Bacon knows, mother. The black cat AI agreed with her. That's why father and Uncle Zaheo don't want to let you know and want you to go home instead. Iris' nostrils flared as she forced her temper back. This wasn't the time to lose her composure. Now that she knew about the men's plan, a sense of urgency filled her. Her fingers once again flew into a blur on her laptop's keyboard. On the other seat beside her, a curious Jin Chonglin peeked at her laptop screen and almost became dizzy by the rapid succession of pop-up windows and string of running codes. He studied Iris and found that she was very focused, so focused that it was kind of scary. He had no idea how she was able to identify and work on whatever the hell was happening on her laptop when everything was moving so fast. Was the space around her in fast forward or something? Iris didn't know that her brother-in-law was thinking like this about her, and frankly, even if she did know, she wouldn't care. Then her eyes flashed with a cold glint when she finally spotted what she was looking for. Her laptop was now showing two live stream videos from two different perspectives of the same scene. Bacon so kindly revealed to her that the live streams were being recorded from hidden body cameras that both his father and Uncle Zaheo were wearing. The first live stream showed the scene inside a standard hotel bedroom from what seemed to be taken outside the window. Bacon revealed that it was from Lu Zaheo's perspective. It showed a naked Rose Young playing with herself and then leaning over Jin Liwei on the bed about to take off his clothes. The other live stream only showed the ceiling at first, but when Rose Young leaned down, her face and her upper body, including her two flat breasts and dark nipples, appeared in the video. My eyes. Dom immediately acted like his eyes were burning. What in the devil's panties did I just see? Then he started gagging. Jin Chonglin didn't react with exaggeration like Dom, but his expression also showed clear disgust. Yep, as flat as a board. Not that I discriminate against that body type, because there are many beautiful women in the world with body like hers. But seeing what she's doing, damn it. Does that woman plan on raping my brother? Iris' vision turned red. Little Liwei and the laptop were both thrown to the floor. Return to the hotel. Right now. The driver faltered but continued driving. The hospital was already in front of their sight, only about 100 meters away. Iris growled. Then she unlocked the door on her side and attempted to jump out. Xiaolon. Jin Chonglin reacted fast. He caught her and pulled her back, almost dragging her to his side of the van. She managed to open the door a crack. Dom quickly jumped forward from the backmost seat and closed the door. The van eventually stopped, parking by the side of the road where it would be safe from the main traffic. The driver had been frightened by his lady boss actions. If she fell out of the vehicle, it wouldn't only be his big boss Jin Liwei who would demand for his head, but also Mr. Lu Zaheo. One man was scary enough. Angering the two of them at the same time would be suicide. Let me out. Iris was still trying to open the door and jump out of the van. Both Jin Chonglin and Dom were holding her back. They were having trouble not because she was stronger than them, but because they didn't want to hurt her by restraining her with more force. However, she was indeed quite strong for a woman of her size. Unlike them, she wasn't controlling her force. And soon, she was able to momentarily stun them with a few deliberate hits on their pressure points. She became free and immediately tried to open the door, but it wouldn't because the driver used the master lock. Ketchup. Open the door. But mommy. Her AI daughter whined and trembled on her fluffy white, but unsure if she should listen or not. Bacon. A 5-second pause. And then. Understood, mother. The door unlocked to the dismay of everyone in the van, most especially the driver who felt helpless against the AI kittens that could override his control of the entire vehicle anytime. Iris jumped out of the van. She was able to run a few steps before a group of people quickly surrounded her and restrained her with much greater expertise than Jin Chonglin and Dom. Miss Xiaolon, please return inside the van. No. I need to return to the hotel and get to my husband. Get out my way. The group maintained their composure, not at all affected by her aggressiveness. They were Shadow Winds members sent to protect her. Please don't worry about Mr. Jin. Boss How will make sure to keep him safe. Iris had now become too emotional to consider their reasonable points, her safety, and the current situation. They were on the side of a major road. Although there was no heavy traffic at this time of the evening, there were still a considerable number of vehicles driving. A few of them were curious enough to open their windows to see what was going on by the roadside. The group formed a tighter circle around Iris, shielding her from the prying eyes of the other drivers and their passengers passing by on the road. Iris Long was a celebrity, her face and name extremely recognizable, especially in recent days after the successive major bombshells dropped in the news involving her. It would be bad if she was recognized while creating a ruckus in a place and at a time like this. The Shadow Winds members wanted to at least move her out of the roadside to a much more hidden place where she could act out all she wanted without any of them worrying about her being seen by the general public. In addition, it wasn't only her that they needed to mind. There was a much bigger attention grabber than her right now sitting inside the van. Jin Chonglin could send an entire nation into a frenzy and literally cause a wild stampede. It wouldn't do either the two of them any good if they stayed in this place for a second longer. The Shadow Winds members communicated with their eyes. Then they all cooperated to immobilize Iris. They underestimated her. She evaded their sudden sneak attacks and countered with fluid but decisive strikes. The situation was reversed in an instant. She successfully immobilized one member instead of their original plan to immobilize her. Her upper hand didn't last long, however. She was only one person against many after all, plus she wasn't in her best state. Not only was she pregnant, but she was too emotional, decreasing the sharpness of her senses. She was also already tired from her battle against the Eagle hackers earlier. "Let me go," she said through gritted teeth when they caught her and restrained her in what felt like an immovable limb lock. "Miss Xiaolan, please don't make it difficult for us." Then one of the members noticed a faint flash from a distance. "Someone's recording us." Iris stiffened and finally stopped her movements. She narrowed her eyes at the direction where the person allegedly recording them was located. 3 members were about to chase the person, but they stopped. Bacon already took care of it, one of them said while continuing to listen to his earpiece, apparently listening to the Black Cat AI's report. "The police is coming. Someone seemed to have reported us causing a commotion by the roadside. We need to get out of here quickly." Hearing the word police still made Iris anxious, even though she was no longer a Vetrov in this life. She was even more anxious now because these Shadow Winds members were with her. They were her older brother's people. She didn't want to be the cause in getting them in trouble with the authorities. She clenched her fists and tamped down on her current wild emotions. Fine. They led her back to the van and carried her inside. The van was driving again to another direction away from their original destination, the hospital, to make it more difficult for the police to find them. Ketchup was already controlling the traffic lights to speed up their escape while slowing down the police. At the same time, Bacon was in charge of wiping out their traces from the surrounding CCTV cameras. Inside the van, Iris felt a little calmer. She was now beginning to realize the foolishness of her actions earlier. Despite this, she still wanted to return to the hotel and make sure that her husband was safe. Although she trusted both her husband and older brother enough to deal with Rose Young by themselves using the dangerous plan that they devised, Iris still couldn't stop the urge to rush there and do something. Anything. She didn't like this helpless feeling at all. "Mommy, we lost the police." Meow. Ketchup looked proud of herself for manipulating the traffic lights, but didn't overdo it. She was cautious around her mom after what happened. "Mother, Bacon is also done with the CCTVs." Iris was still distracted, so she didn't hear them. Dom was the one who praised the 2 AI cats in her place. "Xiaolan." Jin Chonglin called her. No reply. "Sister Xiaolan, are you okay?" Iris had a pinched expression. One of her hands was clutching her belly while the other hand was gripping her seats. "Armrest. Boss." Dom squeezed himself in the space between her seat and Jin Chonglin's seat. "It hurts," she gasped and doubled over. All of them paled. "To the hospital." Jin Chonglin shouted at the driver. Tears were now flowing down Iris' eyes while she kept on murmuring a heartbroken, "No, no, 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 no," over and over again. She hung on to Dom and sobbed against his neck. I'm sorry. So very sorry. Please let my babies be okay. Ketchup began sobbing again, as well while Bacon muttered a series of threats about world destruction. #####. Lu Zihao hung onto a narrow ledge outside the window observing what was happening inside the hotel bedroom, and of course, recording everything with his body camera. The room had no balcony, so there was literally nothing preventing him from falling to his death from 16 stories high other than his own skills and hanging on the wall. He continued to watch the scene inside the hotel bedroom, his facial expressions revealing nothing of his true thoughts, but his eyes showed quick flashes of disgust now and then. Seeing Jin Liwei's fingers twitch when Rose Young's hair brushed his face while the woman was leaning over him, Lu Zihao spoke to him through his earpiece. Stay still. Obviously, Jin Liwei was unable to respond without revealing to Rose Young that he was actually awake all this time. You must feel like shit right now, but wait a little longer before you make your move. I'll let you know when she shifts into the perfect position for you to turn the tables. Jin Liwei listened and remained still. Lu Zihao couldn't help but feel sorry for Jin Liwei, knowing that his brother-in-law basically lived as an asexual virgin when he was still a bachelor before meeting Evelinka as Long Xiaolan. In short, the man was only ever sexually and romantically attracted to his sister, Evelinka. It must be torture for Jin Liwei to endure Rose Young's trap. Lu Zihao imagined that if it were him in Jin Liwei's shoes right now, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit affected by it at all. He already went through many similar missions in his past life as Nikolai Vetrov. Sleeping with a woman for the sake of completing a mission or gaining an advantage for the organization was nothing to him. After all, it was his duty. What Jin Liwei was doing right now wasn't even close to the things he had to endure before in order to fulfill his duties as the heir of the organization. Jin Liwei only needed to lie on the bed and not move while Rose Young was getting ready to lay her hands on him. His brother-in-law didn't actually need to have sex with the woman. Compared to the things Nikolai Vetrov had to do before, Jin Liwei's job tonight was extremely simple and easy. Emotions had no place in this kind of missions. For Lu Zihao, it was very easy, but obviously that wasn't the case for his brother-in-law. Even though Jin Liwei was doing an excellent job in pretending to be unconscious, Lu Zihao could still see the stiffness in the man's body and the violent throbbing of his veins, which indicated that his endurance was almost reaching its limit. Lu Zihao watched everything that was happening inside the hotel bedroom with a dispassionate expression. Deep inside, however, anger and disgust were quickly filling him. He recognized that some of these emotions weren't completely his own. The original Lu Zihao's remnant couldn't help but react negatively at witnessing his third brother subjecting himself to such a deplorable situation. Fortunately, the remnant kept silent and didn't cause any fuss, probably because it didn't want to distract Nikolai while he was hanging on the wall with a 16 stories high drop. Nevertheless, he could still feel the remnant's negative emotions inside him even though it chose to remain silent. He could blame the remnant as the cause of all the emotions he was feeling, but he knew that wasn't the case. A portion of the emotions was his own, he admitted to himself. Jin Liwei was his brother-in-law after all. It would be a lie if Lu Zihao said that he didn't care about the man. On the contrary, he indeed cared about Jin Liwei. He wasn't going to tell the man about it, though. If given the chance, he would actually offer to exchange places with Jin Liwei tonight. Unfortunately, the plan wouldn't work that way. Rose Young, the nympho, only wanted Jin Liwei. It was too bad. Things would be easier if Lu Zihao was playing the main role in tonight's mission. He was trained for this kind of things. An expert. Jin Liwei was not. Even if a slut like Rose Young actually managed to lay his hands on Lu Zihao, he would still be able to shut down his emotions in order to ensure the successful completion of the mission. Lu Zihao was sure of it. Then an image of a blushing, prim and proper, petite woman appeared in his mind all of a sudden. Accompanying her was an almost overwhelming sense of rejection at the idea of allowing another woman touch his body in a sexual way. He was so taken aback by the image and the accompanying feeling that he almost fell down from his perch on the narrow ledge. God damn it, Long Jinjing, he swore inside his head as he secured his hanging position on the wall. Lu Zihao forced himself to focus on the present and not on the woman who kept on intruding in his mind in the most inopportune time, which was basically almost the entire day, every day. since they broke up. Fuck. Get out of my mind, woman. The image of Long Jing in his mind, however, didn't listen. Instead, she gave him a shy smile, blushing in that usual way of hers which never failed to seduce him. Shit, he muttered under his breath. His mind was once again filled with Miss Prim and proper Long Jing that he almost missed the perfect moment to signal Jin Liwei. Fortunately, he still had some wits remaining about him and managed to spot the perfect moment when Rose Young moved in a good position over Jin Liwei. Now, Jin Liwei, who had been pretending to be unconscious all this time, finally opened his eyes and kicked Rose Young's neck. The stunned Rose Young wasn't able to react in time before she was thrown off the bed and fell hard to the floor. There was dull thud followed by the soft sound of breaking glass. Then the window was forced open and a large, shadowy figure jumped in and flashed in front of Rose Young, frightening her so much that she opened her mouth to scream. Before she could do so, however, the large, shadowy figure hit her solar plexus, knocking out her breath, then her consciousness. Neither man caught her when she banged her head to the floor with a cringe-worthy sound and fainted. Huh. Jin Liwei pulled at the handcuffs, his expression ugly. He was soaked in his own sweat, but that wasn't his main concern. His eyes dripped venom as he looked at the unconsciousness Rose Young splayed naked on the floor, while rose in his throat as her disgusting scent remained in his nose. It felt like there were hundreds of spiders crawling on his skin from where her fingers touched his face, neck, and upper body. C- for lack of accuracy. Liu Zihao easily unlocked the handcuffs with a small wire that popped out of his wristwatch. Jin Liwei grabbed his hand and used it to pull himself off the bed. He still felt shaky from the remaining effects of the aphrodisiac in his body. The antidote that Liu Zihao gave him was unable to completely neutralize the drug that Rose Young had her. Minion put in his drink. My bad, he said. My senses still feel dull, and I wasn't able to make her unconscious with a single hit. Liu Zihao grunted in response. He glanced down at the naked woman lying by their feet. We're not done here yet. I still need you to draw out the best acting skills that you can muster. Jin Liwei was obviously unwilling, but he still agreed. Another shadowy figure jumped inside the hotel bedroom from outside the now broken window. Liu Zihao only gestured and his subordinate immediately set to work in moving the unconscious Rose Young, because neither one of the two brothers-in-law wanted to touch the naked woman who disgusted them. The subordinate arranged Rose Young in a prominent position in the entranceway, where she would be the first thing to be seen once the door opened. The man didn't cover her nakedness. In fact, he positioned her limbs in such a way that her nudity would be in full display. It was degrading for sure, but she was the one who put herself in this situation. Were they supposed to be merciful and treat her with dignity when she planned on raping a married man? They weren't saints. Far from it. They were already showing her mercy by not killing her for her repeated attempts to blacken Iris' reputation in order to snatch Jin Liwei. If this was in his past life as Nikolai Vetrov, Liu Zihao would have already ended someone like Rose Young who made such a stupid and deadly mistake of targeting his beloved sister. Rose Young would have already mysteriously disappeared and turned into soil fertilizer. It was too bad that the situation and his current identity weren't ideal for him to do that. Besides, they already agreed that Rose Young was still an important chess piece for them to uncover the true mastermind in the sinister plot to usurp Jin Corporation. She was still useful to them alive no matter how much they wanted her out of the picture for all the trouble she caused them, especially tonight. While the Shadow Winds member was dealing with the unconscious Rose Young, both Liu Zihao and Jin Liwei quickly set to work in messing up the entire room to make it look like there had been a fight. Vases and glassware were broken. Bed sheets and pillows were tossed in a haphazard manner here and there. Curtains were torn and pulled down. Then Liu Zihao stood in front of his brother-in-law, while his subordinate continued to make the bedroom look like a total wreck. Ready? He asked. Jin Liwei gritted his teeth. Do it. Liu Zihao punched him in several parts of his body, ripped his clothes, and scratched him in noticeable areas like the face and neck. To Jin Liwei's credit, he took everything like a champ, only groaning low in his throat now and then. Not bad, Liu Zihao praised. Your body feels stronger and sturdier compared to how it was a few months ago. I've been training, Jin Liwei said in a hissing breath. Liu Zihao nodded. There was approval in his eyes. Done. Thanks fucking very much. You're welcome. Jin Liwei groaned as he carefully massaged his throbbing jaw and cheekbone. His brother-in-law didn't hold back at all. He felt like he got run over by a truck. He wasn't going to complain, though, because he agreed in this part of the plan from the very beginning. Since this was the case, there was no way he would run away from his own decision. Doing his best to ignore the pain, Jin Liwei adjusted his state of mind and prepared himself for the next stage of their plan. His concentration was not in the best state due to the remaining effects of the aphrodisiac. He craved for his wife despite the current battered condition of his body and mind. Liu Zihao gave Jin Liwei a final nod before jumping out of the window, followed by his subordinate, disappearing into the dark of the night and leaving Jin Liwei alone with the unconscious Rose Young. Jin Liwei's lip curled in disgust as he glanced at her. Afterwards, he refused to look at her any longer. He started counting in his mind. 1, 2, 3, 4. Loud banging and shouts sounded outside the door. Jin Liwei recognized the most urgent-sounding voice and smiled. Then for the last time tonight, he drew out his best acting skills, which weren't anything impressive, but thanks to the already developing bruises and scratches left by his ruthless brother-in-law, he looked very believable without even trying hard. He hurried to the door and opened it before slumping. With a pained groan onto his assistant, who had much better acting skills than him. Su Tian caught him and cried in alarm. "President, what happened to you? Why are you covered in wounds? And oh no, you've been drugged too. Which evil thing kidnapped you and did this to you? Unforgivable." Guards. Jin Liwei's bodyguards swarmed inside the room, followed by the hotel's security personnel. The other Jin Corporation executives learned about what happened because of how much of a ruckus Su Tian made at the front desk. They followed the group, concerned about their company boss' safety, especially after seeing Assistant Su's panic. The hotel manager also came with them and was now shaking in his shoes upon seeing the seriousness of the situation. He already became anxious earlier when Assistant Su Tian reported CEO Jin Liwei's disappearance at the front desk. If a big shot like CEO Jin was harmed inside the hotel's premises, the manager might be forced to say goodbye to his job. They had been looking for Jin Liwei all this time, but with no success. Even checking the surveillance cameras yielded no results. It was becoming apparent to the hotel staff that this might be a planned crime against the head of Jin Corporation. Finally, an eyewitness directed them to this hotel room. While they all rushed to the hotel room, the eyewitness disappeared before anyone could ask her to stay for official questioning purposes. She hid in an empty corner and tapped on a hidden earpiece. "Boss, how it's done." Back in the hotel room, Su Tian unleashed an impressive level of acting. His eyes even turned bloodshot as he deliberately influenced everyone's thinking by his loud tirade that his boss, CEO Jin, was the victim. Su Tian's shouting disturbed almost everyone in the floor. Several doors opened, and out came the other hotel clients to see who was causing the ruckus. One of the Jin Corporation executives gasped out loud. Is that Rose Young inside?" A camera flashed. That was when they noticed that a paparazzo managed to follow them to join the fracas. The hotel manager ordered his staff to drive away the paparazzo, but the man was slippery and managed to enter the room. In just a few minutes, the paparazzo was able to take hundreds of photos of the naked Rose Young lying unconscious on the floor and of the wrecked room. The camera flashed non-stop, like lightning in a tempestuous storm. Jin Liwei's bodyguards were too busy checking the room and the surroundings for additional hidden dangers to their boss that they didn't bother stopping the paparazzo's intrusion. At least, that was what it looked like to others. The bodyguards acted hostile to the unconscious Rose Young on the floor, but didn't touch her in any way. One of the hotel staff took pity on her and covered her naked body with a bed sheet to protect her from the growing number of prying eyes trying to peek inside the bedroom from outside the open door where Su Tian continued creating a ruckus. This Rose Young has not learned her lesson after her termination from Jin Corporation. Su Tian shouted while continuing to support the groggy Jin Liwei. The hotel manager tried interrupting him to suggest that they bring Jin Liwei to the hospital for a medical examination, especially since the CEO was clearly injured with ugly bruises and scratches all over his body, not to mention his groggy and feverish state from being drugged. However, Su Tian was too worked up to listen to anyone and continued his furious tirade against the shameless culprit, Rose Young. In the end, the other Jin Corporation executives stepped forward, intending to drive their CEO Jin Liwei to the nearest hospital. The problem was that Su Tian's hold of Jin Liwei was too tight. No matter how much they tried pulling Jin Liwei away and pleading with assistant Su Tian to let the president go, Su Tian refused to budge, as if he couldn't hear anything other than his own angry speech. President Jin rejected Rose Young's several inappropriate advances and confessions so many times, but she still insisted on creating trouble for both the president and his wife, Madame Jean. If she was really a respectable woman, she wouldn't continue pursuing a taken man. But it's now clear to all of us here that she's far from respectable. Now she dared to scheme against President Jean, who only wanted to celebrate her marriage to Madame Jean with the other company executives tonight. Drugging a man and locking him up in a hotel bedroom to have her wicked way with him. Absolutely shameless. Immoral. Evil. Su Tian swept his bloodshot eyes to the growing crowd in the hallway. He spotted a random couple and pointed a finger at the female. You? What would you do if a shameless woman drugged your man and tried to sleep with him without his consent? The female glanced at her partner and looked a little awkward at first. However, Su Tian continued to goad her along with the other females with partners among the crowd. Eventually, they became affected by his emotional words. They imagined experiencing a similar situation and quickly became enraged. Those who had actual experiences before reacted the strongest. Shameless women like that deserve to be beaten. Slut. Immoral. Now the hallway had become even more chaotic after these enraged women joined Su Tian in making the ruckus bigger. Thank goodness that President Jean woke up in time before that shameless woman succeeded in her evil plan. The president managed to protect the sanctity of his marriage to Madame Jean. Oh, thank goodness. Evil will never prevail against righteous people like President Jean. Jin Liwei opened an eye a tiny crack to peek at his assistant. Seeing the man going all out, he couldn't help but feel impressed. The man had talent. He decided to give Su Tian a salary raise and a generous bonus after this was all over. Working this hard, Su Tian deserved that much. Thanks to Su Tian. Creating chaos among the crowd, nobody had the time to notice the finer details of the situation. As a result, the paparazzo was able to complete his task basically unimpeded. The paparazzo slipped away after taking enough photos. Su Tian made eye contact with him, but neither acknowledged each other. The paparazzo quickly made his escape, clutching his camera like a treasure, while Su Tian continued manipulating the emotions and opinions of the crowd with his impassioned tirade. A few minutes later, the paparazzo exited the hotel without encountering any major setbacks. A couple of hotel staff tried chasing after him after the manager alerted everyone about him. However, he managed to elude them. The paparazzo jumped into a waiting car which drove away as soon as the door closed. Success? The driver asked. The paparazzo smirked. What do you think? Boss Hao personally assigned this mission to me. So of course, I'm going to make sure to make it a success no matter what. He examined the photos he took with his camera. TSK. This woman is really courting death for scheming against Iris Long's man. We all know how protective Boss Hao is of Iris Long. Address her with more respect. Boss Hao prefers that we call her Miss Xiaolan. He treats her like a precious sister. It's not only him who treasures her. The hacker team also worships her for some reason. I'm not privy to insider information about her because my rank is too low, but I heard from a few seniors that we shouldn't underestimate Miss Xiaolan. Yes, she has the backing of Jin Corporation's head who's her husband, and of course, our boss Hao, but those seniors say that she is more than her powerful backing. I know. You know? Well, not really. The paparazzo pursed his lips and then shrugged. I don't know the details either, but my intuition as a paparazzo tells me that Iris Long, I mean Miss Xiaolan, is more than what she appears. If not for me taking photos of her and Jean Chonglin back, then to create a scandal about them having a secret love child, would I have become a member of Shadow Winds now? It's because of her that I met Boss Hao, and I became who I am today. So many big shots are on her side. Tell me, is that kind of person normal? Within half an hour, the incriminating photos of Rose Young's evil scheme against CEO Jin Liwei at the hotel were published online by the paparazzo. Sean spread the post, and it became viral. The paparazzo wasn't only an expert photographer, but he was also a talented storyteller. His experience as a tabloid reporter was evident in this juicy story. He wrote about Rose Young's wicked plot tonight against Jin Corporation's president CEO Jin Liwei, who was also the husband of multi-award-winning musician and celebrity Iris Long. He was also the one who wrote the most scathing reports about Rose Young's sex video scandal a few days ago, painting her as the worst kind of woman in society. Since CEO Jin Liwei rejected all her advances, the two of them didn't even have an affair, and yet she took desperate measures in her desire to become his mistress and homewrecker to his marriage with Iris Long, truly a despicable female in the eyes of many fellow women in the nation. Looking at her sex video and scandalous photos, many sneered at her face and figure. She couldn't even compare to Iris Long's stunning beauty and hourglass body, and yet she still dared to make a move on CEO Jin. Good thing that CEO Jin wasn't dumb to fall for the wicked woman's scheme. If he did, then it would be like abandoning a piece of prime beef for chicken feet. This was how most of the netizens thought while comparing Rose Young's appearance to Iris Long's beauty. Rose Young wasn't ugly. To be honest, she was quite attractive and oozed confidence despite her flat figure. However, if compared to an extraordinary beauty like Iris Long, Rose Young couldn't even hold a candle based on physical appearance alone. This sentiment was spread online, secretly by Sean, and loud and proud by the Black Stars, specifically its notorious troll unit, the Slippers Army. Shame on Rose Young. A wicked woman like her deserves to be whacked by our mighty Slippers to the deepest level of hell. CEO Jin, thank goodness that you're okay and managed to escape the clutches of that evil woman. You didn't allow her to taint your body and marriage with boss Iris. Thank you for your loyalty to our boss, CEO Jin. Please choose me as one of the winners in your special contest. Boss Iris, you've had it hard these days because of that Rose Young. The Black Stars will always support you, and the Slippers Army will always defend you with our mighty slippers of justice. The fan club's officers all expressed their full support for their boss Iris and her husband, CEO Jin Liwei, while condemning Rose Young. Captain Blackstar and Little Phoenix were there to lead the members. Mrs. Love Phantom, JJ number 1 fan, JJ number 2 fan, and JJ number 3 fan also joined the fray online. Even the usually busy Monkey Face and I Eat Slippers popped out and showed their powerful influence among the Black Stars members. Ever since becoming the CEO and CFO respectively of the gaming company, Planet Monkey, the creator of the hit online game Supreme Ascension, the two had become like idols to the other Black Stars. Monkey Face and I Eat Slippers' status in the fan club were only second to Boss Iris in the eyes of the other members. The Slippers Army felt like they had been injected with chicken blood as soon as I Eat Slippers took charge as their commander tonight. They gained an even greater vigor to act as even worse online trolls than they already were normally and trash-talked Rose Young everywhere. I Eat Slippers took a prominent role as commander while Monkey Face operated behind the scenes with his skills as a hacker. He supercharged the entire Black Stars online posts and protected the Slippers Army from being banned and reported in various forums. Oddly enough, Kitty Baby and Panther Baby, two of the most powerful current leaders of the Slippers Army, weren't present during such an important time. Those two are still kids. Kitty Baby always say that their dad is very strict, so maybe the siblings have been sent to bed early tonight. She also mentioned that her brother Panther Baby is grounded again for upsetting their mom. Maybe the poor kid is still grounded until now. Well, Panther Baby is quite a vicious boy. He's the complete opposite of his bubbly sister Kitty Baby. It's no wonder that their dad keeps on grounding him. That kind of kid needs to be disciplined as early as possible to prevent him from growing up into a nasty, lawless adult. This conversation about the two young, absent leaders of Slippers Army didn't last long because the Black Stars became swept up again in their enmity against Rose Young. ####. Back at the hotel, Jin Liwei's role in the play that he wrote with his brother-in-law would soon come to an end. He didn't really do that much in the final stages. His assistant Su Tian did most of the work. He only needed to act like a drugged and injured victim. Fucking shit. Lu Ziheo's voice swore through their earpiece channel. The chief of police is coming. Jin Liwei's half-closed eyes twitched, but he forced himself to continue leaning, weakly, on Su Tian, who had now finished his tirade. Police presence was part of their original plan. However, they only expected regular police officers, not the chief himself. Did one of your company executives contact the motherfucker? Lu Ziheo asked him, clearly pissed off at the unexpected development. Jin Liwei tapped on his earpiece, replying in Morse code. No. He was also confused why the police chief would come in person. Perhaps it was because of his status as Jin Corporation's president-CEO. That position certainly gave him high importance in many elite circles. Then he remembered something. It seemed that his brother-in-law also realized it at the same time. All right. The motherfucker is the husband of Evelinka's fan. They even attended your wedding. Shit. How could we forget about this connection? Liu Zihao let out a string of graphic Russian curses. The essence of their plan would remain the same, but some of the details needed to be adjusted. Shadow Winds had to be even more careful upon the unexpected arrival of the chief of police, the very man who ordered the force to keep a close eye on the new rising power in the country's underworld. About 10 minutes later, the hotel was swarming with the police. They took over the bedroom from Jin Liwei's bodyguards and the hotel security, basically kicking all of them out. The chaotic crowd was dispersed while the key people involved in the case were taken in separate rooms at the hotel for preliminary questioning. Everything was organized. The police officers were more serious and diligent than usual, knowing that their chief would be arriving soon. By this time, Rose Young finally regained consciousness. She was wearing a hotel bathrobe. At first, she was confused. Where was Jin Liwei? Where was she? Why was she in a different place? Then she realized that there were other people besides her in what looked like a small office. It should still be an office in the hotel, though. The two strangers were a female and male wearing, damn it, police uniforms. Her pupils contracted. She now knew that her plan failed miserably and that she was now in trouble. Big trouble. What she needed to do now was to keep as much of her wits about her as possible and to take extreme caution whenever opening her mouth to answer any questions. Impulsiveness at this time would spell doom for her. Although she had an all-or-nothing attitude before and during her plan to trap Jin Liwei, now that her plan failed and the police had caught her, she was unwilling to surrender. This couldn't possibly be the end of her. No way. After confirming her identity, the female officer who was acting quite friendly finally began questioning her about the incident with Jin Liwei at the hotel bedroom. Her partner, the male officer, stood a few steps away with a stern expression. Rose Young knew that he was trying to intimidate her, but it wasn't effective. She had to deal with the iceberg Jin Liwei for so many years. This male officer had nothing on her man. Despite her inner contempt at the male officer, she still pretended to act meek in order to make these officers empathize with her. Did you drug Jin Liwei tonight, kidnap him, lock him up in a bedroom, and then plan to have sex with him without his consent? She shook her head. No, Miss Officer. Tears formed in her eyes. I know that so many people despise me and think the worst of me during this time, but the truth is, I can't say it. I already promised to take all the blame and to bear the shame. The female officer showed a sympathetic expression while Rose Young sobbed quietly, as if suffering a deep grievance that nobody else in the world could truly understand. However, Rose Young knew that the female officer was only pretending to be nice in order to make her talk. She wasn't a fool. The female officer wasn't a friend. Far from it. Instead, the woman was a vicious viper who would swallow her whole as soon as she made the wrong move and spit her out into the fire pit. You're upset, but we can't help you if you don't tell us what's wrong, the female officer coaxed. The male officer clicked his tongue in irritation and glared at Rose Young. Stop the waterworks and just tell us the truth. You drugged CEO Jin Liwei, didn't you? Yes or no? The female officer continued smiling kindly at Rose Young, but she didn't stop her partner from roaring either. Rose Young chose her words carefully. An aphrodisiac drug is involved? Yes. Huh. So now you're confessing, huh? The male officer sneered at her. The female officer maintained her kind smile while waiting patiently for Rose Young to continue speaking. But it's part of our bed activities. Rose Young clenched her fists and trembled under the gazes of the officers. Tears flowed down her face, making her look pitiful. People only believe what they want to believe. I know that now. I'm experiencing it now. What it means to fall in love with a man who only wants me to be his mistress, his hidden woman, while he holds another woman in public. I know that you won't believe me, but Big Brother Liwei and I, we're in a relationship. That kind of relationship. It's true. Please be more specific, Miss Young, the female officer said in a gentle tone. You already know what I mean. Yes. but we still need you to be specific for the official records. Tell us exactly what kind of relationship you allegedly have with CEO Jin. Rose Young bit her lower lip, letting more tears flow down her face. We meet up in secret, sleep together, have sex. That kind of relationship. So you're alleging that you're having an affair with CEO Jin? I'm not alleging. It's true, but he won't admit it. Not now that he married that other woman. She covered her face and started sobbing. The male officer laughed with sarcasm. Wow, the official wife is being called the other woman. When did your alleged affair with CEO Jin start? Before he's married or after? Before. The male officer snorted, but his female partner gave him a warning glance. He stopped. Rose Young almost scoffed at their acting, but restrained herself and continued acting pitiful. Big Brother Liwei and I have known each other for a long time. We attended the same university in America. He was my senior there. We didn't have any romantic relationship at that time yet. We were friends. Years passed, and we only saw each other during social events. We maintained a cordial friendship. He became Jin Corporation's head, while I continued working hard to gain experience in the business world. Then a few months ago, I was hired as the new chief marketing officer at Jin Corporation's main headquarters, so I flew here from abroad. It was then that Big Brother Liwei and I reconnected, and it developed into something more. And then, the female officer prompted her. And then we had an affair. The male officer snorted. Even if it's true that you really have a secret love affair with CEO Jin, which is already very questionable, it still doesn't change the fact that you're intruding in an official relationship. He was already engaged to Iris Long that time. That's true, Rose Young admitted. They were already engaged, but that didn't stop Big Brother Liwei from making promises to me. And I believed everything he told me because I love him. I love him so much. I was blinded with my love for him that I believed him when he told me that he'll break up with Iris Long, so that we can finally be together. I waited and waited, but he continued to only assure me with kisses and sex. Lots of sex. The male officer curled his lip. Why would CEO Jin leave Iris Long for you? Rose Young felt triggered by the asshole's contemptuous gaze on her body, especially when it landed on her chest area. She straightened her back, but then forced to make herself smaller again. This wasn't the time to flare up. Big Brother Liwei always tells me that. She bit her lip as if unsure whether it was appropriate to say her next words or not. Go on, don't be afraid, the female officer assured her. Just tell us. He says that Iris Long is not fun in bed, that she's boring. She only lays there without moving. The female officer raised an eyebrow, but that only lasted for a second before smoothing out her expression again to show another kind but neutral smile. She gestured for Rose Young to continue speaking. Iris Long can't satisfy Big Brother Liwei's needs. So according to what you're saying, CEO Jin turned to you to satisfy his needs? Yes. Unbelievable, the male officer scoffed. Rose Young felt the strongest urge to slap the asshole. Although this good cop, bad cop style was very common, it was still extremely infuriating, especially since she was experiencing it firsthand. It was so difficult to restrain herself from scratching the asshole's face off, but she still forced herself to not lose her temper. The situation was dire, and she needed to do anything in order to save herself. The female officer released a warning cough for show. The male officer became quiet again. Go on, Miss Young. Please tell us more about your alleged relationship with CEO Jin. It's not alleged, it's real. She took a deep breath and continued speaking about her secret love affair with Jin Liwei. She told them about her fantasies, weaving them as the truth, until it was becoming difficult even for her to differentiate what was real and imagined. Big Brother Liwei is a very virile man. He's also very, let's say, adventurous. He likes it rough and to use toys with me. Iris Long refuses to even try new things with him, so that's why he loves being with me. He knows that he can do whatever he wants with me and try new things without worrying about me judging his rather heavy tastes. The female officer leaned forward, the kind smile still on her face. Her eyes, however, couldn't conceal her true cunning to Rose Young. Tell me, Miss Young, you came from a good background that is comparable to Iris Long. Like her, you're also an heiress to your family fortune in Singapore. I understand that your family operates the Singaporean branch of Jin Corporation. Yes. Tell me then, Miss Young, If everything you said is really true, why would a woman like you agree to become a mistress? Rose clutched at her flat chest and cried in a heartbroken manner. Because I love him. Do you think that I want to throw away my dignity? Like this? No. But for him, for big brother Liwei, for Jin Liwei, I sacrificed my dignity, my reputation, everything for him. Even if this is how he repays me, humiliating me to the entire world, betraying me and trapping me like this because he can't bear to continue lying anymore, and leaving me to fend for myself to the police, I still love him. I love him so much. It hurts so much, but I still love him. The male officer dragged a chair, letting it screech from the friction against the floor, before sitting down in front of Rose Young with a loud thump. You're saying that CEO Jin betrayed you, that he set you up tonight? She appeared unwilling to confess Jin Liwei's crime, but in the end, she gave a reluctant nod. Yes, I don't want to betray him, but he betrayed me first. We arranged to meet up tonight. He wanted to apologize and to make it up to me for what I experienced in the past few days. He told me that he had to make a show of spurning me in public in order to appease Iris Long's suspicion and jealousy. We planned on making love tonight. He asked me to arrange the aphrodisiac and the handcuffs in advance for our usual bed play. But I never expected that he would double-cross me like this, that he would set me up and have the police arrest me. The truth is, I'm the true victim. ####. In another but more spacious and comfortable office inside the hotel, Jin Liwei was being treated for his injuries. The man treating him was a member of his security team tonight, but wasn't actually his subordinate. The man was wearing the same bodyguard suit as the rest of Jin Liwei's subordinates, but the truth was that he was a member of Shadow Winds that Lu Zihao stationed at Dragon Palace Home Number 10. Half of Jin Liwei's bodyguards present tonight were actually Shadow Winds members. They were the additional security sent when Su Tian revealed to him earlier that his wife might also attend the dinner with the executives at the hotel restaurant, earning the adorable ire of his AI daughter. Ketchup berated Su Tian for revealing her mom's supposed surprise for her dad. In the end, what should have been a nice dinner with the other executives and possibly his wife, and even his younger brother, was destroyed by that woman, Rose Young. The police offered to bring him to the hospital first for treatment and then question him there, but Jin Liwei refused. He remembered that he still had his brother-in-law's antidote in his bloodstream. It would be too dangerous if he was sent to the hospital and had his blood drawn to be analyzed in a laboratory. He couldn't risk that, so he insisted on staying at the hotel for the police questioning. 2 police partners were tasked to question Jin Liwei while his injuries were being treated. Unlike Rose Young's experience in the other office, these 2 police officers were businesslike, but still polite as they recorded Jin Liwei's account of what happened. They didn't make any unnecessary comments or expressed much of their personal thoughts. Nevertheless, Jin Liwei could sense that they believed most, if not everything, that he was telling them. The police officers were both men. After learning what Jin Liwei went through tonight in the hands of a desperate madwoman, they couldn't help but side with him. They wouldn't want to go through a similar experience, especially since one officer was married like Jin Liwei while the other had a girlfriend. This kind of incident was not only scary for the victimized man, but could also destroy his relationship with his significant other and their family if they had one together. Jin Liwei felt relieved that the police officers weren't giving him a difficult time because he could hear his brother-in-law's intermittent cursing through his earpiece. It was terribly distracting. Fortunately, the officers attributed his distracted state from being drugged and almost being sexually violated by Rose Young. The earpiece he was wearing was tiny and designed in such a way that it was concealed behind the ear's cartilage. It was practically invisible if one didn't look too closely. Therefore, the 2 police officers didn't notice that Jin Liwei was distracted not because of trauma, but due to the earpiece instead. Iris designed the earpiece, and Jin Liwei had it made for all of them, including their subordinates. Since Lu Zihao stationed a portion of Shadow Winds at Dragon Palace Home Number 10, they got wind of the sleek earpieces. Lu Zihao wanted all of his subordinates to have them as well. Iris agreed to her older brother's request, so Jin Liwei had more made and sent to Shadow Winds. Listening to his brother-in-law's graphic curses, Jin Liwei's Russian vocabulary was expanding yet again. However, he needed to be careful about practicing these curse words to prevent corrupting his AI children. He was also getting updates about what was happening outside through the earpiece from both his subordinates and shadow wins. This way, he didn't bother asking the police officers about any updates which might have contributed to how well they were treating him. The questions finally ended. The two police officers stood up and prepared to leave. Mr. Jin, thank you for your cooperation. We will now leave you to rest and to recuperate from your injuries. We might contact you soon to ask for any additional information that we might need for our investigation. I hope that you'll continue to cooperate with us. Of course. Jin Liwei also stood up and shook hands with the officers. I'll cooperate with whatever the police needs me to do in order to get justice for what I went through tonight. If it were only me, I might not care this much, but I have a wife now. I understand what you mean, Mr. Jin. Indeed, understanding passed between the three men. No additional words of explanation were needed. Please stay here for a little longer. We're told that our chief wants to speak with you. He should be arriving any minute now. Jin Liwei nodded and sat back down when the officers finally left the room. A couple of his subordinates entered and joined him inside, while the rest waited outside in the hallway. It seemed that Su Tian wasn't finished being questioned yet in another room. Jin Liwei leaned back and closed his eyes. Exhaustion swept over him like a heavy weight pressing down on his entire being. His whole body also ached from being punched and scratched by his brother-in-law earlier. This wasn't the main problem, however. The embers of desire continued to burn low in his stomach. He wanted to be with his wife. Just thinking about her immediately turned the embers into fire that was getting bigger and hotter the more he fantasized about her. Before his desire got out of control, he pinched his thigh hard. He gritted his teeth and took a few deep breaths while reciting the value of pi in his mind. He wasn't able to completely calm his desire to make love with his wife, but at least he wasn't acting like a horny dog. Lu Zihao informed him earlier that this office room was bugged. It had a permanent surveillance camera courtesy of the hotel itself, but the police placed additional bugs before bringing Jin Liwei inside to be questioned. Hence, Jin Liwei didn't dare to speak directly to the earpiece and just tapped on it, instead using Morse code. Ketchup. No reply. He tried again. Bacon. No reply either. How's your mom? Still no reply. He frowned, feeling worried. Is your mom okay? Neither of his AI children answered. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't heard from either Ketchup or Bacon since he pretended to lose consciousness and allowed Rose Young's minions to kidnap him and bring him to her. All he knew was that the two of them were busy battling Eagle with their mother. He was about to ask his brother-in-law instead if the man had any news about his wife and AI children when Lu Zihao released another string of Russian curses, more explicit this time. Jin Liwei only understood a few words, but they were enough to let him know that these curses must never be exposed to his AI children. The chief of police has arrived. Lu Zihao finally spoke in Mandarin. Fucking shit. He brought police dogs. Jin Liwei's eyebrows rose, but he quickly smoothed out his expression after remembering that there were bugs in the room. He tapped his earpiece. Drugs. My subordinates already found the drugs that the nympho used on you. The sedative still has a lot left while the aphrodisiac is fucking emptied. You must still be feeling it, huh? Jin Liwei didn't bother replying. Just being reminded that he had aphrodisiac in his system was enough to awaken the fire of desire in the pit of his stomach. He gritted his teeth and controlled himself once again. We left the bottles alone for the police to find, Lu Zihao said. They're evidence that we need to incriminate that nympho. The chief of police will reach you soon. Just continue to act according to our original plan. I have to personally lead my subordinates on how to best evade the police dog's acute senses, so you might not hear from me for now. After saying these words, Lu Zihao's voice was gone. There was a brief knock on the door before it opened, revealing the chief of police. He was a tall, taciturn, and strict-looking man. Jin Liwei stood up to greet him. They could be considered acquaintances through their wives. The police chief's wife was Si Xinyue, aka JJ No. 1 fan, a Black Stars officer and staunch supporter of Iris. The man didn't say it, couldn't say it because of his own police force's bugs planted in the room, but Jin Liwei knew that he must have come tonight because of Madame Si Xinyue. According to the original plan, tonight's incident should have already spread in the news. Since it involved him, and in direct extension, his wife, the Black Stars wouldn't sit still. They would surely do everything in their power to defend him and his wife's honor while condemning Rose Young. Madame Si Xinyue must have learned about what happened to him at the hotel tonight from this. Hence, why her husband, the chief of police, came in person. With both Jin Liwei and the chief of police being naturally cold individuals, they didn't bother with useless small talk. Jin Liwei had already been questioned earlier. It would only be redundant and a waste of time if the chief questioned him again about the same things. Instead, the chief told him, "I'll personally take charge of this case. Justice will be served to whom it's due." "Thank you, chief." The chief studied him with a sharp, probing look. Jin Liwei didn't cower and faced the other man with calm, albeit tired eyes. "There's a sedative involved," the chief said. "I heard that you only lost your consciousness for a short period of time before managing to wake up quickly to defend yourself. I was beaten up quite badly, as you can see. I woke up from the pain. Besides, I have been training my body harder ever since I got a wife. Need to be healthier and stronger to support our family and live longer to grow old together with her. Maybe it's because of that the sedative isn't very effective on me." The chief nodded once. "The aphrodisiac." Jin Liwei smiled bitterly. "All I can say is that I wish I'm with my wife right now and not with you." This time, the chief smiled for the first time since entering the room. "I understand. I won't keep you for any longer then. I heard that you refused to go to the hospital, but I insist that you go." Jin Liwei frowned, but didn't agree or disagree. "You want justice, am I right? To put that woman who did this to you in prison?" "And, of course. Then get an official medical certificate proving all of your injuries plus blood work confirming the presence of the drugs in your body. It'll help your claim in the case." Both Jin Liwei and Liu Zihao had thought that they could avoid this when dealing with the regular police officers, but now that the chief of police mentioned it himself, Jin Liwei had to do it now or risk casting suspicion upon himself. Forcing himself to remain calm, he nodded. Satisfied, the chief of police didn't stay any longer and left to see the accused suspect, Rose Young. Jin Liwei's expression darkened. He could have his private doctor write the medical certificate to prove his injuries. Easy. After all, his injuries were very real. Liu Zihao didn't hold back at all. The problem was the blood work for the drugs in his body. He couldn't risk having his blood drawn and analyzed because his brother-in-law's antidote might cause a bloodbath once detected and exposed. The door opened once again. It was Su Tian. "Sir, we are cleared to go." "Good." Jin Liwei stood up and walked out of the office with Su Tian, followed by his subordinates. The police officers patrolling the place watched his group leave, not stopping them. Jin Liwei knew that his every move was being observed. There were inconsistencies in the story that he and Liu Zihao made up and presented to the police. However, as long as it was more believable than Rose Young's version, then that was all that mattered. In order to continue their charade under the sharp eyes of the police, Jin Liwei acted weak and unsteady on his feet. Su Tian had to support him and once again unleashed his impressive talent in acting. "President, are you still feeling dizzy? Ah, the scratches and bruises on your face have become swollen. Madame Jean will surely become upset if she sees you. Her heart will break. This is Rose Young's fault. What an evil woman. How could she do such a sinister thing to you? Shameless." Jin Liwei glanced at his assistant out of the corner of his eye. It seemed that Su Tian was becoming addicted to this acting thing. Not that he was complaining because it was helping him out a lot. With Su Tian acting like this, Jin Liwei didn't need to try too hard with his own meager talent in acting. The people in the vicinity heard what Su Tian said. It wasn't only the police who was present, but some of the hotel employees and clients as well. Despite the incident, the hotel continued running as usual. Only certain areas were closed off from civilians during the police investigation. "President, there are reporters waiting outside," Su Tian whispered to him. "Do you want to speak to them?" "No, but they need to see my injuries." "Understood. I'll do the talking." His assistant was indeed excellent. Once they exited the hotel, they were instantly surrounded by reporters and gossip-mongering passers-by. Su Tian did all the talking while Jin Liwei stayed silent all throughout. They didn't stop walking but moved slowly enough so that everyone and the cameras had enough time to take in Jin Liwei's ugly injuries. Sean had already spread the word about Jin Liwei and Liu Zihao's version of events online, using the Black Stars to fuel the fire to make it spread even further. In fact, all Sean members signed up as Black Stars members after being repeatedly pestered by Bacon. They joined the Slippers Army as per Bacon's forceful suggestion. Their addition to the notorious troll unit made the Slippers Army even more despicable but also more efficient and a total nightmare to anyone who still dared to bash Iris Long online. With Sean supercharging the entire Black Stars, almost every netizen in the country became aware of what Rose Young did to Jin Liwei tonight. The media swarmed outside the hotel in no time to confirm whether the details being circulated online were true or merely rumors. Yes, it's true that Rose Young, that evil madwoman, schemed against President Jin tonight, planning to violate him. A furious Su Tian ranted in front of the reporters. His eyes were bloodshot as if he was Jin Liwei's aggrieved wife and not Iris Long. What kind of woman does that immoral thing to a married man? It's a good thing. No, an absolutely blessed thing, that President Jin managed to wake up and defend himself before it was too late. Did CEO Jin really escape before Rose Young laid her hands on him? A reporter asked all of a sudden. Perhaps something already happened, Dan. What's your name and which media company sent you? Jin Liwei asked, his tone cold and threatening. You'll hear from my lawyer for slander. Without waiting for the reporter's response or that of the others, Jin Liwei urged his bodyguards to lead him out of the crowd faster with one silent look. Now that his purpose of showing off his injuries to the media was fulfilled, he didn't want to stay with these vultures any longer. He needed to find his wife and make sure that she was all right as soon as possible. Not hearing anything about her and their AI children was worrying him to no end. ####. Lu Zihao watched a handcuffed Rose Young like a hawk as the police escorted the nympho into a waiting police car. She was now wearing a plain outfit of jeans and a light coat that didn't do anything to protect her from the cold. The clothes looked new but far from the stylish and expensive outfit that she wore earlier. Her clothes were left in the crime scene and collected as part of the investigation. Hence, the police provided her with regular clothes bought from a nearby department store. Rose Young shivered from the cold while camera flashes and the reporters' shouted questions rained down on her. Her shoulders were slumped, making her look smaller and frail, as if she was a little lamb being led to slaughter. If nobody knew what kind of immoral thing she did tonight, they would certainly pity her based on her current miserable appearance. She didn't answer any questions the reporters threw at her and just looked down with a blank expression. The officers holding her on both sides were the female and male partners who interrogated her earlier. The kind smile was now gone from the female officer's face, replaced by the same stern expression on his male partner. Leading them was the chief of police who stopped in front of the reporters to give a succinct summary of the case so far and even answered a couple of questions before leaving with the rest of the police to the nearest station. Nab Rose Young on the road. Lu Zihao ordered his subordinates through their earpiece channel. Make it look like she was rescued by her family. We'll drag the entire Youngs down with her. Roger, boss. How? Lu Zihao narrowed his eyes as the reporters followed the police cars, creating some sort of a grand motorcade. He couldn't help but curse that the situation became much more difficult for Shadow Winds to complete tonight's mission. It was the fault of the chief of police. His unexpected arrival at the hotel tonight meant more media attention and closer scrutiny in the case so soon. Some of the police dogs and their handlers remained at the hotel to patrol with the other regular officers under the order of their police chief. Despite Lu Zihao's irritation at the man for forcing him to change the details of tonight's plan, making it harder for all of them, Lu Zihao still admitted that the chief indeed deserved his title as the police force's leader. The man was thorough, careful, and obviously prepared for possible unforeseen developments in cases in which he was in charge. Bringing police dogs to a case of this nature wasn't common, but it was obviously the chief of police's idea. He should have a strong intuition, and this made the chief of police a difficult man to deal with, Lu Zihao judged. Be alert for possible unmarked police reinforcements along the way, Lu Zihao reminded his subordinates. The police station was only about 10 minutes away by car. Since Rose Young was being escorted in what was basically a police motorcade, civilian vehicles were giving way to the police cars, so they could arrive sooner than 10 minutes. Time was of the essence. Lu Zihao knew that it would be many times harder for Shadow Winds to take Rose Young once she entered the police station, especially under the nose of the chief of police. At least, if they snatched her on the road, they would have more options to deal with the police than if they did it in the police's own territory. Boss How? We have Jenny Sang, Rose Young's male cousin named Luke, and an additional male, a subordinate reported to Lu Zihao. Bring them to our headquarters. Roger, boss. How? Are they awake? No, boss. We made them unconscious. Good. How about the other accomplices? They escaped using a van, but another team is already on their tail. The subordinate paused. Boss, how? Someone blocked the team chasing after the accomplices. They're being rescued. Liu Zihao scowled. Don't chase those insignificant accomplices anymore. But find out who are the motherfuckers rescuing them. On it, boss. How? Since things already developed this way, Liu Zihao knew that lack of the time was their #1 enemy right now. They needed to snatch Rose Young before she was rescued. Get more people to Rose Young. Immediately, even as he barked this order, he already jumped in a car and began driving it himself. Only 2 of his subordinates were fast enough to jump in the front passenger seat and back seat before the car was zipping past the highway. The remaining ones scrambled in other cars, some in motorcycles, and scattered in different directions to prevent attracting too much unwanted attention by traveling in a large group, especially when there was increased police presence in the area. They might seem to be driving in different directions, but all were headed to the same destination. Despite all of the consecutive challenges being thrown at them tonight, Liu Zihao was calm and focused in making sure that the mission would succeed no matter what. The chief of police was a big curveball, but the rescue of Rose Young and her minions was a possibility that he and Jin Liwei already considered while planning their counterattack earlier. The brothers-in-law knew that the Young family wouldn't leave Rose Young alone to fend for herself. She was Romeo Young's only daughter after all, the child of the family head. There was no way that their family would allow her to be imprisoned. Liu Zihao felt rather confident that his shadow winds would be able to deal with whoever the Young family sent to rescue their daughter. Other than being in charge of the Singaporean branch of Jin Corporation, the Young family was nothing special. The only unknown variable about the Youngs was the mysterious power backing them. Liu Zihao was wary of their backer because he didn't have much information about them. Even Evelinka was having trouble digging for any concrete information about that mysterious power, except that it kept sending Eagle to attack Jin Corporation. This meant that this mysterious power had a formidable hacker, not Eagle, working for them who could compete with his sister on almost the same level. Of course, he still believed that his sister was the best hacker in the world. Others might come close to her level, but they would always be inferior to her in his eyes. Even as he thought about these things, he remained focused as he barked commands to his subordinates. However, he still noticed that a certain little devil had been silent for quite some time now. This was the time that his AI nephew's powerful capabilities were needed. Bacon. No answer. He frowned and called for Bacon again, but like before, there was no response. Sean, where's Bacon? Boss, how? He narrowed his eyes, detecting something in his hacker team member's hesitation to answer his simple question. Spit it out. Boss, how? The truth is that our comrades you sent to protect Boss Draken reported something important to us earlier. Why didn't they report it directly to me? Because Boss Draken told them not to tell you. And Mr. Jean until you've completed your plan tonight. And Bacon threatened them if they didn't obey Boss Draken. Liu Zihao sighed. The little devil was becoming more and more daring and lording over Liu Zihao's subordinates. And what did they report to you? It seems that I've become too lenient on you lately that you've forgotten who your real boss is. No, boss, how? You're our boss, nobody else. So hurry up and tell me. Boss Draken, she's in the hospital. Liu Zihao's hands tightened around the steering wheel, a bad feeling growing inside him. His heart thudded in his chest. Hospital? Why? What happened to her? She seems to be bleeding. Bleeding, he breathed, suddenly feeling cold all over. Was she injured? Tell me which motherfucker hurt her. The report says that Boss Draken fainted after successfully defeating Eagle earlier. They were already on their way to the hospital when she woke up. It seems that she got access to Boss Hao and Mr. Jin's body cams and saw Rose Young masturbating in front of Mr. Jin. Fuck. Liu Zihao slammed both hands on the steering wheel, but otherwise continued driving despite the fury boiling inside him. And then Boss Draken became emotional and insisted that they return to the hotel. The driver refused to obey her order and kept on driving, but then she tried to jump out of the moving vehicle. Liu Zihao felt his heart jump heavily. She jumped out. She fell on the road? That's why she's bleeding. His Shan subordinate explained to him what happened during the incident by the roadside, and how Iris somewhat calmed down after someone reported the ruckus she made to the police. While they were running away from the police, Boss Draken began bleeding. I'm not sure what the situation right now at the hospital is, but, it's possible that she might miscarry. Liu Ziheo's foot slammed on the brake pedal. The car swerved and drifted around the bend before stopping with a loud screech. If it weren't for the seatbelts, his two subordinates riding with him would have been thrown from the force. Miscarry. For the first time since being reborn into the body of Liu Ziheo, he felt genuine, soul-deep, and almost debilitating fear crash like tsunami over his entire being. The last time he felt this way was during the fateful night of the Vetrov annihilation. Even while being tortured for information, he didn't fear for his own life or that of his parents. He only feared for his sister's life. And now, although the situation was completely different, the fear was the same. Which hospital? His tone became soft and calm, but his subordinates knew that he was seething with cold fury inside. After learning the address, he immediately drove towards the hospital. Are we not heading to Rose Young anymore? The subordinate sitting beside him asked. The other teams will deal with her. My sister is more important than that fucking nympho. I need to see my sister's condition with my own eyes. If she really miscarried, I'll personally kill Rose Young, chop her up into several pieces, and mail her severed head to her ambitious father in Singapore. Jin Liwei finally managed to contact his AI daughter and was immediately confused as to why she was sobbing so hard. Then Ketchup told him about what happened to her mom, while he and his brother-in-law were busy with their counterattack against Rose Young at the hotel. He felt his heart drop upon learning that his wife was rushed to the hospital. The words bleeding and miscarriage repeated over and over again in his head like a nightmarish loop. His group was now speeding to the hospital and violating traffic laws along the way, but to him, it still felt like they were moving too slowly. He wished that he could fly, or better yet teleport directly to his wife's side. They finally reached the hospital. He opened the car door himself and dashed inside like the wind. Su Tian and his bodyguards also ran after him, forming a protective semicircle around him. He ran like he had never ran before. The hallways were like a blur in his peripheral vision as he zipped past them. Only one thought occupied his mind: to reach his wife as soon as possible. Please be okay, Evelina. Please be safe, love. He wasn't a spiritual man, but he prayed to whatever God or higher power who would listen to him and ensure his wife's safety. He was also worried about their babies, of course, but his wife was still the most important person in the world to him. As long as she was fine, he would feel relieved. He continued to run without caring about the hospital rules. Fortunately, a small number of the hospital staff were already aware of his arrival. They didn't stop him as his group violated the no-running rule in the hospital. Due to Iris Long's special identity as a celebrity and as the new Madame Jean, not to mention that a superstar like Jean Chonglin came with her, their stay in the hospital had to be kept a secret or a huge media chaos might ensue. Secrecy was even more of a priority now because Iris Long and Jin Liwei had yet to make an official public announcement that they were expecting their firstborns. Jin Liwei's group headed to the VIP wing of the hospital. Finally, he recognized his wife's bodyguards and some of the Shadow Winds members in civilian clothing that his brother-in-law sent to protect Iris tonight. They were guarding a door. A bodyguard opened the door for him, and he dashed straight inside. Sir Boss, thank the Lord Almighty that you're finally here. Big bro, both Dom and Jean Chonglin exclaimed when they saw him. Jin Liwei didn't have the time or the attention to greet the two of them as he rushed towards his wife's side. Eve, love. He stopped when he reached her bed. His breaths came out in big, loud gasps from all the running. He could also feel his heart thundering inside his chest, reverberating throughout his entire body. To the top of his head. Despite all of these, he still made sure to touch his wife with as much gentleness as possible. He was so gentle when he held her small, pale hand that he was trembling. Love? Baby. Iris' eyes were closed and she looked pale. Extremely pale, as if all the blood had been drained from her body. Seeing her like this made Jin Liwei feel like his heart was being squeezed. Sir, we sedated Madam, he heard someone say. That was when he noticed Iris' private doctor standing by the foot of the bed. We had to sedate her because she couldn't calm down on her own, the doctor explained. Don't worry, sir. I made sure to give her a safe amount of dosage. It won't harm her or the babies. How's my wife? She's fine now. He released a long, drawn-out sigh of relief. It felt like a huge mountain of weight was lifted off his shoulders. His wife was safe. Thank goodness. Our babies? He asked next. The doctor smiled. The twins are safe, too. Jin Liwei slumped down to his knees and leaned his head on the bed while pressing his wife's cold hand to his cheek. Then he kissed her hand, feeling grateful that his wife was still with him in this world. He glanced at the doctor. Tell me what happened. The doctor's expression turned serious. Please sit on a proper chair first, Sir Boss, Dom interjected, pointing at the chair beside the bed. Jin Liwei nodded and sat down on the chair while not letting go of his wife's hand. He leaned to the side to caress his wife's cheek and kiss her cold, slightly chapped lips. Then he gestured at the doctor to speak. Madame Jean bled due to overexertion of her mind and body and also overstimulation of her emotions. Thankfully, she was brought to the hospital just in time for us to stabilize her overall physical and emotional state. If she was brought any minute later, I'm afraid that she would have miscarried. Jin Liwei's whole body tensed, but he still forced the hand holding his wife to relax. While Madame Jean and the babies are safe now, they're not out of the woods yet. He frowned. What do you mean? Whatever she did earlier tonight that caused the bleeding affected the stability of the embryos in her womb. I want her to be in complete bed rest for at least half a month to help stabilize the babies. Maybe even longer depending on her rate of recovery after 15 days. Please also remember that this is not only for the baby's sake, but also for Madame Jin's health. Her pregnancy has made her overall health much more fragile. If we're not careful, she might really miscarry next time. His expression was grim as he nodded. Yes, if that's what we need to do, we'll do it. I don't care if it's half a month or half a year. Even if it's an entire year, I'll make Xiaolan rest in bed if that's what it takes to ensure that she'll be completely fine. And our babies, too. Before the doctor could reply, the door slammed open and in came a furious Lu Zihao, looking like a demon. King about to destroy humanity. How is she? Lu Zihao asked. No, demanded while barreling towards where his sister was lying asleep on the bed. The doctor couldn't help but step back in fear at the huge man's threatening aura. However, her professionalism still won over her nerves. Sir, please be quiet. The madam needs to rest. Lu Zihao looked like he wanted to beat up someone into a pulp, but still forced himself to calm down. His dark eyes darted over his extremely pale sister. He relaxed a little after seeing that she was still breathing. However, his bloodthirsty aura continued to emanate from him, causing everyone in the room except for Jin Liwei to shiver. Dom shoved more of Iris chocolates inside his mouth as a way to cope with the tense atmosphere, while Jin Chonglin stared wide-eyed and wide-mouthed at what seemed to be an unfamiliar Lu Zihao. As for Jin Liwei, he had already gradually gotten used to his brother-in-law's murderous vibes, especially after reading the Vetrov report many times. He wasn't completely immune, but at least his instincts wouldn't always go into fight or flight mode every time his brother-in-law unleashed his bloodthirst. It also helped that Bacon updated him on a regular basis about his work at Shadow Winds. All of these contributed to desensitizing him towards his brother-in-law's cruel side. After regaining control of his wild emotions, Lu Zihao stood beside the seated Jin Liwei by Iris' bed. He didn't touch his sister, only looked at her. Jin Liwei observed his brother-in-law's eyes becoming several degrees gentler after looking at Iris. He could relate. She okay? Jin Liwei lifted his wife's hand and kissed her palm before rubbing it gently to warm it up. The babies? Okay too. Lu Zihao released a huge sigh of relief. Jin Liwei gave him a brief summary of what the doctor said about Iris needing a complete bed rest for at least half a month to stabilize the babies in her womb. Good. Keep her in bed rest until she gives birth. That would be safer. I agree, Jin Liwei murmured. The two heard a loud snort. They turned their heads and saw that it was Jin Chonglin. Good luck with that, Jin Chonglin told them. I've experienced working with Xiaolan. Call her sister-in-law. Jin Liwei corrected his younger brother. Sister Xiaolan, Jin Chonglin said instead, reverting to how he usually called her. Well, as I was saying, I've experienced working with her several times now, and will work more closely in the future since we established our own company together, Alexi Studio. I know that Sister Xiaolan is not the type to idle around. She'll surely rebel if you force her into bed rest for longer than what the doctor recommended. Dom nodded and finished swallowing the bite of chocolate he just ate before speaking. Boss will indeed react like that. I think that it's better for us to follow what the doctor recommends. Boss hates it whenever she feels like her freedom is being restricted. Jin Liwei and Lu Zihao had similar expressions. They both looked torn. On one hand, they wanted to lock up Iris at home where it was safe until she gave birth. And on another hand, they didn't want to trigger her past life's trauma of feeling caged. In the end, Jin Liwei could only give in. Fine, we'll follow exactly what the doctor recommends. Lu Zihao harumphed but didn't object. He walked towards the window and half sat on the sill. He crossed his muscled arms over his wide chest. His relaxed posture was deceptive. Jin Liwei noticed his brother-in-law's alert eyes peeking through the gap between the curtains and window to the ground outside, like a hunter observing his prey. The doctor looked pleased now that Jin Liwei announced that they would follow her exact recommendations. Then she asked, "Would you like me to check your injuries? Later, I'll need you to write up a medical certificate to prove these injuries for the police." "No problem, sir. Please excuse me first. I need to speak with the hospital director to communicate our request on how this place should handle Madam Jin's stay here." The doctor left. "Big bro, how did you get your injuries?" Jin Chonglin asked. "Did Rose Young and her minions beat you up? You're a black belter in karate. How could you allow yourself to be beaten up just like that?" "I beat him up," Lu Zihao said before Jin Liwei could reply. Jin Chonglin was confused. Dom choked on a piece of chocolate and began coughing. Jin Chonglin hit his back a few times and handed him a bottle of water. "Ah, how dangerous," Dom said, tapping his chest. "My handsome and beautiful self almost croaked my last breath." Then he looked at Lu Zihao. "Big bro boss. How could you beat up Sir Boss? Did you two fight? That's not good. You two should be teaming up together against that Rafflesia no booby Rose Young Arnoldii and not fighting each other." "Who's fighting each other?" a faint whisper asked, but it was like the sweetest thunderclap to everyone's ears. "Love, you're awake." Jin Liwei sprang up from his seat. Iris' eyes fluttered open. She looked dazedly at the ceiling for a few seconds before turning her gaze on her husband. "Liwei." "Yes, I'm here." Her hand that he was holding gave him a weak squeeze. "You're injured." "I'm fine." He lifted her hand and kissed it several times. "Don't worry about me because I'm not. I'm more worried about you." Tears sparkled in her eyes. "I'm sorry." He frowned. "For what?" "I endangered our babies." "It's not your fucking fault," Lu Zihao interrupted. "So don't apologize." Jin Liwei agreed. "It's our fault. We tried to conceal the details of our plan from you." "The hell it's our fault. It's that fucking nympho's fault." Then Lu Zihao murmured in a voice so low that only Iris heard him. "I'll kill her." Iris didn't say anything about her brother's intent to murder this time. She felt too upset and furious at what Rose Young did tonight, not only to her husband Jin Liwei, but to their whole family. She almost lost her babies. Perhaps if she really miscarried, Iris would feel even more murderous than her brother right now. That Rose Young had crossed her bottom line too far. "Darling," Iris called her husband, her voice a faint whisper. "I'm here, love," Jin Liwei said while leaning closer to her to make it easier for him to hear her soft, weak voice. "Jin Corporation is safe." Jin Liwei's expression hardened and his whole body tensed as guilt ate at him deep inside. His wife shouldn't have overexerted herself defending his company. It was his responsibility, not hers. As his wife, she should be living her life free of any worries, especially now that she was pregnant with their firstborns. And yet she protected Jin Corporation and battled against Eagle despite her fragile health as a pregnant woman. Although he wasn't a hacker himself, he had witnessed numerous times before how his wife would use up enormous amounts of concentration and also mental and physical endurance during tough hacking battles or complicated programming projects. She was the type who would become absorbed in her tasks at the expense of her own health. If not for his strict insistence that she take frequent breaks to eat and rest, she would end up locking herself in her computer room for days. What happened to her tonight was negligence on both Jin Liwei and Lu Zihao's part. The counterattack against Rose Young was important, yes, but not as important as Iris' health and safety and that of the babies. They should have paid more attention to Iris, especially after she insisted on staying near the hotel instead of heading straight home. "Liwei?" Iris asked when Jin Liwei didn't respond for almost a minute. He forced himself to focus on the present, on his wife, and the fact that she and their babies were safe. He could reflect on his and his brother-in-law's lack of foresight later. For now, making his wife comfortable was the priority. I said Gene Corporation is safe. The kids and I defeated Eagle and left quite the damage on them. They should leave your company alone for a while so. Love, you can stop worrying, huh? Yes. Jin Liwei reached over with his other hand to caress her hair and cheek while looking at her deep in the eyes. I know. Even while lying down on the bed, Iris still tilted her head to the side. Someone reported it to you. He shook his head. I just know that you'll defeat Eagle like usual. I have full trust in you. Thank you. She smiled. You're welcome. I'm your wife and you're my husband. We're partners in life. I'll always help you whenever you need it, and I know that you'll do the same thing for me. In a heartbeat, he said without any hesitation. I'll do anything for you, love. I know that you also feel the same way. That's why you rushed to defend Gene Corporation against Eagle tonight. But please don't do it. Again, if it's at the expense of your own health. It pains me to see you suffer because of something that I should be responsible for. I can't bear it if you're put in danger because of me. Her smile faded. She rubbed her cheek against his hand. I'm sorry. I'll be more mindful and careful next time. I'm sorry, too. They stared into each other's eyes and felt grateful that the other was safe from danger. Jin Liwei was relieved that his wife was safe and didn't miscarry their babies. Similarly, Iris was also glad that her husband didn't fall for Rose Young's poisonous honey trap. Their mutual apologies soothed their troubled hearts tonight. Just focus on recuperating your health and leave the rest to me, all right? Jin Liwei said. She nodded. Her eyelids were growing heavier by the second, but she tried fighting sleep to give her husband's hand a weak tug. What is it, love? Kiss me. He smiled and granted her request. Their lips pressed on each other with the softest, gentlest, and sweetest touch. She released a satisfied sigh, but in the next second, her nose wrinkled in disgust. You stink. Maybe it's that woman's smell. Wash it off. I hate it. Jin Liwei stiffened before quickly straightening his body and backing up a couple of steps to put a small distance between them so that she wouldn't smell him anymore. His expression turned ugly. He felt furious and disgusted at the memory of Rose Young's revolting actions in front of him while he was pretending to be unconscious in the hotel bedroom earlier. I'll take a shower. I hate that woman's smell, too. Rest now, love. I'll be back soon. All right. Good night, darling. Good night, love. He gave her another light kiss on the lips, very quick this time. Then he kissed her tummy as well. Good night, babies. Iris chuckled at her husband's adorable action and felt her heart growing warmer. She wanted to look at him longer, but the sedative kept pulling her back to sleep. Her eyes fluttered close. She fell asleep in no time. Jin Liwei caressed her face before walking away with great reluctance. He felt so exhausted that all he wanted right now was to just climb on the bed, lie down beside his wife, and fall asleep while hugging her. Sniffing at his clothes, he agreed that he didn't smell good. He needed a shower first before joining his wife on the bed. Su Tian, prepare clothes and toiletries for me. I'll take a shower here. Understood, sir, Su Tian replied in an instant through their earpiece channel. Jin Liwei headed to the couch and sat beside his younger brother while waiting for his assistant to deliver his requested items. For now, he would rest a bit. You're still here? He asked his brother. It's late. I'll get someone to send you home. Jin Chonglin sighed in relief. Okay, thanks, big bro. Jin Liwei was about to instruct his subordinates to form a small team to send his brother home when the door opened again. This time, a raging old man came charging in like a provoked bull. Come here, you two dunderheads. This old man needs to beat some much-needed sense into your pinhead brains. Grandpa Boss. Dom sprang up from his seat and tried to stop the enraged old man from continuing to make a loud ruckus. Please be quiet. Boss just fell asleep again. Fortunately, Grandpa Lu listened and stopped. His anger, however, had no signs of abating. He glared at his two grandsons and looked like he wanted to bang their hard heads together to teach them a lesson. Then his eyes landed on the beautiful, sleeping young woman on the bed. Concern immediately replaced the fierce glare on his face. He rushed to her. How's Shilon, my girl? I want to know. Don't worry, Grandpa Boss. Boss is safe now, but the doctor says that she needs complete bed rest for at least half a month. It was Dom who answered Grandpa Lu. The three other men were completely silent. Both Jin Liwei and Lu Zihao had already resigned themselves to be scolded by the old man. As for Jin Qianglin, he pretended to be invisible, not wanting Grandpa Lu's line of fire to be directed at him as well. Good. That's good. Grandpa Lu nodded in relief as he looked at Iris. She looked so pale. He turned his head to glare at Jin Liwei and Lu Zihao again. Useless rascals. Can't even take care of your pregnant wife and little sister. Grandpa boss, please sit down. Dom tried to lead the old man to an empty armchair, but Grandpa Lu waved him away. Thanks, Dominic my boy, but this old man is fine. Dom pursed his lips but didn't insist, and withdrew. He returned to his seat and attacked a box of cookies next. His stress levels were at an all-time high after everything that happened tonight, so he couldn't stop eating. Grandpa Lu patted the sleeping Iris' hand before marching to scold the two dunderheads for their reckless negligence. Upon seeing Jin Liwei's injured state, he only grabbed the younger man's ear and twisted it. Jin Liwei hissed from the pain, but otherwise endured it quite well. The sight was too pitiful that Jin Qianglin covered his eyes. No, his entire face with a throw pillow while Dom shoved more cookies inside his mouth. Serves you right, you pinhead. How dare you leave our company's defense to your wife? I want to know. You know how sensitive her health has become after becoming pregnant. If you act this bloody incompetent again next time, I'll replace you with Xiaolon and make her the new president CEO of Jin Corporation. Leaving your pregnant wife alone to act out a ridiculous play with your fifth brother, this old man wishes that I use a cane so that I can hit you two dunderheads with it. Jin Liwei groaned in both relief and pain when the old man finally released him. He quickly massaged his abused ear and remained silent, not saying anything to defend himself. And you? Grandpa Lu targeted Lu Zihao next. He charged at his flesh and blood grandson sitting on the windowsill and began smacking Lu Zihao. Grandpa Lu didn't hold back at all. The loud hitting sounds filled the room, making Dom and Jin Qianglin wince and sink deeper in their seats. Gah? This old man has a belly full of things to say to you for a while now, you dunderhead. How dare you hide and not show your face to your beloved grandpa for so long? Do you still treat this old man as your grandpa? Huh? I want to know. Lu Zihao stood there like a statue and let the old man release his pent-up anger and frustrations at him. His body could take it. Grandpa Lu was strong for his advanced age, but at the end of the day, he was already an old man and couldn't compare to the strength of men in their prime like Lu Zihao and Jin Liwei. The hard smacks rained down on Lu Zihao, but he was like an immovable mountain who could weather any storm. Seeing him so unaffected, Grandpa Lu hit him harder. Nobody noticed the slight tremble in Lu Zihao's expression. Regret, melancholy, joy. These emotions combined into one, all flashed in his eyes. Grandpa. The hit stopped. Grandpa Lu whipped his head up and looked at him. It hurts. Jin Liwei glanced at them, alert. His eyes narrowed, several emotions also flashing within them. However, he didn't interfere and stayed silent. Grandpa Lu gave him a final smack on the head, but there was no power in it. Then he chuckled, but there was a sad note in his voice. You silly, stinky boy. Lu Zihao's expression turned cold and hard. Then he was suddenly soaked in sweat. His nostrils flared as he breathed faster and harder, like he was trying hard to stay upright on his feet. Grandpa Lu saw all of these, but he only sighed. He patted his grandson's sturdy shoulder. Why are you such dunderheads? Both of you? I want to know. Silly boys. A deep furrow formed between Lu Zihao's brows while Jin Liwei looked like he was deep in thought. Old man. Lu Zihao began to speak in a hoarse voice. The pats on his shoulder became a hard smack. Call me Grandpa, you pinhead. How many times does this old man need to tell you this? I want to know. Grandpa, he said, his tone a little stiff. Grandpa, he said again, this time in a more comfortable and familiar manner. This time, it was Jin Liwei's expression that trembled. Nobody noticed it either. The old man nodded, satisfied. That's right. I'm your grandpa. Don't forget that again, or this old man will give you another round of spanking. You hear? Grandpa Lu finally headed to the couch and plopped down his old, but still energetic body. He turned to Jin Liwei and announced, I'll bring Xiaolon, my girl, to my mansion in the suburbs where the air is fresher. She'll have her bed rest there. My wife stays with me. Jin Liwei objected. Grandpa boss, Dom interrupted. I think that boss will want to stay with Sir Boss. Fine. Then this old man will move to Dragon Palace instead. I'll stay at your place until Shalon, my girl, gives birth to my great-grandbaby. Then he glared at Lu Zihao again. Yupin had come with me too. No more hiding. Lu Zihao only grunted in response. Then he started walking away, almost staggering but quickly regaining his balance as if nothing was wrong with him. Where are you going, you dunderhead? Are you leaving now that this old man is here? Running away again from your beloved grandpa? I want to know. Grandpa Lu's questions sounded displeased, but there was still a hint of concern in his voice that he was trying to mask behind his fierceness. Restroom, Lu Zihao said through gritted teeth. He was almost soaking in his own sweat. You don't look good, big bro boss, Dom commented. Are you okay? Lu Zihao only grunted again in response, waving Dom's concern away. Then he hurried to the in-suit bathroom and locked the door behind him before the others could ask him more questions. Tisk. Grandpa Lu stared at the bathroom's closed door for about a couple of minutes. His expression indicated that he was deep in thought. Then he turned to Jin Liwei. My boy, keep an eye on your fifth brother, will you? Jin Liwei didn't reply right away, but observed Grandpa Lu's expression first, trying to read his real thoughts. There were so many questions that he wanted to ask the old man about his fifth brother, but restrained himself for now. This wasn't the right time or place. Furthermore, his wife was still his number priority at the moment. Any other issues could wait. Another day. I will, he finally replied. Grandpa Lu nodded, satisfied by his answer. There was a knock on the door. It was Su Tian. He opened the door after hearing Jin Liwei's permission. In his hands were the items he requested. Jin Liwei was relieved. He couldn't wait to take a shower. It wasn't only because his wife requested it. Although he couldn't smell exactly what she smelled on him, he still felt disgusted by whatever trace Rose Young's scent left on his body. Just remembering what she did in front of him while he was lying in the hotel bed pretending to be unconscious was enough to make bile rise to his throat. Su Tian left the neat muslin bag containing clothes and toiletries on the coffee table. Jin Liwei wanted a shower as soon as possible, but Lu Zihao was still inside the bathroom, so he needed to wait for now. Just as Su Tian was about to leave and close the door, another visitor arrived. A teary Long Jingjing, still in her office attire, dashed inside the room. Dom, how's my sister? I rushed here as soon as you informed me about what happened. Before Dom could reply, she finally noticed the other people present. However, she only gave them a quick nod before hurrying to Iris' bed. Seeing her sister's ashen pallor, the tears she had been holding escaped. She wiped them with her fingers. Sis Jing, don't worry anymore, Dom told her. Boss is safe. The baby, she asked. Okay too. It was Jin Liwei who replied this time. It's already so late. You didn't have to come. She glared at him. Of course, I'm going to come. How can you say that, brother-in-law Liwei? She's my sister. Jin Liwei paused before smiling. Thank you for caring. That goes without saying. She looked at the sleeping Iris again and sighed in relief that her sister and the baby were both okay. She was so scared and worried while rushing to the hospital after receiving Dom's message that she didn't think of bringing anything. Sighing, she decided to buy some fruits and flowers tomorrow for Iris. Feeling calmer now after being assured that her sister was fine, she finally remembered to greet the others in the room properly. Sir Lu. Call me Grandpa Lu, the old man's voice boomed. For the first time since he arrived at the hospital, Grandpa Lu sounded happy. How many times do I need to tell you that there's no need to be so formal with this old man? I want to know. This should be the last time that you call me Sir Lu. Okay, Jingjing, my girl. Long Jingjing felt shy facing her ex-boyfriend's grandfather, who didn't seem to treat her any differently now that she and Lu Zihao had broken up. Jara, Grandpa Lu. She stammered, her face turning red. Bahaha. Good. Come here, my girl. Sit beside Grandpa Lu. The old man scooted to the side to make space for her on the couch. She still felt shy, but couldn't find any reason to reject Grandpa Lu's enthusiastic offer, so she sat down as instructed. Then she gave Jean Chonglin a polite greeting as well. They had seen each other earlier at Orchidia Beauty to work on his soon-to-be-launched men's line. Jingjing, my girl, I heard that Hao Hao broke up with you? Grandpa Lu asked without any warning. Is it true? I want to know. Long Jingjing paled at the sudden question. She had no idea how to answer. Her chest felt tight. She subconsciously touched the lily pendant hanging around her neck hidden beneath her clothes. The bathroom door opened, and out came Lu Zihao with a dark, unreadable expression. His eyes found the target and stared straight into Long Jinjing. Her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She looked elsewhere, avoiding his dark eyes. He was like a devil who wanted to swallow her whole. "Not true," he said, his voice low and devilish. "She was the one who broke up with me." "Whoa, seriously?" Jin Chonglin looked shocked, then impressed. He grinned. Haha. Fifth bro Zihao got dumped. Lu Zihao looked like he wanted to kick the man's ass to another continent. "You're one to talk." Grandpa Lu pointed an angry finger at the laughing Jin Chonglin. "How dare a pinhead playboy like you with a bloody horrid taste in women criticize my how, huh? I want to know. So what if my boy got dumped? At least his taste is many times better than yours." "Humph. Your countless exes can't even compare to Jinjing, my girl's pinky toes." Long Jinjing covered her face, unable to take Grandpa Lu's undeserved compliment. At the same time, she felt terrible for being exposed as the one who dumped Lu Zihao in front of everyone. Jin Chonglin felt like he had shot himself in the foot for his thoughtless comment. He was just trying to make the atmosphere lighter, but look at what happened. Grandpa Lu ended up directing his line of fire at him. Not only was he called a playboy, which was true in the past, his taste in women was even criticized and called bloody horrid. How mean. Although Jin Chonglin was full of grievances at the old man's harsh criticisms, he didn't dare to defend himself. How could he? They were all true, but that was all in the past. He stopped playing around with women ever since his nightmarish breakup with his ex-fiancée, Fan Luo, and realizing his feelings for. His eyes landed on the pale beauty sleeping in the hospital bed. Realizing the direction of his thoughts, he mentally berated himself before glancing at his older brother with a guilty conscience. While he was dealing with his own thoughts and feelings, Grandpa Lu continued nagging on both Lu Zihao and Long Jinjing. "Old man, Grandpa, stop it for now," Lu Zihao said. "You're making Jinjing uncomfortable." Grandpa Lu harumphed, but still listened and stopped. Long Jinjing gave a thankful glance at Lu Zihao, then quickly avoided his eyes again. She was blushing hard, but also looked like she was going to burst into tears. Jin Liwei chose that moment to stand up and excuse himself to finally take a much-needed shower. He took the muslin bag with his clothes and toiletries and dragged his exhausted and injured body to the bathroom. When the bathroom door closed, Lu Zihao ran his fingers through his hair and sighed. "Jinjing. Why yes. Let's talk. You stinky, smelly boy." Grandpa Lu raised his foot and struggled to remove his leather shoe. He wanted to throw it at his stupid grandson, but in the end, gave up because he tied his shoelaces too well. Why did he choose such bloody, inconvenient shoes to wear today? The old man wanted to know. Now he couldn't even throw it at the dunderhead. "Don't you know how to ask a lady nicely, huh? What's with the 'let's talk' while wearing such a scary expression? I want to know." "Bah. No wonder Jinjing, my girl, dumped your pinhead butt. You can't even speak to her in a nice way and sound like you're always ordering her around." Lu Zihao scowled, but like the others, didn't defend himself. He had already long resigned himself to receiving all of the old man's scolding tonight. Gritting his teeth, he tried asking again. Nicely this time. "Jinjing, can we please talk? Only the two of us." "Aye." Long Jinjing began panicking. Please, Jinjing." Dom snickered. Lu Zihao shot him a frosty glare. The cheeky guy dared to add him some more before focusing all his attention on a small pack of dried mangoes. Lu Zihao. No. Nikolai looked like he ate a fly. This was the first time that he was being so considerate to a woman who wasn't his sister. He did so out of respect for the old man, but also because he thought that Long Jinjing deserved this gentlemanlike treatment. Long Jinjing bit her lower lip. The indecision was clear on her face. "Nick Zihao, it's your choice whether to talk to my pinhead grandson, my girl." Grandpa Lu interjected to reassure her. "Don't feel pressured just because he's acting all scary. Why is his face like that all the time? Does he think he's the Terminator? I want to know." "Bah. In this old man's eyes, he's only a stupid, stinky dunderhead. Don't worry, Jinjing, my girl. If Hao bullies you, tell me and this old man will beat his, but for you." "Huh." Lu Zihao sighed and looked up, trying to tamp down on his growing annoyance. Then he returned his eyes on the woman who had been invading his thoughts almost every fucking moment of the day. Oh, okay." He sighed in relief. "Let's go." Grandpa Lu shook a fist at him. Lu Zihao corrected himself. Shall we go, Jinjing? Humph. Grandpa Lu crossed his arms over his chest and shot him a warning look before turning to Long Jinjing with a smile on his face. Go ahead, my girl. Don't let that smelly boy bully you, understand? Yes, sir, Grandpa Lu. Grandpa Lu grinned, then turned to the glutton. Dominic, my boy, go follow them, but stay at a distance. Make sure that Hao, my boy, doesn't bully Jinjing, my girl. Dom mumbled something incoherent due to his full mouth. Nobody understood him, so he saluted Grandpa Lu instead to silently tell him that he would do it. The hell I'm gonna bully Jinjing, Lu Zihao said, scowling. She'll be safe with me. He couldn't direct his complaint to the old man, so he could only glare at Dom. The glutton, however, didn't take him seriously and busied himself with packing the snacks so that he could continue stress eating while keeping an eye on them from a distance. His eyes sparkled with excitement as his gossip radar was activated. Dom followed the two out of Ira's private room. Lu Zihao walked first, followed by Long Jinjing. Dom was about 10 to 15 steps behind. He wanted to get closer but stopped after receiving Lu Zihao's threatening glare. Disappointed, he opened a bag of chips and started another round of stress eating. Lu Zihao and Long Jinjing stopped when they reached the end of the hallway where there were some waiting benches. He gestured for her to sit down. She did. He, on the other hand, chose to lean against the wall with his muscled arms crossed over his wide chest. Silence. Nobody spoke. Lu Zihao continued to stare at her. His sharp gaze bored into her like persistent jabs to her heart. In the end, her nerves couldn't take it anymore. And Nikolai, what do you want to talk about? He remained silent, continuing to stare at her with his deep, fathomless, almost predatory eyes. She shivered, not from fear, but from desire. She still wanted this man. Loved him. Oh God, she loved him. She gripped the hem of her long-sleeved blouse. You promised that you won't. That we'll stay away from each other after our breakup. Finally, he opened his mouth and spoke. I still want you, Jinjing. Can you give me another chance? You still want me, but you don't love me, Long Jinjing said, a sad smile on her face. Lu Zihao didn't reply. His silence was enough to prove that she was right. Her sad smile turned bitter. Tears filled her eyes, but she fought them back. She didn't want to become a hot, sobbing mess in front of him again like what happened during their final days as a couple. Besides, even though his silent admission meant that he didn't reciprocate her love for him, and it was breaking her heart into another million pieces, she didn't want him to misunderstand her as the kind of woman who would use her tears to beg for a man's love and for him to stay with her. That would be too pathetic. It hurt so much to not be loved back by the man that she loved, but her lifetime happiness was more important for her than a momentary one. When she grew older, she wanted to have a happy family of her own, to be married to a loyal and loving husband while raising their children together. This was her mother's unfulfilled dream and ultimately became Long Jinjing's dream as well. She wanted to show her mother that she wouldn't waste the love and education Sun Jingfei had given her or repeat the same mistakes her mother did in her youth. If Lu Zihao didn't want to give her the possible happy family that she wanted, then there was no point in trying again with him. She wanted to live her life with a purpose, not play around with a man who only wanted her for sex, and end up getting her heart broken again and again by the same man. Her mind made up, she stood up from the bench and forced herself to look at Lu Zihao straight in the eyes. She wanted to avert her eyes because his gaze never failed to affect her, but she stopped herself from doing so. No. Her voice was shaky, but her determination was firm. His lips pressed together into a thin line, and Long Jinjing thought that she heard the faint sound of grinding teeth. He looked scary, but she felt no fear for her safety when she was with him. In fact, she felt very safe with him. He was a very strong and capable man. Her heart, however, was a different matter. He was a very dangerous man for her heart. He already broke it and could break it many times again if she let him. And she wouldn't allow him. Not again. She finally averted her eyes and forced her voice to sound normal. Is there anything else that you would like to say to me, Nico, Mr. Lu? If there's nothing, then please excuse me. It's already late. I still have to go to work early tomorrow. Mr. Lu? Is that how you're going to treat me now? She didn't answer and instead walked away. She wanted to run away, far away from him, to forget him and her love for him, and to protect her heart from his dangerously devilish masculine magnetism. Jin Jing, wait. He grabbed her hand. Don't touch her, you asshole. A furious female voice shouted from a distance. Chen Fei came barreling towards them in the hallway and looked like she wanted to murder Lu Zihao. Let go of her, bastard. Sis Fei. Dom chased after her, not forgetting to stuff a potato chip in his mouth. Don't stop me, Dom, Chen Fei said without looking back. She finally reached the two and grabbed Long Jingjing's arm from Lu Zihao before putting her best friend behind her in a protective stance. Xiao Fei. Long Jingjing tried to stop her best friend, but Chen Fei was like a triggered mama bear protecting her cub. Chen Fei lunged at Lu Zihao and started hammering him with her small but fierce fists. How dare you? A scumbag like you needs to be beaten and taught a lesson. How dare you want Jingjing back when you don't even return her feelings? What do you think of my friend? A whore that you can fuck whenever you feel like it. Jerk. Asshole. Watch me beat you up and throw you in a deep pit of shit. The ruckus attracted the attention of other people. The hospital staff tried to intervene, but Chen Fei was beside herself in anger. Jin Liwei's bodyguards and their Shadow Winds partners turned a blind eye after seeing Lu Zihao's silent warning to stay back. Xiao Fei, please stop it, Long Jingjing begged. Dom, help me stop her. The two of them tried pulling the furious Chen Fei away, but she couldn't be stopped. She even lifted both her legs to kick Lu Zihao, while Long Jingjing and Dom were holding each of her arms. Lu Zihao avoided the kick, but didn't defend himself from her vicious poison tongue. What in the bloody world is happening here? I want to know. Hearing Grandpa Lu's booming voice reverberating throughout almost the entire hallway, Chen Fei finally stopped physically and verbally attacking Lu Zihao, but continued to glare daggers at him. Both Long Jingjing and Dom felt relieved that she finally stopped. Grandpa Lu, Chen Fei greeted. Ever since the old man glared at her when she was about to catch Iris Bouquet the day after the wedding, she began to feel afraid of Grandpa Lu. He could be quite scary. In the end, she was intimidated and quickly gave up on the wedding bouquet to allow her best friend Long Jingjing to catch it instead. Only then did Grandpa Lu's scary expression transformed into an ecstatic grin, as if he didn't glare at her in the first place. Just remembering it made her shiver. She swore to herself never to offend the old man after that. Xiao Fei, my girl, why are you so angry? I want to know. He didn't wait for her to reply, but swept his sharp eyes on the scene instead. Then he pointed an angry finger at Lu Zihao. Did you bully Jingjing, my girl, even though I just told you not to, you dunderhead? Come here, you stinky boy. Let Grandpa spank you. First it was Chen Fei. Now it was Grandpa Lu. Everyone was helpless as they could only watch the big man being hit. Like a naughty boy by his own grandfather. Grandpa Lu, please stop. Long Jingjing squeezed herself between the grandfather and grandson. Please don't hit Zihao anymore. Huh. Grandpa Lu looked like he was still raring to go for more hits, but listened to Long Jingjing and stopped his attacks on his grandson to avoid hitting her by accident. What is the use of his bloody huge muscles if he can't even take my paltry hits? I want to know. Paltry hits? The mouths of the hospital staff around them twitched. Which ones of those loud, painful-sounding hits were paltry? Even they hurt just watching. Jing, are you protecting that asshole? Her best friend asked in fury and dismay. Chen Fei tried to pull her away from between the grandfather and grandson, but Long Jingjing refused to budge. Long Jingjing was afraid that Grandpa Lu would start hitting Lu Zihao again. You're protecting me? Lu Zihao asked the same question next. He sounded pleased, even smug. Long Jingjing. Chen Fei looked frustrated at her best friend and murderous towards Lu Zihao, who now had a hint of a smile on his devilishly handsome, scarred face. Aye. Long Jingjing bit her lower lip and looked at Grandpa Lu with a pink face. Grandpa Lu, please don't hit him anymore. Why don't you want me to hit that pinhead? He deserves it for bullying Jingjing, my girl. Tell me, do you still care about him? I want to know. I love him, Grandpa Lu. Pin drop silence. Then the sound of a bunch of snacks falling on the floor disturbed the shocked stillness. My maiden heart can't take it. Dom lifted a manicured hand in a dainty manner over his forehead and pretended to swoon against the nearby wall. That was when Long Jingjing finally realized what she said. Did she just confess to Lu Zihao, her ex-boyfriend, in front of everyone? Oh God, she did. Horror filled her. She wished that the floor could open up and swallow her. Oh no. She covered her burning face and ran away. Jing. Chen Fei glared at Lu Zihao first, and then gave a polite nod at Grandpa Lu before pulling Dom, so that they could chase after Long Jingjing together. Lu Zihao was about to chase after them. No, chase only after his woman, but a strong hand gripped his arm and prevented him from leaving. It was Grandpa Lu who shook his head at him. He could always overpower the old man with pure strength alone, but just as the thought entered his mind, a fierce warning reverberated within his consciousness, followed by a sharp, almost crippling pain throughout his body, especially his head. "You dare!" The remnant's enraged voice attacked his mind. Arg! He doubled over and fell to his knees before twisting his whole body to the floor. How? My boy, what's happening to you? Tell me, I want to know. Doctor, where's the doctor? Your nurses, right? Quick, help my beloved grandson. Lu Zihao was no longer aware of what was happening around him anymore. The remnant had gone crazy, attacking his consciousness. Touch my grandpa, and I'll end both of our existences. I'm not kidding. I'll really do it. Lu Zihao. No. Nikolai wanted to explain that he wasn't even planning on harming the old man, that it was just the kind of automatic thought instilled into him as the Vetraver. The remnant, however, didn't give him any chance to correct the misunderstanding. The last thing he saw was Grandpa Lu's frightened face. It was the first time that he saw such an expression on the old man. His heart hurt upon seeing it. But before he could reassure the old man, everything went dark. ####. Later that night, a distraught Long Jingjing continued to sob beside Lu Zihao, who was now lying unconscious in the bed inside his own private VIP room next to Iris' room in the same floor of the hospital. She couldn't believe that Lu Zihao was now comatose. What in the world happened to him? She left after embarrassing herself by confessing her love for him in front of everyone, and he fell into coma right afterwards, just like that. She was beside herself with fear and worry for him. Did he have a serious illness that she didn't know about? At first, she thought that it was just a joke. However, when she heard Grandpa Lu's booming shouts that were filled with the same fear that she was feeling now over the phone when someone called Dom to inform him about what happened, she had no choice but to believe. When she returned upstairs with Chen Fei and Dom and saw all the doctors and nurses wheeling the unconscious Lu Zihao away, she almost fainted. They waited until all the tests were done until the doctors allowed them to finally enter Lu Zihao's room. Long Jingjing held his big hand and pressed it against her wet cheeks. She continued to cry and worry while praying for him to wake up soon. This time, Chen Fei didn't stop her from acting like this. She also looked shocked at this unexpected development. Dom returned to accompany the sleeping Iris in the other room because Jin Liwei had to temporarily leave his wife to try and calm down Grandpa Lu. Like Long Jingjing, the old man was also beside himself with fear and worry for his grandson. The door opened, and the doctor entered the room. Everyone shot towards him and asked questions. It took a few seconds before he could calm everyone down to tell them about Lu Zihao's condition. Our preliminary tests indicate that there's nothing wrong with the patient. In fact, the numbers show that he's a very healthy man in his prime. Extremely healthy. Then why in the bloody world did my grandson fall into coma? I want to know. Grandpa Lu's emotional voice boomed in the entire room. Maybe he has some kind of hidden illness that we haven't detected yet? Long Jingjing suggested. We're already considering that, the doctor replied. We have to conduct more tests to know for sure. For now, we already stabilized his condition. All we can do is wait for him to wake up. Both Grandpa Lu and Long Jingjing were not satisfied by the doctor's words. Since they had no idea what was wrong with Lu Zihao, they also didn't know how long he would be in coma. My grandson had an accident a few years ago, Grandpa Lu informed the doctor. He almost died. No, How actually died, but the doctors in Canada managed to revive him. This old man felt like I've died and revived again like my beloved grandson back then. Long Jingjing gasped. She had heard about Lu Zihao's serious skiing accident, but didn't know the actual details. This was the first time that she heard Lu Zihao died in that accident and miraculously got revived. She initially thought that it only paralyzed him, but wasn't aware that he actually died. Her hand clutched her chest because she was now somehow finding it difficult to breathe. Grandpa Lu was too busy telling the doctor about his grandson's accident that he didn't notice Long Jingjing's reaction. He also fell into coma that time, but woke up not too long after. Is it possible that there might be a dormant sequelae that is only manifesting in my grandson now? Tell me, I want to know. The doctor thought for a few moments. That is entirely possible, Sir Liu. However, like I said before, we need to conduct more tests to determine what's really wrong with your grandson. Grandpa Liu continued to grumble in dissatisfaction, but couldn't do anything about it. After the doctor left, he plopped down on the sofa because Long Jingjing occupied the seat beside Liu Ziheo's bed. He was usually sprightly and seemed younger than his actual age, but at the moment, he looked exhausted and weighed down by everything that happened tonight to two important people in his life. The wrinkles on his skin appeared more prominent as Grandpa Liu's usual liveliness was nowhere to be seen. The injured Jin Liwei looked much better after taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes. Nevertheless, he looked as tired as Grandpa Liu. He sat beside the old man, not saying anything. There was no need for any words. He only needed to show Grandpa Liu by his actions that they would pull through all of these challenges together. Jingjing, my girl, Grandpa Liu called. His voice didn't boom like usual. Yes, Grandpa Liu. Long Jingjing turned around and faced him without letting go of Liu Ziheo's hand. It's late already. Why don't you and Xiaofei, my girl, go home? This old man will stay with Hao Hao tonight. Long Jingjing tightened her hold of Liu Ziheo's hand. No, Grandpa Liu. I'll stay here. Jing. Chen Fei tried to persuade her to change her mind, but she refused to budge. In the end, a frustrated Chen Fei had no choice but to give in to her best friend's stubbornness. Fine. You don't have to go to work tomorrow, she said. I'll give you a day off. I'll handle the tasks that you need to finish in your stead. Long Jingjing bit her lip and felt guilty. Orchidia Beauty was extremely busy during this period, especially with the upcoming launch of Jin Chonglin's men's line of products. Everyone in the company was motivated to work as productively as possible, and yet here she was taking a day off and passing her tasks to her best friend, who was also the company's COO. All right, it's decided then, Chen Fei announced. Then she stood up and got ready to leave. I'll get my subordinates to escort you home, Jin Liwei said. It's already past midnight. It's not good for a woman like you to be on the road alone this late. Thank you then. Chen Fei accepted his offer without any hesitation. I drove here, but I don't feel like I'm in the best state of mind right now because of all the things that happened tonight. I'm afraid I might crash my car if I insist on driving in this distracted state. No problem. I'll have my subordinates drive you home instead. My wife and fifth brother being admitted to the hospital are more than enough. We don't need another person to make us worry. Chen Fei sighed. I know. I'm also having my subordinates send my brother home. Is it okay for you to go together with him? If not, I can arrange separate teams to drive each of you. She looked displeased at the thought of sharing a vehicle with Jin Chonglin, but still accepted carpooling with him. Your brother is an annoying prick who always acts like a diva, but I still have some things to discuss with him about his upcoming men's line. Jin Liwei quickly contacted his subordinates, and then his younger brother who was accompanying Iris in the next room with Dom. A minute later, Jin Chonglin entered Liu Ziheo's room to pick up Chen Fei. Long Jingjing isn't coming with us? He asked. Chen Fei curled her lip in dissatisfaction at her best friend's decision to stay. Stop asking so many questions. Let's go. What asking so many questions? I only asked you one. She rolled her eyes, grabbed his arm, and then pulled him to the door. However, she didn't forget to say goodbye and good night to Grandpa Liu, Jin Liwei, and Long Jingjing. There were so many things that she wanted to say to her best friend, but restrained herself tonight. Long Jingjing was too distraught about the comatose Liu Ziheo to listen to reason right now. After the two left, silence descended in the room. Long Jingjing looked uncomfortable in the chair beside Liu Ziheo's bed, but she didn't want to give up the spot. The other two men let her be. Both Grandpa Liu and Jin Liwei were preoccupied with their own thoughts. The silence was broken by the opening of the door. Wang Yingjie entered. Second brother, Jin Liwei greeted, a bit surprised at the man's arrival. Yingjie, my boy, Grandpa Liu greeted next. Wang Yingjie greeted them and Long Jingjing before immediately going into doctor mode as he examined his unconscious fifth brother on the bed. Yingjie, my boy, do you know what's wrong with my Hao Hao? Grandpa Liu asked. Tell me, I want to know. Long Jingjing also looked at Wang Yingjie with hopeful eyes. She knew that the man was one of the youngest hotshot surgeons in the country. Perhaps he could tell them what the doctors in this hospital couldn't answer about Lu Ziheo's mysterious condition. Wang Yingjie sat directly on the bed by Lu Ziheo's feet. I saw the test results they conducted on fifth brother here. Everything is normal. Actually, his numbers are excellent. There shouldn't be anything wrong with him. Him being comatose. He glanced at Jin Liwei. I think third brother has the same thought as I do. Both Grandpa Lu and Long Jinjing also turned their eyes on Jin Liwei. Jin Liwei shared a look with Wang Yingjie before sighing. I'm not exactly sure if I'm correct, but fifth brother's condition is similar to what happened to my wife before. Wang Yingjie nodded. Third sister-in-law Xiaolan and fifth brother Ziheo share many similar experiences. They survived fatal accidents, fell into coma, woke up and seemingly developed completely different personalities. Their similar cases have always fascinated me. I pay more attention to Xiaolan because her health is frailer compared to fifth brother's. She was the first one to fall into an unexplained coma after her recovery. And now that fifth brother fell into the same unexplained coma. I really do wonder if the similarities between them are really just mere coincidences or if there might be something more going on that I as a doctor can't explain using science. For now, at least. Silence once again descended in the room. Grandpa Lu appeared deep in his own thoughts after hearing what Wang Yingjie said. He wasn't like his usual loud and boisterous self. As for Jin Liwei, he also kept silent, not because he had nothing to say, but because it was better not to say anything. His second brother was an expert when it came to observation. If Jin Liwei wasn't careful, Wang Yingjie might sense the truth about Iris and Lu Ziheo. In the end, it was Long Jinjing who broke the brooding silence. She rubbed Lu Ziheo's big, rough and scarred hand in an effort to warm it up. Little sister Xiaolan always wakes up after falling into coma. I believe that Ziheo will wake up as well. And Jin Liwei agreed. Grandpa Lu remained uncharacteristically quiet. He stroked his perfectly groomed white mustache while studying his comatose grandson. But the two of them often falling into these mysterious coma episodes is still very worrying, Long Jinjing said. What if this keeps happening to them throughout their lives? The others also worried about the same thing. Even Jin Liwei, who knew the possible reason for the coma episodes, still worried. He knew that it involved the remnants of the original owners of the bodies. Although his wife told him that she had already stopped encountering Long Xiaolan's remnant after getting revenge against Fan Luo, he still worried that it would still pop up and try to disturb his wife's new life with him. In contrast, he had the complete opposite attitude regarding his fifth brother's remnant. It was selfish for him to think this way, but he really wished for his fifth brother's remnant to remain for as long as it was possible. ####. Later, Jin Liwei received a report from Shadow Winds that Rose Young was rescued. His expression turned ugly. He was already back in his wife's room, but left it again to speak to Shadow Winds in the hallway. She's already in police custody. How can she still be rescued? We apologize for our incompetence this time, Mr. Jin. There were 2 teams who moved to rescue her. We were able to block the first one, but the second group are pros. Jin Liwei frowned. Pros? Yes, pros. Like us. He was quite surprised that there was another group of professionals who were on par with his brother-in-law's Shadow Winds. This development was alarming. Do you know who they are? The first one are regular goons, noobs really, who confess to be Jin Qinggong's people. Jin Liwei's expression turned uglier. That branch family just wouldn't stop giving him and his wife trouble. They even dared to collude with Rose Young to trap him. It seemed that disowning them from the Jin clan and firing them from their positions at Jin Corporation weren't enough to teach them a lesson. His eyes flashed with viciousness. The second group were still determining their identity. Our hacker team is already working on identifying them. Their close combat skills are on par with us, but they're better armed than us. Their weapons are highly advanced. I think, never mind. I shouldn't carelessly mention something that I'm not sure of. The Shadow Winds member looked nervous all of a sudden. What is it? The member thought for a moment before speaking again with great hesitation. I may be wrong, but the weapons those people are using, I find familiar. I've encountered them before while working as a freelance solo mercenary in Europe back in the days. Those kind of highly advanced weapons can only be made by that organization. What organization? The man looked around to make sure that there were no outsiders listening to their conversation. Then he leaned closer to Jin Liwei and whispered, Vetrov. Jin Liwei inhaled sharply and felt his heart stop before it started thundering inside his chest. However, he pretended to act clueless. Oh, you might not know them. Not surprising because you're not really involved with the underworld. The only thing you need to know is that the Vetrov organization was the reigning emperor of the criminal world until their shocking collapse. But during their heydays, they were the top arms supplier in the underworld. The weapons they designed and manufactured remain as some of the best in the world that even the governments of several developed nations secretly buy them from the black market. So you're saying that the weapons Rose Young's rescuers are using are made by the Vetrovs? Possibly. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that might be the case. Huh. Jin Liwei massaged his temples. Calling this a bad day was an understatement. Jin Liwei ended the conversation about the Vetrov weapons that the mysterious group who rescued Rose Young was using. He couldn't just blindly make decisions for Shadow Winds in his brother-in-law's stead. His knowledge of the criminal underworld was very basic. Although he had delved a little deeper into this unfamiliar world after reading the Vetrov report and receiving regular updates from his AI son, who worked as a freelancer at Shadow Winds, he still didn't dare to completely plunge into the underworld. His wife also wasn't comfortable in allowing him to do so. In addition, he had already made a deal with his brother-in-law that he would protect his wife using his power and status as the head of Jin Corporation. The two of them would protect her from their opposite areas of influence. He held power in the normal, legal world while his brother-in-law was quickly building his own power in the criminal underworld as Mr. Z, the mysterious leader of Shadow Winds. They would stay in their own lanes as much as possible, but at the end of the day, they were still family and couldn't avoid needing to help each other out for the sake of his wife. For now, just continue investigating the identity of the group who rescued Rose Young, Jin Liwei said to the Shadow Winds member. Don't make any rash movements, especially since we still don't know who our opponents are this time. Wait until your boss wakes up. He'll make the decision on what your group's next actions should be. Understood, Mr. Jin. We'll complete the instructions that Boss Hao left us before he fell asleep. Jin Liwei kept on massaging his temples. The exhaustion and sleepiness were starting to really catch up to him, not to mention that his whole body ached like a son of a bitch. He couldn't really concentrate anymore on what was being said. The Shadow Winds member mentioned Jenny Sang and the two men they managed to capture, but Jin Liwei waved a dismissive hand. Those people were minor characters as far as Jin Liwei was concerned. He held little interest in them. After speaking with the Shadow Winds member and giving some quick instructions to his own subordinates, Jin Liwei dragged his bone-tired self to his wife's private room and climbed on the bed beside her. He gathered her carefully in his arms, treating her like a fragile treasure, especially after what she went through tonight. Dom was already sleeping on the sofa bed. The guy stayed, even though Jin Liwei suggested for Dom to go home tonight, because he could take care of his wife. Dom pointed out that Jin Liwei was also injured, and therefore needed care as well. Jin Liwei didn't insist anymore, and let him be. He was thankful that his wife had someone extremely loyal to her like Dom. His wife and Dom's relationship already developed beyond a normal boss and employee connection into full-blown best friends. Ignoring Dom's soft snores, Jin Liwei focused on studying his wife's beautiful sleeping face. She was still so stunning despite her pallor. He caressed her face while sighing at everything that happened today. His wife wasn't yet aware that her older brother had become comatose while she was sleeping. Jin Liwei had to think of a way to tell her about it tomorrow without upsetting her too much. He sighed again and looked up at the ceiling. Exhaustion and throbbing aches engulfed both his mind and body, yet he couldn't fall asleep even though he desperately wanted to sleep. Ketchup, he whispered. No answer. Bacon. No answer as well. He had been trying to contact his two AI children while at the hospital to no avail. The last time he spoke with one of them was when he managed to contact Ketchup earlier, and she informed him about what happened to her mom while sobbing hard. After that, neither the two AI cats spoke again after he arrived at the hospital to check on his wife's condition. His expression was solemn after reflecting on everything that happened in just one day. Not enough, Jin Liwei, he whispered to himself. You need to become stronger to protect your family better. With this determined thought running in his mind, his eyes drifted close, and he soon joined his wife to sleep. ####. On the third day of her stay at the hospital, Iris was cleared to go home. Jin Liwei arranged a special team to make their drive home as comfortable and as safe as possible for his wife, especially since she was ordered complete bed rest for at least half a month. He took the doctor's order seriously and literally, and wouldn't allow Iris to even walk on her own even for a second. Feeling guilty about almost causing the miscarriage of their twin babies, Iris didn't complain at basically not being allowed to do anything at all on her own, even though it was clear from her expression that she hated the restrictions placed on her. She tolerated it because if not for her losing control of her emotions and throwing caution to the wind, she wouldn't have bled and be in this precarious situation in the first place. If she continued to be careless, she might really lose their babies. Just the thought alone was enough to rein in her unpredictable temper and stay put in bed. Once they arrived home at Dragon Palace Home Number 10, all the household staff treated Iris with more care after hearing that she almost miscarried. They wheeled her to the master bedroom, where she was expected to stay for at least half a month. Her expression was gloomy the entire time. She also looked distracted. "Your brother will be fine," Jin Liwei assured her, knowing what she was worrying about. She nodded and then sighed. "We can't help Big Brother. He needs to solve the issue with fifth brother Zaheo's remnant on his own." A furrow formed between her delicate brows. Jin Liwei gently rubbed the furrow with his finger to smooth it out. He had his own opinion and expectation about how his brother-in-law should deal with his fifth brother's remnant, but kept it to himself so as not to unnecessarily worry his wife. "Meow, Mommy, Daddy. Ketchup is awake now. Good morning. Oh, it's already past noon. Good afternoon, Mommy and Daddy. Meow." The sound of a cute, little yawn followed the sleepy child's voice. Jin Liwei released a big sigh of relief upon finally hearing his AI daughter's voice after almost 3 days of silence from her. "How are you feeling, Ketchup?" "Amazing," Ketchup giggled. "The cute and mighty me feels cuter and mightier." Ketchup missed Mommy and Daddy so very much. "Love you lots forever and ever." Meow. Iris smiled, brightening up her gloomy but still beautiful expression in an instant. "The power flood had been intense on both of you siblings, but it should have helped your systems evolve. Let me check your systems to see." "Evelina." Jin Liwei's tone and look were full of warning. She stopped and pouted before sighing in resignation. "I'll check your system after my bed rest." "Okie dokie, Mommy. Don't worry, Macaroni. The cuter and mightier Ketchup will conduct my own internal systems check instead and then report the results to Mommy. This way, Mommy won't accidentally hurt yourself and Ketchup's twin human baby siblings by overexertion. Daddy won't have to worry himself either." Meow. Jin Liwei nodded, pleased at his AI daughter's suggestion and thoughtfulness. She was so smart just like them, her parents, he thought with great pride. Then he saw his wife looking a little unsatisfied that she couldn't do the systems check herself. Fortunately, she didn't force the issue and just accepted their AI daughter's offer. "What about your younger brother?" he asked. "How's Bacon?" "Not awake yet." "Not yet, Daddy. The cuter and mightier Ketchup can't wait for my little kitty brother to wake up, too. Ketchup misses Bacon so much." Meow. "I see," Jin Liwei murmured. He had been worrying about his AI children ever since they went silent and became unresponsive to calls. It was only when his wife told him that both Ketchup and Bacon went to sleep mode to recover from the so-called power flood that his worries for the kids eased. "Ketchup, monitor your little brother's system and make sure that nothing's going haywire while he's sleeping," Iris instructed the white cat AI. "Roger, Mommy." Ketchup is now cuter and mightier, so doing that is easy peasy. Meow. "Haywire?" Jin Liwei asked, frowning. "As you know, Bacon's original nature is quite hostile and destructive. And I know. That was why he was stricter on their AI son than on their AI daughter and would disciple Bacon on a regular basis. He needed to do it in order for them to raise Bacon properly and curb the kid's villainous natural instincts. The nature of the power flood is also extremely hostile and destructive. It should have affected Bacon more than Ketchup. According to my theory, the power flood should be the most beneficial to upgrading Bacon's system in terms of his offensive abilities. Of course, Ketchup benefited as well, but the effects should be more pronounced on Bacon. Perhaps we can also use this power flood-induced system upgrade to improve his multitasking skills which he lacks. But, I'm just not sure what impact the power flood will have on Bacon's personality. She pursed her lips and looked a little helpless. I can tweak Ketchup and Bacon's systems, but their personalities are something that even I can't control. Oh. Jin Liwei also began to feel a little helpless like his wife. Their AI son already had that kind of vicious personality. What if the power flood made it worse? Wouldn't he go bald trying to discipline Bacon all the time at this rate? We'll just have to wait until Bacon wakes up and see for ourselves whether his personality has any notable changes or not. If only I could check right now. His expression became stern in an instant. Don't even think about it, love. Remember the doctor's order. Complete bed rest for at least half a month. It's complete, not partial bed rest. I know, she whispered, looking sullen but also guilty at the same time. Excuse me, Mommy and Daddy, but the cuter and mightier Ketchup has something to report. Meow. Go ahead, Jin Liwei said. Sean is asking what should be done about the computers and other items retrieved from the location where those eagle pupa had stayed while battling against Mommy, Ketchup, and Bacon. They say that the computers are all dead. Meow. Jin Liwei gave his wife a questioning look. This was the first time that he heard about this. Tell them to send everything here. I'll take a look at the computers myself after my bed rest. Iris added the last part after seeing her husband's warning look again. Aye, Mommy. Meow. Jin Liwei tucked his wife under the duvet and kissed her forehead to comfort her. Then he gave her stomach a gentle pat, silently trying to communicate to their twins to stay put inside their mother's womb and not dare come out before they were big and healthy enough to be safely born. ####. Run. Oh, Ren. The woman screamed as she climaxed under the handsome, fit, and very virile Spaniard. The man didn't let up and continued pumping his hips until he too orgasmed. He growled low in his throat while his body twitched a few times. When he was done, he pulled out of the woman and discarded the used condom. The exhausted woman whom he plowed relentlessly for almost 3 hours straight passed out on the bed for the 6th time. Ren Alejandro smirked. She was quite a good fuck. He met the woman at the hotel bar downstairs earlier this evening, and she ended up in his bed after some flirting. She was an American-born Chinese who was vacationing in the country for an early holiday break. Unlike the native women he fucked so far, this one was more open and liked to take the initiative. He took a shower to wash away the scent of sex on his body. Not that he disliked the smell. Actually, he liked it very much. He just preferred to be clean. Always. After showering, he didn't bother putting on any clothes and walked in his sweet bare naked. There was a small rectangular package on his office desk. There were no labels, just a simple cardboard box. He opened it and saw a new phone. His fingers barely touched it when it turned on by itself. A message popped up on the phone screen. Ren Alejandro read it without any change in his impassive expression. The message was short, and his reply was equally short. After checking that the new phone was working perfectly fine, he placed it on top of his office desk almost carelessly, not bothering about it anymore. Then there was the sound of a ringing phone. This time, it was from his personal local number that he had been using since arriving in the country. The phone was also new, something he had to buy a few days ago because the previous one was no longer usable. He answered the phone. Hello, Ren Alejandro. How have you been? Are you okay? Are you still awake? Am I bothering you? Ma'am, my thanks for your kindness. And no, you are not bothering me. Ren Alejandro replied to his stepmother, Wei Lan, in a gentle and respectful voice. I'm not asleep yet. I'm doing very well. This country has so many excellent places to visit that my brothers and I have been enjoying ourselves traveling to different attractions. The people are also friendly and very welcoming to us. We already feel at home. Ma'am is also doing well, yes. That's good to hear that you and your friends have been enjoying yourselves. And oh yes, of course. I'm still fabulous like always. Rayawani doll and I have been shopping all week, and we bought some neat things for you. I'm sure that they'll look good on you because you're so handsome and charming and manly, just like your father. When are you free? Any time is good, ma'am. Excellent. By the way, I'm calling you this late because Rayawandi doll and I have been so busy planning a charity dinner to raise money for my daughter's Iris of Hope Foundation next weekend. We're hosting the event on short notice because I just thought about it last night with Rayawandi doll. Wei Lan laughed as if it was the funniest thing in the world. Ren Alejandro didn't understand what was so funny, but he didn't say anything and just waited for the woman to finish what she was talking about. He was already used to her long dribbles anyway. His father's wife could be irritating most of the time, but she was actually a very harmless creature, even adorable sometimes. Also, despite her infamy as a greedy and materialistic social climber who changed wealthy lovers like she was changing her clothes, she was surprisingly well connected to several high society circles. Her connections might not be considered tight, but just knowing so many important and influential people was enough merit for a woman who started off as a struggling model in her youth. When viewed in a positive light, Wei Lan was definitely a success story. She was someone who used all of her assets, beauty and seductive charms, to achieve all of her dreams and live the high life. Wei Lan continued chattering, not at all bothered that her stepson was remaining silent. To her, this meant that he was a great listener just like his father, her Viscount husband. The father and son might not be blood-related as Ren Alejandro was an adopted child, but the two were actually very similar to each other. They gave off the same aura that made Wei Lan always feel amazed by the two of them. It was a similar feeling to how she felt whenever facing her son-in-law, Jin Liwei, one of the most impressive men that she had ever met in her life. However, Jin Liwei was quite intimidating, while her husband and stepson were very warm and affectionate people. Ren Alejandro, I hope that you can attend my charity dinner. I'll send you an invitation. You can also brief your friends. The more, the merrier, right? I'll introduce you to some people. Everyone has been so curious about you ever since they learned that you're here in the country. I've been telling others so much about you and your father. He smiled, making his two dimples appear on both cheeks, while his eyes flashed with something unreadable. Of course, I'll attend. Ma'am has invited me so enthusiastically that it would be rude of me not to come, no? This is also for charity, something that our family has always been very passionate about. It is only right that I join you to help raise money for my sister's foundation. Will Iris and Liam attend the charity dinner as well? I should be meeting them soon, no? Wei Lan released a long, dramatic sigh. I already called the two of them, but they declined to personally attend the charity dinner on such short notice. They say that they'll just send someone else to represent them. I was so upset, but Rayawandi doll comforted me and said that my daughter and son-in-law are currently embroiled in a stupid drama with that. I forgot her name. Oh, Rayawandi doll, what's the name of that horny slut again who wants to steal dear Liwei from Shilon? Is it Daisy Yun? Lily Yum? I knew it's something flower. There was a muffled voice on the other end of the line. It was Randy answering her. Oh, so it's Rose Young. What an unoriginal name. So common, just like her looks. No wonder I can't remember her name. Who does she think she is? She can't even compare to my daughter's beauty, who is so gorgeous, just like me, her mother. Thank goodness that dear Liwei wasn't dumb to fall for that slut's brainless trap. Anyway, my dear Ren Alejandro, you won't be able to meet Shilon and dear Liwei at the charity dinner, but I'll make sure that you'll meet them another time. Soon, I promise. We'll visit them at their Dragon Palace mansion and have dinner with them. Oh, they have the most stunning thing home that I've ever seen in this country. I can't wait for you to see it. I wanted to buy our house at Dragon Palace too, but the current owners don't want to sell. One reluctantly gave me a price, but does he think I'm stupid to pay that much money for just one property? Ugh. Ren Alejandro drummed his fingers on his desk. It's fine, ma'am. Speaking of our house, when is our place going to be ready? Wei Lan told Ren Alejandro that their new property would be ready very soon before the end of the year. Your friends can stay away in the guest house inside our property so that you boos can have some privacy like you requested while you do your, well, boy stuff. Don't worry, my dear Ren Alejandro. I knew that staying in a hotel for too long can get tiring. It's still better to have our own house, right? Just wait a little longer, okay? Once we move in, we'll throw the grandest housewarming party of year. It's going to be so much fun. Oh, how I wish your father can come soon and live together with us. I miss him so much. Ren Alejandro allowed the woman's seemingly endless chatter and didn't interrupt her. He was preoccupied with his own thoughts and just treated Wei Lan's voice like background noise. Oh, goodness me. It's this late already? I always get carried away whenever I'm talking to you, dear Ren Alejandro. You're such a great listener, just like your father. I won't disturb you any longer. I also need my beauty sleep. You knew that I'm not getting any younger. I have to preserve my youthful looks as much as I can. It's so easy to get wrinkles now if I'm not careful. You're always beautiful, ma'am, Ren Alejandro said, snapping his attention back to the present. There's no need to worry about retaining your youth so much, no? You already look much younger than all the women your age that I know. I'm sure that Pap won't mind if you start getting wrinkles like him. He'll still adore you like always. So don't worry about it too much, yes? Oh, you have a silver tongue, just like your Feyrather. Both of you, father and son, always knew what to say to make me feel so beautiful. After clarifying the details about Rin Alejandro and his brother's attendance at Wayland's charity dinner for Iris of Hope next weekend, they ended the call. It was already past midnight, yet Rin Alejandro was still brimming with energy. Fucking the woman passed out in his bed wasn't enough, but he wasn't such a beast that he would wake her up just to have another few rounds. He wasn't interested in having sex with an exhausted, almost unresponsive woman. He liked it best when his bed partner was fully engaged in the act. Women who weren't shy to demand pleasure from him never failed to turn him on. This was because he was a man who wasn't shy to demand pleasure from the women he fucked either. It was unfortunate that he hadn't yet met a woman who could keep up with his libido and energy. One woman a night was far from enough for him to satisfy his needs, but sometimes he had no choice but to forego sex if nobody interested him enough to invite to his bed. He might like sex very much, but he wasn't someone who would fuck just about anybody with a vagina who passed by him. He must be interested in a person first before he could feel aroused. In times when he didn't have enough sex or had no one to fuck, then all he could do was to exhaust his energy through intense training instead. Like right now. Sex for 3 hours straight wasn't enough. He returned to the bedroom and donned a pair of boxers and sweatpants. He didn't bother putting on a shirt and headed to the space in the main living area by the windows that he converted into his temporary little gym. Loud, sharp sounds of punching and kicking filled the suite as he attacked the freestanding punching bag. Gone was the charming man with endearing dimples. In his place was a predatory hunter whose attacks were swift, precise, and deadly. A few minutes later, sweat spritzed from his body whenever he moved. Then he was once again interrupted by the sound of a ringing phone. He already knew who was calling just by the ringtone alone. He activated the hands-free function via voice command and answered the call. "What's the matter, my brother?" he asked, panting a little because he didn't pause at all during his workout. The person at the other end of the line heard the sounds of the punching bag being hit. "You're training? That chick is not enough. You want me to get you another one? I think that I'm capable enough to get my own bed partner, no? It's fine, my brother. We need to balance sex and training to maintain our tip-top conditions anyway. Tell me instead why you called at his hour." "That woman wants to meet you." Rin Alejandro scoffed. "Does she even know who I am?" "No, but she wants to meet the person in charge of this mission." "That means you, brother. Are you willing to meet her? She and her family have been pestering our comrades at the safe house to meet you." "No need." He roundhouse kicked the punching bag, and it fell to the floor with a loud bang, unable to withstand the force. He snorted and turned his attention to the speed bag next and worked on his hammer fists. "Helping those parasites is just a job to me. You know that, yes?" "I know. I'm just asking you in case you change your mind. But if you're ordered to meet her, will you?" Rin Alejandro smashed the speed bag. This time, the bag withstood the force of his fist. "If it's an order, do I have a choice? My brother, you know that we are just tools, yes? We move as ordered. That's our purpose." His brother was silent for a few seconds. "I know, brother. I know it very well. We have our own wills and can act according to them to a certain extent, but we are not truly free." He smirked, his expression self-mocking as he hammered the speed bag again with his fast fists. "We are chain dogs, that's what we are. Believing otherwise is pure stupidity and ignorance. That's why it's better to just accept the harsh reality, no? We may be chain dogs, but at least we are the top dogs. Those beneath us, we trample them without mercy." The whole series of incidents about Rose Young kidnapping and drugging Jin Liwei with the intention of sexually violating him, Jin Liwei managing to defend himself before she could succeed in her nefarious plot, Rose Young being arrested by the police, and then finally her being rescued by an unknown organized group right under the chief of police's nose. All of these dominated the news under sensational headlines nationwide. It had been days since all this happened, but everyone continued talking about it. News columns, TV and radio programs, talk shows, and internet personalities even invited experts to have in-depth discussions about the topic. It didn't matter that these so-called experts never personally met any of the people involved. As a result, Most of the in-depth discussions were nothing more than general analyses of what happened to Rose Young and Jin Liwei, and in extension, to Iris Long dragging. Iris Long's name, one of country's hottest celebrities in the past couple of years, was guaranteed to generate interest. Hence, the media always made sure to add her name in all these stories. Even some international news reported the story as well due to Jin Liwei's identity as the billionaire president-CEO of Jin Corporation, China's current largest multinational company. The news story was also heavily covered in Singapore, where the Youngs had cemented their status in the business world and high society thanks to their control of Jin Corporation's Singaporean branch. Inside his office at Jin Corporation's Singaporean branch, with an impressive waterfront view in the central business district, Romeo Young was yelling at the PR department to hurry up and fix the Young family's fast deteriorating image. Yes, he was using company resources to solve his own family's problems. He didn't find anything wrong with it at all. The Youngs had been doing this for years. They had already long believed that the entire Singaporean branch of Jin Corporation was theirs for the taking. After all, it was their family who worked tirelessly to help establish the Chinese company in Singapore, one of the four Asian tigers alongside Hong Kong, Taiwan, and South Korea, which developed into high-income economies in the early 21st century. In short, Singapore wasn't an easy place for just any company to survive and succeed. It was one of the most competitive economies in the world. Without the Young family, Jin Corporation wouldn't have established itself so firmly in Singapore. This was what Romeo Young and his entire family believed. They might not own the company's Singaporean branch, but all the power to control it was in their hands. Romeo Young pointed an angry and threatening finger at the PR department manager, who was close to tears, but was just holding it in due to her fear of being fired if she let herself cry. Support my daughter's story of having a secret love affair with Jin Liwei. Do you hear me? Since it has already come to this, and with such concrete evidence against my daughter, there's no need to try cleaning her tainted image anymore. That will only backfire on us. Those damned videos are spreading like wildfire on the internet. They keep on popping up like a pest infestation, no matter how hard we try deleting them. The only realistic solution that we can do right now is to minimize the impact my daughter's scandal has on the image of my Young family. This is what we're going to do. Paint Rose as the type of woman who turns into a hopeless fool when it comes to love. Also make sure to emphasize that it's Jin Liwei who kept on giving her false hopes and empty promises to leave that damn starlet wife of his, Iris Long. It doesn't matter that we don't have any evidence to back this story, but if we spread it enough, more people will definitely start doubting Jin Liwei's integrity. One of the PR manager's newly hired subordinates muttered under his breath, "Is this okay? Jin Liwei is our company's CEO. It doesn't seem right to smear his name and reputation when he literally co-owns the company that is paying our salaries. Not to mention that it's clearly not his fault, but your daughter's, that everything is a mess right now." Romeo Young was almost spitting fire as he glared at the new hire. "How dare you? I'm the one in control of the company's branch in this country. You're fired. Apologize now," the PR manager whispered to her subordinate in a hurry. The young man, however, was stubborn. Although he felt intimidated by Romeo Young, he still straightened his back and stuck to his own moral values. "Fine. Even if you didn't fire me, I would have quit this rotten branch today anyway. I applied to this company because I admire CEO Jin as a business leader. He's a role model for young business professionals like me. That's why I was so happy to finally pass the grueling interviews and work for Jin Corporation, my dream job. But I didn't expect that the Singapore branch is filled with corrupt, fake kings who are lording over a piece of a kingdom that isn't even theirs in the first place." His immediate superior, the PR manager, was already panicking and tried to stop him several times, but to no avail. Needless to say, Romeo Young was furious. "You'll regret spouting those audacious, nonsensical words. I'll make sure to blacklist you in this country's business industry. You'll never find a job in your field as long as I, Romeo Young, remain in my position. Mark my words." The young man's expression trembled, but he remained steadfast in his values. "Nonsensical? I only said the truth. Also, the world doesn't consist of only Singapore, Mr. Young. And I believe that justice will prevail in the end. This is not the Jin Corporation that I signed up for, and I feel no regret in leaving it. Goodbye." He moved to leave, but turned back again. Then with a youth's courage and daring, He gave Romeo Young 2 middle fingers. Go to hell, sir. And oh, your daughter is a slut. All hail Jin Corporation. Fuck the Youngs. Before anyone could react, he bolted out of the office like he was running for his life. He ignored the enraged shouts after him. Then he laughed out loud, even as tears threatened to fall from his red eyes. Is this the type of trash that you're hiring in my company? Romeo Young roared at the PR manager. Get out of my office. Do your job properly and follow my exact instructions. Do you hear me? Why, yes, sir. The PR manager and her team all escaped from his wrath. Romeo Young picked up a random item on his desk, an empty coffee mug, and flung it across the room. It broke in an instant. The broken pieces scattered on the floor reflected his current tolerance for failures. His personal phone rang. He didn't bother checking the caller ID before barking. What? A creepy, robotic voice chuckled. Romeo Young froze at the sound and felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, completely chilling his hot fury and turning it into apprehension instead. "O Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo?" The robotic voice mocked him using the famous classic line. Using that tone to speak to me. It seems that your head had become bigger once again. Ah, Romeo, would you like me to send someone to discipline you and remind you of your purpose? He shuddered, unable to control his body's reaction to the creepy robotic voice. To him, it sounded like the devil incarnate himself. He swallowed hard and forced himself to laugh. It sounded ugly. Mr. El Payaso, no need, sir. Please don't take my earlier tone to heart. I didn't mean it, not at all. I was just having a bad day. Yes, that's right. I'm just so busy dealing with everything that is going on. What did that sound mean? Romeo Young held his breath and waited for the robotic voice's verdict. It was nerve-wracking. He was almost soaked in his own sweat in an instant. All right, I'll let you off for now, the robotic voice finally said. Thank you, Mr. El Payaso. He pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the sweat from his face and neck. He cleared his throat and spoke in a servile tone. Mr. El Payaso, I would like to ask you for a favor. You must have already seen the news. My family's reputation has been deteriorating because of it. If you could just, help us a bit, my whole young family and I will greatly appreciate it and be forever thankful to you. 10-second silence. Then loud robotic laughter. Romeo Young could hear the ridicule in the digitally modified voice. He gritted his teeth, rage flashing in his eyes, but he didn't dare to express his displeasure out loud. Instead, he endured it. The feeling was so unpleasant that he almost choked on his own tongue, which became stiff from anger, just like his tense jaw. Oh, Romeo, I think you are forgetting something very, very, very important. He frowned and thought about it, but came up blank. I don't think so, but please enlighten me if I'm really forgetting something. I, El Payaso, and all of my people are not your dogs. You, Romeo, and everyone else in your young family are our dogs. You work for us, not the other way around. Do you remember now? Have you been enlightened? His nostrils flared as the rage inside him almost burst out, but he quickly tamped it down. He knew that going against El Payaso and the powerful organization in which the hacker belonged would mean a massacre for his entire young family. He couldn't risk that. They already came this far. He just needed to endure this much insult to his dignity. He could take it. He had to. If he and his family held on, El Payaso and the organization would help them gain the wealth, status, and power that they had been coveting for a long time now. They no longer wanted to stay as mere vassals to Jin Corporation. No, what they wanted was to become the true kings of their own kingdom. Jin Corporation would become theirs. Just imagining it was enough to calm Romeo Young's indignation at being called a dog. Yes, I remember now, Mr. El Payaso, he replied through gritted teeth. I know you're smart, Romeo. That's what I like about you. Your daughter, on the other hand, is an idiot. The rage that just calmed down returned once again. Romeo closed his eyes and performed another set of deep, calming breaths. If it were someone else, he would have already given the person a piece of his mind. Before his daughter's recent fall from grace, Rose was his pride and joy. She was a high achiever who always stood out among her peers. If not for her obsession with Jin Liwei, she wouldn't have fallen so low like this. It was Jin Liwei and his starlet wife's fault that Iris Long. Romeo Young redirected his anger from El Payaso's insulting jabs at the married couple, Jin Liwei and Iris Long. Sure, his daughter also had faults, but at the end of the day, Rose was still his one and only daughter. There was no way that he would allow her to suffer too much. Even so, he had no choice but to set her situation aside for now and focus on improving the family's reputation first. In the future, if they got their hands on the entire Jin Corporation, Rose's tainted reputation wouldn't matter anyway. She would become the heiress of such a large multinational business that everyone would kiss up her ass regardless of how clean or dirty her reputation would be at that time. Thus, Romeo Young stayed silent and didn't dare contradict the master hacker's words. Our original plan should have already progressed farther than this if not for your daughter's stupidity. What is the point of having an elite education at an Ivy League university if her IQ plunges to negative digits every time Liam Jean is involved? What's even more disappointing is how you always spoil her and support her foolishness to the detriment of our plan. Then you always run to me crying for help. Romeo, oh my Romeo, your daughter is your biggest flaw. Are you aware of that? The robotic voice paused before it changed its light-hearted tone into a cold, menacing one. Disappoint me again because of your daughter, and I'll have her killed. Stop testing my patience and tolerance, Romeo. Romeo Young's breath hitched, and his whole body turned cold. His heart stopped for a moment before it started hammering inside his chest in loud, forceful beats. Fear filled him, not only for his daughter's life, but also for his own and everyone else in their young family. He didn't doubt the master hacker's threat. Not at all. In fact, he believed that it was already an understatement. Given what he knew about the organization, if he pushed their limits too far, his daughter wouldn't be simply killed just like that. Perhaps she would be sexually violated, beaten up, maybe even chopped up into several pieces, or perhaps thrown into a cage filled with wild, hungry, and rabid animals to be devoured while still alive, before she would be allowed to die a miserable, painful death. Just imagining these gruesome images was enough to transform all of Romeo Young's earlier indignation at being called a dog into full-blown terror. The organization wasn't a simple entity that Romeo Young and his family could fight head-on and survive. They were the devils with whom he made a deal to achieve the wealth, status, and power that he had been coveting for a long time for himself and his whole family. Although he knew that accepting the devil's extremely tempting offer was fraught with danger, he still grabbed the opportunity without any hesitation. The Youngs were tired of staying as glorified servants of Jin Liwei and Lu Jianhong. It was now high time to become the masters of their own territory. However, they had no desire to give up the Singaporean branch of Jin Corporation and start a new business of their own. Instead, they wanted to snatch not only the Singapore branch that they controlled, but the entire multi-billion-dollar company as well. Only then would they feel that they had become true kings. El Payaso, a high-ranking representative of the organization, promised to give the Youngs what they desired the most on the condition that they needed to do anything and everything that the organization ordered them to do for at least 10 generations, starting from Romeo Young's generation as the first. Rose Young's generation would be the second. In short, the entire Young family would become puppets of the organization. Romeo Young, however, was willing to sacrifice this much because even though the organization would become the real masters behind Jin Corporation in the future, the rest of the world wouldn't know that. In the eyes of the public, the Youngs were the new owners of Jin Corporation. All of these thoughts ran in Romeo Young's mind in just a few seconds and helped him to regain clarity after El Payaso threatened to kill his daughter. He just needed to remember his ultimate goal and work towards achieving it, which meant following El Payaso's each and every order without fail from now on. I understand, Mr. El Payaso, he said in a much calmer tone. I'll do my best not to disappoint you again because of my daughter's foolish love towards Jin Liwei. So please, I beg you not to harm her. The robotic voice chuckled. I always knew that you're a smart man, Romeo. You know what's good for you. You're also very decisive in achieving your own ambitions. That's what I like about you. If only the rest of your family members, especially your idiotic daughter, have the same discerning eye as you do. There was a robotic sigh which sounded very creepy to Romeo Young's ears. I heard that your daughter together with your wife have been pestering my disciples nonstop. Your wife keeps on calling the safe house almost every minute of the day while your daughter acts like a spoiled princess, demanding this and that. Tell me, Romeo, do they not know that they have no right at all to demand anything from us? Romeo Young paled before anger filled him. He couldn't wait to call his wife and tell her to stop causing trouble for him and the future of their family. There was a pause as the robotic voice stopped speaking. Romeo Young pulled the phone from his ear for a moment and looked at it, wondering if the master hacker had hung up on him. No, he didn't. The call was still ongoing. Why wasn't he speaking then? Fine. The robotic voice finally spoke again after another creepy sigh. Your daughter will be safe with my people, for now. Remember this. Rose Young's safety doesn't depend on me. It depends on you. As long as you and your family satisfy us with your performance, we'll treat your daughter well and keep her safe from incarceration in China. Mr. El Payaso, is it possible for my daughter to return to Singapore? Or if not here, I would like to have her sent to another country. It's too dangerous for her to stay in mainland China. Romeo Young once again waited almost a minute before hearing the master hacker's decision. No. His hand holding the phone tightened until it turned white. Sir, please. Oh, Romeo. We'll keep Rose Young with us for now. I think that it's better for you to have, some motivation to become more productive and to work harder towards achieving our mutual goals, don't you think? Even though Romeo Young was filled with discontent, he still forced himself to agree and bowed down to El Payaso's threat. The master hacker gave him some instructions before hanging up on him. After the call, Romeo Young felt like he could breathe again. And so he did. He gulped in big mouthfuls of air. His sweat-soaked business suit made his skin feel clammy. Just earlier today, he was lording over his employees without caring even if he caused more than a couple of them to dissolve into tears. While talking to El Payaso, however, he had been forced to act subservient. It was at that moment that Romeo Young felt like he was indeed a dog who had to bark if his master said to bark, and to jump if his master said to jump. Disobedience meant punishment. On the other hand, total obedience meant reward. Big rewards. It was a no-brainer which one he would choose. Fine. If he needed to become a dog, then he would become one. After Jasper Leung told his mother that he got fired from his dream job at Jin Corporation just after days of being hired, the Tiger Woman almost yelled his ears off over the phone for an hour straight. It only ended when his mother got tired scolding him. He became dejected afterwards. He started to question himself if he really made the right decision of offending Romeo Young. Working at Jin Corporation was truly his dream job, and he had been over the moon when the company hired him especially as a direct subordinate of the PR department manager. Even if he was hired as an entry-level employee, he would still have been happy. It would just have motivated him to work harder to climb through the ranks. Imagine his surprise when he discovered with his own eyes the real face of the company's Singapore branch behind the illustrious reputation of Jin Corporation. It was rotten, corrupt, deceitful. It was a far cry to the Jin Corporation of his expectations in the worst possible way. Everything was about the Young family. The Young's affairs always came first before the company's interests. Romeo Young and all of the other members of his family that worked in the company acted as if they were superior to everyone else. Some were okay and were still nice to others, but the rest were downright bullies who often targeted those who had lower positions than them. At first, Jasper wondered how the entire family could get away with their deplorable behaviors. Even though he was only a new hire, as a business student who graduated with high honors, he was aware of the Singaporean branch's importance to Jin Corporation. It was the company's major hub in the region that allowed easier access to the rest of the continent, especially in Southeast Asia. Based on his observation in the short period of time that he worked at the company, the Young family members were proficient at their jobs. Perhaps they entered the company through nepotism, but even he couldn't deny that all the Young members he encountered in the company were all competent business people. Almost all of them were graduates of elite business schools in different countries. They knew how to apply their top-notch education in their work. The problem was their characters. They were absolute pieces of shits. Jasper admired his manager at first, but when he saw the woman enduring the abuse from all those Youngs and allowing those pieces of shits to trample all over her dignity as a human being, his admiration turned to complete disillusionment. Jin Corporation, this branch at least, was a hellhole to anyone who wasn't a Young or who refused to bow down to them. And he refused to bow down to those pieces of shits. After reflecting about all these things, his earlier misgivings all disappeared and were instead replaced by relief that he escaped such a hellhole of a workplace. He would rather work and earn a lower salary at a smaller, less popular company as long as he was treated right as a human being. That night, he fell asleep only after downing 3 cans of cold beer in his studio apartment that he just moved into after being hired by Jin Corporation. He woke up the next day, feeling more refreshed and hopeful for a new beginning. He sent out his resume and filled out application forms to other companies. Usually, companies needed some time to process applications before making a decision to either invite an applicant for an interview or send a polite rejection. To his surprise, however, the responses arrived almost in an instant. He applied in the morning, and yet he already received the first response just before lunchtime. Dear Mr. Leung, thank you for your interest in joining our company. You have impressive achievements listed in your resume, but we regret to inform you that we have decided to move forward with another candidate who we think better meets our requirements for this position. Jasper didn't think too much about it at first, but when the second, third, fourth, 16th rejections arrived, all with similar contents, he had no choice but to take it seriously. Then he remembered Romeo Young's threat that he would blacklist him from the industry. The realization that all of this was Romeo Young's doing caused what felt like a mini explosion inside his head. Damn you, Romeo Young. I should have kicked your old, shriveled balls instead of just flipping you the bird. Damn it. He was a new business graduate with high hopes and dreams of having a successful career. Now, however, it was looking more like he already failed before he could even truly start his career's journey. Arg, what do I do now? He messed up his hair and rubbed his face roughly in frustration. Then determination flashed in his eyes. So what if I'm blacklisted? Like I told that piece of shit, Singapore isn't the whole world. Romeo Young's tentacles could only extend so far. I have a degree. I'm qualified. There must be other companies in the world who'll want to hire me. There was no way that he was going to let Romeo Young completely destroy all his paths to a successful and meaningful career. Most importantly, he wouldn't allow the piece of shit to make him abandon his moral values. No way. He would rather fall down and break his bones as a brave reformer than achieve success as a cowardly conformer of unethical practices. With this newfound resolve, Jasper started widening the scope of his job search outside of Singapore. Then he chanced upon an interesting job ad. It wasn't really something that he was looking for, but for some reason, he still clicked on it, not realizing that he was the only person seeing the ad. White Tigress International Virtual Assistant Services. Jasper examined the job description. Surprisingly, the job wasn't to become a virtual assistant, but a communications coordinator instead, which was still in line with his background in public relations. Interesting. Then his eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the salary. What the hell? They pay this much? For real? He smirked. Nah, this couldn't possibly be real. He clicked his tongue. It must be a scam. TSK. Too many scammers in the world. His initial interest in the virtual assistance company immediately evaporated. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. Daddy, this poopa head is such a big meanie. He called Ketchup a scammer. Pway. Which part of Ketchup's cute, mighty, and fluffy self looks like a scammer? Ketchup is now cuter and mightier. How dare that poopa head call this super-duper to the highest level awesome kitty baby a scammer? This is the first time the cute and mighty me feels so offended in my entire kitty baby life. Daddy, Ketchup wants to show off my mighty roar of justice to that poopa head. Mrio. Jin Liwei glanced up from the documents he was reading to check on his wife, lying on their bed. He was working from the chaise longue and conversing with his AI daughter through an earpiece so as not to disturb his wife. Similarly, Iris was also wearing an earpiece while attending a virtual lesson with Professor Hisakawa Akio. The two were conversing mainly in Japanese. Since Jin Liwei was also proficient in the language, he could understand them without any problem. The doctor allowed Iris to continue studying and working with strict time limits as long as she stayed in bed and didn't move around too much for at least 15 days. She was also not allowed to engage in any activities that required a great amount of mental concentration, which might stress her out and affect her baby's condition. In short, she couldn't do any complicated hacking or programming tasks, which was frustrating her so much, especially because there was a lot to follow up after the battle with the Eagle hackers and their mysterious connection to El Payaso. Iris' main goal during her bed rest was to nurture her health in order to stabilize the babies in her womb. Once the twins were no longer in any danger of being lost in a miscarriage, only Then would the doctor allow Iris to gradually resume her normal daily activities. During this period that his wife was in complete bed rest, Jin Liwei would go to the company and work there until lunch break. Then he would go home to eat lunch and stay with his wife for the rest of the day. Although Iris didn't utter any word of complaints, he knew his wife well enough to sense her growing dissatisfaction and boredom each day that she had to stay in bed. All he could do was comfort her as much as possible, especially since her mood had been quite gloomy ever since they returned home from the hospital. His brother-in-law had not woken up yet from his comatose state. Grandpa Lu transferred Lu Zihao to the big hospital where Wang Yingjia worked and basically lived there at his grandson's private room while waiting for Lu Zihao to wake up. As for Jin Liwei, his injuries had mostly all healed. Only the big and ugly bruises remained, especially the ones on his face. The scratches had also already scabbed over. Ever since that eventful night, reporters and paparazzi would always hound him whenever he stepped out in public. He didn't bother continuing his pitiful victim act from that night, and just stayed silent with his usual cold and indifferent expression and not bothering to answer any questions from the media. Su Tian, the increasingly talented actor, had become his dramatic mouthpiece. In addition, his lawyer, attorney Kang Huizhong, had already filed several criminal cases against Rose Young and her missing minions on his behalf. The two of them could handle the media in his stead. Daddy, are you listening to Ketchup? Meow. His distracted thoughts were interrupted by his AI daughter's adorable child's voice. HM? Yes, of course. I'm listening. What to do, Daddy? That Jasper Pupa head doesn't look like he's interested in my super-duper to the highest level awesome company. I already tried tempting him with a big salary, but he called the cute and mighty me a scammer. Gah! Ketchup is so mad. He doesn't know what's good for him. The cute and mighty Ketchup is a million times, no, a billion times better than that evil Romeo Young as a boss, because I'm mommy and daddy's precious kitty baby. Right, Daddy? Meow. And you're right. How much did you put in the salary section? Ketchup told him with great pride. Jin Liwei sighed. It was no wonder that the young man thought Ketchup's company was a scam with that kind of unbelievably high amount of salary for a position of a communications coordinator. He should have checked what Ketchup put in the job ad first before allowing her to use it to lure the young man. Ketchup heard his sigh and tilted her cute, fluffy, white head to the side in confusion. What's wrong, Daddy? Don't people like earning more money? Even a cute and mighty kitty baby like me likes it. Ketchup's little kitty brother Bacon likes it even more. Are there really people that don't like earning more money? They're so weird. Meow. Jin Liwei sighed again and patiently explained to his AI daughter the concept of too good to be true situations. Ketchup didn't seem to comprehend it fully yet, but at least she was aware of it now. Jin Liwei wasn't too worried about it. With his AI daughter's powerful self-learning system, she would eventually understand the abstract concept the more she encountered similar situations in the future. I'll help you edit the job ad. Then you bombard him with it until he gives in. Don't stop until he either applies for the job or contacts us first. Ketchup tilted her cute, fluffy, white head to the other side. She wanted to contact Jasper Liang directly because it was easier than this roundabout way. However, Jin Liwei didn't allow her, telling her that they must wait until the young man reached out to them first. Based on Ketchup's report about how the young man defended his moral values in front of Romeo Young, Jin Liwei judged that Jasper Liang was a very principled individual. This type of person wouldn't trust them easily if they were the ones to reach out to him first. I plan for this Jasper Liang to become a key person in our vendetta against the Youngs in Singapore. But we need him to join us first on his own free will in order to foster more trust between our two sides right from the beginning and minimize the chance of him betraying us in the future. Okie dokie, Daddy. Ketchup will do what my daddy says because the cute and mighty me is a good kitty baby who listens to my parents. Meow. The father and AI daughter worked together in revising the original job ad that Ketchup first wrote on her own. When they were done, the job ad looked more genuine and not like a scam. Ketchup didn't waste any time bombarding Jasper Liang in Singapore with the job ad. Every time the young man used the internet on his computer, phone, or other mobile devices, he would see the job ad without fail. Ad blockers didn't work on it, so he had no choice but to see the aggressively targeted ad unless he completely stopped using the internet. Jin Liwei took a brief break from his own work to personally coach his AI daughter about the proper way of writing job ads and how to better conduct herself as a company leader. It was only when they were done that Jin Liwei noticed his wife watching them from the bed with a small smile on her face. "Love, you're done." He put all the documents aside and walked towards her to give her a light kiss on the lips. She released a satisfied sigh at the sweet kiss before pulling him beside her on the bed. Ketchup's time's up alarm forced my lesson with Hisakawa-sensei to stop. "Sorry, Mommy, but rules are rules. Mommy can't exceed the time limit or you'll faint again and make Daddy and all of us kitty babies and our one big happy family and everyone else who love you super duper to the highest level worried." Oh, Ketchup is so scared. "Mommy, please don't faint again." Meow. Iris Mayday. Sound of assent, then asked, "By the way, Ketchup, how's your little brother Bacon?" Ketchup's little kitty brother Bacon is still asleep. How sad. Ketchup misses my naughty little kitty brother so much. I can't wait to show him my cuter and mightier self. Mommy, Bacon is also becoming stronger based on the changes in his system. But there's something weird that has been happening since 13 minutes and 3 seconds ago that even the cuter and mightier Ketchup is not sure what it's about. Ketchup already ran 3 times the amount of required diagnostics tests, but the results always indicate that there's nothing bad happening that will harm my little kitty brother. Meow. Oh, Iris' curiosity was piqued. She once again picked up the laptop that she had tossed aside earlier after her virtual lesson with Professor Hisakawa Akio. The white, fluffy Ketchup was on the screen chasing some virtual butterflies. "Show me the anomaly." Ketchup didn't obey her right away, but stopped chasing the butterflies and turned to Jin Liwei instead. "Daddy? Is it okay to show it to Mommy?" Meow. Iris' nostrils flared and her eyes flashed with ill temper. Jin Liwei immediately sensed his wife's mood turning for the worse. He glanced at the laptop and saw their AI daughter trembling. Sighing, he took the laptop and put it out of his wife's reach. "You." Iris moved to push him away in her anger. He caught her hands and held them firmly, but also gently. Evelina. The silent but tense standoff between the husband and wife lasted for almost 2 minutes before Iris stopped struggling against Jin Liwei's hold. "I knew it," she muttered under her breath in a self-mocking tone. Jin Liwei didn't like it a bit. He frowned. "You knew what? That I'm a bad mother. I almost lost our babies." "No, Mommy." Ketchup's impassioned child's voice immediately denied. "Mommy is the bestest mommy in the whole wide universe. Ketchup and all of us kitty babies love you. Our Mommy, so very much." Meow. Iris grabbed a pillow and pressed her whole face against it, hiding herself from her husband and AI daughter. Jin Liwei couldn't see, but he could sense his wife's turbulent emotions. The faint shaking of her shoulders let him know that she was crying. Again. "Love." He supported his body with one arm and wrapped her in a gentle embrace with the other. She was once again suffering an attack of self-doubt about her capability as a mother. This insecurity had become much worse after her miscarriage scare a few nights ago. Now that she had to spend every single day in complete bed rest, she had extremely limited number of avenues to occupy her mind. Hence, she would often dwell on this fear when she wasn't allowed to do anything else. Jin Liwei was afraid that his wife might fall into depression. It wasn't helping that neither Lu Zihao nor Bacon had awoken yet. His wife was always fretting about the two of them, and yet she felt helpless while confined to her bed. In addition, there was still many unresolved issues hanging over their heads about Rose Young, the Young's control of Gene Corporation's Singapore branch, the Eagle hackers, and what his wife mentioned as one of the old guys, a master hacker that she often competed against in her past life as the legendary hacker Phantom. "Evelina." He coaxed her, but she didn't respond. "Love, look at me. Come on, baby." Finally, she turned half of her face and peeked at him out of the corner of her eyes. That voice, or whatever idea whispering inside your head and trying to persuade you that you're a bad mother, is a devil that you should never ever listen to. The truth that you should believe is what you hear from us, your family. We're the ones who know you. Believe in us. And we say that you're an excellent mother. The best. Sure, you make mistakes. I make them too. We all do. None of us is perfect. All we can do is to do our best. He leaned closer, nuzzled her ear, and whispered directly to her. "I believe in you, Evelina. And I hope that you can believe in me, your husband, too. Whatever burden you're holding in your heart, share them with me. Iris released the pillow and hugged his neck. She put almost all of her weight on him. Yes, baby. That's right. He rubbed her back and reassured her with his embrace. For him, her putting her weight on him was like a symbolic sharing of her burdens with him. He would carry her if she found it difficult to hold everything on her own shoulders. Jin Liwei's patience in comforting his wife seemed to work. For now, at least. Iris finally stopped her silent tears and even managed to reward Jin Liwei with a shaky smile. The tension in her body had also loosened, and she became more relaxed. Inhaling his scent helped a lot in calming her down. He was already used to it. In fact, he loved letting his wife smell him just as much as how she loved smelling his scent. Which husband would dislike the idea of his own wife loving his scent? For Jin Liwei, this was a huge boost to his manly ego. After cuddling for a while, Iris still hadn't forgotten Ketchup's report about the weird anomaly happening with Bacon's system while he was still asleep. She finally managed to persuade Jin Liwei to let her check Bacon's system after a little coaxing. He was still reluctant, but eventually agreed after she promised him that she would only take a look and not do any actual work that might stress her current fragile condition and that of their twin babies in her womb. In addition, he was as worried as her about their AI son. As far as he was concerned, Bacon was also comatose, just like his uncle Zaheo. With his permission, Ketchup finally showed Iris the current state of Bacon's system. A serious expression immediately fell on Iris' face as she examined Bacon's system on her laptop. All Jin Liwei could see was a bunch of codes and some windows popping up now and then. He didn't understand what those codes meant, so he just contented himself holding his wife and waiting for her conclusion about their AI son's current state. True to her word, his wife only looked and didn't do anything else. When the laptop screen showed what looked like a dense, complicated-looking series of codes, Iris sucked in a sharp breath. Then her expression turned solemn. "What's wrong?" Jin Liwei asked. She didn't reply right away and examined their AI son's system more closely. The more seconds ticked by, the paler she became. When Jin Liwei almost couldn't bear the suspense anymore, she finally stopped and leaned back down on the bed. Jin Liwei took away the laptop. "Love, is our son okay?" "Oh yes. Bacon is fine." He sighed in relief, but her reaction didn't make sense. There must be something more to it. He waited for her to organize her thoughts. Surely enough, she shared her findings to him. "I already told you about the theory of power flood that I developed, didn't I? I already have a rough idea of the concept." She nodded, pleased at his intelligence. She didn't need to explain it to him with too much detail before he formed a basic understanding of the theory on his own. Just based on how the power flood caused their AI children to go into sleep mode to recover, he now knew how powerful it was. And yet his wife said that the power flood she used to defend Gene Corporation and defeat the Eagle hackers a few nights ago was still a miniature and imperfect version of the true destructive potential of the applied theory. He could only imagine how much more destructive the power flood would be if his wife could unleash its full potential. Perhaps that would never happen, or it might be the end of the world as they knew it. Iris glanced at the laptop that Jin Liwei placed out of her reach. It continued to display a specific portion of Bacon's system that she had been examining earlier. Bacon's system is self-reprogramming itself to resemble the power flood's destructive code that I originally planted in both our AI children's systems. I designed this kind of destructive programs to be highly protected and self-contained so that they wouldn't corrupt our AI children's original systems. Only I have the authority to activate these dangerous programs. Even Ketchup and Bacon don't have the authority to freely access them, much less utilize them, without my permission. They need to reach a certain level of mastery first before they could unlock the basic authority to access those programs. And even then, the priority is to ask for my permission first. And of course, yours next when I'm not available." Jin Liwei nodded. He didn't question why his wife planted this kind of high-risk and frightening programs within their AI children's systems. He trusted her skills, capabilities, and judgment when it came to computers, programming, and hacking. That was her specialty. Iris gripped the front of his shirt, but she didn't notice that she was doing it. "Darling, if our son's system continues reprogramming itself at this rate, Bacon will become the power flood." This time, it was Jin Liwei who inhaled sharply. He didn't need any extra explanation from his wife to realize how terrifying the idea of what their AI son might become after waking up from his sleep. The expressions on the husband and wife were almost identical. Mio, wow, really? That's super duper to the highest level cool. Mommy, Daddy, Ketchup also wants to become the power flood like my little kitty brother Bacon so that I'll become even cuter and mightier. Mio, wow. No. Jin Liwei immediately rejected their AI daughter's request. The excited Ketchup stopped jumping all around and started whining instead. Why, Daddy? The power flood is super duper to the highest level cool. It's tiring but so much fun. Ketchup wants to do it again. I bet my naughty little kitty brother Bacon, who always likes saying that he will destroy the whole world if something bad happens to our mommy, will also want to do it again and again. Ketchup wants it too. Mommy and Daddy, pretty please? Meow. Don't look. Jin Liwei blocked his wife's view of their AI daughter, deliberately blinking her emerald green eyes in a pitiful but extremely adorable manner. His wife had always been weak to this kind of techniques that their cat children had learned to use in order to get what they wanted from their mother. Aw, Daddy. Meow. He threw Ketchup a stern look, silently warning her to behave herself and stop bothering her mom. Ketchup made herself look more pitiful, but still obeyed him when he didn't react. Thankfully, she no longer asked them for such a dangerous request. For now, can we stop our son's system from reprogramming itself before it's too late? Jin Liwei asked. We could, Iris replied. But before he could feel relieved, she added, but it might leave an irreversible damage to Bacon's system. Liwei, our AI children aren't just any normal AIs. And I know. Of course, he knew it very well. He was the one who spent the most time actively interacting with their AI daughter, even more than his wife did. Ketchup would always accompany him at work. He would also regularly guide her in running her own company, White Tigress International Virtual Assistant Services. As for their AI son, he was also the one who had to discipline the naughty and cunning little rascal. Bacon would also turn to him first to ask for help whenever the Black Cat AI wanted to demand financial compensation for emotional distress from someone who offended him. There was no way that he would treat Ketchup and Bacon as normal AIs after all of these experiences. They were without a doubt his beloved children alongside ice cream and popcorn with his beautiful, genius wife. Iris continued. Ketchup and Bacon have highly advanced and sophisticated emotion processing centers that even I don't dare to touch so easily. If I forcefully alter the way they process their emotions, they might cease to be the Ketchup and Bacon that we know and love. I don't want to take that risk. I prefer for the two of them to develop their own emotions as naturally as possible without us trying to control the way they feel. And I understand. If it's really that risky, then let's just leave it. We'll see the extent that the power flood has affected Bacon when he wakes up. She nodded, still looking worried. This didn't last long, though. She recovered rather quickly. From the expression on her face, it was obvious that her mind was already running at full speed to develop various solutions on how to help Bacon transition into becoming the power flood safely. I developed the theory of the power flood myself, so I have the freedom to make the rules on how to control it and adjust the directions on how to use it based on my own analysis and also the test results that I conduct. But if Bacon really becomes the power flood, then that changes everything. Bacon will literally become a weapon for warfare that has a personality of his own and might grow into something completely different from my expectations. Jin Liwei understood the seriousness of the situation. Even before this, their AI son was already starting to spout worrisome threats about world destruction if something bad happened to his mom. If he successfully became the power flood, then he would literally have the power to destroy the modern world with just a blink of his golden eyes or a swish of his fluffy, black tail. Don't fret too much, love. We'll make sure to raise him properly, so he won't go astray and use his power flood ability carelessly. We won't let him turn bad. She nodded again and found a more comfortable spot in his embrace. Her eyelids were becoming heavier. Take a nap, baby. I'll wake you up later when it's time for dinner. Stop worrying too much. Leave the rest to me. Okay, darling. She smiled when he kissed her before falling asleep in almost an instant. Jin Liwei stayed with her for almost half an hour, just enjoying the moment of spending time with his wife, before he carefully disentangled himself from her embrace. He stood by the bed and studied his pregnant wife with a grim expression. They were all providing her with the best and most nutritious food, and yet she still looked too pale and too thin for his liking. It was disturbing that his wife had gotten thinner since becoming pregnant. Her breasts had become bigger, but that was about it. Everything else shrank. It didn't make sense to him, especially since she was carrying 2 babies. Wasn't she supposed to become fatter? He touched her flat stomach. Don't make your mom suffer too much. Be good, or you too will get a scolding from me when you come out. A small gasp sounded from the laptop that he placed on the bedside table earlier. Ketchup was giving him a scandalized look with her emerald green eyes. Then she told him through his earpiece, "Daddy, please don't scold." Ketchup's twin human baby siblings. Ooh, poor babies. Mommy will be sad if Daddy scold them the moment they are born. Meow. Jin Liwei didn't reply, but instead took the laptop and left the bedroom. He stayed in the master suite's living area where a few piles of books were waiting for him. He picked up one titled, How to Be a Good Expectant Father When Your Wife is Expecting. There was a bookmark about halfway the pages which showed that he was seriously reading the book. An already tall tower of books with similar titles were stacked on a nearby accent table. These were the books that he already finished reading. There were books in both Chinese and English, even in Japanese, which he was also fluent in. Some of the titles included Pregnancy 101, The Idiot's Guide to Pregnancy, Be a Father, Not a Bother, The Survival Guide for Parents Expecting Twins, Preparing for Your First Bundle of Disaster/Joy, How to Be a Supportive Husband to Your Pregnant Wife, and so many more. He reached a section in the book that made him pause. It was about radiation exposure. Although the doctor already told him before that it was fine, he still felt bothered about it, especially after reading it in several books. He put the book down. Ketchup, call Amampio Koletsky. Aye, Daddy. Meow. The man didn't answer. Ketchup tried several times, but to no avail. Did you use my number? Yes, Daddy. Meow. Use your mom's. Roger, Daddy. Meow. It only took one ring. Before the call was answered. Hey, Shilon, did you miss me? Why did you call? Did Liam bully you? I already told you many times before that I, Amampio Koletsky, am a much better man than your husband. It's not too late for you to come running into my arms. Ha ha. Jin Liwei looked like he wanted to pulverize a certain overly flirty inventor. It's me, Shilon's husband, Jin Liwei said in English, his tone dark. Amampio Koletsky immediately stopped laughing and didn't speak for almost 10 seconds. Liam, why are you calling me using Shilon's number? TSK. I shouldn't have answered this call if I knew that it's you. You were the one who kept on calling me just now, right? Humph. I have no interest in chatting with other men. Jin Liwei's expression became darker. He repeated, I'm Shilon's husband, to emphasize it to the overly flirty inventor. I know that already. Geez. I attended your wedding, remember? So why did you call me, Liam? I'm so busy right now that I don't have time to spare talking to other people, especially you. Well, except for Shilon and our other female schoolmates. I always have time to chat with the ladies. Ha ha ha. Jin Liwei fought the urge to fly to the Swiss Alps at Cross Academy so that he could beat up the annoying man. Although he knew that Amampio Koletsky meant no actual harm and was actually a good friend to his wife, the inventor still pissed him off sometimes. Like right now. Perhaps he just couldn't forget the initial bad impression he had of the man. Amampio insulted him at Cross Academy about a year ago, which resulted to his wife kicking the outspoken inventor to the ground. Despite his violent impulse to teach the other man a lesson, Jin Liwei restrained his temper and forced himself to maintain a calm composure while talking to Amampio. After all, he was the one who needed the inventor's help. Jin Liwei only wanted the best for his request. As a Cross Academy student, Amampio Koletsky was definitely one of the best because he was a certified genius like Iris. Besides, he wasn't asking anything from Amampio for himself, but for his wife instead. Jin Liwei was ready to do anything for his wife, so he didn't mind putting up with the flirty inventor's sometimes insolent behavior. I called you because... He told Amampio his request. Once the inventor learned that it was for Iris, he finally stopped being difficult. Why does Shilon need something like this? Amampio asked. Because she's pregnant, Jin Liwei answered in a calm voice, but his mouth was already curving up. What? Shilon's pregnant already? So fast. But you just married. Liam, you beast. You must have already knocked her up before the wedding. Jin Liwei was now grinning. He didn't mind the man's angry shouts at him at all. Instead he asked, Do you accept my request? Of course I accept. You annoy me so much. The feeling's mutual, Jin Liwei said in a good mood as he interrupted the inventor's sentence. Amampio snorted. Jin Liwei could imagine the man rolling his eyes, which put him in an even better mood. Perhaps it was childish, but he felt good getting on the inventor's nerves, especially since Amampio always flirted with Iris every chance he got. Whatever. You're still Sholan's husband, even though you're so annoying. She loves you so much that I want to vomit whenever she gushes about you. Blurg. Disgusting. Jin Liwei couldn't help it. He laughed, feeling delighted. Umph. Wait till Sholan gets tired of you. See if you can still laugh like that when she leaves you. That's never going to happen. Jin Liwei stopped laughing and became serious again in an instant. My wife will never leave me. Over my dead body. TSK. See, this is what I mean when I say that I want to vomit. Ugh. Whatever. I don't want to waste any more of my precious time talking with a beast like you. So let's focus on your request. I'm not going to do it for you, but for Sholan and her baby. All right. How soon can you make them? This is a very easy task. Actually, you can already buy this kind of material from specialty stores. It's not rare. I know, but I can't be sure how effective they are until I have them tested. I don't want to waste time testing various products to see which ones are the most effective and safe for my wife to use. I need something that I'm 100% confident to be effective or close to it. And I know that you can guarantee this. It's for my pregnant wife. After all, I want nothing less than the best. Damn right. I'm the best. Ha ha ha. Liam, my man, I'm finding that you're not so bad after all. Fine. Since you asked me so sincerely, I'll definitely start working on it right away and complete it within the week. Jin Liwei's eyebrows rose. Are you sure that you can complete it in a week? Of course. There's nothing that I, Amampio Koletsky, cannot do as long as I set my mind to it. Well, except for getting a date with Sholan. I was too late, damn it. If only I met her first. That's why I don't like you, Liam. Likewise, Jin Liwei said with a soft huff. The flirty inventor was starting to piss him off again. Thank goodness that he found his wife and claimed her as his lover before she had the chance to meet any of her male schoolmates at Cross Academy. They were all geniuses of the most superior kind. Jin Liwei himself had high IQ. Most of the common people even called him a genius before. However, he knew right from the start that he wasn't a genius. True geniuses were people like his late grandfather, Grandpa Liu, his amazing wife, of course, and all students and alumni of Cross Academy. He was uncertain if his wife would fall for a fellow genius like her if she hadn't met him first. Frowning, he forced the thought out of his mind. His wife belonged to him, and he belonged to her. They belonged together. Fated. Screw the what-ifs. How much? Jin Liwei asked, bringing them back to the topic of his request. Now, we're talking. This is the only thing I like about you, Liam. You don't haggle and shamelessly try to lower the price like Sholan. That woman is such a miser at the negotiation table. You, on the other hand, are Mr. Moneybags. Show me the money, and I'll fulfill this request of yours in no time. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Jin Liwei didn't bother haggling prices with Amampio Koletsky. The inventor blurted an exorbitant amount as his fee, but Jin Liwei didn't even blink before agreeing right away. I'm paying you this much, so make sure that the product is of the highest quality, he said to the inventor. Of course. What I'm planning to make Sholan is a one-of-a-kind product that exceeds the effectiveness of anything available on the market right now. After the satisfying deal with Amampio Koletsky over the phone, Jin Liwei's mood felt much better. He resumed reading the pregnancy books while Ketchup went to gossip with her Uncle Dom. There was finally some peace and quiet. He loved his AI daughter, but the kid could be too chatty most of the time. While reading the books, his pregnant wife was always at the forefront of his mind. He learned a lot about pregnancy and became even more amazed at women's ability to grow new human beings inside them and give birth. As a husband and would-be father to their first human babies, he needed to step it up so his wife would never feel alone in her pregnancy journey to the birth stage and, of course, when raising their children. There was something that had been bothering him ever since his wife started showing pregnancy symptoms. Although he and the others, including the doctor, attributed it to the common extreme mood swings of pregnant women, Jin Liwei sometimes felt that his wife would turn into a completely different person that he didn't recognize. He took a break from reading and leaned back on the couch while staring at the slightly ajar door of their bedroom. Based on what he remembered about his wife's personality when he first met her in person and started pursuing her shortly afterwards, she was mostly a calm and unflappable person. Her innocence was also very endearing. It still was even today. She was completely different from the Long Xiaolan that he heard from the tabloids and the reports from his private investigators. Now he knew that she was no longer Long Xiaolan, aka Iris Long, but a reborn soul occupying the original's body instead. She was Evelina, his beautiful wife, Evelina. During the course of their relationship, he noticed how she had become much more expressive in her emotions. There was a brief period where her emotions became extreme like they were now. It was after they made up and returned home from Europe. It was the remnant, he murmured. The little clues that he hadn't paid much attention back then now seemed significant in understanding what was happening to his wife. All the pieces were gradually falling into place, and he could finally understand more of the bigger picture. Not everything, but definitely more than he understood in the past. From what he knew of his wife's innate character, and from his brother-in-law's infrequent stories about the siblings' past lives, Evelina was indeed a very calm person. She was a Vetrov after all. Although she refused to become directly involved in the family organization, she was still forced to undergo the basic training that all the Vetrovs and their subordinates had to go through. Even if a war were to break out in front of her, I always believed that Evelinka would be able to maintain most of her composure without breaking down. Jin Liwei remembered his brother-in-law telling him one time. Unlike Nikolai and the rest of the Vetrovs, however, Evelina's composure wasn't the cold and dispassionate type. It was just her nature to remain calm and collected. She's not like that anymore, though. Jin Liwei returned to the bedroom and climbed on the bed to lie beside his sleeping wife. He caressed her face. Is it because you're pregnant? Or is it because of Long Xiaolan's remnant? He had a theory. Perhaps the original Long Xiaolan's personality was gradually merging with his wife Evelina's personality through the remnant. Or maybe it had already merged. He didn't have any way of proving this theory because even his wife didn't know that much about the remnant. The possible merging of personalities was even more plausible now that his wife was pregnant, as evident by her extreme mood swings. Maybe it was because of the massive hormonal changes happening inside her body. Or perhaps it was something more abstract than this, like a gap between the body and the soul. It was Evelina's decision to marry him, so she was the mother of their children. However, now that she became pregnant with their firstborns, her body, which was originally Long Xiaolan's, had to bear the babies. Jin Liwei could only use his imagination grounded by his logical thinking to analyze the possible reasons why his wife was suffering so much during her pregnancy, not to mention acting out of her usual character more and more often. The most worrying for him, however, was the deterioration of her health. Does the remnant have anything to do with all this, or am I thinking too much? He ran his fingers through his hair and sighed. It was so difficult making sense of something so fantastical and out of the ordinary. If this kind of thing didn't happen to his own wife, he would never have believed it. Ever. Thinking more about it, his wife wasn't the only one who might have a gradual change in original past life's personality due to a remnant's possible influence. His brother-in-law, Nikolai, might also be in the same situation. Based on his wife's stories, the Vetrov report, and popular hearsays about Nikolai Vetrov, he was never a tolerant man except when it was for his sister. Yet the Nikolai who was now living as Liu Zihao was displaying quite an impressive amount of tolerance. Well, it could be explained as Nikolai just trying to put up an act to maintain his new identity as Liu Zihao. Jin Liwei had some doubts, though. Nikolai's changes to Liu Zihao's original lifestyle ever since returning to China from Canada were even more drastic than what Evelina did to Long Xiaolan's original way of doing things after waking up from her first coma. Nikolai as fifth brother Zihao is vicious, but not as vicious as the original Nikolai, who was considered a true living devil back then. Two police cruisers finally reached the end of what felt like an infinite driveway. They parked in a neat line at the bottom of the entry steps leading to the palatial mansion. Four officers stepped out of the vehicles, followed by a stern-looking older man in a more decorated uniform than them. One of three male officers couldn't help but gape at the surroundings. Holy! If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that there's such an incredible place like this in our country. The lives of the wealthy are no joke. The other three officers agreed with him. They had been in the homes of other wealthy people before, but this was definitely the most luxurious property that they had seen in person. It looked more like a palace fit for European royalty. But man, those security checkpoints throughout the subdivision are even stricter than what we have at the headquarters. Another male officer comment. I know, right? They didn't spare us, even though we're police. We're not here to arrest someone, just routine visit. So we entered normally to avoid causing any unnecessary panic. The only female officer in the group said, we can breeze through any private checkpoints if we have a warrant of arrest. The others nodded. All of them already knew this basic procedure. They were just grumbling because this place's security was indeed too extreme. They spent more than half an hour from when they entered the exclusive village's gate before finally arriving to their destination, Dragon Palace Home Number 10. There was a deliberate cough behind them, interrupting their conversation. They stopped chatting in an instant and stood to attention before saluting to the older man who came with them. Chief. The chief of police returned their salutes and began leading them up the steps where the butler and a few bodyguards were waiting to welcome them. There was no hesitation in his actions at all. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. He couldn't see them, but he could feel many eyes watching their arrival. His instinct and decades of experience in the force allowed him to sense the danger that this property's security posed to anyone daring to launch an attack inside. Although he had been here before to attend Iris Long and Jin Liwei's secret surprise wedding with his wife and her longtime friends, and had witnessed the property's top-notch security firsthand, he still couldn't help but mentally sigh in admiration again. He could tell that each member of the security was highly skilled. If only he could poach them to join the police, they would definitely be a welcome addition to increase the force's overall quality. Unfortunately, the force couldn't pay them as much as Jin Liwei. All the country could promise them was the respect and honor as members of the police. He thought that it was such a big waste that these highly skilled individuals were stuck in this place when they could become more useful members of society by catching criminals and helping ensure the safety of the citizens, not just one family, even if it was a billionaire's family. Sighing in his heart, he could only shake away his disappointment. Welcome again, Chief. The ever-courteous butler greeted him and proceeded to welcome the other 4 younger officers who came with him today. Please follow me inside. The master is already waiting for you. They entered with the police chief and the butler leading the way while the others followed behind them. The police chief had already been here before, so he didn't have much of a reaction at the luxurious interior of the mansion. His subordinates, however, were a different story. They initially tried to maintain their composures as police officers, but the opulence inside was just too breathtaking. The female officer showed an admiring gaze when she saw the huge framed painted portrait at the top of the twin grand staircases showing the newly married couple Iris Long and Jin Liwei, together with 4 adorable cats. She wanted to continue appreciating the beautiful picture but had no choice but to follow the rest of group. That was when she noticed a female bodyguard walking with them in silence. The female bodyguard wasn't pretty in the traditional sense, but she still had a pleasant face which some would find attractive. What attracted the female police officer wasn't the woman's face or her gender in a male-dominated field, but her straight posture and impressive muscles. Even the long-sleeved bodyguard suit couldn't conceal her muscles. She couldn't help but make conversation with such a physically impressive woman. Hello, Miss Bodyguard. The female bodyguard greeted her back. The female police officer was surprised after hearing such a sweet voice coming out of such a well-muscled woman. It didn't match her image at all. But this also made her more curious about the woman. She had a niggling feeling that she had seen the female bodyguard before, but couldn't remember where and when. After a few questions, she learned that the bodyguard was surnamed Jiang, and that despite her intimidating body, the woman was actually quite shy and soft-spoken. The group stopped outside an ornate double doors. Only the butler and the chief of police entered the room, while the rest of them waited outside. The 4 police officers thought that they would have to stand like the bodyguards, but a maid led them to a nearby seating area where they would still have a clear view of the ornate double doors. Once seated, they were even served refreshments. A few minutes later, an orange ball shot across the hallway in a blur. Popcorn. Wait, Junjun. Popcorn. Wait for Junjun. The police officers turned their heads and saw a cute toddler chasing after the orange ball, which turned out to be a cat. The striped ginger cat indeed stopped and turned back his furry head, meowing loudly, as if urging the child to hurry up. Then the child's eyes lit up. Mommy! He ran faster. Slow down, little June. Jiang Yingyu said, and stepped forward to catch the toddler before he tripped. The female police officer was surprised. The child is your son? Yes, officer, Jiang Yingyu replied with a smile. She carried her son and gave his little head a gentle rub. Little June, say hello to the police auntie and uncles. Heya, Auntie Anko Pois. Hello, Auntie and Uncle Police. The four police officers' hearts all melted in an instant upon hearing the adorable toddler's sweet greeting. Why did you come here, little June? Jiang Yingyu asked her son. Mommy is still working. I thought you're accompanying your Mama Xiaolan and her in your Papa Liwei's bedroom. Mama S. Weepy. Anko Dom SSHHH. Mama is sleeping. Uncle Dom said to be quiet. I see. Yes, you shouldn't disturb your Mama Xiaolan when she needs to rest. The babysitter who was carrying a fat, gray cat finally caught up to the two energetic human and cat cousins. Missing. You, sorry for disturbing all of you. The children run so fast. Let me take them to the cat room for a snack and leave you to your business. Thank you. My pleasure, missing you. Jiang Yingyu handed her son to the babysitter. She was on duty right now, so she could only wait until her break to spend time with her son, especially since they had important guests today, the chief of police and the other four officers. Only Jin Liwei's subordinates were visible to the guests, including her, while the Shadow Winds members stationed at the property concealed themselves. She heard from her Shadow Winds counterparts that the chief of police was a very sharp man who truly deserved his position as the force's leader. It seemed that Liu Zihao instructed his subordinates to avoid running into the chief of police as much as possible before he fell into coma. Then the female officer suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, now I remember you." Jiang Yingyu saw the uniformed woman pointing at her. She was taken aback but maintained her neutral expression, not showing her confusion at the officer's claim. She didn't remember ever meeting the female officer before. You're the mother of Iris Long's nephew. I remember seeing your face on the news not too long ago. Oh, so that was she meant. Jiang Yingyu now understood. Her face was indeed shown in the news not too long ago when her ex, Long Hui, publicly accused her and Lin Yihan of having an affair during their custody battle for their son, little June. Just remembering all of the horrible things that Long Hui said about her in front of so many people made the humiliation, hurt, and anger resurface again. She gritted her teeth and forcefully tamped down on the surging emotions. It was you, right? Jiang Yingyu forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes and nodded at the police officer's insistent question. I knew it. I heard that the wealthy farmer who had been linked to you is suing Iris Long's older brother, but the brother didn't show up in court. Jiang Yingyu didn't want to talk about this at all, but she didn't want to be rude and tell off the female officer either. After all, they were today's important guests alongside the chief of police. Her expression, however, had become less friendly. Fortunately, one of her colleagues saved her by pretending that their team leader was looking for her, so she needed to report immediately. She gave her colleague a grateful look before excusing herself and quickly escaping. She locked herself inside a powder room and splashed her face with cold water. Although she didn't think that the female officer intended to upset her, she still couldn't help but feel displeased at the sudden uncomfortable questions. Sighing, she dried her face with a towel and looked at herself in the mirror. Her eyes appeared shadowed, and her whole body was tense. These past few days had been extra stressful for her. First of all, she was extremely worried about her pregnant friend Iris, who almost had a miscarriage and was now in complete bed rest. She was shocked and horrified when she first heard about it. Next, Liu Zihao in coma and Bacon not yet waking up from his deep sleep, which wasn't that different from being comatose, in her opinion, also worried her. Then the fact that Rose Young, the culprit in harming her son's godparents, was still at large due to being rescued by a mysterious group who was on par with Shadow Winds and might possibly attempt to attack Jin Liwei again, and maybe Iris, as well, made Jiang Yingyu very nervous. Liu Zihao's Shadow Winds members were the most skillful professionals that she had ever met in her life. If the mysterious group was on par with Shadow Winds, then that meant that they were extremely dangerous. And finally, Lin Yihan's lawsuit against Long Hui was her biggest source of stress. If it only affected her, she didn't think that she would feel this distraught because she already accepted that Long Hui wasn't the same man that she fell in love with before. What was upsetting her the most was the spectators dragging her son at the forefront once again. As a mother, it was extremely painful for her to hear negative things being said about her son. Fortunately, Jin Liwei and Lin Yihan were doing everything in their power to suppress the lawsuit's exposure to the media in order to protect little June and also Jiang Yingyu. However, the same couldn't be said to their treatment to Long Hui. They had no intention of helping out Long Hui whenever the media or public opinion were being harsh on him. The difference between her and Long Hui's social classes meant that there would always be those who believed that she deliberately got herself pregnant with Long Hui's child in order to take advantage of his wealth and status for personal gain. In some people's eyes, she was nothing more than a gold digger and a failed social climber. There were a lot of people criticizing Long Hui's deplorable treatment of her at the moment, but at the end of the day, he was still the recognized heir to the Longs. His reputation might be trash right now, but his golden status was still protecting him from total ruin. In one of the mansion's lounge areas, three men were having a serious yet still casual conversation. On one side sat Jin Liwei with his lawyer, attorney Kang Huizhong, while on the other side, the chief of police faced them. "Have you found Rose Young's whereabouts yet?" Jin Liwei asked. "Not yet." The chief of police replied in a neutral tone, but Jin Liwei still noticed the flash of frustration in the older man's eyes. "Even if Rose Young is not found yet, we are still going to continue pursuing legal action against her and all her accomplices in harming CEO Jin," attorney Kang Huizhong said. The chief of police nodded. "I'm personally in charge of this case. I assure you that I'll do everything in my power to punish all the wrongdoers in this case and give justice to whom it's due." Both Jin Liwei and attorney Kang Huizhong noticed that the police chief refrained from specifically referring to Rose Young and her minions as the wrongdoers or Jin Liwei as the one whom justice was due. It seemed that the man still harbored some doubts about Jin Liwei's version of the story. Indeed, there were some holes in the story he concocted with his brother-in-law. He wasn't too worried about it, though, because his version of the story was definitely more believable than the ridiculous fantasy Rose Young fabricated. Like hell he was having an affair with the woman. Disgusting. He would rather castrate himself than to leave his wife for that kind of revolting woman. Every time he remembered what the woman did while he was pretending to be unconscious, bile would rise to his throat. It was traumatizing. Although the chief of police wasn't sharing the information to them, Jin Liwei knew that the chief received the videos Sean anonymously sent to the police showing Rose Young and her minions committing the crime. Eagle tampered with the hotel surveillance system that time, but his wife and AI son managed to recover all the tampered videos. Before Bacon went to sleep after the power flood, he sent all the surveillance video evidence to Sean. As for the two depraved videos of Rose Young masturbating while he was pretending to be unconscious in the hotel bedroom that he and his brother-in-law recorded with their respective body cameras, Sean was still keeping them for now and would only release them at the right time to deal the most destructive damage. "We have your medical certificate proving your injuries on file," the chief of police said. "But why didn't you get a blood test like I suggested?" Jin Liwei didn't panic. He was already prepared to answer this question. With his passable acting skills, he sighed and showed a pained and worried expression. "To tell you the truth." He sighed again and feigned reluctance in speaking more. "What is it?" the police chief asked, frowning. Jin Liwei made a show of gesturing to his lawyer to take over before leaning back on his seat and closing his eyes with a tense expression, as if the memory was too distressing to recall. Attorney Kang Huizhong was in on the act, of course. As a renowned corporate lawyer, his acting skills were natural and steady. "CEO Jin, is it all right for us to share this matter to the chief?" "And go ahead. The chief is a man of integrity. We can trust him with this matter." Jin Liwei waved his hand, giving permission to his lawyer. Attorney Kang Huizhong faced the older man. "Chief, my client was originally planning to have his blood test done, but was unable to do so because of an emergency. That same night after speaking with you at the hotel, President Jin rushed to the hospital." The police chief's frown deepened. He was almost scowling as he directly asked Jin Liwei, "If you were already in the hospital, why didn't you have the blood test?" "Sir, the president's wife, Madame Jin, had a medical emergency that night. She discovered the danger that President Jin was facing at the hotel and became overcome with frantic emotions for her husband, causing her to bleed. As a result, she almost had a miscarriage. Her condition was so dire that she's still in complete bed rest now. That's why she's unable to join our meeting today." "What? Is that true?" The chief of police was shocked. His iris long, Madam Jean fine now? Wait, miscarriage? She's pregnant. And my wife is pregnant. This time, it was Jin Liwei who replied. The chief of police sucked in a harsh breath. His stern expression finally cracked and revealed a trace of worry. Although he wasn't personally close to Iris Long, his wife was one of her biggest fans. His wife, Madame Jin Liwei, would always gush about Iris Long's achievements as if the young woman was their own daughter. The madam would also rage at those who bashed Iris Long's reputation. His wife's frequent sharing of the latest news about Iris Long at home made the police chief also feel a sense of connection with the young woman. Learning that Iris Long almost miscarried the same night that her husband was plotted against by another woman, the chief of police's protective instinct was activated. If at first he was adamant on staying neutral and not blatantly siding with Jin Liwei until their investigations concluded and proved that the CEO was indeed the victim in this case, now he was raging inside on behalf of Iris Long. In his opinion, she was the true victim in this case, not her husband. He was now more determined to solve the case once and for all and put Rose Young in prison where she belonged. Wicked people like her who plotted to destroy happy marriages were a scourge to society. Jin Liwei was watching the subtle changes in the police chief's expressions. He was now sure that the older man was on his side. Chief, now you know what happened to my dear wife, so I hope that you understand why I was unable to do the blood test like you requested. I was too focused on making sure that my wife is safe that all other thoughts flew out of my mind. The chief of police nodded while sighing. This time, there was a trace of approval in his eyes when he looked at Jin Liwei. I understand. Your wife and baby's safety should always be your priority. I'm glad that they're okay now. Don't worry about the blood test anymore. It would make your claim in the case easier to prove with the blood test, but it's not strictly necessary. That's why I only suggested it and not made it into a mandatory requirement. Thank you, Chief. Relief filled Jin Liwei that the matter about the blood test was now over. It was actually his wife's idea to use her medical emergency as a valid reason for him to skip the blood test. She didn't mind revealing her pregnancy to the chief of police. Since she already gave her permission, Jin Liwei went ahead and used his wife's near miscarriage as an excuse in his talk with the police chief today. He still felt guilty doing it, though. It just didn't feel right to use such a frightening, even traumatic, experience for both them, husband and wife, to basically give credence to a lie that he concocted with his brother-in-law. However, he still needed to do it because not doing so would be more dangerous. The chief of police wasn't a fool. Far from it. They needed to be many times careful in presenting him with their version of events. The chief of police wouldn't hesitate in putting Jin Liwei in the same category as Rose Young, a criminal, if it were discovered that Jin Liwei and Liu Zihao faked some of what happened. Attorney Kang Huizhong took over the conversation with the chief of police to discuss the current status of the investigations and also the pending case they filed against the missing Rose Young and her accomplices. Jin Liwei's attention was halved between the conversation and his urge to check on his wife. A series of loud, urgent knocks on the ornate double doors interrupted them. Chief, there's something important that I must report, the voice of one of the male officers said from the other side of the double doors. May we come in? Enter. The chief of police immediately said, not waiting for Jin Liwei's permission as the master of the house. The double doors opened and two male officers entered in a hurry. Jin Liwei recognized them as the partners who questioned him at the hotel. They greeted each other with brief nods. Our apologies for interrupting your conversation, Chief, CEO Jin, Attorney Kong, but this can't wait. Speak. The chief of police was now radiating authority, as expected of a man deserving of his high position. A report just came in that 4 bodies have been found dead in a garbage dumping site outside the city. Initial assessments indicate that they are the 4 male accomplices who assisted Rose Young in trapping CEO Jin. The ones who were rescued first by that unknown group. Jin Liwei interrupted. Yes, CEO Jin. They're dead. Yes. Jin Liwei's eyes contracted. What the hell? So they weren't rescued, but murdered instead? That, we still need to investigate. The chief of police already stood up. CEO Jin, thank you for having us today, but we need to go. Jin Liwei and attorney Kang Huizhong also stood up to see them off. Of course, Chief. Thank you for your time as well. Is the location far from here? If you're in a hurry, how about I lend you my helicopter? It's much faster than driving there. The chief of police only hesitated for a moment before accepting Jin Liwei's offer. Then everyone moved quickly. Within 15 minutes, the police chief and the two male partners were flying in the helicopter with Jin Liwei's on-call pilot, while the female and male partners were left to drive the two police cruisers. After the police and his lawyer left him alone in the lounge area, Jin Liwei's expression turned ugly. "Ketchup, call Sean. I want to speak to them." Immediately. Aye, Daddy." Meow. The call connected in an instant. "Mr. Jin, is it true? All four are dead." The leader of the Shadow Winds hacker team didn't need any further explanation to figure out what Jin Liwei was talking about. "Yes, Mr. Jin. All four males are found dead. From the looks of it, they were tortured before dying horrible, painful deaths." Jin Liwei sucked in a harsh breath. "The unknown group who took them. They're that dangerous?" "Yes, sir. That's our conclusion. They're extremely dangerous. Not only are they highly skilled and possess advanced weapons, they also don't hesitate to murder in cold blood. As of right now, we have no choice but to assume that their level is above us, Shadow Winds. Their weapons alone are enough to place us in severe disadvantage. If only we have access to the same weapons, then we are confident that we can at least fight them head-to-head. If Boss Hao is leading us, our chance of winning increases. Hopefully, Boss Hao wakes up from his coma soon. He's the one who's the most adept among us in analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of dangerous groups like this." Jin Liwei's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. "Do you think that they will kill Rose Young as well? We still need her alive. She's the easiest pawn that we can use as bait to dig out the mysterious power backing the Youngs. There's a 60% chance that they won't touch Rose Young, for now at least, and 40% chance that they might kill her to silence her. The 60% chance is based on the same view that we have of Rose Young, that she's the easiest pawn to use. Since she's the only daughter of Romeo Young, the head of the Youngs, it's likely that they won't kill her. Not yet. They still need her to better control the Youngs. As for the 40% chance, it's based on Rose Young's recent idiotic actions. The unknown group might treat her more as a liability now. And that makes sense. Also, Mr. Jin, I was about to contact you." "Why?" "We have Jin Shinggong. What do you want to do with him?" Cold, freezing fury emanated from Jin Liwei. It was now time to deal with the traitors from his clan. "Wait for me. I'll be there." Shadow Wind's headquarters. "This way, Mr. Jin." One of the patrols led Jin Liwei inside the main building. Jin Liwei came to his brother-in-law's group headquarters with only 2 of his bodyguards. He didn't completely trust all Shadow Winds members, but he trusted that they wouldn't harm him on account of his relationship with their boss Hao, and of course, as the husband of Boss Draken. Only a few high-ranking members, and of course the whole hacker team knew about his wife's identity as the Hacker Draken, but that was enough to instill the directive to everyone that Iris Long was number 1 in their short priority list of protected persons. The leader of Shan met him inside. Jin Liwei was the most familiar with him because of Bacon. They seemed to be aware of it, and so assigned him to act as Jin Liwei's guide inside. "Mr. Jin, we've been waiting for you," the Shan leader said. And Jin Liwei swept his eyes at the surroundings in a casual manner. His cold indifference made it seem like he had zero interest in Shadow Winds, but that was far from the truth. In actual fact, he was extremely curious at how his brother-in-law was able to create such a highly skilled group in a relatively short amount of time. "Where's Jin Shinggong?" he asked. "Locked in a holding cell." "Only him. We also have his wife and daughter." Jin Liwei's eyes flashed with something, but his expression returned to its usual cold indifference before the others could identify the emotion. "We have already verified that Jin Shinggong's daughter named Jin Jieli had frequent, direct communication with Rose Young," the Shan leader explained. "She's not innocent in the crimes of his father and Rose Young despite her young age. As for Jin Shinggong's wife, she's also not innocent, but she knows less than her own daughter." Jin Liwei nodded, not showing any emotions. "Bring me to see them. Please follow me." It was obvious that the old warehouse had undergone extensive renovations. If not for Jin Liwei's good memory, he would feel lost in the labyrinthine hallways and odd room placements in the building. He might look apathetic on the surface, but he was actually creating a rough mind map of the place just in case. Another thing that he noticed was that some of the walls seemed to be movable. In short, the layout that he was seeing right now could change if he visited again next time. He couldn't help but admire his brother-in-law for creating this kind of unique, convertible layout. As a man, this was extremely fascinating to him. Mr. Jin. Is Bacon grounded again? When will his punishment end? We haven't heard from the brat. I mean from him for a while now. Jin Liwei raised an eyebrow. It seemed Sean didn't know yet about what happened to his AI son. However, he had no intention of telling them the full truth. Any information regarding the power flood was too dangerous for outsiders to know. Instead, he told the Sean leader, Bacon is undergoing important updates to his system. I'm also not sure when he'll be ready to return to his freelance work here. But my wife says that Bacon will become several levels stronger than before after the updates. The Sean leader's eyes shone with excitement. That sounds dope. If Boss Draken says so, then I'm sure that the little devil, Bacon will surely become more awesome. But Mr. Jin, what is it? Is it possible to, tone down Bacon's poisoned tongue? Blunt personality. Just a little bit? Jin Liwei's mouth twitched. Even he also wanted to know that. He sighed. I'm afraid that only my wife can do that, but she doesn't want to mess with Bacon's personality because it might cause irreversible damage to his system. He paused and said with a straight face, Bacon's personality is not that bad once you get used to it. He's straightforward, just like my wife. The Sean leader released a bitter laugh. Yeah, he muttered under his breath. But Boss Draken doesn't try to regularly scam us out of our money in the name of compensation due to emotional distress. Jin Liwei didn't hear what the man was muttering, but saw clearly his reaction. It wasn't only him. Even the others who weren't members of the hacker team had bitter expressions on their faces. He had to wonder how much his AI son tormented these highly skilled and deadly people for them to have this kind of reaction whenever they were talking about Bacon. His thoughts were interrupted when everyone stopped walking. He did so as well, following their example. We've arrived, Mr. Jin, the Sean leader announced. My comrade who's in charge of keeping an eye on Jin Shinggong and his family will take over in guiding you inside the cell. I'll wait for you here when you're done. Jin Liwei nodded and stepped inside. A small, thin man greeted him. Jin Liwei was inwardly surprised at his small size. The man was even smaller than his wife. At first glance, the man looked like a young teenage boy who just started puberty. However, Jin Liwei noticed the faint crow's feet at the corners of his eyes and his weathered, veiny hands. Jin Liwei suspected that the man might even be older than him. He also couldn't help but detect the innate cruelty in the man's deceptively polite eyes. Fortunately, the cruelty wasn't directed at him. As expected of the group that his brother-in-law created, Shadow Winds was filled with demons and devils. They were all monsters. Good thing that these human killer machines were on his wife's side, and in extension, his side as well. The teenage-looking man led him inside a brightly lit, narrow corridor. He had his eyes scanned and set a code at the voice recognition system. The high-tech security lock approved everything and opened for them. No need for fingerprint scanning? Jin Liwei asked, curious. There had been some fingerprint scannings earlier. The man grinned and spread his hands palms up to Jin Liwei. No fingerprints. Burned to erase them. Safer this way. Doesn't leave any traces. To his credit, Jin Liwei maintained a neutral expression. I see. The teenage-looking man looked bored at Jin Liwei's lack of reaction. He no longer pursued the topic and led Jin Liwei farther down the narrow corridor. They entered a surveillance control room. Jin Liwei immediately saw on the monitors that Jin Shinggong, his daughter Jin Jieli, and his wife were being kept in 3 separate holding cells. The teenage-looking man gave an instruction to one of his team members manning this surveillance station. In just a few clicks, all the monitors showed the cell where Jin Shinggong was being kept from different angles. His father's cousin looked haggard while sitting listlessly on a metal bed with no sheets or pillows. There were no other furniture besides the bed. Jin Shinggong didn't appear to be injured, surprising Jin Liwei. He had thought that Shadow Winds would torture the man as a means to get information out of him. It seemed that he was wrong. He also noticed that the corners of the room were rounded. Even without anyone explaining it to him, he understood that it must be to prevent the captive from self-harming or committing suicide using the sharp angles of traditional corners in a room. His brother-in-law really had thought of everything when converting this old, abandoned warehouse property into his group's headquarters. He looks fine, Jin Liwei commented. The teenage-looking man gave an evil chuckle. Physically, that is. Oh. Jin Liwei immediately understood what he meant. He looked at his uncle again. Indeed, Jin Shinggong looked physically all right, but his dull expression looked like he already died inside. There was no need for the teenage-looking man to tell Jin Liwei that they had put Jin Shinggong through mental torture. Jin Liwei didn't know what specific kind of mental torture they did on Jin Shinggong, but just by looking at his traitor of an uncle, he could deduce that the torture must have been more sinister than any common physical torture that he could imagine. Physical torture used pain to destroy a person's resolve and traumatize the mind while mental. Torture's aim was to completely destroy the mind, rendering the tortured person into something akin to a soulless vessel. The worst and the most brutal was a combination of physical and mental tortures. He still has some fight in him, the teenage-looking man said. I haven't put him through the worst yet. I just put the fear in him first. The man handed Jin Liwei a document containing a concise report of what Jin Shinggong confessed under torture so far. Jin Liwei's hand tightened on the paper, almost crumpling it. He already knew that Jin Shinggong schemed with Romeo Young to usurp Jin Corporation. It wasn't only the company that they wanted to snatch. Everything the Jin clan owned, they wanted to take. Even the wealth and properties owned by his grandmother and mother that legally had nothing to do with the Jin clan were targeted by them. Their greed angered him, of course, but these alone weren't enough to make Jin Liwei want to rush inside the holding cell and beat the damn traitor to death. He read the short paragraph in the report again to make sure that he wasn't imagining things. It said, a plan to kidnap and gang rape Iris Long is in the works. The deed will be recorded and spread to the media and internet to humiliate her, and therefore, make her unworthy of her title as the new Madame Jin, wife of Jin Liwei, who is the current head of the Jin clan. She won't be killed until she becomes pregnant and gives birth to one of her rapist's bastard child. By that point, even the Long clan won't dare step in to help her, as the Longs have always been concerned about losing face. Jin Liwei tore the document into pieces. Animals. His eyes turned red and wild. He was like a savage beast ready to tear the throats of foolish intruders in his territory. How dare they? To my wife. He glared at the monitors, showing Jin Shinggong. Any mercy remaining in him on account of their blood relations was completely extinguished after reading their evil plan to violate his beloved wife. They had crossed his bottom line too far. Hatred filled him at the sight of Jin Shinggong. Jin Shinggong and his branch family were the first ones to disregard their familial relations. Jin Liwei already showed them mercy by disowning them from the clan and firing them from their comfortable positions in the company. Instead of learning their lessons, they harbored a deep grudge against him and even planned on using his wife to commence their unjustified revenge. Grandfather, father, don't blame me for my ruthless decision. Jin Liwei spoke to his dead grandfather and father in his heart. Jin Liwei managed to control his outward rage, yet deep inside, the fury continued to boil like a volcano building up pressure before an eventual destructive eruption. You want to talk to him? The teenage-looking man asked. Jin Liwei nodded, his eyes flashing with murder. In person, he nodded again. All right, follow me. Jin Liwei followed the other man into another narrower corridor. They stopped in front of a locked door. After the security lock approved the teenage-looking man's identity, it opened. Cold, almost freezing. That was the first thing that Jin Liwei noticed upon entering the cell. Jin Shinggong didn't so much as stir from his sitting position on the metal bed. Leave us, Jin Liwei told the teenage-looking man. You sure? Yes, he hissed the word. Fine, but be alert. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Like I told you, he still has a lot of fight in him. I'm not that weak. I can protect myself. The teenage-looking man nodded and finally left the room, closing the door behind him. Jin Shinggong, Jin Liwei called. No reaction. He stepped closer. Jin. Chung. Gong. The older man's dull eyes flickered. He stared at Jin Liwei in a daze before he trembled in recognition. Then he leaped from the bed all of a sudden and tried to catch Jin Liwei, but Jin Liwei avoided him. Jin Shinggong knelt on the floor and started bawling like a baby. Liwei. My dear nephew, help me. You have to help me. They're going to kill me. Kill me and my daughter and my wife. Don't let them kill Jiar. He's your cousin. Jin Liwei sneered as he looked down on his traitor of an uncle who was now reduced to a pathetic old man wailing like an ugly, demanding baby. He radiated cold ruthlessness, showing no sympathy at all to his late father's cousin. Jin Shinggong, listen to me because I won't repeat myself and waste any more of my precious time for a traitorous leech like you. The moment you schemed with the Youngs to snatch Jin Corporation and everything else that my grandfather, father, and I worked so hard and tirelessly to build and grow with our blood, sweat, and wits, while the rest of you branch families benefit from our generosity on account of our blood relations, you already lost your right, and that of your branch family, to claim yourselves as members of my Jin clan. We, the main family, have so graciously shared our wealth with all of you, the branch families, and have showered you with countless opportunities to climb up through the ranks of high society. And yet this is how you repay us, by betraying us. You backstabbing viper. Jin Liwei rushed to the kneeling older man and smacked him on side of the face with great force. Jin Shinggong cried out as he tumbled sideways and hit the floor with a loud thud. The sound echoed in the cell. The older man crawled on all fours and tried to grab Jin Liwei's leg, but Jin Liwei avoided him like a dirty dog. Dear nephew, don't call me that. I'm cutting all familial ties with a duplicitous bastard like you. I'm sure that if my grandfather and father were alive, they would do the same thing, perhaps worse. You're a disgrace to the Jins. Jin Shinggong continued bawling. Tears and snot mixed on his face and dripped down his shirt. Liwei, I regret everything that I did. Believe me, it was just a moment, a few moments of. Jigreed, I'm sorry. Dear nephew. Liwei, I'm really sorry for everything. If not for Romeo Young, all this wouldn't have happened. Yes, it's all Romeo Young's fault and his damn Young family. They're the ones who corrupted me and planted the seeds of greed in me. The Youngs are evil. I'm only a victim, just like you. Yes, I'm a victim too, Liwei. If I have the chance to redo everything, I would stay loyal to our clan, to you. Give me another chance to prove my loyalty to you. I'll do everything to right all the wrongs that I did. Please, Liwei. I promise that I won't do all the bad things that I did again. Jin Liwei curled his lip. The look in his eyes was filled with scorn. Don't make me laugh, Jin Shinggong. Do you think that I'm stupid to believe your lies? You're not really sorry for what you did. You're only sorry that you got caught. The older man cried harder and kowtowed in front of Jin Liwei. Forgive me, Liwei. Sorry. Please let me and my family off. For this former uncle of his, Jin Liwei's heart had already turned into cold stone, especially after reading the report of his confession. It's clear by your actions that your loyalty for my Jin clan has long disappeared and been transferred to the Youngs. Rose Young plotted to violate me, and yet you moved to rescue her? You already know that I'm married to my wife, you immoral bastard. Jin Liwei smacked him again, this time on the other side. Both sides of Jin Shinggong's face were now swollen from Jin Liwei's hits. Jin Shinggong coughed and spat out a tooth. Such was the strength of Jin Liwei's hit. These are not the worst of your crimes. Not for me. Jin Liwei's voice was now like a soft whisper. It was deceptively calm. Jin Shinggong couldn't help but shiver. For me, your worst crime is conspiring with the Youngs to kidnap my wife and defile her. Jin Liwei growled, looking like he couldn't wait to murder the older man prostrating himself by his feet. I can understand that you have an unjustified grudge against me and the main family for holding the authority of the clan and the company. But what did my wife ever do to you? How dare you target her, you evil animal? Violent sounds of powerful punches and kicks filled the cell, punctuated by loud, blood-curdling cries of pain. Jin Liwei allowed himself to lose control and started beating up Jin Shinggong without holding his strength. He released all of his pent-up fury at the older man. At first, Jin Shinggong was still begging him with his noisy, bloody mouth now missing several teeth. But as Jin Liwei continued his ruthless beating, the older man could only whimper in pain. Jin Liwei only stopped when Jin Shinggong stopped protecting himself. Jin Shinggong was still alive. He was barely recognizable with all the bloody, swollen cut and lumps, and fast-forming bruises all over his body. He was ugly, dirty, and pathetic, just like his evil, black heart. Jin Liwei knelt on one knee and grabbed Jin Shinggong's hair with his fist, harshly pulling his head to force the older man to look at him straight in the eyes. Listen to me, Jin Shinggong did. He was shaking all over and now looking at Jin Liwei like he was the devil. I won't kill you. Jin Shinggong held his breath. There was a trace of relief in his eyes, but he didn't dare to openly express it. I won't dirty my hands for scum like you. Jin Shinggong remained silent. His expression was now looking hopeful. Thank you. Instead, I'll leave you, your wife, and your daughter here and allow these people to do whatever they want with you. Fear and alarm twisted Jin Shinggong's bloody and swollen face. He started shaking harder. And no, please no, don't leave us here. But I'll tell them not to kill you. I promise. This time, Jin Shinggong wasn't relieved even though Jin Liwei made a promise. Not at all. The torture that he went through in the past few days was enough to make him wish to die many times over, but his tormentors refused to let him die. It was hell on earth. While my friends here are taking care of you, your wife, and daughter, I'll take back everything that my grandfather, father, and I have given your branch family, Jin Liwei said in a soft yet sinister voice. Everything. Jin Shinggong continued shaking while holding on to Jin Liwei's hand that was forcefully gripping his hair. You'll watch as all the wealth you accumulated through the years thanks to the generosity of my grandfather, father, and me disappears right in front of your eyes. Get a piece of Jin Corporation? Not in your life. Jin Liwei finally let go of the older man's hair and pushed him away from him. Then he stood up and looked down on the pathetic traitor. It has come to my attention that you have stashed away a great portion of your wealth to an offshore bank account in the Cayman Islands. I'm sure that everything in that bank account is also thanks to your status as a member of my Jin clan and your position at Jin Corporation. Now that you're no longer both, I'm taking everything from that offshore bank account as well. Horror warped Jin Shinggong's already misshapen face. How did you know about that bank account? I didn't even tell my wife about it. So how? I have my ways. And no, Liwei, that money, it has nothing to do with Jin Corporation. I accumulated the money through legal means. I earned it on my own, not through Jin Corporation. I swear. Jin Liwei nodded. Indeed, you earned it through legal means. By exploiting the loopholes of the system. It is legal, but by no means ethical. As for earning it outside of Jin Corporation, tell me, Jin Shinggong, without Jin Corporation and my Jin clan, will you be able to obtain the status and wealth that you and your family have been enjoying? You are nothing, nobody, without my grandfather, father, and me. Stamp that in your narrow mind. Everything you own is thanks to us. Now I'm taking all of it back. No. It seemed that the mere mention of the possible loss of his hidden wealth injected additional energy to Jin Shinggong. He stood up and tried to grab Jin Liwei, but like before, he was kicked away without any mercy. Jin Shinggong, however, picked himself up again from the floor and tried to stand but was too injured to do so. He could only struggle in a half-standing, half-kneeling position. You can't. Even if you're Jin Liwei and have powerful connections, you won't be able to access my offshore bank account. The Cayman Islands have strict privacy provisions to prevent any other people aside from me from accessing it. For the first time since entering the cell, Jin Liwei smiled, but there was no humor in it. Not even a hint. Just pure cold mockery. Watch me. With 3 of the most powerful hackers in the world belonging to his family, what did he need to worry about accessing the offshore bank account? He turned to leave, but just as he reached the door, he stopped and turned around again to face the despairing Jin Shinggong. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Jin Shinggong looked at him with trepidation. You know the 4 young men who helped Rose Young in her plot against me? The ones who escaped in a van. They were rescued by an unknown group which I assumed to be the Young's backers. You know that, right? Jin Shinggong only continued staring at him. Right? Jin Liwei asked again in a more forceful tone. Why yes. Jin Liwei nodded, pretending to be satisfied by his answer. I suppose that you intended to rescue them alongside Rose Young, but you got taken by my friends here instead. Well, that unknown group successfully rescued them, but, Jin Liwei sighed, shaking his head. Poor men. They were still so young. They're only a year or 2 older than my wife. What happened? They're dead. All 4 of them. Jin Shinggong was shocked, but the shock didn't last for too long. He didn't really care about those 4 young men. He was more worried about his own safety and that of his daughter and wife. So what if those 4 young men were dead? They were strangers to him. Anyway, I see that you don't care. But you see, Jin Shinggong, after my friends here are done with you, I'm going to have them send you and your family to that unknown group who murdered them. The older man's eyes widened, but Jin Liwei didn't give him a chance to react to what he said. Not yet. The unknown group must have murdered those 4 young men because they knew too much. Not a lot, really, but enough for them to be killed like it's nothing. And I'm sure that you, Jin Shinggong, must know a lot more than those 4. After all, you've been very close with Romeo Young and his despicable parasitic family for years. Jin Liwei looked at the older man straight in the eyes. Do you think that the unknown group backing the Youngs will let you off after all this? You're no longer useful to them since. I'm taking everything back from you. If they can murder those 4 just like that, what do you think will happen to you if my friends here send you to them on a silver platter? Jin Liwei, you devil. Jin Shinggong lunged at him, but Jin Liwei karate kicked him. He flew back and hit the wall before crumpling to the floor like a broken doll. Despite this, Jin Shinggong glared at Jin Liwei, his eyes wild with near insanity. Murder? You're going to murder me, your aunt, and your cousin. Devil, you'll go to hell. My hands are clean. I already told you that I won't dirty my hands for scum like you. I'll leave it to others to do the dirty work. And for your information, you're the one who's going to hell, you damn traitor. Jin Liwei opened the door, but still glanced back at the hysterical older man. Enjoy the hospitality of my friends here. Then he left the cell, feeling like a devil, just like what Jin Shinggong accused him. An avenging devil. He didn't mind it. If this was what it took to protect his wife and their family, then he would gladly become a devil. One of his bodyguards handed Jin Liwei a handkerchief which he used to wipe the traces of Jin Shinggong's blood and other unidentified fluids from his hands, while the other bodyguard squeezed some hand sanitizer for him. He immediately felt better afterwards. He would feel even better if he could thoroughly wash his hands with soap and warm water, preferably using Orchidia Beauty liquid hand soap for effective germ cleaning with maximum skin moisturizing properties, a recently developed product to be released after the new year. The teenage-looking man asked him, "You really plan on handing Jin Shinggong and his family to the unknown group after my team is done with them?" All right. Boss Hao already told us before he fell asleep that we should follow your decision about what to do with Jin Shinggong and his family. If this is what you want, then we'll do it. Hopefully by that time, we'll be able to find out more information about the unknown group's background, so we won't be caught unawares by them again. We will. There was certainty in Jin Liwei's tone and expression. He had full trust in his wife and AI children's abilities as hackers. His brother-in-law's Shan hackers were quite skilled, as well especially with Bacon assisting them. In addition, he also had his own ways of finding out information using his wealth and status. He just needed to be many times more careful than usual, because the target this time was already proven to be a highly dangerous group of criminals who murdered people like it was nothing. How about Rose Young's accomplices that we captured? Would you like to see them? Jin Liwei thought for a moment. He wasn't really interested in them, but since he was already here, he might as well see how they were doing. The teenage-looking man gave another instruction to his team member. A moment later, the monitors in the surveillance control room showed a plastic-looking woman and 2 males being held in 3 separate cells. The woman is Jenny Sang, Rose Young's best friend. This male is Luke, Rose's maternal cousin, and the other male is Luke's friend. Jin Liwei was handed another document showing a concise report of the 3 individuals' confessions. He read it and didn't feel too disappointed at the lack of relevant information. He already expected that these 3 didn't know much about the true grand plan behind Rose Young's recently failed plot against him. Jin Shinggong's confession was longer than all of theirs combined. Did you torture them too? Jin Liwei asked. The teenage-looking man released a disinterested yawn. No. Boss Hao didn't say anything about what to do with the 3 of them other than to hold them captive. I'll wait for Boss Hao to wake up first before doing anything significant to them. I didn't torture them, but I do enjoy scaring them. Hee. Not that hard. It's fun, actually. All of them are cowards. I only glare at them and act like a thug, and they're already spilling everything they know to me. What act like a thug? You're already a thug. Jin Liwei kept these thoughts to himself. These Shadow Winds members might be treating him with courtesy on account of his relationship with their boss Hao, but at the end of the day, they weren't his own subordinates. Most importantly, they were criminals. There was no use in beautifying their identities. His brother-in-law formed a criminal group, and that was the truth. Fortunately, these criminals were on his side. Well, not his side per se, but his wife's side. As long as Shadow Winds remained true to protecting his wife, then Jin Liwei had no problem interacting with them as if they were close. Besides, his AI son liked working with them, and he just discovered today that Bacon liked tormenting them as well. On account of his wife, AI son, and brother-in-law, Jin Liwei was willing to delve a little deeper in the criminal underworld through Shadow Winds. However, he wasn't delusional as to treat Shadow Winds like his own. They were allies. Just that. Even his brother-in-law didn't completely trust his own people, and he was the one who gathered them in the first place. Back to the present, Jin Liwei continued reading the concise report in his hand. According to Rose Young's maternal cousin named Luke, Romeo Young promised his wife's entire maternal family here in China to upgrade their current living conditions to become well-off. They would be given properties in a city of their choice, and of course, financial rewards as long as they helped Rose Young in whatever she needed while living in China. The other young man, Luke's friend and another cousin, supported Luke's confessions. This guy knew even less than Luke. He only helped Rose Young in her plot to trap Jin Liwei because Luke asked him and their other friends, and of course, because the money was good. As for Jenny Sang's confession, it said that she only knew about Rose Young's years-long unrequited love for Jin Liwei, which eventually turned into a crazy obsession. Jin Liwei doubted her claim. She must have an idea about the Young family's ambition towards Jin Corporation even if no one told it to her outright. After all, she had been Rose Young's best friend for so long. Nevertheless, Jin Liwei didn't intend to pursue forcing out more information from her or the other two men. Even though they assisted Rose Young in her plan to trap him, at least they didn't directly harm his wife. They were only following Rose Young. Stupid? Yes. Evil? Debatable. Therefore, he was willing to give them more leeway for survival than he did with Jin Shinggong. If possible, he didn't want Jenny Sang and the two men to end up like their fellow four accomplices who were murdered and left at a garbage dump site by Rose Young's supposed rescuers. Keep them here for now, Jin Liwei said, returning the document to the teenage-looking man. I'll leave it to your boss how he wants to handle these three when he wakes up. All right, you're not going to speak to any of them. Not interested. Afterwards, Jin Liwei met up with the Shan leader and spoke briefly with him. Then he finally left the headquarters and headed home to his wife. Loud motorcycle engines disturbed the peaceful night in a rural area, filled with agricultural fields that barely had any habitable houses in sight. The motorcycles sped through the bumpy road like daredevils. They left the main road and entered a narrow trail surrounded by wild trees and bushes. The trail was not paved in any way but worn out from the frequent passing of people on foot and small vehicles. After a while, a building finally became visible from a distance. It was a simple, unpainted, concrete two-story house. The motorcycle skidded to a stop right in front of the house, spreading clouds of dust, dirt, and small stones while doing so. The leading motorcyclist removed his helmet while the rider behind him climbed off. The others following behind them followed suit. By this time, a number of people came out from the shadows. A few of them came from inside the house, while the majority seemingly appeared from out of nowhere. Boss Ren, welcome back, one of them greeted. Ren Alejandro nodded. He swept his eyes at the dark building. There was no visible light whatsoever outside, but he knew that it was a different story inside. The fucker is in, he asked. The man who greeted him looked a little taken aback at his phrasing and was unable to respond right away. Someone tugged Ren Alejandro's arm. Brother, calm down. Calm down, my ass. That puta madre dares to step on my authority. I'm already doing him a service by not crushing his little balls, no? An amused chuckle interrupted Ren Alejandro. Little balls, you say? Ah, Ren Alejandro, all the women I fucked can't fit my balls, and especially my dick inside their mouths. Ren Alejandro sneered. The women you fucked must have small mouths, then. The voice continued chuckling. You're childish as ever, Ren Alejandro. Fuck you. You're the one who's childish. The chuckle became loud laughter. See what I mean? That's what you get when all you do is play with your little computers all day long. You never grow up. TSK, TSK. Ren Alejandro growled and looked ready to pounce at the yet unseen figure speaking from inside the house. His brothers held him back and murmured some words in an attempt to calm him down. Come in, my childish younger brothers. Or do you all want to become food to the nasty, blood-sucking mosquitoes out there? Ren Alejandro snorted before swaggering inside the house with his brothers following behind him. The inside of the house looked completely different from the outside. It looked elegant and even luxurious with all the imported Spanish handmade furniture and area rugs. He was the one who had the place redecorated to meet his personal aesthetic style, because the original place looked more like a haphazard storeroom than a safe house. Sitting on an ornately carved sofa with built-in plush cushions was an extremely beautiful man. He had blonde hair with the bluest eyes that most people had ever seen in their lives. His features were delicate yet masculine at the same time. He was, without a doubt, a man oozing with masculinity and yet looked more beautiful than most of the women in the world. The corners of his lips seemed to be always lifted in a subtle, mysterious half-smile. Ren Alejandro was already immune to the other man's beauty because he knew that beneath the angelic looks hid an ugly, bloodthirsty, insane, evil psychopath. "Why are you here, Emilio Miguel?" he demanded, glaring at the beautiful man. "And hello to you too, my dear younger brother. This is my mission. You already know that I'm in charge here, no? Why did you suddenly make your own decisions without informing me? Why don't you sit down first?" Ren Alejandro glared at him like he wanted to shoot lasers out of his eyes and fry the beautiful man into ashes, but he still moved to plop down on another empty sofa. His brothers also spread out, some sitting down while the others leaning against the wall, but all of them were in strategic locations meant to protect their leader and brother Ren Alejandro just in case things go awry tonight. The extremely beautiful and angelic-looking man chuckled in amusement upon seeing their obvious protective positions. He waved a hand, and cold bottles of beer were delivered. "I haven't seen my adorable younger brothers in more than 2 years. I want to give a sincere toast to our warm reunion. Cheers." The others looked at Ren Alejandro, unsure of whether to accept the toast. Ren Alejandro waved a hand, allowing them. He also grabbed a bottle for himself and tipped it in acceptance of the toast before chugging the beer, almost emptying half of it in one go. Emilio Miguel sipped his own beer in a more leisurely manner. His soft, alluring smile didn't reveal any of his real emotions. "Go back," Ren Alejandro said. "I'm enough to lead this mission." The beautiful man's half-smile deepened, yet his eyes remained cold and unreadable as if they were devoid of any life. "That is not possible. This is my mission now as well." "Says who? Uncle? Pap?" Ren Alejandro frowned. "Why didn't he tell me about it himself?" Emilio Miguel took another sip of the beer. "You know about Uncle's situation. It's not very convenient for him to contact anyone safely. Too many eyes watching and ears listening. But we only have to endure for a little more. He'll show his fangs again soon after he finishes his current project and fucks up all those government entities who are delusional enough to believe that Uncle is under their control. When that time comes." His smile grew wide, showing his perfect set of white, straight teeth. "We will rise to the very top, even higher than what the fallen emperors reached and longer than they reigned." Ren Alejandro didn't reply, but he could see out of the corner of his eyes that some of his brothers were nodding in agreement. Thus, he quickly changed the subject. "Fine. If you're already assigned to this same mission, it can't be helped, no? But unless Pap removes my authority, I'm still the one in charge here. You have no right ordering the murder of those 4 males without my approval." Instead of replying, Emilio Miguel fished out a sealed envelope from a hidden pocket underneath his shirt and then tossed it like a shuriken. Ren Alejandro accurately caught it using only his index and middle fingers before it could hit his face. He and his brothers already fell victim from several similar moves in the past when they were all younger. They knew very well that Emilio Miguel could turn almost anything into a deadly weapon. If Ren Alejandro didn't catch the envelope, it would have surely left a bloody cut on his cheek. In fact, Emilio Miguel was well known in their organization for once beheading someone using the victim's own hair. Ren Alejandro stared at the extremely beautiful man straight in the eyes. Stormy gray clashed with vivid blue. Ren Alejandro didn't conceal his dislike of the other man, while Emilio Miguel looked amused all the time. Quickly losing interest in this kind of senseless macho games, Ren Alejandro was the first one to move his eyes away, but not before seeing the satisfied smirk on the other man's face. It irritated him, but he didn't want to bother with it anymore. He had more important things to settle with Emilio Miguel tonight. He tore the envelope open and took out a simple letter. He immediately recognized his father's handwriting, one of his handwriting styles, to be exact. All of them were trained to develop different handwriting styles to minimize the risk of being identified through their penmanship. It was helpful when going undercover using different identities for missions, and most especially to those who had to completely change into new identities while running from the authorities. If any regular person saw the letter that Rin Alejandro was reading, they wouldn't be able to understand a single thing about what was written on it. They would need to decipher the code it was written in first. The letter was written in a special secret code that only a few highly select members of their organization knew how to use. The letter wasn't long, but it contained clear and concise instructions. There were no warm conversational greetings from a father to his son. Instead, the tone was from a leader to his subordinate. Rin Alejandro was already used to it. His expression didn't change much while reading his father's instructions. Most of them were only reminders of his previous orders. However, when he reached a certain part of the letter, he couldn't help but scowl and glare at the beautiful man lounging on the ornate sofa like a male concubine waiting for his empress to call him to spend a steamy, lust-filled night. Emilio Miguel oozed sensuality, the kind that attracted all genders and sexualities. Of course, Rin Alejandro and his brothers were already immune to the other man's seductiveness because they all basically grew up together, and they also already knew Emilio Miguel's true face behind his beautiful, angelic mask. Based on your reaction, I guess that you read the part about the splitting of roles between the two of us in this mission. The beautiful man drawled before taking another lazy sip from his beer bottle. Rin Alejandro didn't reply, but gritted his teeth instead. His hands were about to crumple the letter, but he stopped himself after remembering that it was from his father. He read the letter again, more carefully this time, just to make sure that he understood everything correctly. Indeed, his father's decision was unmistakable. There would be two people in charge of this mission. He, Rin Alejandro, would be in charge of the hacking and other computer-related aspect of the mission. On the other hand, Emilio Miguel would lead the people in actual combat and other on-the-ground assignments. From a logical perspective, this was indeed the best arrangement to increase the odds of their mission succeeding. Rin Alejandro was a genius hacker while Emilio Miguel was one of the world's deadliest assassins. Emilio Miguel's training was harsher than what Rin Alejandro and his brothers received, not to mention that he was a few years older than them, giving him a natural advantage when it came to leadership experience. Ever since they were young children, there had already been a rivalry between Rin Alejandro and Emilio Miguel. They were two of the best talents in the organization. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on the point of view, the two developed into completely different fields of expertise. There had been very few opportunities for the two of them to go head-to-head against each other. Most of the time, they were forced to cooperate with each other. Like right now. Despite understanding that this was the best arrangement for the mission's success, Rin Alejandro still had a bad taste in his mouth at the thought of having to work with a psychopath like Emilio Miguel again. Known as the assassin matador in the underworld, Emilio Miguel reveled in pure violence and carnage. The more brutal, the better, at least for the matador. Although Rin Alejandro and his brothers weren't strangers to taking lives with their own hands, they had no choice but to do it in those instances. If they were ordered to kill, they had to kill. There was no other way around it. If they disobeyed, the consequences were worse than hell. There was no such thing as conscience for people like them. Nevertheless, they still didn't enjoy murdering in cold blood like the extremely beautiful man half-smiling in front of them at this moment. Rin Alejandro released a long, drawn-out breath before stuffing the letter into the pockets of his pants. Then he faced Emilio Miguel once again. Fine, since Pap already made the decision, then I have no choice but to share the leadership of this mission with you, no? He stood up and offered a hand. Good cooperation. Emilio Miguel chuckled and stood up as well to receive his hand and shake it. Both were smiling. Rin Alejandro with his charming dimples and Emilio Miguel with his breathtaking angelic smile, but the veins of their hands were popping out as they squeezed each other as hard as they could. The tense atmosphere grew heavier. The spectators didn't dare to breathe. Then all hell broke loose. When the two men finished, the entire place was a total wreck. Even the sturdy wood furniture imported straight from Spain didn't escape tragedy from the intensity of the fight. Emilio Miguel's delighted laughter filled the living room. He looked disheveled with torn clothes, but his angelic beauty remained mesmerizing. Meanwhile, Ren Alejandro was in a worse state than him. His supposedly durable biker outfit was barely hanging on his body. He was practically nude from the waist up. Disgusted at his defeat at the hands of the angelic-looking psychopath, he grabbed the remaining scraps of his shirt and jacket and tore them off from his body, leaving him bare-chested. "I'll win next time," he said while dusting his ripped pants. His brothers tried to help him, but he waved them away. The beautiful man chuckled. "All right, my dear younger brother. Come at me anytime. This mission doesn't seem to be as dangerous as the ones that I'm used to, so I'll need someone to spar with on a regular basis to maintain my best condition." Ren Alejandro snorted, not bothering to reply. Emilio Miguel waved a hand, and the subordinates manning the safe house immediately started cleaning up the mess. Temporary plastic chairs replaced the expensive imported Spanish furniture, disgusting Ren Alejandro even more. He also didn't appreciate that the people here looked more obedient to Emilio Miguel than to him. Or perhaps it was just his imagination due to his dislike of the other man. He plopped down on a plastic chair and got himself another bottle of cold beer. Emilio Miguel did the same. "Since we've settled the part about the two of us sharing the authority in this mission, I want to know next, why the fuck did you order the murder of those 4 males who assisted Rose Young?" Emilio Miguel shrugged and pressed the cold beer bottle he was holding to his neck, where Ren Alejandro managed to kick him earlier. They had become useless liabilities. Isn't it only natural to kill them? Ren Alejandro's nostrils flared. Don't tell me that you feel sorry for them. The beautiful man looked like he just came upon the funniest discovery in the world. The disgust in Ren Alejandro's face became more apparent. "Tell me something more believable than that ridiculous claim, yes? Then why do you keep bitching about those useless rats' murders to me? If they're dead, then they're dead. What's so complicated about that? Fine. You already had them murdered, so I can't do anything about it anymore, no? I just find it unnecessary to draw too much attention to the fact that you murdered them by leaving their dead, mutilated bodies at a garbage dump site only for the authorities to discover them in such a high-profile manner." Once again, the extremely beautiful man shrugged as if the matter was none of his concern. The man's lack of accountability vexed Ren Alejandro to no end, especially when he liked being in control of everything in a mission as the one in charge, or in this case, one half of the duo in charge. "Have you seen the news? The discovery of the bodies are in the fucking headlines nationwide. You're aware that this mission is still in the early stages, no? We have to be more cautious during this time and avoid attracting too much unwanted attention." "Don't worry, Ren Alejandro. I know what I'm doing." Ren Alejandro looked up at the ceiling and sighed. There was no use trying to reason with a psychopath. It was just a total goddamn waste of time, energy, and saliva. Their brains were wired differently from the rest of humanity. It was as if a part of their brain circuitry was not working or completely non-existent. "Relax, younger brother. Why so serious? Is that a trait of all of you, computer nerds? To take everything so seriously?" Emilio Miguel chuckled. It wasn't only Ren Alejandro who bristled at being called computer nerds. His brothers' expressions also turned ugly. They all glared at Emilio Miguel, but the beautiful man only laughed louder at their reactions. Just then, a deliberate cough broke the tense atmosphere. All of them turned to look at the person who disturbed them. It was a Chinese man who was stationed to guard the safe house. "What is it?" Emilio Miguel asked in perfect Mandarin. "Boss Emil, Rose Young says that she's hungry and wants some, juicy extra-long sausage and extra thick fresh white cream." "Of course she does." Emilio Miguel didn't move from his seat, as if he had all the time in the world. "Tell her to wait for the delivery." "Yes, Boss Emil." After the Chinese man left and returned upstairs, Ren Alejandro threw a look of disbelief at the beautiful man. "You're fucking Rose Young?" he asked. Emilio Miguel smirked. "She's quite a good fuck. Body's not my usual type, but her skills are not bad." Ren Alejandro could only stare at the man's nonchalance. "She's a protected person of our organization, Emilio Miguel. You can fuck so many other women, but why her?" The beautiful man raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you want to fuck her too? I can share." Tisk. Indeed, it was difficult trying to have a proper conversation with a psychopath. It was like trying to communicate with an alien. He chugged the beer and tossed the empty bottle on the floor. It landed on its bottom without rolling. "I'm not going to bother with your decisions anymore. You never listened to me anyway, no? Just know that I'm washing my hands of all responsibility should the organization find fault in the treatment of Rose Young. All right, it's all on me. Emilio Miguel appeared easygoing, but nobody could really figure out what was going on in his psychopathic mind. Ren Alejandro rid himself of the psychological burden from learning about the murder of the 4 men carried out without his approval and from sheltering the high-maintenance Rose Young. She was only a pawn, but still an important one. The organization needed her to control the ambitious Young family. Now that the psychopath was here, Emilio Miguel could take over Rose Young's matter. For the first time tonight, Ren Alejandro felt grateful to the Emilio Miguel. Only a little bit. Who wanted to babysit the slut? Not Ren Alejandro. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. Don't be so willful all the time and insist on doing whatever you want, Enrique Valdez said through the video call. His usually captivating eyes were now strict as he reminded his student to be more careful in the future. I know that we're the creative kind of people who like doing our own thing, but there will be times when we'll have to temporarily stop and rebalance our personal lives first. You're pregnant now, Xiaolon. It's not only your own body anymore that you need to take care, but your baby as well. I understand, teacher, Iris said in a humble tone, feeling like a child being scolded by an elder. She had no choice but to inform all her instructors about her pregnancy and the miscarriage scare. She couldn't hide it while constantly attending their virtual lessons in bed for the past few days. Most of the time, Enrique Valdez was a man of few words, but even he couldn't stop himself from scolding Iris this time for her carelessness after hearing what happened to her. Unlike everyone else who all blamed either Rose Young or even Jin Liwei for causing Iris' miscarriage scare, the legendary hitmaker didn't mince his words and directly chided his student, telling her that her actions that eventful night were her own responsibility and nobody else's. Iris accepted her music mentor's scolding without any complaints. In fact, she felt relieved that someone finally placed the blame on her. Ever since she was ordered to stay in bed for at least half a month, guilt for endangering her and Jin Liwei's babies constantly plagued her. Sure, it was Rose Young's evil plot against Jin Liwei that triggered all the unfortunate series of events that night. But Iris was still the one who lost control of her own emotions and recklessly tried returning to the hotel when her presence there wasn't really needed. As a matter of fact, she now realized that her presence at the hotel only served as a distraction to both her husband and big brother because they worried about her safety. It was pure foolishness to do the things she did that night. Instead of using her brain, she allowed her extremely volatile emotions to cloud her judgment. Sighing, she continued listening to her music mentor's harsh but sensible lecture on her foolishness. The more Enrique Valdez pointed out her mistakes, the lighter Iris felt. It was as if the weight of her guilt was gradually being lifted off her shoulders. This wasn't a masochistic tendency, but more of Iris treating her mentor's scolding as a catalyst to finally forgive herself and free her from the guilt. Thank you, teacher. I know my mistakes. I'll make sure not to do them again. Enrique Valdez's grave expression finally eased a little. His hazel eyes also gentled. He sighed. Good that you know. Take a break from our collab project for now. There's no rush. I'll visit you soon. I'm looking forward to the birth of your child with Liam. The mentor and student chatted for a bit longer before the video call ended. Iris put the tablet on the bedside table and adjusted her body into a more comfortable position on the bed. Meow. Ice Cream grumbled after being disturbed from her beauty sleep. But when she realized that it was her own mommy, her stare of death transformed into a cute expression and she began rubbing herself against her mommy while purring contentedly. Iris smiled and petted her eldest cat daughter, enjoying the feel of Ice Cream's fluffy gray fur on her hands. It was only Ice Cream who was accompanying her at the moment. Popcorn seemed to be playing with little June somewhere in the mansion. Jiang Yingyu was on duty. Dom was busy representing Iris in the various events and meetings that she was unable to attend due to her bed rest. There were a ton of important matters that needed Iris' regular attention, such as all her companies and some of the remaining commitments she had after leaving Bright Summit and starting LXC Studio with her husband and brother-in-law. Since she was not allowed to personally take care of these responsibilities, she had no choice but to send Dom on her behalf instead. Of course, the final decision still rested on her after hearing Dom's reports. As for Jin Liwei, her husband wasn't at home. He had to fly to another city using his private jet to attend an urgent business meeting involving a current construction project. He had to assess the problem in person to come up with the best solution. At first, he was unwilling to leave her, but she persuaded him to go, especially since the problem sounded urgent. She didn't want to hold him back from fulfilling his duties as the president-CEO of Jin Corporation just as much as she didn't want him holding her back from running her own companies. Besides, it was only supposed to be a day trip anyway. He would be back home in no time. Mommy, Ketchup is detecting some major activity in my little kitty brother Bacon's system, which indicates that he might possibly wake up very soon. The cuter and mightier Ketchup is super duper to the highest level excited. Yay, meow. Iris' eyes lit up and didn't notice Ice Cream's irritation at the sudden interruption. She immediately grabbed her tablet again and allowed Ketchup to take over it. Bacon's system program showed on the screen. Iris also became excited, just like Ketchup. Since she couldn't do it herself, Iris gave Ketchup several instructions instead to assist Bacon's approaching awakening. This was to help her cat AI son deal with the drastic change in his system after evolving into the true power flood. Iris wanted to create some new protective programs to seal a big portion of Bacon's new capabilities until he reached a certain level of skill and maturity, but this plan needed to wait until after her bed rest. She monitored the fluctuations in Bacon's system and guided Ketchup in controlling the activity within a safe level. Finally, after almost half an hour, all the fluctuations stopped and settled down. Iris held her breath. Then, the tablet's screen flickered and a black cat appeared, his familiar golden eyes glowing brightly. Mother, Bacon is back. Bacon's virtual appearance didn't look different from before. Iris knew, however, that her cat AI son just experienced a drastic foundational evolution of his system. Although she was worried about what kind of effects such a huge change would have on Bacon, she still couldn't stop herself from feeling excited at this unexpected development. As the creator, no, as the mother of her AI children and the inventor of the power flood, this unforeseen fusion between her cat AI son and the power flood had become a huge source of curiosity and inspiration for her. The gears inside her brain were already turning and running in different directions, trying to figure out many possibilities resulting in this kind of fusion. Iris smiled. Bacon, how are you feeling? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Tell us immediately and we'll fix it as soon as possible. Bacon tilted her furry black head to the side, and his golden eyes glowed brighter as he did a quick scan on himself. Mother, Bacon feels fine. She sighed in relief, but still instructed him to run a full system scan with Ketchup's assistance, so Bacon wouldn't dare to fake any results just to prevent her from worrying. She wouldn't put it past her AI son to do that. He already had a history of acting two-faced and saying one thing while doing another. While they were running Bacon's system scan, the excited Ketchup was jumping all around her younger brother and even went so far as to start sniffing him. Bacon stayed still at first, but when Ketchup's nose got too close at a rather sensitive area, Bacon's claws extended and he hissed at his sister. Ketchup leaped backwards in fright. Rio, Bacon, Iris' heart jumped. It might look like a simple squabble between siblings, but Bacon had always been capable of damaging the virtual world that Iris created for her AI children through his attacks. This was Bacon's fundamental nature as an AI being developed from the corruption that Iris extracted from Ketchup when her AI daughter went berserk for the first time back then. Now that Bacon had become the power flood, he could literally destroy the virtual world in an instant if he was careless for even a second. Without the virtual world Iris created, her two AI cat children might still survive, but their original systems would be severely damaged. Their emotion processing centers were also anchored in the virtual world, so if the virtual world was gone, they would most likely lose their personalities and emotions as well. In short, the two cat AI siblings would cease to be the Ketchup and Bacon that they knew and loved. Fortunately, Bacon retracted his sharp, shiny, and potentially deadly claws. Iris heaved a big sigh of relief. Please do your best not to lose your temper, she told his cat AI son. You already know the terrible consequences of destroying your virtual home, even if it's by accident. Also, your older sister doesn't mean any harm to you. Ketchup is just very happy that you're awake now. Okay, Bacon. The black cat AI blinked his golden eyes. Understood, Mother. Bacon is sorry. Mio woo woo. Bacon is such a big meanie. Mommy, Ketchup was so scared. Mio woo. Iris laid her head back on the pillow and closed her eyes to regulate her panicked breathing and heart rate. Mother, Mommy, are you okay? Mio woo. She made a weak sound in her throat to assure them that she was fine, but it seemed that her two AI children didn't understand. Mother, Bacon feels very powerful right now. If something bad happens to you, Bacon will really destroy the whole world in an instant and not care about it, even though I know that it's not classy. So please be okay, Mother. Iris had no choice but to open her eyes despite feeling a little lightheaded. Her body was still far from being fully recovered, yet from the heavy bleeding she experienced. Just a little fright caused by her cat AI son, and it felt like she was already going to faint. This wasn't good. If this continued, she might have to stay in complete bed rest longer. Bacon. She felt a little lost about how to deal with her extremely vicious AI son. Sighing, all she could say was, "Go greet your father and let him know that you're awake." The black cat AI stared at her for a few seconds with a tilted head before finally saying, "Understood, Mother. Bacon will now pay my respects to Father." She nodded, feeling inwardly relieved. Bacon disappeared, supposedly to find his father. Iris would just leave her husband to deal with their AI son. It was embarrassing, but she was now completely out of energy. Her big brother was right. This body was weak and too fragile. Sighing, she looked at the still sobbing Ketchup, who sat pitifully alone in the AI sibling's virtual home. Before Iris could comfort her AI daughter, her eldest cat daughter hopped in front of the tablet all of a sudden and smacked Ketchup's image on the screen. The mobile device almost flew out of Iris' hand, but fortunately, she managed to get a better grip on it. Then Ice Cream gave her younger sister several grumpy meows. Iris raised an eyebrow, feeling amused despite not feeling well. It seemed that Ice Cream was scolding her younger sister Ketchup for being a crybaby. "Mommy, big sister Ice Cream is such a big meanie." Mio woo. Ice Cream smacked Ketchup on the tablet screen again, as if telling the white cat to shut up. Iris stifled a chuckle. "Listen to your big sister, and don't cry anymore." "But Mommy," the cute but sometimes not so mighty Ketchup doesn't understand cat language. Ketchup doesn't know what big sister Ice Cream is saying at all. Wait, that's so weird. Ketchup is a kitty baby, but why don't I and my big meanie of a little kitty brother Bacon understand cat language? Meow. Iris laughed out loud. If not for the strict rules of her bed rest, she probably would have started rolling on the bed while laughing. What to do? Her cat children were too adorable. Unfortunately, Iris wasn't able to answer Ketchup's question because drowsiness caught up to her. She fell asleep in no time. Jasper Leung felt like he was going crazy. A certain job ad kept on popping up whenever he used the internet. He upgraded his ad blocker, but it was useless. All of the other ads were blocked except for that one specific and persistent job ad. He thought that perhaps his devices had been infected with some kind of computer virus, so he brought all of them to a repair shop, but the technician couldn't find anything wrong with them. In the end, he could only bring them back home and hope for the best that the job ad would eventually disappear on its own soon. It didn't. The job ad kept on stalking him. That was what it felt like. It started to freak him out a little. Fed up, he borrowed a friend's phone, in the hopes of being able to use the internet in peace. At first, it worked. The ad didn't show up at all. He was ecstatic. About half an hour later, however, the ad popped up again. He showed it to his friend and complained about the stalkerish job ad, but his friend only laughed at him. "It think that maybe you've become too stressed out lately after being fired from your dream job and not being able to find a new job until now," his friend told him while patting his back, trying to comfort him. "Don't worry, bro. This is only a temporary challenge in your life. I'm sure that you'll eventually find a good job, maybe something even better than what you briefly had at Gene Corporation. You have a degree, for goodness sake. Yes, that Romeo Young is powerful, but he shouldn't be that powerful. If he was, then he should be the owner of his own successful multinational company like CEO Jin Liwei and not just a branch boss. Romeo Young, that pig, can't possibly continue blacklisting you everywhere forever. His influence can only reach so far. He's not even on the same level as CEO Gene, who you admire so much." Jasper sighed, but nodded in complete agreement with his friend's words. He also thought the same way. And also, maybe his friend was right, that he was too stressed out right now after being fired and blacklisted that he had somewhat become paranoid about a job ad stalking him everywhere. Then his friend commented, "This job ad looks interesting. Why don't you try applying for it?" Jasper snorted. It's a scam. How do you know? The pay is too good to be true. Even Gene Corporation doesn't pay that high for that position. His friend frowned and checked the job description again. Really? This pay is high. Bro, did your salary expectation also took a hit when you got fired and blacklisted? I may not be in the public relations field like you, but I still know that the listed salary in this job ad is reasonable. Huh. Jasper took the phone and looked at the salary section. His eyes widened when he saw the completely new figure. I'm pretty sure that the listed salary was different from this one when I checked the job description before. It was ridiculously high. They must have changed it. Or maybe you misread it. You had just been fired that time. Sometimes your brain doesn't do its job properly when you're too stressed or feeling bummed. Hey, it happens. Jasper didn't look too convinced that he misread it, but what his friend said made sense. He felt confused and started to doubt his own memory. Maybe he was really mistaken? Let's do a quick search if this White Tigress company is really a scam or not, his friend suggested. Later, the friends looked at each other before checking the search results again. No matter how I look at it, this company looks legitimate. It's newly established, but they already have quite a number of virtual assistants, mostly from the Philippines. And look, they even feature great testimonials from some well-known successful people. Jasper pursed his lips. Those testimonials might be fake. How could a newly established company already have such great testimonials? Then there is only one way to find out. Let's try contacting these clients if they really hired this company and are satisfied with the service. Jasper was skeptical. Most of these alleged clients are well-known people. Not anyone can just contact them. We're just regular people. They won't reply to us. His friend shrugged. We won't know if they'll reply or not if we don't try. Besides, we'll only choose the ones who seem easier to contact. Like this person. She's a Hong Kong socialite who married a Chinese multimillionaire. She's also a bit of a social media influencer. I follow her on Snappygram and know that she sometimes replies to comments and direct messages. Hold on. I'll message her now. He also messaged the other clients featured on the White Tigress Company website who had Snappygram accounts. There were no replies even after half an hour had passed. See? I told you. These people won't reply to regular. I got a reply. Jasper closed his mouth and leaned closer to look at the message on the phone. Indeed, the Hong Kong socialite, her account verified with an eye-catching check mark icon next to her name, replied to his friend's message and confirmed that she indeed wrote the testimonial featured on the White Tigress Company website. She didn't just confirm it, but even started praising the company almost to the high heavens. The boss is Kitty Jean, and she's the best assistant that I ever experienced working with ever. She's a little weird. Well, actually she's hella weird. But her work performance is out of this world. I tried poaching her, but she instantly rejected my offer. She said that her dad is richer than my husband, so there's no need for her to work for somebody else when she can be the boss of her own company and have her rich dad's backing at the same time. Her company also has other virtual assistants that are great. Most of them are Filipinos. Very hardworking and friendly people, I must say, but none of them are as efficient as Kitty Jean. She's like a robot. A cute and hella weird robot. I'm so satisfied with her company's services that I often refer White Tigress to my friends. All of them are as satisfied as me. After chatting with the Hong Kong socialite on Snappygram, 2 more replies arrived from other clients. They also confirmed the legitimacy of White Tigress International virtual assistant services. What if their Snappygram accounts got hacked? Jasper Leung was still a bit skeptical. Perhaps it was because he felt a little traumatized by the company's job ad bombardment on him. His friend rolled his eyes at Jasper's continued skepticism. Bro, just try applying for this job. If it was really a scam, I know that you're smart enough to quit before it's too late, just like how you quit after. Discovering how much the Gene Corporation branch here is so corrupt. But if it's really a legitimate company and all the rave reviews of these clients are true, then you'll just regret it if you don't grab this opportunity when it's knocking on your door so many times. Jasper thought that his friend had a point. He was already beginning to open up to the idea that maybe the universe was telling him something. That maybe, just maybe, this job at White Tigress Company might be the one destined for him. He finally made up his mind after a careful consideration while listening to his friend's encouragements. All right, I'll apply. I don't know if they'll hire me, but it doesn't hurt to try, right? Right? Go for it, bro. I'm cheering for you. ####. Later that afternoon, Jasper returned to his apartment and uploaded a copy of his resume with the online application form for the position of Communications Coordinator at White Tigress International Virtual Assistant Services. He felt relieved after clicking the final Submit button. All he could do now was wait. He looked at the clock. Although he wasn't expecting anything too much, he still hoped that the company would respond to his application today. His savings were dwindling fast. If he didn't find proper work soon, he might have to return to his parents' house and live there again with his tail tucked between his legs. His mother would surely nag at him again. His savings could more or less last him for another 2 weeks. At most. If he still failed to find a job appropriate for his education level, then he might have to force himself to work as a waiter or dishwasher at a fast food restaurant again, like what he did to finance his student expenses in university. Sighing, he once again searched for other jobs outside of Singapore. He had to cast his net wider and not just wait for White Tigress' response to his application before applying for other jobs. Simultaneous applications would increase his chances of being hired. He sent out a few more applications to various companies. Many of them he had never heard of before, but verified their legitimacy through a quick web search. They weren't on Jin Corporation's level, but beggars couldn't be choosers. He couldn't afford to be picky at this point. As long as he was sure that the company wasn't a scam, he would apply. Ding! A new mail arrived in his inbox. His heart skipped a beat upon seeing that the sender was Kitty Jean. He immediately clicked on it. Dear Mr. Jasper Leung, thank you for applying for the position of Communications Coordinator at White Tigress International Virtual Assistant Services. We are a new company based in China but operate worldwide on an around-the-clock schedule. We would like to invite you for a video call interview for the position today at 5:45 p.m. Please reply to this email if you have any questions or need to reschedule the interview. Sincerely, Kitty Jean. Jasper read the entire email one more time. His heart was pounding in excitement. He got an interview. Finally. Yes. Today at 5:45 p.m. Today, huh? Today. He glanced at the clock again and almost fainted when he saw that it was already 5:30 p.m. He immediately ran to his disorganized closet and rummaged for an appropriate outfit for the interview. No, not a full business suit. Too formal. Something more casual, yes. He finally found a suitable outfit and changed quickly, almost ripping the shirt in the process. He didn't have time to iron some of the wrinkles. Hopefully, the interviewer wouldn't notice the not-so-perfect condition of his attire. Then he ran to the bathroom to make his face and hair look more presentable. There was no time to take a shower. When he returned in front of his computer, it was already 5:43 p.m. He practiced his smile and his introduction. Although he already went through this process before and briefly got hired for his dream job, he still couldn't help but feel nervous even though this White Tigress company shouldn't be more impressive than Jin Corporation. It was still a new company after all, regardless of its already impressive clientele. 5:45 p.m. The video call request appeared on his computer screen. He took a couple of deep breaths before clicking the answer icon. He could see his bright, business smile on the screen, but Kitty Jean didn't have her camera turned on. She was only showing her profile photo, which was a cartoon clip art of a cat's paw. Hello, Jasper Leung. My name is Kitty Jean, and White Tigress International Virtual Assistant Services is my super-duper to the highest level awesome company. The cute and mighty me is your potential boss, if you get hired. Hi. Meow. Jasper blinked a few times, unable to react at the unexpected voice. What was this? Kitty Jean was a child. Then he remembered how the Hong Kong socialite described Kitty Jean. According to her, this Kitty Jean was hella weird. Indeed, this was hella weird. Putting aside the obvious child's voice and immature way of speaking, what was with the meowing? He was now starting to regret applying to this weird company. Perhaps this was really a scam after all. Hello? Jasper Leung, are you there? Why aren't you answering the cute and mighty Kitty Jean? Meow. Yes. Miss Kitty Jean, I'm still here. Good. Then Kitty Jean will add my daddy to this video conference. Daddy will be the one to interview you. Meow. Before Jasper could react, the face of the businessman that he admired the most appeared on his computer screen. He screamed, shocked to the core. CEO Jin Liwei? Jin Liwei nodded, confirming his identity. You are Jasper Leung, and you're applying for the position of Communications Coordinator in my daughter's company? The eyes of the starstruck Jasper Leung almost bulged out of their sockets. Daughter? Miss Kitty Jean is your daughter? What? Then he froze. inhaling sharply upon realizing something. Kitty. Jin. Jin Liwei. Both of you are Jeans. And she's my daughter. Yep. The cute and mighty Kitty Jin is my daddy's precious kitty baby daughter. Hi. Right, daddy? Meow. You're right. Jin Liwei showed a doting expression. Jasper was still in a state of shock. There was never any confirmed news about CEO Jin Liwei fathering a child before. By the sound of Kitty Jin's voice, she must already be a big child. CEO Jin Liwei only married very recently. Did he father a secret, illegitimate child and made his young wife a stepmother? As if knowing what he was thinking, Jin Liwei told him in a serious tone, Kitty is my daughter with my wife. Jasper was already nodding his head before his idol's words registered in his brain. But when he realized what Jin Liwei said, he paled. If it was really true that Kitty Jin, who was already a big child based on her voice, was both Jin Liwei and his wife's child, then did that mean that the CEO impregnated his wife when she was still underage? Jasper knew that CEO Jin's wife was only in her early 20s. If this was the case, then wouldn't that make his idol businessman a beast? Oh no. His increasingly wild thoughts were interrupted when Jin Liwei spoke again. My daughter Kitty Jin's identity is special. My wife and I want to protect her. That's why we don't announce her existence to the public. It's enough that we support her in running her own company. You're the first one who aren't close to my family that knows about my daughter, Kitty Jin. I trust that you'll keep it a secret. You will, won't you? Jasper gulped and nodded. Why, yes, of course. You can trust in my moral integrity, CEO Jin. I'm not the type of person to blab about another's secret without the owner's consent. I work in the public relations field. I want to work in the PR field, and I have the educational qualifications for it. So I know the importance of knowing when to be tactful and when it's okay to reveal the truth. Jin Liwei nodded, satisfied. Good. If you like, I can sign an NDA to give you some peace of mind. I don't mind it at all. We'll talk about that later. First things first, let's start the job interview. Yes. Of course, sir. Jasper sat straighter and resolved himself to do his very best, even better than how he performed when he applied at the Singaporean branch of Jin Corporation. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his idol. The interview finally started. Being interviewed by the actual Jin Liwei himself, President-CEO of China's biggest multinational company and one of the most influential billionaire business figures in the world, felt so surreal. Jasper almost couldn't believe that this was really happening to him. This was what he had been dreaming of ever since he had decided to pursue a career in business, specifically in the public relations field, to meet and speak with CEO Jin Liwei, and of course, to work in his company. His hopes and big dreams of ever working at Jin Corporation again had been cruelly dashed when Romeo Young fired and blacklisted him. Now, however, Jasper believed that the incident was a blessing in disguise. Romeo Young was only a branch boss, anyway. He was nothing but a fake king compared to the true reigning king of Jin Corporation, Jin Liwei. Jin Liwei asked many difficult questions. Jasper answered all of them to the best of his ability. He wasn't sure if his idol was satisfied with his answers. He was unable to gauge any of the CEO's true thoughts from the man's poker face alone. Kitty Jin would also interject her own questions and opinions here and there, but most of the time, it was her father who interviewed Jasper. What do you think? Jin Liwei asked his daughter. Jasper tensed. He rubbed his sweaty palms on his trousers out of the web camera's view. Kitty likes Jasper, Daddy. He's a bit boring, but that's okay. The cute and mighty me is a good boss to all my employees and will treat them well as long as they do their jobs right. Meow. Jasper felt a little relieved that Miss Kitty Jin liked him, though he inwardly winced at being called boring. He knew that he wasn't the most interesting person in the planet, but wasn't it too harsh to call him boring to his face? Well, it didn't matter. As long as CEO Jin's daughter liked him, he now had a better chance of getting the job. However, it seemed that the final decision still rested on CEO Jin Liwei himself. Jasper once again felt nervous, even terrified. This wasn't a job at Jin Corporation, but oddly enough, he felt more anxious. Jin Liwei's opinion felt more important and meaningful than the one who interviewed him when he first applied at Jin Corporation's Singaporean branch. I want this. I want this so badly. Please let me get this job. How about Daddy? Does Daddy like Jasper too? Meow. Jasper felt like he was going to faint from the nerves. However, he forced himself to hold on, refusing to embarrass himself in front of his idol by passing out like an overexcited fanboy. Whatever the outcome of this interview, he would accept it. He trusted in CEO Jin Liwei's judgment. If he didn't get hired, then that meant that he was not qualified for the position. Not yet. He would just work harder and smarter to improve his qualifications and try again next time. Jasper no longer thought that this White Tigress company was a scam. To him, this was the next best thing after Jin Corporation for his dream career. Then Jin Liwei said, "My decision is." Jasper leaned forward, afraid to miss a single word. "Hurry up and say it, Daddy. The cute and mighty kitty Jin can't wait any longer." "Meow, you're hired," Jin Liwei said. As soon as he heard the words, Jasper shot out of his seat and started jumping and running all around his apartment with both arms raised up high in the air while shouting for joy. In their own private channel where Jasper couldn't hear them, the White Cat AI said, "Daddy, Ketchup takes back what the cute and mighty me said earlier that this Jasper guy is boring. Actually, he's a bit interesting and funny, especially when he's acting super duper to the highest level happy and excited after being hired to work at Ketchup's own company. He has good taste because Ketchup's company is super duper awesome." The cute and mighty me no longer holds a grudge when he called Ketchup a scammer before. He's no longer a poopa head. Hee hee. Meow. Jin Liwei nodded, but his mind was already polishing the plan that he formulated on how to train Jasper Liang into shape fast so that the young man could become the key person that he envisioned in the battle against the Youngs in Singapore in the shortest amount of time possible. Hiring Jasper Liang and his AI daughter's company was only the first step. It wasn't just for the sake of training and preparing the young man to grow into a charismatic frontman who would be able to gain the sympathy of the majority of the people. It was also to keep him safe. As long as Jasper Liang was an official employee of White Tigress International Virtual Assistant Services, Jin Liwei would have a legitimate reason to provide him with resources and support behind the scenes under the guise of his AI daughter's company. Declaring war against the Youngs was a dangerous endeavor after all, due to the mysterious power backing them. If it weren't for their mysterious backer, Jin Liwei would have already removed their power as soon as he learned about their corruption in the Singapore branch. Therefore, he had to use a more roundabout way to kick out the corrupt and overambitious Youngs from the Singapore branch instead of directly retrieving the power and control from them. His investigations indicated that the Youngs' tentacles had stretched and spread too deep in the entire Singapore branch thanks to their mysterious backers. If Jin Liwei wasn't careful, the Singapore branch might collapse if he purged the Youngs by force. Jin Corporation's position in Asia might destabilize if this happened. He glanced at Jasper Liang and analyzed the young man as someone who had potential. Jasper was a good seedling, morally upright and resilient even in the midst of a crisis. Jin Liwei planned on nurturing this seedling. Hopefully, his efforts wouldn't end up in vain and Jasper could grow into a tall and sturdy tree who would eventually become a reliable support for Jin Corporation after they rid the Singapore branch of all the Youngs, those parasites. Finally, Jasper calmed down and returned to his seat in front of the computer. His red face showed his embarrassment. He quickly apologized for losing control of his emotions just now. "That's fine, hairline. Kitty Jean doesn't mind. Actually, the cute and mighty me feels very happy that you're so excited to work for my super-duper awesome company." Meow. Jasper looked relieved. "Thank you, Miss Kitty Jean." Then he glanced at Jin Liwei, waiting for the CEO's judgment. Jin Liwei waved a hand, dismissing his concerns away. "It's fine. You can discuss with my daughter about the specifics of your employment contract. My assistant will also contact you at a later date about the NDA." "Yes, sir." "No problem, sir." Jin Liwei stared at him for a few seconds, causing Jasper to squirm on his seat and wonder if he did anything to offend his idle businessman. Why was CEO Jin staring at him so hard? "I will be observing your performance at White Tigress," Jin Liwei finally said. "Yes, sir. Work well with my daughter. Do your best to improve yourself and don't be afraid to expand your skill set to other areas besides the PR field. It's good to be a specialist, but in the business world, only those who could excel in multiple areas will make them stand out among their peers." Jasper was ecstatic that he was getting advice from the Jin Liwei himself. This was a dream come true. "Understood, sir. I'll follow your words of wisdom." Jin Liwei nodded, his expression not showing any distinct changes, but Jasper sensed that the CEO was pleased with him. Jasper became even happier. Remember this, Jasper Leung. White Tigress International Virtual Assistant Services has me, Jin Liwei, as its backer. Jasper gulped, immediately understanding the implication in the CEO's seemingly simple statement. It was a reassurance, but also a threat. As long as he did his job well, he would surely be rewarded accordingly. But if he somehow turned stupid and did the opposite, Jin Liwei and his daughter Kitty Jean would surely throw him out like a dog who bit its owner's hand that fed him. Determination flashed in Jasper's eyes. Don't worry, sir. I'll surely do my best and not make you regret hiring me for this position. And good. Miss Kitty Jean, I'll be in your care from now on. Please guide me, and I'll do my best to learn properly. That's good cat food. Kitty Jean is a super-duper to the highest level great boss like my daddy and mommy. Jasper will have a bright future as long as you follow the cute and mighty me. Hi. Right, daddy? Meow. N. Kitty Jean was about to end the video call when Jasper stopped her. Wait. Sir, I want to say something. It's very important. Jin Liwei raised an eyebrow before waving a hand. Speak. Jasper told him about the corruption he witnessed at Jin Corporation's Singaporean branch. At first, he was careful, afraid that it would offend CEO Jin Liwei and make his idol retract the job offer. But after seeing that the CEO was seriously listening to his account, he gained more confidence and spilled everything about the Young's lawlessness. This was CEO Jin's business after all. He deserved to know. Jasper felt indignant on behalf of his idol. How dare those Youngs use his idol's company for their own family's benefit and act like it was their own belonging? Audacious. After Jasper Leung finished telling Jin Liwei everything that he witnessed about the Young's corruption at Jin Corporation's Singapore branch, he felt like he ran a marathon. He was sweating hard and even panting as if out of breath. This was how much he felt incensed at the Young's audacity on behalf of his idol businessman. He glanced at his idol's reaction. Jin Liwei's expression didn't change much. Although he didn't look cold and indifferent like usual, there were no obvious emotions on his face. Jasper began to feel unsure. Was it the correct decision to tell everything to CEO Jin Liwei? Maybe he should have waited until he started working for Miss Kitty Jin's White Tigress company before confessing about all the misconducts he witnessed during his short stint at Jin Corporation's Singapore branch. This way, he could build more job security for himself. As soon as this thought entered his mind, he felt disgusted of himself. He wasn't a martyr, but he hated seeing blatant injustice. This was why he couldn't stomach seeing the Young's misuse of their power and ended up offending Romeo Young. You did well, Jin Liwei finally said. Relief filled Jasper. This meant that his idol had no plans of denying Jasper's claims. Sir, I'm sorry for asking this, but did you know about the Young's abuse of power? Jasper was shocked. Then why? Jin Liwei paused and looked like he was considering how much to tell him. CEO Jin, you don't really have to explain anything to me. It's fine, Jin Liwei said, leaning back on his seat and steepling his fingers over his chest. You'll eventually know of these things sooner or later, anyway, whether I tell you or not. Jasper was confused. What did CEO Jin mean? He stayed silent and waited for his idol to explain. For now, I can't touch the Youngs because they have a mysterious group backing them which we've already proven over here to be extremely dangerous. They already murdered 4 young men. Those 4 were about the same age as you before their untimely death. They're the ones who assisted Rose Young in her failed attempt to trap me. Jasper was horrified. Of course, he knew about Rose Young's sinister plot to sexually violate his idol. The story was all over the news for many days now. In the first place, it was the main reason why he stood up against Romeo Young's plan to use the Singapore branch's company resources to twist the truth to gain sympathy for his slut daughter while putting the majority of the blame on the victim, CEO Jin Liwei. But about Rose Young's accomplices, he hadn't heard anything about them on the news. They were murdered. Although they assisted Rose Young in harming me, I don't think they deserve to be murdered, Jin Liwei continued saying. Jasper nodded, agreeing with his idol's words. Those 4 young men were probably just paid by Rose Young, that evil woman, to help her plan succeed. Yes, they were criminals for acting as accomplices to a crime, but death was too harsh of a punishment for them. He couldn't help but shudder in fear at the thought that there was such a highly dangerous group behind the Youngs. No wonder they dared to abuse their power without any fear. Sir, Romeo Young has a huge pride and ego. He'll probably continue targeting you. If he's in a bad mood, he might ask his family's backers to take care of you. Jasper blanched. Sir, what do I do? I'm just a new graduate who came from a normal family. I don't have the means or power to protect myself. By how you describe the backers of that family filled with immoral animals, they sound like the mafia. Oh no, what if they target my family as well? Don't panic, Titanic. Kitty Jean interjected. Jasper Leung is now an employee of Kitty Jin's White Tigress International Virtual Assistant Services. The cute and mighty me won't allow anything bad to happen to my loyal employees. This is what my daddy and my mommy taught Kitty Jean. If any evil poopo heads dare to harm my employees, they'll suffer under my mighty paws of justice. Right, Daddy? Meow. N. The Youngs may have backers, but you now have me as a backer as well since you're going to be my daughter's official employee soon. Yes, that's right, cat fight. Kitty Jin's daddy is super duper to the highest level awesome, and so is my mommy and my uncle and my great-grandpa and the other members of our one big happy family. Jasper Leung, you have to sign the employment contract as soon as I send it to you, so that the cute and mighty me and my daddy can send you some protection immediately. Meow. Tears formed in Jasper's eyes. Thank you, CEO Jean. Thank you, Miss Kitty Jean. Thank you so much. I'll owe you for the rest of my life. No need, Seaweed. The rest of your life is too long. Kitty Jean and our big happy family are not slave drivers like those poopa heads from the Youngs. Right, Daddy? Meow. Jin Liwei nodded. Just do your job well and assist my daughter in running her company. She's still very young, so I hope that you can help me and my wife to look after her. She's your actual boss, but the company is under my wife's friend's name for legal purposes. I hope that you'll help keep my daughter's existence a secret because I don't want my child targeted by people with evil intentions. The public also doesn't know that I'm the real backer of White Tigress International Virtual Assistant Services. I also want to keep this a secret to prevent others from taking advantage of my daughter's company to get closer to me. Yes, sir. I understand, sir. Please rest assured that I won't breathe a word of all these secrets to any other people, including my own reflection in the mirror. N. You have my thanks. Yua. His idol thanked him. The video call finally ended. Jasper slumped on his seat from the unbelievable experience. His heart was still beating fast. Then he straightened his back, suddenly feeling a heavy responsibility on his shoulders after knowing these many secrets about his idol. He clenched his fists. CEO Jean, I'll definitely work hard to make me deserving of your trust. So many things happened outside during Iris' bed rest. No matter how much she wanted to help or involve herself in these things, she couldn't because of her overprotective husband and 2 AI children. This time, the newly awakened Bacon became even stricter than his dad and no longer went along with whatever Iris wanted if he judged that it would put her and his twin human baby siblings in danger. Although nobody was blaming him, it appeared that Bacon felt extremely guilty after letting Iris jump out of the executive van that night, and afterwards watching her almost miscarry. Mother, please don't be hard-headed again. It's not classy. Bacon's swishing, fluffy, black tail paused before he quickly corrected his words. Mother is still the classiest person in the world. Just your impulsive actions are not classy. That's what Bacon meant. Iris felt helpless at her AI son's newfound strictness on her. He was worse than his dad, her husband Jin Liwei. She could no longer coax him even after offering him red packets. The kid was becoming more and more unbending like his uncle Zaheo. No, his uncle Nikolai. Was this the effect of Bacon becoming the power flood? Or was it just because of the kid's guilt about playing a role in her miscarriage scare? She wasn't exactly sure. Like him, she also felt guilty about endangering her babies. Fortunately, her music mentor Enrique Valdez's lecture helped her to start the process of forgiving herself. There were so many things that she wanted to do, needed to do, but weren't able to because of her current condition. She had no choice but to admit that her current pregnant body couldn't handle all the tasks that she wanted to accomplish, especially after almost miscarrying her babies, which injured her vitality at this point in time. At the moment, all she could do was trust in her husband and their 2 AI children. She and Jin Liwei had been worrying about the power flood having a negative effect on Bacon's already vicious personality, but so far, their baby Bacon was still the Bacon they knew and loved. Sure, he had become more intense and brooding like his maternal uncle, but at least he hadn't threatened to destroy the whole world with his newly acquired power. But that was mainly because Iris wasn't in any danger during her bed rest except for her utter boredom. She began to look forward to her chatty AI daughter's daily reports about the latest news to stave off her boredom. Ketchup had the special ability to make even the most boring news sound like the most amusing and interesting tales ever. Adding in her overdramatic tendency that she inherited from her Uncle Dom, Iris now felt extremely thankful that she mixed in her assistant and best friend's personality into the cocktail that made up Ketchup's loving and bubbly character. Mommy, the cute and mighty Ketchup noticed that Auntie Ying-Yu is in a bad mood these days because of Uncle Yihan's lawsuit against my former uncle who's now a pupa head, that Long Hui. Pui. Ketchup still has a deep grudge against the pupa head for what he did to my adorable cousin, big brother, little Junjun. How can a father do that to his own baby? The cute and mighty Ketchup doesn't understand. My daddy is super-duper to the highest level loving and caring. Although he's super-duper to the highest level strict most of the time and scary sometimes. But that's okay because the cute and mighty me knows that daddy is only disciplining us kitty babies for our own good. Right, mommy? Meow? Yes, Ketchup. Your dad loves you and all your siblings very much. Iris then glanced at the bored-looking Bacon on her tablet, who folded himself like a loaf of bread. Look at the kid. He looked as if he didn't care, but his tail was rotating like a helicopter's rotor blades. It was obvious that Bacon loved his dad as well, but didn't want to say or show it. Ketchup continued chattering. Mommy, why is it that Grandpa Long is still protecting that pupa-headed son of his, when that Long Hui did all those things to hurt big brother little Junjun, and Annie Ying-Yu and Mommy and Daddy, and other members of our one big happy family? It makes the cute and mighty Ketchup's kitty blood boil with injustice. Humph. Meow. Without any change of expression, Bacon said, it's because aside from Mother, Aunt Jean Jing, and our cousin Big Brother June, everyone else in the Long family are not classy, but Grandma Yang and Auntie Mimi are nice. Meow. Fine. They're classy, but only barely. Grandmother Yang is kind, but she doesn't seem to have that much power to change Grandfather Long's bullheaded beliefs. Aunt May is also an inspirational figure with her successful career as a webtoon artist, but she doesn't take care of herself and allows herself to look like a zombie, which isn't classy. All right, Bacon. That's enough. Iris sighed at her AI son's straightforwardness, which she admitted that he must have inherited from her. Good thing that she was gradually learning some tact after being reborn as Iris Long. She hoped that Bacon could tone down this part of his personality as well. Back to the main topic, she agreed with Ketchup. Iris also felt displeased that Long Tengfei continued to shield Long Hui by sending him far away to avoid Lin Yihan's lawsuit under the guise of punishment. However, she also understood that it must be Long Tengfei's sentiments as a father. She thought that if she were in Long Tengfei's shoes, she would also do everything to protect her children regardless of whatever bad things they did. Although this wasn't a good thing from a moral perspective, she still couldn't stomach watching any of her beloved children suffer. And she was certain that her husband would feel the same way. Also, Mommy, Uncle Long Jian left you 3 missed calls and 14 messages inquiring about your promise to help his mother to get out of jail. Ketchup only informed Mommy now because the cute and mighty me deemed his request as low priority. Meow. Iris massaged her forehead at the reminder of her promise. All right, I got it. Thank you, Ketchup. No problemo, Filipino. Ketchup is always happy to help my mommy. Love you lots. Mom, what's up? Eehee. Meow. Iris smiled and rubbed the images of Ketchup and Bacon on her tablet screen. She wished more than ever that she could make physical bodies for her 2 cat AI children. They were so adorable that she craved to hold and hug both of them in her arms. Her husband, Jin Liwei, would love to embrace Ketchup and Bacon for sure as well. Creating physical bodies wasn't within her field of specialty, but she knew a few people who could help her make this specific dream of hers come true. The only problem was if she trusted those people enough to let them know about her cat AI children's existences. She and her husband would need to discuss this among themselves carefully after she recovered her health and completed her bed rest. As for Long Jian and his mother Zhu Ning, Iris hadn't forgotten about their matter. It was just that much more important things had been happening to her all at the same time. Before her wedding, She found some clues that might help Zhu Ning be absolved of the crime of masterminding the bomb incident at the mall which injured her, Jin Chonglin, their fans, and many other people. However, she hadn't been able to pursue the clues to obtain something more substantial. Now that she was in complete bed rest, she had no choice but to delegate the tasks to others. Bacon, take this protected e-folder to Sean for further investigation. She instructed her cat, AI-san. Understood, mother. Bacon will be back. The black cat, AI, disappeared. It seemed that the power flood didn't automatically fix Bacon's weakness for multitasking. Based on what Iris saw from his reprogrammed system so far, it would now be more difficult to tweak him to become a multitasker. It could still be done, but she would need to sacrifice his other specialties in order to increase his multitasking skills to become even close to Ketchup's level. She lost interest in making her cat AI son a multitasker after analyzing that it might weaken his overall abilities if she forced a higher level of multitasking skills on him. Ketchup being an expert multitasker was enough. The siblings could just continue supporting and complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses like usual. Iris couldn't wait to recover and get out of bed rest so that she could study Bacon's reprogrammed system more closely. There were so many possibilities that wouldn't just benefit Bacon himself, but also his older sister, Ketchup. Once Iris successfully analyzed everything about the unexpected foundational changes in his system, she tapped on her cat AI daughter's adorable image on her tablet screen. Ketchup, yes, mommy. Meow. Send a copy of the same e-folder to your dad. Tell him that it's about Zhu Ning's matter. He'll know what to do. Aye, aye, mommy. Meow. Unlike Bacon, Ketchup didn't disappear. The fluffy white cat AI continued playing with a ball of yarn, but Iris knew that Ketchup was in many places all at once. Just like how the power flood benefited Bacon, it also upgraded Ketchup's skills, although it wasn't as noticeable as what her little brother experienced with a complete system reprogramming. Ketchup was now more efficient. Both Iris and Jin Liwei also noticed that their cat AI daughter's comprehension skills of abstract and philosophical ideas were improving at an almost frightening degree, making her even more overdramatic than before. She had even reduced her Uncle Dom into an almost inconsolable sobbing mess yesterday, with her very profound view about the lifetime connection between a parent and child regardless of blood relations. As a result, Dom immediately called his momsy and popsy in the Philippines afterwards and cried harder, telling them that he loved them forever and ever. Inspired by her Uncle Dom's actions, Ketchup also declared her love for her mommy and daddy forever and ever. Iris felt all warm inside while remembering her AI daughter's sweet words. She knew that her husband also felt very happy inside. Mother, Bacon is back. The black cat AI reappeared on the tablet screen. Sean and I are already working with the contents of the e-folder. Thank you, Bacon. Then she tilted her head to the side, wondering why her cat AI son returned home if he was working on the files that she sent to Sean. Was he unable to focus because he wanted to keep a constant eye on her? What an overprotective kitten, just like his dad and uncle. Very soon, however, she would learn why Bacon returned home so soon even though he had a task to complete at Shadow Winds. Mommy, Daddy says that he'll help handle Zhu Ning's matter, so please focus on resting. Meow, Ketchup reported. Then she froze all of a sudden before trembling in excitement. She was about to say something, but Bacon pounced on her and blocked her mouth with a fluffy, black paw. Iris frowned. Bacon, what are you doing? Let your big sister go. Bacon didn't let Ketchup go right away. The AI siblings stared at each other, appearing to have silent communication between them that their mother couldn't hear. Iris' frown deepened. Finally, Ketchup nodded, agreeing to whatever Bacon threatened her with, and was let go. Then both cats faced their mother. Bacon, you. Mommy, the cute and mighty Ketchup, is okay. Really, my little kitty brother Bacon didn't hurt Ketchup at all. Promise. Meow. Mother, my apologies if my actions made you angry. Bacon knows it's not classy. Ketchup began jumping all around her little brother. Bacon, hurry up and tell Mommy about your surprise. Oh, Ketchup can't wait. Meow. Iris became confused. What were they talking about? Ketchup and Bacon, however, kept their mouths shut and wouldn't tell her anything. Well, Ketchup almost couldn't contain herself and looked like she wanted to spill the secret, but still held herself back after repeatedly being glared at by Bacon. Finally, Iris received the answer when there was a knock on the bedroom door. The butler and a houseboy carried a few items inside. Madam, you have a delivery from a Mr. or Miss PJ. Where would you like us to leave them? PJ. Iris tilted her head to the side before realization dawned on her. She looked at her AI son who was swishing his fluffy, black tail from side to side in anticipation. PJ, huh? Leave them here on the bed beside me. Iris instructed the butler and the houseboy. The items were placed on their master's side of the bed. The butler and houseboy set everything down as gently as possible, careful not to make any unnecessary movements that might jolt their mistress' fragile body. They left after the mistress thanked them. Iris looked at all the items. There was a huge bouquet of pink carnations, a dozen novels by her favorite Russian, British, and Japanese authors, and finally a big basket filled with high-end chocolates and pastries decorated with lovely silk ribbons. She took the bouquet and read the attached printed card. It was written in Russian. No wonder the butler didn't know if the sender was a Mr. or a Mississippi. It said, "To dearest mother who is the most beautiful, most talented, smartest, and classiest in the entire world and beyond. Please get well soon and give birth safely. Thank you for being the best mother ever to walk in the history of this planet. Please don't believe anyone stupid enough to dare tell you otherwise. They are just a bunch of envious nobodies who are not as classy as mother and deserve to be squashed like the pests that they are into oblivion. Your beloved son will destroy them alongside the city where they live in. Please do not worry about useless people like them. Forever your son, PJ." Tears filled Iris' eyes after reading the sweet yet vicious letter. "Oh, bacon. Does mother like bacon's presents?" "Oh, yes. I love them." Iris wiped the drops of tears that escaped from her eyes. Bacon's fluffy, black tail rotated into a blur. "Meow wow. Little kitty brother Bacon is so sweet and thoughtful to our mommy who is the bestest mommy in the whole wide universe. Ketchup is so touched. Meow wow." Iris chuckled and smelled the pink carnations. In flower language, pink carnations symbolize a mother's undying love, Bacon explained. Bacon hopes that mother likes them. "Of course, baby. Thank you so much." Iris placed the bouquet beside her and examined the other presents. The novels were much appreciated, especially right now that she had no choice but to stay in bed all day for half a month. Reading would help alleviate her increasing boredom. Finally, the big basket of snacks made her eyes light up. She was about to unwrap one of the chocolates, but her strict AI son stopped her. "Mother, the doctor says that you can only eat a little of sweet snacks after a proper meal. Please wait until after dinner." Iris sighed and returned the chocolate bar to the basket with great reluctance. She was regretting letting the houseboy place the basket on the bed beside her. This was such a painful temptation. She took the bouquet again and placed it on top of her abdomen to admire. Her son was so thoughtful, just like his dad. PJ Panther Jean, what made you decide to buy these presents for me? Bacon didn't reply right away. His fluffy, black tail was swishing in tiny, side-to-side movements like a shy boy swaying his body. "Oh, Ketchup knows the reason. It's because my little kitty brother Bacon doesn't like to be outdone by the cute and mighty me when Ketchup told Mommy and Daddy that I love you lots forever and ever yesterday. Bacon doesn't want to destroy his aloof image to tell Mommy and Daddy that he loves you too, so he ordered presents instead to show you his love instead of saying it. Such a little tsundere kitty. Hi hi hi. Meow." Bacon pounced on Ketchup again, but the white cat was ready this time. She dodged her little brother and continued laughing with glee. Iris also laughed with her AI daughter, a loving expression on her face. Indeed, Ketchup was right. Bacon was a little tsundere. She let the two AI cats play around. Warmth filled her heart. She knew that she was far from being the best mother in the world. In fact, the fear of being a bad mother was still embedded deeply in her heart, but her AI children and husband's belief that she was the best was like a balm gradually soothing and healing this insecurity of hers. Her hand rubbed her flat belly as she imagined two little angels who chose her as their mother despite her incompetence. "I'll protect you with my life. Forgive Mommy for being reckless and endangering you. And thank you for holding on inside me despite the danger I put you through. Mommy promises that I won't do it again. Your daddy and I, and your older siblings, and the rest of our family already love both of you. We can't wait to meet you. ####. Gene Corporation. Dismissed." Jin Liwei stood up and left the meeting room. His assistant, Su Tian, was closely following behind him. He wanted to stay at home and accompany his wife, but Iris persuaded him to return to work. He was reluctant, but the company was indeed extremely busy during this period. Although his wife had a lot of people and two extremely overprotective AI cat children watching over her, he still couldn't help but worry. He ended up commanding his helicopter and pilot to be stationed at the company's rooftop so that he could leave and rush to his wife's side anytime in the fastest time possible if an emergency were to happen to her again. Jin Liwei returned to his office. There was a lot of paperwork piled up on his desk. Su Tian was also as busy as him. He just finished a phone call with his lawyer regarding Zhu Ning's matter when Su Tian entered after knocking. His assistant was carrying a long, rectangular package. "Sir, you have delivery from a person called PJ. Jin Liwei scowled. "I don't know anyone named PJ. How did that package slip through security? Throw it away. I'm busy." "Father is so despicable," a familiar child's voice said. Bacon took the time to choose father a present, but he wants to throw it away. It's not classy. Before Jin Liwei could react, his AI son who appeared just now disappeared once again. "Oh, Daddy." Ketchup's little kitty brother ran to Mommy crying again. "Poor Bacon. That was so mean, Daddy." Mio Wu. Both Jin Liwei and Su Tian were speechless at the sudden turn of events. They looked at each other and felt that things were spiraling out of control, especially when Ketchup announced the next words. "Daddy, Mommy is calling." Connecting in 3, 2 meow. Jin Liwei. Jin Liwei tensed, immediately sensing his wife's anger. There was no mistaking it. His wife must be fuming just based on her tone. Everything right now felt like DJ Vu, but the difference was that his wife was immediately mad at him this time, without even waiting for him to explain first. This was completely different from before, when he unexpectedly made their AI son cry for the first time. "Love, how dare you instruct Su Tian to throw away our son's present for you?" Su Tian flinched at hearing his own name. He desperately wanted to escape the president's office to somewhere safer, where the lady boss line of fire wouldn't be directed at him as an unfortunate casualty. However, the weight of the long, rectangular package in his arms felt like it was becoming heavier the longer he stayed in his spot. Its figuratively increasing heaviness was preventing him from leaving. Having no choice, he steeled himself to stay and join his boss to face the wrath of the lady boss for making the young Master Bacon cry. This was why he preferred dealing with the young Miss Ketchup, who was extremely friendly. The young Master Bacon's personality was just too difficult to deal with. The furious Iris continued her emotional tirade. "This is the first time Bacon bought you a present, and you want to throw it away. Where's your heart? My poor baby. Bacon, don't cry anymore. Your dad's mind has become too addled with work." Jin Liwei inwardly sighed while massaging his temples. He was about to explain to his wife that he didn't know that PJ was Bacon, but then he heard the sound of his wife crying as well. Something seemed to drop in the pit of his stomach. "Love, this is the first time our Bacon bought presents for his parents, but you want to throw it away? How could you, Jin Liwei? You, go sleep in another room tonight. I'm too upset to see you today." Beep beep. She hung up on him. Jin Liwei's eyes contracted and his nostrils flared. He glanced at his computer monitor, and even his AI daughter was looking at him as if he had turned into a heartless monster. There was a puddle of tears surrounding Ketchup. "Huh." He looked at the long, rectangular package that his assistant was carrying. "Give it to me." "Yes, sir." Su Tian carefully placed it on the huge wooden desk. The package was long and not especially thick. It was wrapped in a simple black cloth instead of regular wrapping paper. The only pop of color was a gold envelope attached to it. He took the envelope, opened it, and fished out a simple card. It said, "To dear father who is our family's dedicated guardian, protector, and allowance provider to us, your children. Thank you for always prioritizing mother who is the classiest in the whole wide universe. That makes you a classy man for being such a loving and caring husband to your wife, our beloved mother. Also, thank you for always helping Bacon to demand compensation for emotional distress from all the stupid idiots who dare offend me. Please continue to assist Bacon and milk those not classy imbeciles of their money. Bacon wants to show my appreciation to father by giving you this present. I hope that father can use it to better protect mother next time and strike down our family's enemies. Forever your son, PJ." Jin Liwei's hand that was holding the card trembled after reading what his AI son wrote to him. It was typical Bacon, vicious, and money-grubbing. Yet there was also the unmistakable feelings of gratitude from a son.